to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports League.
All right, Tuesday. We promise not to have the worst show in 40 years. I think that's the bar we're setting right now. If at 10 a.m. I can say, was that show the worst show of the last 40 years on KNBR? And somebody says no, I say, well, that's a win.
Wow.
Because that's what the Warriors did yesterday. Worst home loss in 40 years, bro. 40 years. Part of a big day yesterday. A lot going on yesterday, actually. Whether you're going national or whether you're going sports. And there we were yesterday at MLK Day Matinee. I saw on your Insta you were there. You should have swung over and said hi to the kids.
Well, yeah.
They want to meet a celebrity.
Oh, I wouldn't consider myself a celebrity to start. And Murph, to be honest with you,
morning.
I didn't hang out long because the Warriors were getting blown out. Murph, we had the midday matinee. 2 p.m. came, 3 p.m. came, 4 p.m. came. Warriors were down by 30 going into the fourth quarter. I headed over to my local bar because happy hour started at
BP?
4. I had to get my seat settled, reserve a spot at the front bar over at BP for the national title game. But yeah, I didn't hang out too long at the Warriors game because that was an embarrassing performance.
By the way, our kids so associate you because we walked past that on our way to the arena. And Rory said, "Is that where Marcus goes, Dad? Is that where he goes?
Is that where Marcus drinks his beer?
Is that where that guy goes in and gets really hammered, Dad?
Is that where that alcoholic hangs out, Dad?
Is that where he slow sips so he can prolong his happy hour? Yeah, so they think of it as almost like a hallowed place in San Francisco, like hallowed ground. That's Marcus's bar.
I know. Yeah. Tell them if they walk in and if they look up at the ceiling, it will say Waterboy was here.
Oh, there you go. Speaking of, that was part of the Pop Culture Showdown yesterday, which remains undefeated.
Undefeated.
By the way.
It's never lost.
It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And we can get into that. It was all part of yesterday, the college football playoff, and obviously, just staying on the Warriors for just a bit. So we went. I brought 3 7th-grade basketball players. And did you get the name of the truck, the license plate of the truck that hit the Warriors coming across? I mean, first of all, it's just kind of fun to see the Celtics in their green. Glad they wore their green and not like their black or their purple or their red or whatever the hell people, all these alternate uniforms anymore. I was like, oh, look, the Celtics are wearing their green. Nice. And it's like a shot. I was like, hey, you seeing Celtic green? And they were low. They had no injuries. There's Draymond on the bench. There's Kuminga on the bench. Even at this point now, you're missing Pajemski.
Dude, I saw Pods out there in street clothes. I'm like, I can use a dose of Pods right now. I'll take Pods.
But honestly, I mean, I went in thinking, okay, this is probably an L. First of all, the Celtics are pissed because the Warriors beat them in Boston, right? Second of all, the Celtics are considerably better than the Warriors.
Without a question.
And third of all, the Warriors are just skidding right now, just all over the road, although they had won Saturday night against the Wizards or whatever. But when it got to, it was 19 to 17 or 21, it was 19 to 17, and Steph left the game. And I turned to the kids. I said, hey, Steph's leaving the game right now. I said, let's see what the score is when he comes back. And sure enough, they were down 15 when he came back. And then from that point, just snowballed from there, man. And it wound up being the worst home loss in 40 years, which for me, personally, has meaning because 40 years ago was my senior year in high school.
Shout out to 85ers.
Exactly, buddy. Very good. So it's January of 85. I'm like, oh, my God, January of 85. I'm like, that's like, that's when we were just like, Warrior fans were just like barely existing in the suffocating shadow of the Lakers, right? Mm-hmm. So I teased myself and I was like, try to remember the 1984-85 Warriors. See how many Warriors I can name. Bro, my brain, I only came up with 3 after it all. And I missed a couple, too. I thought Joe Barry Carroll was on that team. He was not. I got Purvis Short. I got Terry Teagle. And I got Sleepy Floyd. But the rest, bro, I forgot about my man Lester Connor, who was on that team. But, bro, they went 22-60 that year.
Ouch.
22-60.
Oof.
So, anyway, just wanted to share with everyone.
Was that one of those games
bit of history
where it was like, where were you when it happened? Like the catch, Pablo going deep 3 times in the World Series. Where was a young Brian Murphy on January 15th, 1985, when the Warriors lost 149-104 to the Dallas Mavericks?
I got none memory of that game.
Good.
None.
You're better off for it.
I mean, the Warriors at that point in time were pretty low profile, dude. That's why just 3 short years later, Chris Berman said, yeah, you and 3 other people, whatever.
Never mind.
They drafted Chris Mullin a year later. And so then things got a little bit better from there, but still.
Does that mean the Warriors will get Cooper Flagg next year?
Yes.
I'm trying to make a connection here. I'm looking for something positive.
That's exactly what it means. So, Mully, they drafted Mully off of that year. and then things got a little bit better. So anyway, that was fun. And then the football last night, and man, oh man, Notre Dame. It was like three parts of that game.
Mm-hmm.
The first drive by Notre Dame was like, whoa, a 10-minute drive. Whoa, we got ourselves a game. Then the next like half hour in real time when Ohio State just went, bah, 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 just punch. And it looked like, I started getting these flashbacks to all these other college football playoff games we've seen that are blowouts, you know? And this seems to be happening. I went back and looked in like the last 15 years. There's been some competitive ones. There's been a few exciting ones. There was an overtime game in there. But a lot of them have been blowouts. And I started thinking it gets to be like the pressure gets too big and the moment gets too big for one team. And when the snowball starts to roll, it can get real. And that's what it felt like. And when it was 31-7, I was like, but the third part of the game was Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman pride.
And I kind of like this example that you're laying out here. It's like an actual play. And since I am Matinee Marcus and we hit the Warriors matinee game yesterday on MLK Day, it was 7-0 Notre Dame. That's your first part of the play. Ohio State then scored 31 points unanswered. But then all of a sudden, part 3, things are getting spicy. Notre Dame looks like they're going to climb the way back in. Interesting decision to go for the field goal down 16 in the fourth quarter.
Is there any way to explain that?
Analytics, I guess.
Well, so what, you're going from 16 to 13. So what does that mean? That means
it's still a two-possession game.
Still a 2-score game. It's still a 2-touchdown game.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess now the 2 touchdowns give you a win instead of a tie?
That's the strategy.
I mean, I guess. Is that but is that worth that?
I don't think so, personally.
Yeah, I know. I think most people thought, particularly given their situation. And then he missed it.
Yeah. And then Jeter wasn't
That's
so
the
clutch.
same kid who made it against, who'd they knock out? Texas or Penn State? Or I forget who they knocked out. I lose track of these things. At
Oregon.
This point. No, he made the kick against Penn State.
Yeah, and his dad was in the crowd filming the whole time.
Or was it Georgia?
No, it was Georgia.
Was it Georgia?
I think. I don't know. It feels like this college football playoffs have lasted forever.
Which is one thing we got to talk about, too. Like, when you talk about, like, because I got a text from a buddy who's down in Southern California, and, by the way, he's a Dodger fan.
Ooh.
And he said, I consider myself a pretty reasonably well-informed sports fan, and I had no idea there was a college football game tonight.
It felt like there was a lack of buzz surrounding the game.
So I think one of the big things they got to do, and we mentioned this with Sean McDonough yesterday, is I think they got to squeeze the calendar.
Tighten it up a bit.
They got to, and I'm hell-bent, they got to lop off those stupid conference championship games that were invented only for frickin' Dr. Pepper. Those things were invented for Dr. Pepper. The Dr. Pepper Big Ten Championship, the Dr. Pepper SEC Championship. And then they bring out Dr. Pepper, and they got to throw footballs into the Dr. Pepper can.
And they're not even throwing the balls. They're doing, like, chest passes.
And who drinks Dr. Pepper? Yeah, the chest pass.
Yeah, dude, I'm not down. Like, if you're out there competing for, $50K for your college tuition, you got to be throwing the damn football. I don't want a chest pass. This isn't basketball. We're playing football out here.
Yeah. Brutal.
Sorry.
Brutal. Doctor, I'm with you 100%. And so lop off those stupid conference championships. As I told Sean McDonough yesterday, he goes, well, how do you determine the conference champion? I'm like, you finish in first. That's how you finish. That's where you're the conference champ.
Yeah, the standings.
So then so that squeezes, you could probably start, then you can start the playoffs a little earlier in December. I laid it out. I think you can still finish it like after New Year's, like January 7th or 8th, like they used to in my new plan, where you lop off the conference championships, play the first round of the playoffs in early December, the quarterfinals in mid-December, the semifinals on New Year's Day, right? And then the championship on January 8 or 9.
Simple.
Yeah.
Murph's plan.
I'm in.
Let's execute it.
Make me commissioner. Make me commissioner.
You got my vote.
Make me commissioner, and I'll disband the Dodgers. That's something we got to get into today, too.
Yeah,
we will Dodgers thing.
Yeah, we got to get into that.
And all that. And also, by the way, a lot of stuff going on. Are the 49ers right now, right before our eyes, blowing the D coordinator thing? Like, is that happening in real time, right in front of our eyes? Like, what are you doing today? I'm blowing the D coordinator search. Because Jeff Ulbrich signed with the Falcons.
Yes, he did.
Quietly. And Robert Saleh just got called back for a second interview in Jacksonville. And Lou Anarumo just signed with the Colts.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
DCs are dissing a parent.
Is it going to be Brandon Staley?
It sounds like it. And I know Robert Saleh has one more interview, I believe, this Friday with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the 49ers are going to be sitting here all week just waiting on the results from Robert Saleh's second interview.
Yeah, that's it.
So they'll be sitting around, and I'm sure by the time we reach the show Friday morning, there'll be 2 or 3 other DC candidates that are now off the market.
Yeah. And what are they going to do? So, I don't know. The Ulbrich one I thought was big. I mean, it's like they were counting on Saleh to come to them. Is that it? That they're counting on Saleh? And they're like, well, when then Saleh gets hired in Jacksonville, and like, well, now you got no Ulbrich either?
Uh-oh.
I thought Ulbrich was a no-brainer. But now you're out of this. So anyway, they still don't have a special teams coordinator either.
Yeah. Because it hasn't been officially announced that Nick Sorensen's moving over there, right?
I'd like to see them.
It sounds like he's the lead candidate.
I'd like to see them pay real attention to special teams. Like, try to win games with special teams. Like, it's a weapon in your arsenal. You can use it to your advantage. You can gain tremendous things from a really good special teams unit instead of just freaking leaving it there to rot.
Well, especially when your goal has been to not lose because of special teams. Well, guess what?
How's that
you
working
lost
out?
games this year because of the special teams
unit. How's that
unit.
working out for you?
I just don't want to be that bad, Murph.
Yeah.
I want to be barely above.
No.
Which is why I got a 2.0 grade point average.
That's all right.
That's me.
Once again, look at you now. By the way, look at you now, the Raider fan without Ben Johnson.
Oh, bro, don't get me started on that bum Tom Brady. Can't get Mike Vrabel, can't get Ben Johnson. What is he good for, Murph? What is he good for?
Who's doing it worse, Tom Brady and the Raiders or Kyle Shanahan and the D coordinator?
Feels like they're both blowing it, Murph.
And we got a Hall of Fame today. We got a Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame. We can argue about that, too. So we got lots of arguments. We got lots of anger. We got lots of Chuck Alexinas memories. He was on the 85 Warriors. But anyway, we're here, baby. It's a Tuesday. The Warriors had their worst home loss in 40 years, and college football has a national champion.
That was the worst Warriors loss of my lifetime.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats.
That's a better way to put it.
Propers.
That was the worst loss of my lifetime.
And on top of that, I brought 3 kids, and one of the kids, Finn, wanted to get popcorn, and he wanted the Steph Curry bucket. It was $18.
Oh.
And I thought, you know what? You know what's the overhead is on that plastic bucket and the popcorn? The overhead was probably 15 cents.
Bro,
you know?
Don't get me started, Murph.
And they paid and charged $18. So, Liquor wants to avoid the luxury tax. He's got plenty of time with those $18 popcorn buckets.
Look, I know we're about to take a commercial break, so I'll make this quick. I spent $24 yesterday on a Jameson and ginger ale. I can buy a whole bottle of Jameson for $24.
You can buy a grocery store.
$24 for one drink, Murph.
God,
What are we doing?
When are we going to put our foot down?
And you lost by 40.
When are we going to put our foot down?
You lost by 40 points. $24 for one drink.
Hey, you almost paid $1 per point.
Duck. $1 per three-pointer. Probably paid more yesterday.
When are we going to put our foot down as a society and just say, no, I'm not going anymore?
This is ridiculous.
I'm bringing thermoses full of Jameson and ginger ale and popcorn. Anyway, all right, we're feisty today on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
What are we doing?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning, and you can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so how do the Warriors save their season? Big question, I know. Big trade, get healthy, or is it just already over? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Provident Credit Union, bright and early, here to grow your savings safely. This is a smart financial move. Provident Credit Union offering pick-a-term certificates. Grow your savings safely. You can earn up to 4.00% annual percentage yield, and you get a choice, a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term. So you put your money to work and see your savings grow. So don't miss this limited time offer. Get your Provident pick-a-term certificate today. And if you need a little guidance to get started, a little help, Provident team is excellent and can walk you through the process and make saving easy. So visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. This rate is effective as of November 14, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
George Walsh will dribble it out. All Boston. And the road teams win each game in this season series this year as the Celtics, they have only dropped back-to-back games once all year, and they maintain that. They go to 30-13, maintain their spot second place in the East. Warriors drop to 21-21 as they begin their official second half.
Brian, hi.
Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior majoring in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the three others. No, never mind.
Yeah, memories. Worst loss in 40 years. That's back when I was on that game show in Haines City, Florida, and either January of 88 or 89. We were on twice. I think that was the first one, actually, January of 88. And that's when the Warriors were rolling out 40-point home losses like yesterday. Brought 3 7th-grade kids, and by the fourth quarter, guys, I'll be honest, they were on their phones. And I didn't even get mad at them. You know what? They had a game where they tried to guess the final score of like how bad it would be. And then they were all guessing like 30, 25, 35-point losses. None of them got to 40.
Damn.
So it was fun, though. It's good to be out there. Good crowd. Matt Mayoko was out there. Yes, I saw him yesterday. We hung out. He was enjoying the game, and I saw that you were there yesterday, and there was a good crowd. MLK Day, they were honoring Dr. King, and the Celtics decided to honor Dr. King by dropping a nuclear bomb on Chase Center. And the Warriors go down, and they got problems. Now, they go to Sacramento tomorrow night. We got to talk about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems. And, I want to jump in and get involved in this riff of the kids looking at their phone. Murph, I wish this wasn't a riff, but at least they were awake. Because yesterday during the third quarter, I saw 2 people taking a nap during the game.
I could see it.
I saw them snoozing off.
I could see it.
Little midday afternoon nap.
Yeah, I could see it.
I mean, they were in the older demographic.
And the afternoon is
right there in the afternoon, third quarter. Steph Curry's out of the game, and they are sitting there with their eyes closed. And I'm like, damn, I might join them. Because this Warriors team, with all the injuries they're dealing with right now, when Steph Curry's not on the court, they're damn near unwatchable.
Unbelievable. And Wiggins was bad yesterday and all that. And yeah, fourth quarter was Quentin Post, Lindy Waters, Pat Spencer, and I forget, there was one, and then Buddy Hield had to go out there and clean it up with him. Like, look at that, he's punishing Buddy. Buddy's got to play with, although Post had 9 points. That was my bright spot of the day yesterday, Quentin Post, 9 points. I actually said I wouldn't mind that guy getting more playing time, tell you the truth. The stretch 5, they need it. So, Young Tone, after the game, so now the Warriors are 21-21. Now, here's the thing. Incredibly, almost everybody in the West lost yesterday. And Anthony Slater wrote a piece today talking about how really all the teams that the Warriors are fighting with all have their own problems. Like the Mavericks right now are without Luka. And they lost yesterday to a bad team. They lost to like the Charlotte Hornets or somebody like that. The Sacramento Kings are about to go on a really tough 6-game road trip. The Minnesota Timberwolves keep stepping backwards, and Dante DiVincenzo is now out for a while. The Phoenix Suns are just like the Warriors. They're kind of a mess, keep walking into walls. So there's really, and the Lakers, like the analytics show that the Lakers 22-18 record is a mirage. Like they're gonna come crashing down to earth. So it's still out there. There's really no teams running away from them other than OKC. And, Houston and Memphis and all that. But, just like if the idea is, and we had this argument before about what is relevant, and I said top 6 should be the goal, and you're like, that's not enough. And we can continue to debate that, and we're certainly going to get closer and closer to the trade deadline where they're going to make a decision one time or another. But Steph Curry actually just, God bless Steph too, by the way. He'll still come up to the podium and give you his all, even after a 40-point home loss. The worst home loss since the Jerome Whitehead era, 1985.
Wow.
I'm going to keep naming guys from the 84-85 roster.
Please do.
Wow. Purvis Short and Terry Teagle near and dear to my heart now. And Larry Smith was on that team too, Mr. Mean. But anyway, Steph after the game, man, just going big picture here.
It's incredibly significant for our season. You'd hope to be a better home team than you on the road. You'd hope to be able to defend your home court. And when you have, a stretch of the schedule like this where you don't have to get on a plane and you can hopefully, come out and be the hardest working team on a given night and allow that to help you. We'll see. We'll see how we respond to it and if we can take advantage of this stretch. Tonight was not great. Captain Obvious statement, but just the idea that we can keep ourselves afloat until we get some guys back can kind of make or break our season, to be honest, to keep it real. Like, we've been in situations where we've had to chase down the stretch after the All-Star break, and I think 2 years of that takes a lot out of you, so you have to find a way to stay in the race and the standings. Nobody's counting, game by game type thing, but it like to your point, the 6 to 8 game stretch can kind of define where we are going forward the rest of the season.
He laid it out. God, again, not only does he give you his all, he gives you good answers, too. God bless him. So he's talking about starting tomorrow night at SAC. Actually, a really important game, believe it or not. And then the very next night, the Bulls come into town in San Francisco. Saturday, the Lakers on ABC, the Saturday night primetime game. They need that. And then the Jazz come here next Tuesday. The Thunder come here next Wednesday. And then the struggling Suns come here next Friday. So we're talking about, we talked about this home stretch. Well, guess what? Started off in a terrible note. I think we all kind of thought they would lose to the Celtics.
Yeah.
But the style points of that were particularly discouraging.
Yeah, I didn't walk into that building yesterday thinking that the Warriors were going to upset the Boston Celtics. Even though they did beat them earlier this season, now the Celtics are much healthier right now. And the difference is when you look at that roster, of course you look at Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown as the two superstars on the team, but you start going through that depth. Mm-hmm. You see Kristaps Porzingis running around hitting corner threes.
He had a nice night.
Yeah. You got Drew Holiday and Derek White. Yeah. And I'm like, the list goes on and on. Peyton Pritchard is one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA this season. I'm like, dude, they got so many different scoring options, and I'm sitting here watching Buddy Hield trying to hit the first shot of the month.
It's like when the Warriors relied on Mike Bratz back. I'm going to continue to name 1985 Warriors from the 40-year home loss. All right, let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, January 21, 2025. Is Peter Tebow going to be on today? Because he was on that 84-85 team out of St. Mary's. I'm talking to an old head demographic right now. Good morning, Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. We already have What Did I Learn Today?
Which is?
Like every name you just named in the last 26 minutes.
The 85 Warriors.
Well, the ones, the stars of that team, Sleepy Floyd, Purvis Short, Larry Smith, Terry Teagle, Lester Connor. Those would be like legit. Those are good Warriors. Those are good Warriors. Stuck on a bad team. Johnny Bach was their coach, who wound up being Phil Jackson's main assistant during the Jordan years. You know, the cognitive dissonance, I learned that in psychology. Yeah, where your like brain can't make sense out of something, you you look at something, you're like, that doesn't make sense. I learned this in Psych 10. It's called cognitive dissonance. And the cognitive dissonance I experienced, because John Bach was the head coach of the Warriors when they were winning 20 games. I was like, John Bach, nice guy. Guy wins 20 games. He goes to Chicago, and he's Jackson's right-hand guy all through the Jordan years. Like, Jordan was ripping off titles. He's like, yeah, Johnny Bach's the man. I'm like, wait, our John Bach? The guy we had him here. I liked him, but he won 20 games, dude. Now he's the guy. So it's kind of funny, man. But I'm glad for John Bach. He always seemed like a nice man.
Yeah, all it needed was a fresh coat of paint, Murph.
That's it. And it just goes to show you, it ain't the X's and O's. It's the Jimmies and the Joes.
It's the Jimmies and Jordans.
It's the Jimmies and the Quentin Posts. All right, what do we got, kid?
All right, we got to get going. Mark Spears is going to join us early at 6:30 this morning. Coming up, Mike Krukow at 7:30.
Birthday boy Mike Krukow.
Happy birthday to him. Big day, 73 today.
All right.
Yep, happy birthday, meat, as he likes to say. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Tony La Russa going to join us at 8:30. The Hall of Fame class of 2025 announcement is today.
Hall of Famer on a Hall of Fame day?
He gets a vote.
Good booking, good booking.
Bruce Jenkins at 8:50, and then we'll do cooler content at 9:15.
Jenks is a voter, too. All right, awesome. Well, Mark Spears will give us his take on the 21 and 21 Warriors next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. All right, we got Steve Moskowitz bright and early on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check?
That's right. You want to call us. Now, yesterday, President Trump took power, and as you know, he promised to do away with $2 trillion with a T of federal spending. Will that include ERC? He's promised executive orders. He signed a bunch yesterday like he promised. Will that affect your payment? If you've been sitting around and you've been waiting for your check and waiting for your check, there's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. I strongly suggest you let us do that because we don't know if President Trump's going to cut ERC or not. Or if you got a letter that said you don't qualify for ERC, no money for you. We need to appeal that because the IRS in a lawsuit has been accused of using AI to disallow a lot of people. They don't even know if you qualify or not, or if you're being audited. The bottom line is, if you have any of the big 3, 1, you've been waiting for your check and you didn't get it. 2, your claim was denied. Or 3, you're getting audited. Call us right away and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
That's what you do. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, it was MLK Day across the NBA yesterday, and the Warriors didn't have a dream, brother. They had a nightmare. The worst home loss in 40 years. Let's talk about the Warriors with Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape. We're getting a little 21. You requested this?
21-21. 21 Savage for the 21-21 Warriors.
Very good.
21-21.
Legal drinking age, too. Mark Spears on the UMA guest line bright and early. Good morning, Mark. How are you, man?
What's up, Mark?
Oh, man, you can't make that MLK kind of like analogy, man. That's cold-blooded.
I'm just trying to. You know what? Honestly, it was an unplanned riff. I was like extemporaneously riffing. I did not plan that. That just came out.
Oh, okay. That was off the dome?
Off the dome. I was like, well, it was MLK Day. I was just mentioning because I was at the game yesterday, and I saw the MLK tributes, which were awesome. Amos Brown, Martin Luther King's personal counsel, and who's 94 years old, Clarence Jones, was there.
I talked to him.
Oh, it was really, very cool. Yeah. And then the high school kids at halftime with their spoken word stuff, that was really cool.
Yeah, and then the game took place.
But the rest was a nightmare. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, you've been pretty consistent forever. You're like, they got to get help, they got to get help, they got to get help, they got to. You've never changed your tune. So you're well on the record. Here's my question then to you now. Given the time in the calendar, January 21, and given where they are in the standings, do you still say that, or has that ship sailed? It's too late now.
Can you tell me February 5th? Can you answer that question?
You can do it. You can punt. You can punt for 2 weeks.
Because you know what the sad thing was? Kuminga was rolling, man. Mm-hmm. He had a great December. Kind of got me off the it's okay to trade Kuminga train. And look, there's a lot of teams in the West that have injuries, but the Warriors have been really, really smitten. They've been really beaten up, and it just makes me wonder, what they could be doing right now if Kuminga was healthy. With Draymond, I'm really nervous for Draymond, man. I just, to me, that is part of the reason why I think they really wanted a big to go alongside him, because I think all that time guarding centers, the Jokers of the world, the Nurkic of the world, like all these big guys have finally taken its toll on him, and I'm hoping it doesn't like become a long-term thing, but he's getting older, and I do think these injuries are really rearing their ugly head for him. But that being said, I mean, to me, what it says is make a trade that doesn't include Wiggins and Kuminga now. If you could do something that could help your team without losing them, that could help you get to the playoffs, you do it. But right now, man, like thoughts even championship. I mean, playoffs, it almost seems like Jim Mora right now, based on what we're seeing. So I understand why you asked that question.
Yeah. Without Jonathan Kuminga, Pods, and now Draymond Green, do the Warriors have more issues on offense or on defense, Mark?
Man, you got good questions, man. I ain't sipped my coffee yet. I do think that GP, the return, really helped a lot from a perimeter standpoint, guard defensive-wise. I just always, even with the crew healthy, thought this team was really, really small. And so I'm kind of really on board with the, hey, get a Vucevic, get somebody that's going to add some size to the team. Because I think, like, watching Vucevic play last night, like, I think they've been desperate for size since Bogut left, since Festus left, right? But I also don't think there's anybody with Kuminga out, respectfully to Wiggins, that, I mean, even you could say that with Kuminga there, that you knew was going to come through to help Steph out every night. And so when I watch other teams, like, even just down the road, their next opponent, Zach play, they got three guys in their starting lineup that in any given night can give you 20 in their sleep, right? Like, and it just seems so difficult for anybody in the Warriors not named Curry to do that for you. So, yeah, I think they need help everywhere.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Sabonis is getting ready to cook them tomorrow for sure. But then again, and the Warriors can't score. You're right. It's both. In other words, the answer to Marcus's question was yes.
Yeah, D, all the above.
Oh, man. We're talking to Mark Spears, ESPN, on the UMA guest line. We haven't talked to you since this past week where things got a little spicy with the quotes. When the Warriors did get a win, Steph kind of popped off, and he did that. All the people with the Twitter fingers can shut up. It got a little fun and spicy. So I wondered your take on that, just kind of the way they pushed back. First of all, they did the part where all three guys, Draymond, Steph, and Kerr, all went on a PR offensive saying, we owe it to the team to keep it together. That caused a reaction. Then when they won a game, they were like, see? So what do you make of all the, I don't know, for lack of a better word, the talk or the chirping?
I think it's all real emotional right now. Like even Steph, yesterday, I thought he had some interesting words about how, like you guys mentioned, the injury situation and how he, we'll know real quick whether it's worth doing anything, right? So it seems like there's just every day it's a new drama, it's a new chapter, it's when they're so up and down, right? They're like telenovela. It just everything so dramatic. And then because I think that comes with success, comes with expectations. It comes with they got pressure, like the Lakers and Celtics got pressure, right? And I also think, while somebody close to Steph told me that he's not really thinking about retirement, he knows that the end of the road is near, right? So you do feel like you're wasting time. You see your buddy Jason Tatum and what he has, and some of your other teammates from USA Basketball and what they have. And so I think he and the rest of the team are in an emotional place right now.
Mark, Jordan Poole came to town this past weekend, dropped 38 points, and then after the game talked about how he loves most of the guys over there with the Golden State Warriors, which led to Draymond Green responding to you on Twitter saying, I really am sorry. What were your thoughts on Draymond's comments on social media and just where the Jordan Poole-Draymond Green relationship stands at this point?
I actually really believe he is sorry. I think he there's a great piece by Youngmasuk that's in the ESPN right now that I think all Warriors fans should read, where, Draymond talks about seeing a psychologist and on a regular basis, even after the NBA, told him he didn't have to do it anymore, but he thought it was really helpful for him. And so I think he is being introspective. I do think he is being real. I think that's actually sincere and it's not trolling. I do think he feels.
Oh, just dropped off. Darn it. Yeah, Draymond seeing a shrink. How about that?
Yeah.
Listen, that's great. A lot of mental health, man. Listen, if you can afford it, those things are expensive. I once looked into it. Decided to shrink. I decided to make the shrink Guinness and bourbon. That's my shrink now.
Yeah,
but
my bartender's my therapist.
By the way, this could wade into a sensitive topic. There's a hot show on Apple TV called Shrinking with Jason Segel and Harrison Ford, and you're supposed to love it. It was like, oh, it's the best show. It's the best show. I don't like it.
Oh,
and I've gotten into sensitive social situations with people because I'm like, yeah, I don't like it.
Oh,
I know.
You went full Ed Asner on it.
I don't like it.
I did. Anyway, the point is it's about mental health therapy and all that stuff. And hey, I praise Draymond. If you have the means to use it, it can be a very useful tool.
Mm-hmm.
I find our 4 hours here today, our 4 hours every day is our shrink.
Extremely therapeutic.
All right.
I get out all my problems on air on 50,000 watts.
The connection is being remade with Mark Spears here on the. Okay, we got a couple minutes left with Mark. You were saying about Draymond, and you dropped off about him seeing a therapist.
Yeah, no, there's this great story about Youngmasuk from ESPN where he talks about seeing a therapist and being really introspective. And I think in those talks, I think maybe those were those words that Draymond said, come from. And since he's been hurt, like, we haven't been able to talk to him and get him to elaborate on it. But I do think those words are sincere. I don't think he's trolling. I do think he, certainly feels bad about it now. And maybe that was his, somebody close to the Wizards was like, well, why don't he just go apologize? Why didn't he go talk to him? I'm like, how do you know that he hasn't? Like, do you know that he hasn't?
Yeah.
And the person couldn't respond to that. So I do think if he was trolling, it would have been like a rolling eyes emoji or something after that. But, I do think that he's sincere and certainly much more introspective of late as he's getting older.
Well, Mark, I know you're out of time. You got to get going here, but
no, I'm all right.
Okay, good. Because I wanted to ask one kind of fairly big one to end it, and that is Joe Lacob. And obviously what the guy's done. I mean, he spent how much money over the last several years over above the luxury tax? I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's like Eddie DeBartolo type stuff where he just went all out, right? And he played. So I'm wondering, based on your reporting and what you hear around the building and the hallways and the whispers and all that, is Lacob kind of done doing that? Is he like, hey, man, I gave you my all. Now I got a plan for the post-Steph Curry future. What do you hear?
I don't think so. I think the man is extremely competitive. They had lost recently, and he's really, really upset. So, no. I can see them, still trying to do something if he feels like it's going to help the team. Because also, I mean, hey, look, this year's draft is pretty excellent. There's more than Cooper Flag. So, maybe that starts creeping into your mind right now. But the West is also doing a lot to help them. Right? Like,
yeah.
If you look at the standings, there's not a lot of teams exactly just like running away with it. So I think that I actually think you make the move because you don't want to regret it later if the team starts playing a little better, right? And they're missing a piece. So if I'm down, if there's a move that they could make, like a Vucevic move, like a Jonas Valanciunas move, does it get you, I guess, a championship? No, but it gives you a fighter's chance, right? And right now they ain't got no fight in them.
No, and what you said at the very, very start of the conversation was so true, and I know it sounds like we did this with the 49ers all year. Oh, if McCaffrey was out there, they'd be different.
Yeah.
And you hate to make excuses, but I do agree with you that it's really unfortunate just for Warriors fans and for the NBA that Kuminga got that injury because he was really, you could see it, Mark. He was really coming on, and it might have changed some of these games.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's that December where he had 2 34-point games in a row. Like I was talking to one of the assistant coaches, like he just was like, it finally clicked. He was telling me it just finally clicked for him. It's finally there. He's finally rolling, and if they get that big too, I'm probably with Draymond's injuries, I'm probably bringing him off the bench and giving Kuminga 30+ minutes a game because that's when he's successful and he's just puts his head down and there's nothing you can do to stop him. So I just they've had like 25 different starting lineups and obviously Steph is missing games, but this extended lineup for somebody that finally figured it out is quite painful for that team right now and season altering.
Yeah, well said, well said. All right, we'll let you go. So my last one for you is I'm older than you, but you're not too far behind me, I don't think. At least I don't think. I've never checked your birth certificate. But the 40-year home loss got me going because I looked it up January of 85 when they lost at home to their worst home loss since yesterday. Bro, were you around for the 84-85 Warriors, the 22-win John Bach coached Warriors?
Oh, man. Was that Joe Barely?
No, I thought he was. He was not on the team. Jerome Whitehead was the center then. But and dude, ready? Chuck Alexinas. Remember him as the backup? Oh, dude.
It's somebody, Cedric Maxwell, I'll tell you this real quick. And yes, I do remember that terrible team. And John Bach ended up coaching with the Bulls, right? As an assistant. Mm-hmm. But Cedric Maxwell told me the story yesterday about how Al Adams went to his house when he was a free agent and told him, like, hey, we want to sign you. They had their North Carolina ties. Mm-hmm. and bring you in to play with Robert Parrish, and we're going to draft Kevin McHale. And we want you guys to play together. And then he said they ended up changing everything and getting Joe Barry Carroll. And so he ended up not coming. So it could have been Cedric Maxwell, Robert Parrish, and Cedric Maxwell won MVP of the finals that year, season.
Oh, man.
So it could have been Max,
The fork in the
Robert
road.
Parrish, and Kevin McHale all together.
Oh, the fork in the road, buddy. Hey, the Chief was in the house last night. I was fired up when I saw Robert Parrish last night. I gave a standing O. I was like,
shoot, I didn't see him.
Oh yeah, they introduced him. They waved. He was waving, man.
Big standing ovation.
In fact, I would say, I thought, quite frankly, I thought he should have gotten a bigger ovation. Quite frankly, so I was fired up, man.
He wasn't in a Warriors uniform that long, but he's a legend.
They
I'll leave you with this real quick. My favorite Robert Parrish story. Well, it's not my favorite, but I interviewed him once, and I got the number from somebody from the Celtics. No, I actually didn't. And so, but he called me on an unidentified number. And when I asked him at the end of that thing if I could get his phone number, he said, I'll give it to you, but if you give it to somebody else, I'll cut your balls off. And I'm sorry. Thank you. I was like, okay, you ain't got to worry about me giving out your number, brother.
All time. All time. Hey, man, the chief doesn't mess around. The Chief doesn't mess around.
No. Yeah, no, I didn't want that to happen to me, so I still have not passed on that man's number, and I never will.
No, don't give it out. Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know, though, Mark. Our guy John Joe Curley trying to book him for the show if you could pass over that number.
Hey,
no. Call the Celtics.
Hey, man, between that story and the Lion story, you got some good ones, man. All right,
I got a few. Time for the book.
All right, buddy. Have a great day. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right.
Mark Spears, dude, the Chief. I'm so glad we brought that up. That's a great story.
The best part about it is he's telling the story as he's like boarding an airplane.
Yeah.
Like after he dropped the line, he's like, oh, excuse me, sorry.
By the way, they introduced him yesterday. The Chief was just sitting there. Yeah, don't ask him for his number, buddy. Oh, man. All right, great stuff. Okay, put the Warriors aside for a minute, all right? On the other side, are the 49ers blowing this freaking thing right in front of our eyes? Next on the Sports Leader.
I'll give it to you, but if you give it to somebody else, I'll cut your balls off.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, honestly, I'm upset. I'm mad about how everything went down. This wasn't the year that we had set out for at all. We fell short of a Super Bowl last year, had every intent to go back and win the whole thing this year, and didn't even, come close to any of that. So unfortunately it wasn't the season we wanted, but it's good to use these emotions that we're feeling right now, hold on to them, kind of let it sit to kind of fuel you going forward into next year.
Well, there he is. One of the only good things about the 2024 49ers, Fred Warner, set to a groove that I'm very much enjoying. Marcus?
I love myself. This is I by Kendrick Lamar.
This dude.
I believe this is off the album To Pimp a Butterfly. So yeah, going back a little bit, this is not off the new album, but yeah, a banger from Kendrick Lamar.
I gotta bone up on my Kendrick in front of his Super Bowl halftime show, right?
That's right.
Did you guys see Travis Scott last night on the roof? What was he doing up there on
I
the
missed
roof?
that, but I did see Travis Scott hanging out with Joe Montana before the game started. And I had to fight the urge to not put out a tweet saying, damn, young Tony and Murph look different this morning.
You should have. That would have been funny. That would have been very funny.
That is truly like the melting pots. Young Tony's Travis Scott, Murph's the Joe Montana of the show.
Oh, man. Or the Chuck Alexinas for the 85 Warriors. In honor of their 40-year loss that they had yesterday. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You know what's interesting is... what are you guys chuckling? You guys. Sometimes I want to let people in on this. Lots of times Tony says things to Tony, to Marcus, then they laugh.
Yeah.
During the show.
I know. Some inside jokes during the live segment.
Bring them out. This is all content. It's all content for the show.
No, we'll leave this one off air.
No. It's all content for the show. Bring it on.
He was just questioning the similarities of how he looks compared to how Travis Scott looks.
Oh my God. That's content for the show. It's content for the show.
I understand, Tony.
I understand.
I understand.
Right. Anyway, Fred Warner in the 49ers. Who is Fred Warner's defensive coordinator going to be? And that's where we're at right now. It's the topic of this segment, that the 49ers appear to be blowing this in real time. It appears they've put all their eggs in the Robert Saleh basket, and now he's been called back for a second interview in Jacksonville. He might get the job in Jacksonville, and if he does, where does that leave the 49ers? Answer, up a creek. Up a creek. Because the guy, I thought Jeff Ulbrich was the no-brainer guy. Sure thing. So, Young Tone, you ever heard of Benjamin Franklin and Poor Richard's Almanac? Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah. This goes back to the 1700s, by the way.
We're going deep.
It even predates me.
Damn.
And predates Lester Connor and the 85 Warriors. But this is going to be the theme of the day.
The
it already
85ers.
is. 1 hour in. The 85s, yeah. Poor Richard's Almanac was this book that Ben Franklin wrote back in the 1700s. It had all sorts of how to live your life, like how to farm a field, how to I don't know, how to build an outhouse, whatever you did in the 1700s.
Was there anything about the art of the deal?
Yeah, kind of. Because what I'm going to say is the art of the deal.
Here we go.
He had all these little lines to live by, and one of them was, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Pause. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. You ever heard that one, Young Tone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that came from Poor Richard's Almanac. So here's my deal. You got a chance to get Jeff Ulbrich or wait on Bob Saleh, you take Jeff Ulbrich. That's my feeling.
You're saying Saleh's in the bush.
He was in the bush. He's the 2 in the bush. The bird in the hand was Ulbrich. Now, I don't know. Did Ulbrich not want the job? I can't imagine. It's kind of like Paul Goldschmidt. I'm like, why didn't the Giants sign Paul Goldschmidt? And people were like, duh, dude, he'd rather play for the Yankees than the Giants. Which I don't know. Is that true?
I think that's understandable, but would Jeff Ulbrich really rather go to the Falcons instead of the 49ers?
Exactly. Not to mention that he grew up here. I think his wife's from here, and he played for the 49ers. And the Niners have a better chance to win a Super Bowl than the Falcons, I think, unless you like Penix better than Purdy. Maybe some people do like Penix better than Purdy.
We got to see way more of Penix before we start those combos.
Maybe people like Bijan better than Christian.
Yeah, I'm not one of those people.
Yeah. I mean, it's my opinion that the 49ers are a better team than the Falcons fully healthy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then you look at the defensive stars. Like, you get a chance of Coach Fred Warner and Nick Bosa and Diamond Lenore. Like, the Falcons aren't intimidating anybody on defense,
Right.
really.
So how they let that slip away? This gets to our point. They're blowing it. Now, they might fall. They might get lucky. Saleh doesn't get the Jacksonville job. And then they get him, and then all's well that ends well.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not just Jacksonville. The Dallas Cowboys are interviewing Robert Saleh.
Right.
Robert Saleh is on the radar for the Las Vegas Raiders also.
Yeah.
So, like, there's multiple head coaching opportunities out there, not just Jacksonville.
Quick pause, by the way. Would you take Saleh on the Raiders?
I think I would. I like Robert Saleh. I've always been a fan. He's not my first candidate because you know who's number one on the board? It's actually a name that one of our texters just chimed in with, a name that we talked about last year maybe coming in as a DC for the 49ers, Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
He's got Raider ties all
intriguing
over
as hell.
him. And like, you're looking for a guy to
how
set
do
the
you
culture
feel
in
about
Vegas.
that?
I would love Pete Carroll. Like, this is a guy that's has had success at the college level, at the NFL level. The Raiders are a mess right now. They need some type of stability, so I would take Pete in a heartbeat.
My only concern is the first thing that comes to mind is a great, brilliant coach coming back to a sort of a desperate, bad team. George Seifert, Carolina Panthers. Did not go well.
Yeah.
That said, George does not have the energy of a Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll comes into a building and makes a difference. And I love George, but he was a different guy. He was a more mellow. He wasn't a rebuild guy. George was a guy to kind of steer a ship that's already in place, like he did in 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. But he's not a guy to come in and just tear down a building. And Carroll, even at his advanced age, north of 70, it has the energy to come in and just tear down the building and say, come on, guys. Here's some gum. Let's go, man. Let's go.
I mean, it was just a couple years ago.
Let's play the Chiefs tomorrow.
Where he was greeting DK Metcalf shirtless when they drafted him a few years ago.
No, he's got energy for days, and he'd be good. Although Saleh, I think for you guys too, would be a good culture leader type of guy.
Yeah. My only concern is, and I guess maybe this is maybe a bad take because I know Pete Carroll is more of a defensive-minded head coach too, but I just kind of view him as like a leader of men when it comes to coaches. Robert Saleh, obviously with defensive ties.
Carroll's a D coach.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, when you're thinking about grooming a quarterback and helping him develop, first of all, the Raiders need to find a quarterback. It's not the greatest idea to go with a defensive-minded coach.
Thought about that, but if you hire the right OC and you find the right quarterback.
I mean, hell, look at that division in the AFC West. You need a good defense against Patrick Mahomes, Bo Nix, and Justin Herbert.
Yeah, let's think about it. Well, so you got Harbaugh, offensive coach. You got Reed, offensive coach. You got Peyton. Actually, Sean Payton, offensive coach. Yeah. So, maybe. But anyway, that leaves back to the 49ers. So Saleh has 3 chances, although I haven't heard him linked to Dallas as much. I know he interviewed with Dallas. I was actually listening to Adam Schefter, and he was talking about how Dallas operates in their own world. They have a list of candidates separate from everybody else.
Yeah, they got Dion on the list.
Yeah, and they don't whereas the Jags and the Raiders could hire Saleh. Anyway, it all gets to this, guys, and this has been kicked around online. You might be left with Brandon Staley as your D coordinator.
Uh-oh.
Now, the Niners would tell you, good coach, young coach, 2020 Rams, won a bowl, right?
Yeah.
Won a bowl with
23 Chargers.
Aaron Donald, and the whole thing.
Yeah, this is true.
That's how they would spin it. But we as fans and sports radio guys would say, bro, that was not your first choice.
No, and the fact that he was already in the building this year, and if he was that guy, then why wasn't he calling plays this year instead of Nick Sorensen? That's a question, because if you had Brandon Staley in the building, and if you're going to keep Nick Sorensen as the special teams coach, possibly, then what the hell were you doing all last year with Brandon Staley in the first place?
Yeah. So, no, it wouldn't be ideal at all. And that's why I opened this segment by saying the Niners are blowing this thing. Remember, the other thing they told us was, oh, man, it's so great to be able to do this with so much time. Well, guess what? It's been a few weeks now, and they haven't made the hire.
Yeah.
They talked about, we're going to, because I hate to do these in February. It's January 21. It's February in 10 days. And so right now, I'm giving the Niners it's like I'm calling them in I'm not giving them an F just yet, but I'm the teacher who's saying you need to see me at office hours because we got to talk about your progress report. Because right now your progress report isn't going too good.
Oh, I like the progress report example, Murph, but how about I throw a different one at you? This kind of feels like the 49ers are the last kid to ask a girl to prom. And then you're running out of options. It's like, who do I date now?
Yeah. What have you been? I mean, is that a thing? I
had a buddy who actually got sniped.
You got to kind of lock it down early, don't you?
Absolutely. But I had a buddy who was like, oh, I'm thinking about asking this chick. We showed up the next day, and she's got the writing on the back of the window, prom. I'm like, hey, buddy, that doesn't look like your handwriting. He got sniped.
Dudes.
If you're not first, you're last.
Oh, bro. That doesn't look, yeah. Dude,
yeah. And next thing you know, he's settling for the Brandon Staley of dates.
Oh, man. Yeah. Oof. You just brought back a bad memory.
Oh, I'm sorry, Murph.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up.
You brought me back to a high school party where they said, hey, I'll say her name. They said, hey, I just saw Allison in the parking lot. She was with some other guy.
Oh, that's rough.
Like, oh, man.
That's rough.
Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah, she's hanging out with Brandon Staley.
And worse, the guy was wearing like this Indiana Jones like hat.
Oh, no.
I was like, that guy? And he didn't even go to our high school. Wow. He like came in from another high school.
Dang. I thought Indiana Jones was still an artifact.
I was like, wait a minute.
Not Murph's girl.
I was like, wait, Tara Linda Indiana Jones is here in the parking lot?
They're still your girl.
All right, guys. Well, I'm just here to tell you guys it's bad news. I wish I had better news for you. Again, they could fall into Saleh. They could get lucky with Saleh. And then all's well that ends well, right?
Yeah.
But if they don't, honestly, guys, other than Staley, the only other name that might be out there is Gus Bradley, because the other names we need to mention of who might be good candidates, Dennis Allen. Would you have felt good about the Niners hiring Dennis Allen? Well, he hasn't signed it yet, but is a heavy indication he's going to Ben Johnson's Chicago Bears. Mm-hmm. And then the other one is I liked Lou Anarumo. It seems like the Niners were never linked to him, but he is signed with Indianapolis, where Gus Bradley just was, the Colts. So right now the Niners appear to be on that musical chairs game, where they keep taking away a chair. And now now you're down to like 3 guys and 2 chairs.
Yeah, you're running out of chairs.
So
the math ain't mathing.
John Lynch, if you're listening, and I know you do, you got to fix this, baby.
Yeah, and here's the biggest issue, too. Like us mentioning that Robert Saleh has that second interview in Jacksonville on Friday. That means the 49ers, I would assume, are not going to hire a DC until at least Friday, and they figure out what Robert Saleh is doing. And in the meantime, over the next 3-4 days, Gus Bradley could get picked up. So-and-so could get picked up. Yeah. There could be more DCs available out there who are now signing with other teams.
408 asks, why can't Pete Carroll come be the Niners D coordinator? And it's not an outrageous text, 408. He was the Niner D coordinator in 1995 when I was covering the team. I don't know I think right now, I would guess that Pete would tell you, at this point in my career, man, it's either head coach or bust, man. I'm not coming back to be a coordinator. Mm-hmm. Chewing the gum. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
My guess would be like, hey, I'm in a good spot. I've got some dough. Got some money in the bank. I'm not hurting for, I've invested wisely. I have a couple of houses. I want to be a head coach. Right? I don't think he wants to come back and be a D coordinator.
I agree with you. And we even threw this topic out last year when we were talking about the DC search after moving on from Steve Wilkes. And I remember asking Matt Mayoko about it. He kind of chuckled and said it was unrealistic. I'm with you. I think Pete Carroll at this point of his career, if he's going to come back, he's coming back as a head coach.
Yeah. The other one, at 408 throws this out there, and I thought about this last night. Al Golden, the D coordinator at Notre Dame, he has NFL experience, and he did well with Notre Dame, although he single-covered Jeremiah Smith at the most critical point in the game last night.
Oof, that's a bold strategy, Cotton.
I mean, my kid in the living room was like, Dad, they broke from they're singling Jeremiah Smith. What are they doing? And sure enough, he's like, oh. And I was like, you should be a D coordinator, kid.
I was going to say, sign him up.
Yeah,
we already have the New York Jets with that 15-year-old running the whole program.
Oh, the Giants kid who told...
Yeah, was that Giants or Jets?
New York Giants.
Oh, it was New York Giants,
Joe Shane's kid who told him, why don't you trade up to get Jaden Daniels? Mm-hmm. He's like, ha, ha, ha.
His Madden rating wasn't good enough.
You're so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's basing their moves off
that guy, Joe Shane, was told by his owner, boy, I'd hate to see Saquon be an Eagle. And then he had his teenage kid going, you should trade up and get Jaden Daniels. This guy's just sitting there how's this guy still employed?
Great question.
Actually, he's not, I don't think, right?
Ooh.
Is he? They kept Dable, didn't they?
Dable still got a shot.
Yeah, and they kept Joe Shane. Boy,
Blanking Giants.
Yeah, there you go.
The blanking Giants.
Make sure he's still got a gig
right
now.
Dable still gets
a gig. He's with the Giants. Joe Shane. Ignoring Jaden Daniels and Saquon Barkley.
Who needs them when you got Danny
All
Dimes?
right. Well, anyway, I just wanted to tell you guys in this entire segment, the Niners are blowing it right before our eyes.
You blew it.
I know. And it's like, come on, man. We've all talked about this offseason. Refresh, refuel, revenge, reload. And right now they still don't have a D coordinator. And it's been, when was the last game? January 4th or 5th or something like that? What was it? When did he release When did he fire Nick Sorensen? A couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, things are happening without him. That's bad news.
Yeah, it's been a couple weeks, Murph.
There you go, man. All right, listen, on the other side, we're getting ready for Mike Krukow, birthday boy, 73 years young. He's a young man going today. And so today, the Baseball Hall of Fame will be announced. Oh, man, everybody gets upset. So let's get upset about it next. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about Invisalign clear aligners. Getting those teeth straight and pretty, making your smile the best in town. As we know, both Murphy kids use the Invisalign clear aligners. And as we know, I asked 13-year-old Rory Murphy, I said, well, I'm going to talk about Invisalign because, we have a relationship with them. So what do you say about Invisalign? He said, well, Dad, you can tell them with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. And I said, you're hired. Okay, so here, you can wear them all day. You play basketball in them. You can use mouth guards, whatever. You take them out when you eat, put them back in, all this stuff. I have adult relatives who've used Invisalign too, so you can do it at any age. Don't have to be a teenager. If you're an adult who wants to fix your smile, Invisalign's the way to go. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand. It's also transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So check them out at the website. It's pretty simple. Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it, I smile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
It sound right, boy. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Nice, young tone. You're hot today, kid, because you came back with that. First of all, you gave the 21 Savage for 21 and 21 Warriors.
21.
Then you came back with the Kendrick Lamar that I love so much, and one of our listeners was like, bro, well, you got to pay homage to the original. The sample is the Isley Brothers, who, by the way, I can say this with great firmness. We as a nation do not pay enough attention to the Isley Brothers. In fact, when we did 90s Friday and we did Ice Cube, It Was a Good Day, another Isley Brothers sample right there.
I mean, I was just telling young Tony because I walked into his studio during the commercial break. I was like, oh, you're queuing up some Isley Brother. And then it all clicked. I was like, this is another sample. And I swear, from being a board op for the past couple years, there's probably been at least 10 to 20 different cases where Murph goes, oh, I know this sample, and it's the Isley Brothers.
Yeah, 100%. And I did my Irish podcast hit yesterday. They're big into the NFL, and one of their guys is a big Buffalo Bills fan. And we wound up talking about how Shout is the big Buffalo Bills song. Isley Brothers. There you
Another
go,
one.
All right, guys. Well, listen, who's that lady? Here's my transition. Who's that Hall of Famer? All right, that's my bad transition. Because today's Hall of Fame Day. Baseball Hall of Fame Day. And man, oh man, have we lived long enough to see this thing become a dark day in American sports? Like this, like nobody gets happy anymore.
Nope.
It used to be a wonderful occasion, and then the steroid era changed everything because Barry Bonds isn't in, Roger Clemens isn't in, Sammy Sosa isn't in, Mark McGwire isn't in, Alex Rodriguez isn't in, Manny Ramirez isn't in. I could keep going. Right?
But David Ortiz, come on down.
Even Ivan Rodriguez, Pudge Rodriguez, come on down. I mean, we could go on and on. It's gotten so messy. It's gotten so gray. And now you got, next thing you know, you wake up, Scott Rowland's in the Hall of Fame. And
next thing you know, I'm looking at a bust of Larry Walker.
Dude, and I was there this summer. Now, this discussion will take on an extra poignancy because there I was at the Hall this summer with the kids. We did that Cooperstown trip. That was so fun. And, you know, for me, it was just so, I just love it so much. I love going back there. Took that picture with the San Diego Chicken wearing that 70s Red Sox hat that caused a stir on social media. I remember I wore that because I love that old Red Sox hat. People, what are you wearing that hat for, man?
I had people DMing me saying, what the hell's going on with Murph? He's out here repping the Red Sox.
Love that hat.
Hey, all right. That's young Murph.
Who did we have call on my birthday?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, Mike Krukow's birthday on the other side. We'll say happy birthday to him.
Ooh, is
now,
Mike calling in?
Mike is a big Hall guy. And so I've done this show for so long with Mike, and every time we throw a name at him, he's like, yes.
Let him in.
He just lets him in. And I listen, Mike played the game. He won over 100 games. He won 20. He was an all-star. His credibility's a little higher than mine. I'm a small Hall guy. I came up in the era of the small Hall where you had to be great to get in. And what I've seen happen to the Hall of Fame over the last several years is two horrible things. The whitewashing of the steroid era where they're pretending like it didn't happen, which is crazy because I got news for you. It happened, okay? So are we going to either talk about the game's history or are we not?
Yeah.
You know?
Have a separate wing at the Hall of Fame.
You don't even have to have a
This is the steroid era. Put an asterisk on the plaque. I don't care, but like we can't just sit here and ignore it like it didn't happen.
Exactly. Particularly when Bud Selig, the commissioner who profited from all of that, and quite frankly, our guest at 8:30, Tony La Russa, who was a manager of guys who used steroids, is in the Hall of Fame also.
Shout out the Bash Bros.
So, I mean, and I think Tony should be in. He's the second winningest manager of all time. But I don't think he should be in at the expense of guys like Mark McGwire and Barry Bonds and Sammy Sosa and guys like that. So that leads us to, obviously, the watering down, the Todd Heltons, the Scott Rowlands, the Harold Baineses, that whole deal. Now here we are, 2025. And here we are. And to me, I'll just say this right now, there's only one guy I'd put in.
Ooh.
That's it.
Only one.
Ichiro.
Yeah, well, Ichiro is a no-doubter.
Okay.
No-brainer.
Right?
I mean, he's got to be unanimous, right?
Well,
100%?
See, that's the thing. I understand some people get very upset about I don't even care if you're unanimous or not. Just, are you in or you're not? Now, some people get upset
but you're going to tell me there's a voter out there that doesn't think Ichiro's a Hall of Famer?
You know what, dude? It's like I figure there's like 7 billion people on the planet. You get a lot of weird... There's a lot of weird people out there, man. You can't get everybody to agree on everything.
No, you should be able to agree that Ichiro is a Hall of Famer. There's not a question.
Should you agree that Willie Mays was a Hall of Famer?
I agree. He should have been 100%.
He was not unanimous.
Who are these idiots that didn't vote for Willie Mays?
So that's what I'm saying.
How was there no unanimous votes until Mariano Rivera?
I can't even get upset about it because, so I'm not, at least me, I choose not to get upset about it. Just go in.
Well, that's why people get upset with the Hall of Fame because Derek Jeter, my guy, got 99% of the votes. And then like stories are coming out that one of the voters didn't even know that Derek Jeter was on the ballot.
That's what I mean. About like you get enough people in a room, bro. You're going to get some whack
why
shots.
the hell does that guy have a vote?
Well, there you go.
And why does it count? And how do you not know Derek Jeter's on the ballot?
It's another thing. I told you all my dad's life lessons. People in hell want ice water. Another one my dad would hit me with at a time like that. He'd say, "It's an imperfect world, Bri. Now go clean your room." All right.
Yeah.
I got that one a lot. I'd be like, "Blah blah 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 blah." He goes, "It's an imperfect world."
Yeah, that's true.
So it is. It's an
My
imperfect
pops is
world.
big. I was like, "That's not fair, Dad." Well, Marcus, life's not fair.
There it is.
Simple as that.
There it is. So if you're in, you're in. To me, you're in. Who cares about your total? I mean, that's like whatever. You're measuring.
All right.
What are we doing? Tommy Lee?
Well,
here?
then let
Is
me
Tommy
ask
Lee
you.
in the Hall of Fame?
Let me ask you the next question. Does it matter if you're a first ballot Hall of Famer or a second ballot Hall of
that's
Famer?
interesting.
Ah, that is interesting.
That is interesting. Because that is weird. I will confess that this take, I get it if you criticize this take. I understand what you're saying, but it's a weird thing for me. I do believe in tiers of Hall of Famers.
That's interesting.
So I do believe that certain guys are first ballot and other guys should wait a couple years. And I do see there's a lot. When people say to me, wait a minute, if he's a Hall of Famer in 2 years, 2027, and he's on the ballot now, why isn't he a Hall of Famer now? And I get it. I am telling you, this is a flawed argument. I admit it. So I'm not going to.
Thank you.
I'm not going to. It's just a weird thing of mine. I believe that some guys should go in on the first ballot with that extra little star by their name. And some guys should wait. And you could rip me for it or whatever.
Oh, I will.
And that leads us to the guy we're talking about, CC Sabathia. CC Sabathia to me is a borderline Hall of Famer, but I will certainly say this. He is not a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he's on the ballot this year. And I love CC. Great dude. Filet-O's own, man. You can't get any better than a Bay Area guy, born and raised, went to a public high school, Warrior fan, the whole deal. I support CC Sabathia and everything he's about.
Warriors fan.
He's just not a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's not.
You're breaking my heart, Murph.
He's not. And that's a fact. He's not.
Well, let me ask you, what's going to change in the next year or two that's going to make him suddenly a Hall of Famer?
That he will be a Hall of Famer who had to wait a couple years to get in.
Tier.
But even then, his Hall of Fame numbers and stats are right on the edge. Like, he's not an automatic. Like, one Cy Young.
I don't know.
250. Now, again, you know what's funny? Times like this, we start talking about wins. People have told you wins are meaningless, but 251 wins counts, right? 6-time All-Star, if that counts for you. Do you want to go traditional or do you want to go advanced metrics?
Tradition.
Okay, so 6-time All-Star.
I'm a man of tradition.
World Series champ. That always helps.
Yes, he was.
Cy Young, ALCS MVP, one Cy Young, as I mentioned. Other things, led the league in starts a couple of times, led the league in innings once, led the league in wins twice, 2009, 2010. Like, it's a nice candidate. In addition to winning a Cy, you should talk about how many times they finished high in the Cy Young voting. That always is something that's interesting. That to me is worthwhile. Like, even if you didn't win the Cy, were you one of the top 2, 3, 4, 5 guys? And he has a 1, 2, 3, 4 top 5 finishes outside of his win. So 5 different times he was one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball, according to the Cy Young voters. That counts.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he's right there, but he's not an automatic for me. You say he is.
I is. Because my argument is if you strike out 3,000 hitters, you're in the Hall of Fame. I don't know how many other pitchers are out there who have struck out more than 3,000 guys, and they're not in the Hall of Fame. Let's break down that list.
Yeah.
Because that, to me, is one of the milestones. I know we've been talking about 300 wins with Justin Verlander, and we're talking about maybe Justin Verlander is like one of the last guys to have the possibility to do that because nobody pitches more than 5 innings anyway to even qualify for a win. But CC, to me, to your point, with the top 5 finishes at Cy Young's, with a Cy Young award, to me, he was one of the best pitchers of this generation. And yeah, maybe he didn't reach the pinnacle of 300 wins, that magic number, but the guy had 250-plus wins, was an ace on the mound, and he's Vallejo's own, a Warriors fan and a Raiders fan, Murph. Got to make sure to include that. CC's one of my favorite players, so maybe I'm a bit biased here, but I think if you strike out 3,000 guys, you deserve a ticket to the Hall of Fame.
And that's a good argument. I will buy that because when I look at your argument, There are, there are 19 guys in the history of baseball who've struck out 3,000. Although, you know who's 21 away? But I think he's retired. Is Zach Greinke still pitching or no?
It seems like he always pops up left and right, but I think he's done now.
He's at 29.79.
He's right on the border.
So do you penalize him for not striking out 21 more guys?
That's tough. This is where you need like Mr. 3000 when Bernie Mac came back to get those last couple hits. Somebody like Greinke pitched just to get a couple more strikeouts.
You know who's 32 away and is probably going to pitch this year is Clayton Kershaw.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Hey, Kershaw,
to
if you're 3,000 strikeouts.
To answer your question, there's only 2 guys on the 3,000 strikeout list who aren't in the Hall of Fame. There are 2 that are active right now, Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer. And I think we all agree
Those are both Hall
of
of Famers.
There's only 2 guys. Ready?
Let me guess.
They're both controversial.
Mm-hmm. Roger Clemens.
Roger Clemens, who's third all time.
Yes, Roger should be in the Hall. I know, again, we're getting into the steroid conversation.
And
someone who I believe once tried to storm the Hall of Fame, Curt Schilling, right?
Great knowledge.
Yeah, he's another one who's not in the Hall.
Bloody sock.
Yeah, with the bloody sock around his head.
Curt Schilling. So should Curt Schilling be in?
I think you got to say yeah.
3,000
I know he's
strikeouts?
controversial, but like he's on the field. He was an ace, was a part of the Diamondbacks teams, the Red Sox teams. You don't need me to tell this for you. But yeah, Curt Schilling to me, watching him pitch, he was a Hall of Fame pitcher.
Okay, well, listen, it's fun conversation. See, that's the one thing about Baseball Hall of Fame. So the other names that are really, really controversial this year, Billy Wagner, the left-handed fireballing reliever on his 10th try. He has one last try left. 2 outfielders, Andrew Jones, who won 10 Gold Gloves and hit 434 homers, but collapsed in his 30s and fell off the map, and Carlos Beltran, forever giant, who has really good numbers across the board, but does he move the Hall of Fame needle? And then 2 new guys that are interesting for people, Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins, and then the guy that I think is right there with CC that doesn't get the love is Andy Pettitte.
How about the left?
Andy Pettitte. But he didn't strike out as many guys.
No.
But anyway, so
you want to talk about like postseason success and the amount of wins he had.
So you're putting in this group. Are you putting, before we get to Mike, who are you putting in from this group?
CC and Ichiro.
Okay. I'm putting in Ichiro only. All right.
Fair enough.
Fun stuff. Mike Krukow, birthday boy, next on The Sports Leader. It's been a half a minute since we talked about my friends at River Islands. So let's check in out in Lathrop. We got the beautiful lifestyle. They got the boathouse, big lunch dinner spot with burgers and sandwiches and beers and tunes and TVs showing sporting events. Let's talk about the 10-year anniversary of River Islands, where Bay Area homebuyers have been discovering a new approach to living the good life. Against that backdrop of the San Joaquin River, River Islands has created a true lifestyle community with its own charter schools, more than a dozen lakeside neighborhoods, and just as many parks and playing fields. I told you guys about the boathouse. And that's not the whole story by a long shot. This 10-year anniversary celebration includes the grand opening of River Islands High School and the groundbreaking of our town center. Best of all, a collection of outstanding home builders will be grand opening new neighborhoods all throughout the year. So go to riverislands.com, see for yourself how the good life can be your life. And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, special day for our guest, our buddy, Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now. First sedan, fine savings on every model. Geez, Mike, what a fun month for you. 50 wedding anniversary years with your surprise guest, Wayne Kuiper, and a birthday on top of that. So happy birthday, Mike.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike.
Well, thanks. I mean, when you were a kid, it kind of sucked because your birthday was so close to Christmas. I mean, you would get if somebody got a duplicate gift, that's what you got for your birthday. Like jigsaw puzzles is like, oh, that's great. Another jigsaw puzzle. But it's not a date you really look forward to when you're 73 as to when you're 13 or 3. But we're going to have fun with it. We're going to have the troops over tonight, and I don't know what they have planned, but I'll show up and be of good cheer.
Well, so if you get to choose the cake, what's the choice?
See, that's a tough deal. Cakes. Good Lord, I'm not really a cake guy. I mean, I'm an ice cream guy.
Okay.
So, I mean, for me, ice cream and a good chocolate chip cookie.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm good.
All right. What about just a good slice of chocolate devil's food cake with vanilla ice cream? How's that?
Yeah. I mean, that's you. That's you. A devil's food. You know what's
funny about me, Mike?
Right there.
Believe it or not, that is really high on the list. But you know what I wound up going with? And this is going to sound strange, but I freaking love strawberry shortcake. Ooh. I love the whipped cream, the strawberries, and the shortbread.
Yeah, it's hard to beat. Yeah, it really is.
A really good one.
Good call right there. Marcus, what's your go-to?
I'm more of a pie guy myself than cake, but I was going to suggest, Mike, maybe you should try the ice cream cake. It's a cake made out of ice cream, so you get the best of both worlds.
No, that's a sin.
Yeah.
No, you can't combine them. They have to be represented. Each one has to have their own representation on the dish. You can have a little bit of cake, a little bit of ice cream, a little bit of anything. Yeah. I mean, you could throw like 4-day-old broccoli with ice cream, and I think it was the greatest dessert of all time. That's how good ice cream is.
Broccoli with ice cream. I'd never pondered it. I'm going to ponder it now.
Yeah, well, Tom Brady did do the avocado ice cream. Yeah.
I'm just saying. Yeah, they did. The Garlic Festival, they have garlic ice cream.
Well, I mean, why not? You know, it's funny, Mike. I'm with you. Getting older, and the birthdays are like not awesome because you're like, hey, I'm getting older. But it's gotten to the point now where it's like, hey, what do you want for your birthday? It doesn't matter. To me, honestly, and I know you said you're not a cake, but to me, it's like, give me some cake. Like, that's the highlight of a birthday for me. So whatever it is if it's cookies and ice cream or if it's a cake, I hope you enjoy the heck out of it. And also,
yeah, we will.
Yeah, and also have your family, too, over. So that'll be awesome. All right, Mike. Well, there's a lot to get to. There's 2 main topics we wanted to hit you with. One, I did FanFest. 3 main topics. I'll start with FanFest. I did FanFest on Saturday up in Napa. It was really, really fun. And by the way, Matt Chapman brought up fans to chug beers, and I had to chug one with him too. And I was a little slower than him, Mike. So let it be known that your Gold Glove third baseman, can chug a beer. But there was a lot of, Mike, that FanFest energy. I talked to Kyle Harrison about his goals. Jordan Hicks said he wants to make 30 starts this year. That was a big one. Matt Chapman talked about going to Buster Posey's house and talking about building a winner in San Francisco. So I'm just letting you know, like, what's out there. Any of that stuff grab you?
Well, first of all, yeah, I saw the Matt Chapman beer chug, and that wasn't the first one he's ever chugged. So, I mean, he came out of Cal State Fullerton, so I think they have a major in that down there.
I think you're right. He was like drinking a little Dixie cup of water.
Yeah, it was overmatched, but I always love this time of year, and I love the FanFest. Or Cubs convention. I mean, it's when I was in that organization, it didn't even exist. We did a caravan and whatnot. In Philadelphia, we did a caravan. But it was your opportunity to get out and let the fans get you pumped up. Because as excited as you are about going into a season, there's always a bit of apprehension because you don't know what's going to show up when you go to spring training. You have to prove to yourself every year that you can do it again. So there's always that little voice in the back of your mind. It's like, okay, I think I can do it. I mean, I hope I can do it. But until you prove it, it's going to bother you. But fans, they are on board. They just can't wait for the season. Their love of the game is so on display that it's contagious, and you finally and you realize who it is you're playing for. That's the power of the gathering in the fan fest or caravans. It's just one of the coolest things about baseball, and you saw firsthand how serious these guys took it. I mean, they're in shape. They're ready to go. It's the one thing about this generation. They didn't have to worry about having, a way to pay the bills. I mean, when I first got to the big leagues, October 1st, if you weren't going to the playoffs, your paycheck ended. So you had to subsidize your income some way. Well, a lot of guys picked up a lunch pail and went to work. Well, this generation doesn't have to do that, which means that they can work out year round, and they do. I don't know many, especially established veterans, that take any time off. Maybe some of the younger players do, but for the most part, they work out year round. So when they come into camp now, they're in unbelievable shape, and you saw that firsthand up in Napa.
Yeah, Mike, and we saw some of that excitement that's starting to build up before the season starts, but there's also a feeling of anxiety with Giants fans thinking about the task that is taking down the LA Dodgers. And over the weekend, they made the signing official. Roki Sasaki will be joining that rotation. So what was your reaction with the Dodgers signing him?
Well, I wasn't surprised by it. The one that I was really taken by was the Tanner Scott one. That's a guy who I really hope the Giants would, kick the tires on, because I thought he was as good as a reliever as we saw last year. And then the price. I mean, they paid $72 million 4 years for him, so an average annual of $18 million. And I don't know how much of it's deferred, because that's pretty much what they do. They've deferred $1.3 billion, over $1.3 billion. And that is something that is they're taking advantage of it. There hasn't been a rule in baseball that has prevented them from doing that, and it's really given them an edge, especially when we think that they have a pretty good foot in the door in getting the Japanese players. So I do think those things will be discussed in the owners' meetings and as you get into the basic agreement next time. But right now, I mean, I was taken by that. That was an eyebrow raiser for me when Tanner Scott signed on.
For sure, Mike, and it's probably way too big of a topic for this segment, but we can continue it. But it's big picture. This is a big, big deal what the Dodgers are doing. It's causing reverberations all throughout baseball. And there's two ways to look at it. There's one that's like it's terrible for baseball. They're monopolizing all the best players. The other way to look at it is it's great for baseball to have a villain. Like everybody's like, oh, you got to beat the Dodgers, and count me among them. I'm like, I need the nation to join hands and beat the Dodgers. But where is it, Mike? Is it bad for baseball, or is it good for baseball to have a villain, or bad that they're monopolizing everybody?
Oh, they have definitely crossed the line for villain. I mean, they are the new evil empire. They've blown so far past the Yankees, it isn't even funny. But they're setting the bar. And the one great thing about baseball is the 162 games you play. Is a lot can go on, and you have to have health, and you have to have chemistry. Now, granted, they're putting together an all-star team, especially on the mound. That is, gathering major concern around the game as to how you're going to be able to go up against that, and teams are thinking about that. But I don't think anything's bad for baseball when you have teams trying to win, because it puts pressure on other teams to try and win. The Giants are in their division. They realize that they have to do more. I mean, it puts pressure on everybody to put out a better team that can match up. So I mean, there it is right now. Everybody's looking at it on paper right now. Clearly, the best team in baseball is the Dodgers. Clearly, and they're the incumbent champs. So I mean, it's not like they have a problem with dealing with the pressure of performing once you have a. There goes Patriot. I've got my son Bake's coming over dropping Finney, who is their dog, and she is kind of a semi-puppy. So if it gets loud, it's not my fault.
Well, it's going to be fun, the canine fun. But I'm with you, and it's something we can carry on to another day because it's about big picture, because people are talking about lockouts and things like that. But I wanted to hit a couple other topics before you go, and one is the Hall of Fame. Now, I've done this show for you for 20 years, and I think it's fair to say you're a big Hall guy. You've said that. So how big does the Hall get this year with Ichiro, CeCe Sabathia, Billy Wagner, Andrew Jones, Carlos Beltran, and even Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins, on Andy Pettit and Mark Burley? Like, is everybody in, Mike, or where do we draw the line?
I wish. I mean, that's the one thing that I just don't ever understand is when you have a guy, because you know when you're playing against a guy, if he's got a chance for the Hall, you know it. And, you know, there are guys out there on the doorstep that have not been let in, Dale Murphy and Jeff Kent. I could go on and on, certainly Barry Bonds. It's just, you know, it really upsets me because they're such a huge part of the history of the game, and they're not being recognized. And they can downplay it as much as they want, but they want confirmation that their time in the big leagues was elite, and it was. And I'm looking on the list, you know, again, Baseball Reference. I'm on there every day. I love it. And then they have the ballot for 2025, and you're looking at the numbers. And I think there are about 12 guys that could go in, legitimate. And I could even extend that to 15. How many guys are going to get in? I don't think more than 2 are going to get in. And you know, and they deserve it, obviously. I mean, the 15 guys I think that could go in deserve it. So it does pain me, only because I do think that, you know, guys walk around shaking their head. I mean, how can Jeff Kent and Barry Bonds and, I mean, Steve Garvey, throw him in there. How can you? There's so many guys in history. They just have to wait and wait and wait, and it's agonizing. And I don't think it's right. They almost have to apologize for their brilliant career because they're not in the Hall of Fame. So I do think it's going to be a 2, maximum 3 guy class, and there'll be some more guys on the doorstep. But I do think Ichiro, if he doesn't get in on 100%, something's wrong.
There's always somebody, though. And then finally, Mike, we haven't talked to you since the passing of Bob Uecker. It happened right after we hung up with you last week. And I just need to know, you know, you first of all, condolences, and know he's a friend, right, and a colleague. So that's sad. But he did make it to 90, which is a great, great, great run. That said, you know, how many, as you would call it, horse laughs did you have with Uecker through the years? And in your memory, if you had to go to a banquet and tell your Uecker story, what is it?
Oh, my God, I could go 2 hours in a banquet and still leave a volume of horse laughs on the table. The thing that was so cool about him was he always saw himself as nothing more than a ball player. And he loved it. He loved the yard. He loved the clubhouse. He just loved to go in. And you walk, even now, you walk him in there last year at 90 years old, he'd go in the clubhouse, and he was just flipping back and forth with everybody in that clubhouse like he was still having the uniform on. He loved it. And everything else he ever did, Mr. Belvedere and all the movie cameos, et cetera, and all the spots on Johnny Carson, he wasn't that impressed with. I mean, he just kind of like, he had fun with it, but it wasn't like he put a lot of pressure on himself to do it. Yeah, it was either there or it wasn't there. What he prided himself most in his career was his image and his reputation in the world of baseball. And when we get together, you know, I mean, when you're like Uecker, you're expected to make everybody laugh. That's your gig, right? You know, he does. And he never disappointed. He's exactly how you think he would be. But when Kipe and I would go into to his booth, his broadcast booth there in Milwaukee, or when he came to Candlestick, or when he came to Oracle, we would go in there with one thing in mind, and that was to make him laugh. And when you could make him laugh, it was going to be a hoot. It was going to be time in the booth that would go by fast. And it was just, he was just a character. He was just a wonderful, wonderful character that loved the game. And everybody has a story about him. And I'll tell you my favorite one, and it was when we were in Candlestick. And the best thing about Candlestick Park was the wind would howl every night, and it would swirl. So Kipe and I would sit in the broadcast booth before the game, and we would sit there, and we'd get our stat pack that we never looked at, but it was about an inch thick, and we'd start tearing it up into little pieces. And we'd get a pile on our desk that was about a foot high, right? And then when the right moment hit and the wind was swirling, we would open the window and we'd throw the papers out. And they'd go about a foot out in front of us, and all of a sudden, boom, they take off and go to the right or left, depending on which way the wind was swirling. And it was hysterical. It was just like throwing confetti on a parade. Well, on this particular night, the Brewers were at the ballpark, and just 2 doors down from us was the Milwaukee booth, And there was Bob Uecker doing his live open, and the window was open. So on that particular day, we put 2 feet of scrap paper on the desk. And when the bright lights came on, hey, everybody, Bob Uecker here at Candlestick Park, we opened up the door and we threw out a bunch of paper that went about 10 feet to the left at 100 miles an hour and then just took the hard left into his booth. And it looked like it was snowing when he was trying to do his open, and it was hitting him upside the head. And the whole time he never changed expression. He had a smile on his face, and he did his whole open. It was live. So we were sitting in 2 doors down, and Kipe and I were holding ourselves. We were just completely horse laughing the guy. It was hysterical. And we forgot about it. 2 innings later, we're in the middle of the game, and Uecker comes in, opens the door, takes a full industrial-sized trash can that was full to the brim, and he dumps it on the 2 of us. We had hot dog wrappers. We had mustard. We had old coffee grounds. I mean, it was just – it covered us. It covered our books. And we looked up at him. He was up at the – it was like steps up to get out of the booth. And he was laughing that brilliant, beautiful laugh of his that was so evil. And it was something that we all laughed about. And every time we gathered after it, it was just one of those moments. And I'll bet we had 100 of those moments.
Oh, man, it's so good. It's so great. And people love hearing these stories and the memories. And I saw Miller Lite put out an ad and said, now you get to be in the front row, right? So really, really fun. Great life, great American life, and leaves a lot of sadness because we lost him, but a lot of smiles through the tears, man. Mike, happy birthday to your brother. Have a great one, and we'll talk to you Thursday.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, the birthday boy, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. There's so many baseball things. We got to circle back on that Dodger stuff as the week goes on because there's some big topics there about where they are and where baseball is and all that.
Yeah.
But the big hit is history at Chase Center. The wrong kind. And what does it mean? Next on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I wasn't there that long. I just went in there and fired that stuff on him and got out of there.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this afternoon, or this morning, I should say. I'm a little confused. It's early in the morning. You can hear it all live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
So we're going to do this for the big hit as well. How do the Warriors save their season? Is it a big trade? Do they need to get healthy? Or is it just already over? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Tuesday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency, asking you one simple question. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Well, lucky for you, I'll have you dropping pounds like Mark Andrews dropping 2-point conversions the other night with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Check it out. I've been on this program for about 3 months, and I hit my goal of losing 25 pounds. And I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 888-594-7110 or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com. I'll have you dropping pounds like Mark Andrews dropping 2-point conversions the other night.
Oh!
Now, this is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Steal by Tatum, Porzingis, and he's fouled by Curry, and he scores it. Jaylen Brown in the corner, he's got a three. Timeout, Steve Kerr. The flow of this one to start this third quarter, not good. All Boston. As the Celtics go to 30-13. Warriors drop to 21-21 as they begin their official second half.
We've got to flush this one down the toilet and get ready for SAC. We've been very competitive all year, and our guys have fought. But we've had a handful of these where we just get blown out, and it's these are demoralizing. So 21.
Woo! History at Chase Center yesterday. We were fortunate to be there. Hey, I brought 3 7th grade basketball players. Hey, let's go see the Warriors and the Celtics. This should be great. Oh, wait. Worst home loss in 40 years. And for those of us of a certain age, when I saw the game, I got very excited. January of 85, my senior year of high school, when I was like the lone Warrior fans in a depressing year, seeing that roster was really fun to visit. But yes, Marcus, you had fun.
I mean, it was not only the worst Warriors home loss in those 7th graders' lifetime, Murph, in my lifetime, in John Joe Curley's lifetime, in young Tony's lifetime, Murph. We weren't alive the last time the Warriors were this embarrassed at home.
Wait, you don't remember the John Bach 22-win Warriors?
Remember it like it was yesterday.
Wait, you don't remember Mike Bratz out of Stanford? Chuck Alexinas? Come on, man. The ones who there's There's some real heartwarming Warriors on that team that lost by. Do you have the score on that game?
Oh, I saw it was a final of 149-104 Mavs.
I wonder who was on that Mavericks team too, by the way. But was Mark Aguirre probably? But anyway, some of the guys on this team now were heartwarming. Terry Teagle, Larry Smith, Purvis Short, Sleepy Floyd, Lester Connor. Like these are beloved Warriors. Now, then there were some other guys. You're like, oh man, that guy was on the team. Peter Tebow out of St. Mary's, Jerome Whitehead out of Marquette, Chuck Alexinas, Mike Bratz. There were some fun names. Anyway, but that's not the team that played yesterday. The team that played yesterday was the 2025 Warriors.
Well, I don't know, Murph. I was going to say, it kind of does sound like that roster with Quentin Post and Guy Santos
in the fourth quarter,
and Pat Spencer out there.
In the fourth quarter, it was Santos.
It kind of does have the 85 vibes.
Dude, definitely Quentin Post vibe. Although, you know what? I didn't mind Post, actually.
Oh, give me some more Post action.
I'll tell you what, I'll take a little more Post. So listen, guys, that's where we're at with the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We got Tony La Russa coming up at 8:30, which will be great. He's got an event coming up. He's also a Hall of Famer on Hall of Fame Day, which will be fun to talk about. But, yeah, man, this is the situation. We talked to Mark Spears earlier today about what to do, and they just remain in this mess. And even Mark Spears, when I asked him, I said, you've advocated forever, blow it up, go get Steph some help, make one last run. I said, what do you do now? Because now time has passed. Now there's only 2 weeks left before the and Mark Spears himself said, can you give me 2 more weeks? Is what he said. So tomorrow night they go to SAC. Okay, so obviously yesterday's game, what are you going to say? We knew going in it was sort of a scheduled loss. Boston had no injuries. They were fully stocked. The Warriors were without Jonathan Kuminga, obviously. Without Draymond Green is the new news. And Mark Spears said to us, he's worried about Draymond.
Calf strains.
Yeah.
We're talking calf strains again. How many times have we talked about Bay Area athletes and calf strains, whether we're talking Kevin Durant or Christian McCaffrey? One common thread is it usually leads to the Achilles.
Well, don't even want to put that in the universe.
I know,
there,
I hate even saying it, but I said
yeah.
it last time about CMC too, and people got mad that I brought up KD, but I'm like, look, it's pretty simple. When we start talking forearm tightness with pitchers, it leads to Tommy John surgery. When you start talking calf strains, especially injuries like this that linger on, most of the time it feels like it leads to an Achilles injury.
Without getting that scary and bad to put that in the universe, it's at least, for now, a damaging injury that's not going to get better anytime soon, which means they're going to be without him. So I guess my question to everybody, as I tell you, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, is what now? Like, what now? Like, so they won on, what was it, Saturday against the Wizards, and they won the previous Thursday in Minnesota, right?
Yes.
That was the famous Twitter fingers can shut up now, right?
Yeah.
Well, Twitter fingers can get going again.
Yeah,
now,
get those trade machines going again.
Right. So what now? They're 21-21. Here's the thing, and Spears brought this up too. Believe it or not, nobody in the West is running away. Everybody's got problems, starting from the 6th seed on down. The Lakers are 22-18, but a very unconvincing 22-18. All the advanced analytics say that they're ready for a collapse. The Dallas Mavericks are without Luka Doncic right now. They've missed Kyrie. Sacramento's about to embark on a really tough 6-game road trip.
Yeah, but Doug Christie got those boys playing well.
Right, which leads us to tomorrow. Minnesota is a mess, and they lost Dante DiVincenzo, and the Warriors own them. Phoenix is the same record as the Warriors, and they're kind of having they're in worse cap and draft pick shape than the Warriors too. They don't even have the Kuminga, Pods, TJD, Wiggins situation like the Warriors in some situations. So what now? Do you hang, like I said to you last week, I said top 6 should be the goal. And I'm here to tell you this, believe it or not, after yesterday, top 6 is still reachable. In fact, top 5 is still reachable. I mean, the Clippers have 18 losses. The Warriors have 21 losses. They're only 3 losses back of the Clippers, but it happens right freaking now. So if you knew the schedule, the Celtics were a scheduled loss, even if you didn't know it was going to be by 40 points and bring back memories of Chuck Alexinas, you knew it was a scheduled loss. What do you do from this point on? You take on the Kings tomorrow night, and what all of a sudden is a big game. And as you pointed out, he's got them. They're playing pretty good. Like, that's going to be a tough game without Draymond, without Kuminga.
They've won 9 out of the last 10 games, Murph.
Yeah.
The Kings are red hot. And, like, that's my question. Like, it's always fun to sit here and play the schedule game, but without Draymond, without Kuminga, without Pods. I mean, I simply asked Mark Spears a question earlier this morning. Do they have more issues offensively or defensively? He said both. Like, they're struggling all over the place. And this is a Warriors team where 12 of their 21 wins this year came in the first couple weeks of the season. So it's kind of hard to look at the record and where they're at in the standings because we've seen them show up and beat the Boston Celtics. We've seen them show up and get blown out by the Boston Celtics. But we've also seen this team lose games to teams like the Toronto Raptors. So it's just the inconsistency with this team right now, inconsistencies with the second option scoring behind Steph Curry, and inconsistency on defense with some of these injuries.
So listen to Steph after the game, guys. And again, this is a guy who on Thursday night was feeling it, said Twitter fingers can shut up, and we're very competitive, and let us figure this out. To last night's historic 40-point loss, which called back the 1985 Golden State Warriors, coached by John Bach, who, well, was always a nice guy. Was like, yeah, well, John Bach, it's not going to happen. Winds up going to Chicago and becoming part of the greatest dynasty of our lifetime, the Phil Jackson Bulls. I'm like, wait, that's John, because Phil Jackson's like, oh, and Johnny Bach. I'm like, wait, Bach? Our John Bach?
It was Bach all along.
That guy was winning 22 games out here, man. It's like Kai Correa and Gabe Kapler going to launch like the next 10 World Series dynasty.
Yeah, Kai Correa taking over the Dodgers.
Actually, Kai Correa was a pretty good Cleveland Guardians team.
He
Although
was in
I
the
was
postseason this year.
Quick digression. People are writing deep dives on the Dodgers and what does it mean for baseball. See, Cleveland, after their great year, has sold. They've added nothing. Like one of the arguments is like not enough teams are trying to win, and Cleveland would be one of those teams that had a good year. Then like, yeah, we're going to trim. Anyway, back to the Warriors. Joe Lacob never wants to trim. I asked Spears, I said, do you think Joe's said, I gave you my 10-year run. I spent all that money. Now I'm going to. He said no. He said Lacob's as competitive as ever and will try to push the envelope, which is interesting. I mean, that was Spears' take. But here was a discouraged Steph Curry after last night.
It's incredibly significant for our season. You know, you'd hope to be a better home team than you are on the road. You'd hope to be able to defend your home court. And when you have, a stretch of the schedule like this where you don't have to get on a plane and you can hopefully, come out and be the hardest working team on a given night and allow that to help you. We'll see. We'll see how we respond to it and if we can take advantage of this stretch. Tonight was not great. Captain Obvious statement, but just the idea that we can keep ourselves afloat until we get some guys back can kind of make or break our season, to be honest, to keep it real. Like, we've been in situations where we've had to chase down the stretch after the All-Star break, and I think 2 years of that takes a lot out of you, so you have to find a way to stay in the race and the standings. Nobody's counting, game by game type thing, but it like to your point, the 6 to 8 game stretch can kind of define where we are going forward the rest of the season.
You got to love Steph Curry, man. After a 40-point beatdown, where you could have told Raymond, no, man, nothing to say. He goes and he gives his all, too. Gives like heartfelt takes on the Warriors' future. This guy. He is unbelievable. But that said, let's talk about that. When the Giants would go on, and we're looking forward to this. The season starts real soon. When the Giants are about to go on a road trip, I'll give you my best case projection,
Murph's plan.
So let's start it. So it's going to be these next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, until they hit the road again. 7 games. Okay, they got seven home games before they go on a road trip to Utah, LA, and Chicago. Or I say 7 home games. One of those games is in Sacramento. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to give you the plan right now. So it's Kings Wednesday. I'm going to be honest, that's a loss. Okay? Bulls Thursday. You got to win that game. You're 1-1. Lakers Saturday. That's a big one. You got to win. You can't let Austin Reeves drive past you for a layup. They got to win that one. 2-1. Jazz come into town. You got to win that one. 3-1. Thunder, you lose. 3-2. Suns, you got to win. 4-2. Magic come to town. They're good, but you got to win. 5-2. They got to go 5-2. I don't know if they're capable of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be betting on that.
5-2 is what they need to do. If they do that, all of a sudden they're 26-23, and that would put them. But again, that's asking a lot. Now I've beaten the Lakers. I've beaten the Magic. Mm-hmm. These are good, and I'm even accepting losses in Sacramento and to OKC. I'm accepting those losses. So if they do that, then they come up to the trade deadline at 26-23, and you're kind of, and that would put you probably. I bet they'd be around 7 or 8 at that point in time in the seeding. Then do you make that move for Sasa Vucevic?
I think you have to make some type of move.
But do you trade either Wiggins or Kuminga?
Yeah, I would. I'll pull the trigger. And I would actually prefer to trade Andrew Wiggins instead of Jonathan Kuminga because Kuminga's younger, more valuable, and Andrew Wiggins also has a bigger contract. So if you're looking for a max player or one of these superstars that you're trying to pair with Steph Curry as a number 2 option, you got to trade money anyways. And look, I can pull out my Twitter fingers and go to the trade machine and cook up an Andrew Wiggins pods and a second-round draft pick for Zion. And that's my trade scenario. But the problem is it sounds like there's not a lot of scenarios out there for the Warriors, which is an issue because if they're hovering around 500 or even a couple games above that near the trade deadline, this team is not good enough to win a play-in game, let alone the first round of a playoff series. That's the issue, and that's why they need to get better.
Right, and again, what's out there and all this. Look, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is blowing up. What you guys are saying, 209 says, you understand, right? The Warriors' time is over. Okay.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to get the ketchup out the end of the bottle. That last couple of squeezes of Steph Curry.
The current talent is nowhere near good enough. Well, they're 21-21. 408 says, you say Steph Curry gives us all. When does he give his all on the defensive end? Well, actually, to tell you the truth, he had a tough matchup. He was matched up against Jaylen Brown a lot yesterday, and that was tough. And but he was trying hard. He had a couple deflections. 707 said, you just said 5-2 in that stretch? Bro.
Yeah.
Which team are you watching?
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
I don't see it, Murph.
707 says, if Kuminga is staying on the Warriors, that will require a Wiggins-level contract. Well, yeah, they'll have the room for that, too. 415 says they'll probably whirl off 10 wins in a row at some point for no rhyme or reason. I don't think so. 831 with a great one. He says, the real question is, how did the Cohan Warriors never lose by 40 at home?
That is surprising.
Shocking.
Yeah, that is surprising.
916 going, if you love something, set it free. Steph needs to blow it up and demand a trade. We've talked about that. They're not there. That's not going to happen.
No.
By the way, you ever hear that one then, Tony? If you love something, set it free. You ever said that? Yeah. You ever see that bumper sticker that says, if you love something, set it free. If it doesn't return, hunt it down and kill it. I've seen that on a bumper sticker.
Great advice, yeah.
Shout out Sting in his solo efforts. If you love someone, set them free.
Hey,
anybody?
whoa.
80s Friday?
No.
Set them free, free, set them free. Come on now, everybody.
Sing it, Murph.
Branford Marsalis.
No. The room is giving you blank stares right now.
I don't know that one.
No.
Come on, man. 5-3 says the Kings are the hottest team in the league, boys.
Mm-hmm.
He said that beam will follow the Warriors all the way down 80. No, that's here you go. Oh, no, you're going to go free, set them free.
Light the beam.
310 says no player the Warriors can add outside of Giannis or Joker can get them to the championship, let alone outside the first round. So there you go. 503 says, who took the bigger L yesterday, the Warriors or the Pop Culture Showdown? I don't know what you're talking about. Pop Culture Showdown is undefeated.
Never lost.
It's never lost.
What are you guys talking about?
707 says, Murph, you said 5-2. They'll probably go 2-5.
I'd say that's more likely. More likely to go 2-5 than 5-2.
510 says, Bob Marley saying, everything is just for a while. Total destruction, the only solution. All right, we're getting quoting Marley.
He did say every little thing is going to be all right, Murph.
It's true.
Will it be all right?
And Reggae Fridays are coming up, too. So, once again, we're in this purgatory of Warrior demand. 21 wins, 21 losses, a historic
21.
home loss. And just for the old head crowds out there, the 40-year-ago loss in January of 85 featured Lester Connor, Sleepy Floyd, Purvis Short, Larry Smith, Terry Teagle. My beloved guys, man. Those were my guys. I rode with them. They just weren't that good.
Yeah.
They went 22-60.
You think your kids, all the 7th graders you took to the game yesterday, are going to be like, yeah, I remember that game. January 20th, 2025.
I think they will.
My guy Quentin Post was out there with Guy Santos.
I was thinking about that, actually. Because 7th grade, you start to remember stuff, right? And I was thinking, will they remember the green Celtics jerseys? Because they only come here once a year. You know, you only get to see them once. And will they remember the historic loss? And will they remember seeing Quentin Post out there? I was like, hopefully they will. Hopefully they will. All right, what are you doing? You're pump faking twice there over there, kid.
I'm looking for the song here, but it's
set them free.
You just keep want to play Happy Birthday Stevie Wonder. I'm trying to get the damn Sting song. We'll get it for the next segment.
All right, man. All right.
Well, happy birthday, Mike Krukow.
Yes, it is Mike Krukow's birthday. So anyway, there's your big hit. It remains a big pile of blah for the Golden State Warriors who made history. All right, Tony La Russa is going to join us at 8:30 so we can get in some Hall of Fame talk, too. We can do that next if you want on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Oh, Amici's is the best. We love the pizza at Amici's, but also Amici's cares about the community and our state of California. And of course, our friends down in Southern California, our neighbors, have been hurting so bad with the wildfires. So Amici's is jumping in. All of January, Amici's is raising funds to support the firefighting and relief efforts underway in Southern California. So from now through January 31st, Amici's is donating 15% of dine-in and pickup sales to the LA Fire Department Foundation, which helps to provide vital and badly needed equipment and support to our heroic LAFD firefighters. So, how do you participate? You just mention this fundraiser to your server when dining at any Amici's location, or use the code LA Fire Relief when ordering online at Amicis.com or using the Amici's app. Every pizza makes a difference, but also your wings and your salads and your pastas and your beverages, 15% goes to the LA Fire Relief. So do yourself and our friends in LA a favor between now and the end of the month. Enjoy all your Amici's favorites. Use the code LA Fire Relief, and Amici's will donate 15% of your purchase to the LAFD Foundation. So you're looking for the best way to eat the best pizza and support heroes. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 4:50 this afternoon. You can hear it all live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is also that time. I'm looking for the drop. Can't find it, but the big question of the day is, how do the Warriors save their season? We got the poll up on YouTube, and everybody's pretty much saying it's already over. So you can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There we go. There we go. How'd I hit the notes? Do you want to replay my singing there, buddy? Free, free, set them free. This is Sting's solo, guys. So Police, obviously one of the greatest bands of all time. Hit after hit after hit after hit with their funky reggae and ska and punk and pop rhythms they had and all that. Then Sting was like, I'm too good for this. I need to express myself on an individual basis and have tantric sex with his wife.
Hey now.
Trudy.
Whoa.
He's very public about it.
Whoa.
Very public.
Whoa.
Talked about it in many interviews.
Tantric, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hours and hours and hours.
Wow.
Anyway, he then produced this song, which, to be honest, was a little hit in the 80s. You know this one, buddy?
No, I actually don't know this tune.
Sure you do. Here you go. Branford Marsalis, the famous sax player on it. This is all because somebody said, if you love Steph Curry, you got to set him free. Love Steph Curry, you got to set him free. Just like if you love steroid users on the Hall of Fame ballot, you got to set them free.
Let them in.
Because we have...
Let them all in.
John Joe Curley just walked in during the break, and Tony La Russa is going to join us in a few minutes, okay? 8:30. Bruce Jenkins at 8:50. And I sure do understand that this will make me an absolute pariah amongst my holier-than-thou sports writing compadres from my days back in the press box. They're all, you know, we're holier than that.
Yeah, well, they're part of the problem why people don't like the Hall of Fame.
We know what's best.
Yeah, uh-huh.
And I was like, yeah, well, it all happened.
We're the
And we
smartest
all
guys at
covered
the
it,
ballpark.
And we all wrote about it, and baseball sold tickets, and they crowned champions, and all that stuff happened during the steroid era. It all happened. All right, buddy. So I find it a little late to kind of go back and legislate it. Plus, we're not, you know, this isn't Congress. It's not, we're not signing executive orders here. You know what I mean? So John Joe Curley walked in with a ballot and goes, hey, guys, I want to post your ballot on social. Now, I've never sat down and done the history on Bobby Abreu or Mark Burley or Torrey Hunter or Andrew Jones. It would require a lot more work than I just put into this. But for the purposes of radio and theater, I filled it out. And again, I didn't. But here, you ready? Here it is, buddy.
Survey says.
I put 3 guys in.
Ooh, that's 2 more than I thought you were going to put in.
Ichiro Suzuki.
Guaranteed.
Congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the Hall.
Ready for this? And just come at me, bro. We're going to post this. Come at me. I'll mute you all. Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez.
Wow.
Those are my next 2.
Wow.
And that's it.
I would say that's a hot take, but Murph, they also have my vote on my ballot.
I didn't know that.
I'm telling you, open the door for all the steroid users. You can't sit here and act holier than everybody else when you let David Ortiz and Ivan Rodriguez and guys that have ties to steroid allegations and failed tests. And you let them all in the Hall of Fame.
Yes,
Don't sit here and tell everybody else, oh, these guys are not allowed because they did steroids. There are steroid users in the Hall of Fame.
Now, I understand the argument against Manny and Alex is that they actually failed drug tests after MLB put in policies. So I understand that. I get it. So that you could say about Manny Ramirez and Alex Rodriguez, because Barry Bonds and them, they never got the smoking gun on those guys. They never did.
Well, that was always like the confusing part for me originally, now Murph, tell me if I'm wrong here, I believe steroids were banned early 90s, but they didn't start testing.
On a federal level.
Yes, but they didn't really start testing until like late 90s, early 2000s.
Like mid-00s, I want to say.
Yeah,
Because the players' union was
so
strong.
it's kind of the gray area of was it illegal at the time, but you're not testing me for it.
Exactly. Maybe you ever see the movie Broadcast News, William Hurt? They keep moving the line. She goes, you cross the line. He's like, well, they keep moving the line, don't they? So for me, you're so sure that all these people you're voting for have never used anything. We don't know. Nope. So I'm just going to go with what happened on the field. All right. Unless, and I guess Joe Jackson theoretically threw the game. No. Pete Rose gambled on the game. No. That's another one, by the way. Pete Rose in the year of his death. Do you get sympathetic because it was a lifetime ban?
Yeah,
and the life is over.
I think you might not be far off. I think they're kind of waiting to punish Pete, and if he ever makes it, obviously they were waiting for his demise. Which
so
sounds
anyway,
pretty harsh.
It's a hot take, and I get it, and I know some people will be very, very much disagreeing with it. The guy I'm just going to make wait because I am weird like that is CC Sabathia.
I don't like that.
Andy Pettit, Felix Hernandez as that Tim Lincecum type of resume where he was a streak across the sky but didn't have the longevity of some of the other guys.
See, that's where, again, I go to that Tim Lincecum argument of me watching these guys and saying, hey, that's a Hall of Fame pitcher. That's an ace. Yeah. That's King Felix with the Kings Corps up in Seattle. Like, he's one of the most dominant pitchers of this generation. But to your point, he doesn't have the numbers on his baseball reference page.
I would say of all these guys on the ballot, the guy who might be the guy you knew in your gut was a Hall of Famer is probably King Felix. Honestly, but he doesn't have the longevity numbers that get you in. But so other candidates like Carlos Beltran, really, really good, no doubt. But did he move? Like he didn't he didn't move the needle like King Felix. I know different position players versus outfielders. I get it. But Adam Jones, great player. Or pardon me, Andrew Jones. My bad. Adam Jones is also on the ballot. But Andrew Jones, wow, really, really good. To me, honestly, King Felix was a bigger star. Yeah. I mean, I kind of go by that star thing. To be honest, guys, a guy on this ballot that and I know there's arguments against him, but to me, when I watched him play, Omar Vizquel. Omar Vizquel to me was like, that's the best defensive shortstop I've ever seen. Yeah. And Ozzie Smith is in. He couldn't hit his way out of a freaking brown paper bag, that guy.
Good point.
So, so I mean, listen, I'm a small hall. It comes down to this. I'm a small hall guy.
Wow.
Because I grew up in the era of the small hall. Like years. When I was growing up, this is how I was raised. Like you only got in if you were super, 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 super special. Like they left Dale Murphy out, they left Will Clark out, they left Don Mattingly out. All those guys are great, legendary players who, when you saw them play, you're like, that's a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. And the Hall of Famer's like, nope, you got to be Mays, you got to be McCovey, you got to be Mike Schmidt, you got to be George Brett. Those are the guys you got in. So for me, that's me voting. Now I've seen ballots posted on social media. Guys are voting for freaking everybody. Guys are voting. Peter Gammon's voted for Dustin Pedroia.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I've got 7 or 8 votes on my ballot.
What do you got?
So I'm with you. I also threw in A-Rod and Manny, despite the steroid allegations and everything that went there. They're Hall of Famers. Put them in the Hall. I would also write in Barry Bonds and a few other steroid users on this list, but they're not on the list right now. So I am starting with A-Rod and Manny. I think Ichiro, unanimous, 100% Hall of Famer. I got my guy CC Sabathia first ballot. My argument earlier this morning is if you strike out 3,000 guys, you've punched your ticket to the Hall of Fame. The only other 2 pitchers not in the Hall of Fame with more than 3,000 strikeouts, Curt Schilling and Roger Clemens, and they have their own issues going on outside of baseball. So I'm putting CC in. I know this one might be a little controversial. I'm putting Andy Pettit into the Hall of Fame. Most postseason wins in baseball history. Now, of course, had a lot of opportunities with the Yankees being in the postseason so often. Also, in my opinion, the best pickoff move that I've ever seen in my lifetime. So I'm giving a vote for Andy Pettit.
I do like Andy Pettit a lot, but he falls to me just close, just the Hall of the very, very good. Now, that said, I'm detecting with a couple of those guys a little pinstripe in your blood there.
How about one more pair of pinstripes for you? And most guys forget that this guy put on the pinstripes. I would throw a vote for my guy, Troy Tulowitzki. And I know he probably won't make the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
I just do it because he's Sunnyvale Little League.
So you're just like having
Fremont
fun.
High School. I don't give a damn.
You're just having fun with your stuff.
Exactly. It's like, these are guys I want in the Hall of Fame. I'm not one of these writers like, oh, my vote is so important. Half of these nerds can't even hit a curveball, and they're deciding who goes into a Hall of Fame.
Well,
miss me with that BS.
Troy Tulowitzki,
his stats are not going to say he's a Hall of Famer.
2-time Gold Glove.
Pittsburgh loves data.
just like you're out here making statements.
Let them
That's what you
all
are.
in. Jimmy Rollins, another guy with Bay Area ties. Play him in the Hall
With
also.
respect to Tulowitzki, 3 top 8 MVP finishes.
He was just never healthy enough, doesn't have the longevity.
No, and 225 homers. He hit 290. Really nice player.
We're talking about a Sunnyvale Little League legend.
Really, really
Murph.
nice player. By the way, he played 5 games as a Yankee.
Yeah, I'll never forget
5
those games.
13
Some of the best games of my life, Murph.
Young Tony, you've been quiet today. You represent the next generation. You're a baseball fan. What's your ballot?
Barry Bonds has got to be in the Hall of Fame.
He's not on the ballot,
I'm
sadly.
writing him in, obviously. And then I think Ichiro. Copes has told me all about Ichiro. I really didn't get to see him play a ton. Obviously, he retired in 2019. I could have. I just didn't. But one of the best base stealers of all time, and arguably a first ballot surefire, always looked and appeared in every game like a Hall of Famer. Ohtani looks up to him, one of the players he grew up rooting for. So I think Ichiro is probably the only guy. Everybody else, to be honest, is not in my book. I wouldn't let him in. I'm kind of with you.
Small hall guy.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a small hall guy. It's a very elite group, which is why Barry Bonds should be in there. He's an elite player. He's one of the greatest of all time.
I was there this summer, and I have to tell you, from the first half of this century, bro, there's some guys in there, bro. We can go in there. We can do a little spring cleaning. There were a couple guys in there. I was like, bro, I forget. I got to tell you the name of the guy. But I called somebody over. I'm like, bro, they put his putouts on his plaque. Like, so-and-so led the NL in putouts in 1923. I'm like, you're out, bro. It's time to recycle this plaque. You're gone, bro. So we need to do a spring cleaning because there's been an inconsistency through the years.
You want to kick guys out of the Hall of Fame now?
Yeah, we do.
Wow.
We need to clean up.
Your Hall of Fame pass has been revoked.
There's an old joke. This is an inside golf joke here for the exclusive golf club. Cypress Point is the golf club down here in the Monterey Peninsula. That is the club, right? With the most beautiful Mackenzie course in the world. And Bob Hope, the old comedian, used to say, his joke was, yeah, they held a membership drive down at Cypress Point, drove out 15 members. All right, so that's what we're talking about, all right? So we're going to hold a membership drive at the Hall of Fame, drive out 15 members.
Murph is making it smaller. Me and Mike Krukow are making it bigger because one last vote, a guy we didn't mention, K-Rod, Francisco Rodriguez, 6th all-time with over 460 saves. I think he's another guy you could put in that conversation.
Well, we'll talk about it with Tony La Russa next on The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Man, it's always great to talk to Tony La Russa. Certainly one of the great baseball minds of our time and in the Hall of Fame. And, man, it's just great to talk to Tony. And he's got a big thing going on Saturday at the Lesher Center in Walnut Creek, the Champions of the Rescue benefit concert. Probably got Adam Duritz from Counting Crows, Billy Bob Thornton from Landman. We went in on Landman. We started it in a really good panel. Jose Canseco, Dennis Eckersley, Dave Stewart, and Tony. Obviously, in the year we lost Ricky Henderson, too. So, Tony, without further ado, welcome back. I know you're doing some of the media here. We're happy to have you here on the morning show. Your buddy Brian Murphy. I got my partner Marcus Boucher next to me. How you doing, Tony?
Hey, morning, Tony.
Good morning to everybody. Yeah, we're staying busy, and thanks for mentioning what's happening Saturday. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got Billy Bob and Adam, as you know, and actually start the panel, the Hall of Fame panel, with a tribute to Ricky. We also have the one other thing. We've got an all-star band that opens, and we do a military tribute. We got a couple of Top Gun legends and a soldier, Scotty Hastings, that was shot 10 times in Afghanistan and now is a country music star. So it's going to be a full night. And the reason we're doing it, we're introducing a new nonprofit, the Russa Rescue Champions. And, all in all, I appreciate the chance to get the word out.
Yeah, let's do it, man. The Russa Rescue Champions will support and elevate animal rescue organizations, raising and distributing funds. These funds start on Saturday, like we said, at Lesher Center. It's a beautiful venue in Walnut Creek, 7 o'clock. Great event. Just a star-studded cast. Billy Bob, man. Have you seen the new one, Landman, Tony?
I've seen a bit of it, but, Billy Bob, he is one of the most interesting, unique people I've ever met. After all his success, has not changed a bit. He's so down to earth. He actually is a huge baseball fan.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And pitcher, and he always talks. He's a big Cardinal fan. In fact, 2006, he narrated our World Series video. So he always talks about his sliders. So one of the reasons he was able to say yes to this thing is I told him between Eck and Stu they'd improve his slider.
I saw an interview he did on Rich Eisen recently where he said his girlfriend was saying, well, it's Christmas. You have everything. What do you need? He's like, well, one thing I don't have is a Brooks Robinson glove. And she said she turned over every stone and she got a Brooks Robinson autographed glove. He said it's his most prized possession, Tony.
He's serious. He's so real. I met him years ago for the first time, and he has not changed. And he's real about his music. I mean, his band goes on tour. You ask him about the movies, he says, "Yeah, well, I just they give me a role and I just play it." But he's not carried away with himself, and he truly loves baseball, and very down to earth, man. He's very impressive.
Talking to Tony La Russa, of course, the Hall of Famer, the iconic manager of the Oakland A's and the St. Louis Cardinals and all those World Series championships. And Tony's such a figure here in the Bay Area. Been doing this good stuff for years for the animals, the dogs. We all love our dogs. So, Champions of the Rescue event Saturday night. You should get your tickets for Lesher Center, Walnut Creek. Actually, Tony, I didn't tell people where to get the tickets. I got a phone number. 925-487-5025. Oh, there's the website, lesherartscenter.org. I should have seen that. lesherartscenter.org.
I think the phone number is 925-943-7469.
We got it. You know what? This day and age, tell everybody to go to the website, too, lesherartscenter.org. Right. Tony, I know you've done a bunch on Ricky, and I know condolences on the loss of one of the all-time greats. But just this morning, here we are, January 21. It's Hall of Fame Day. Right. And, obviously you're in, and Ricky's in. So, I don't know. Is there a way you think about Ricky differently on a day like today?
Well, we still haven't gotten over it. I remember that Friday night where Stu called me, and he had just learned, and he told me. And the rest of the next couple of days, we were all calling teammates. And I think the word stunned is still appropriate because we had just seen him. And he looked better than all of us. And, nobody could believe he was gone. And, the thing, there's a couple, three things that when it comes up that I think it's important to say about him that I think fans need to know, people need to know. Ricky was, without exception, any club he's been on, one of the most beloved teammates you're ever going to have. He's a true superstar. I think he's in the all-time baseball. He's in that conversation of the greatest ever. It's not just his generation, but people don't understand he was not a superstar among his teammates, whether the clubhouse, on the buses, back of the plane. He was in the middle of all the nonsense and the fun. He never played the role. You really loved him, and the fact that he was so talented and never really got beyond himself counted a lot with the feelings that we all have for him now. The other thing that I talk about is, the first 10 years I managed, it was against Ricky. And I'm one of the ones that said, most dangerous player of our time in the close game. You don't want him to come to bat. And now, when we had him for 5 years, you realize all the teams did what we tried to do. They tried to stop Ricky. I mean, you devise all kind of tactics. The one we didn't like, sometimes they tried to scare him. And then we had this phrase, man, you can't scare him and you can't stop him. So, we miss him. The other thing, unfortunately, it reminds us, if you look at those great teams, we lost Hindu, Bobby Welsh, Tony Phillips, Dave Parker's his health is not good. It looks like just the guys that had so much personality and lit our clubhouse up, man. we've lost a bunch of them, man. It's very sad.
Yeah, and we know how much Ricky meant to the community of Oakland, of course, going to Oakland Tech High School. So what does it mean for baseball that the city of Oakland not only lost Ricky Henderson, but the Athletics as a franchise is now moving up to Sacramento before the move to Las Vegas?
Yeah, that's the reality sometimes of what's happening in our game. You know, you wish some players would never leave, like, you know, Pujols with the Cardinals, and you know, it's a business, but the community was, you know, I hate to admit this because my career, the least said about it, the better, but in '68, when the A's came from Kansas City, I was on that team. In fact, I pinch hit opening day. So, you know, from '68 till now, you know, the Oakland A's, I've watched all the great things they did in the '70s when they won 3 straight. We had our time. Afterwards, they were still successful. A lot of loyalty with the A's fans. So that's one of the things that, you know, we're getting a lot of comments as the word gets out about Saturday, because it's going to be a unique one, man. We got MLB's giving us some neat videos. Mike Zagaris has given us some neat photos, and we're going to have a conversation. In fact, Billy Bob's going to have one of the chairs that's going to be part of the conversation with X, Stu, and Jose.
That's awesome. Like, it really is a great event. We should remind everybody now, Tony La Russa is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, and Tony's always out here helping animals. He's got his new La Russa Rescue Champions Foundation, and they're going to raise money on Saturday night, Lesher Center, Walnut Creek. Great event. Adam Duritz, Counting Crows, Bay Area's own. Billy Bob Thornton, of course, got his own music. The Boxmasters, of course, Landman, whatever you want, all those great roles. But then this Oakland A's panel with Jose Canseco, Dennis Eckersley, Dave Stewart, and Tony La Russa. Obviously, the year we lose Ricky. It's a tribute to Ricky. It's just so much good stuff. Or just go to LesherArtsCenter.org or call 925-943-7469. You can pay a couple extra bucks and get a post-show reception. That'll be cool. And like we said, all the money goes to help this animal rescue organization that Tony's organizing, the La Russa Rescue Champions. Tony, we won't hold you too much longer, but the guy who I think everybody thinks is going in today is Ichiro. And I'd love to know what it was like to be in a dugout opposite of Ichiro. You talk about Ricky. You can't stop him. You can't scare him. I wonder, for you, when the Mariners came to town, what's the Tony La Russa game plan to stop Ichiro?
Well, you know, he reminded me so much of early in my career managed against Rod Carew. You know, he literally, I think, would look at where you played the defense. Like if you move your shortstop to the middle, he hit the ball in the hole. You move the shortstop over to the hole, hit the ball at the middle. I mean, he had like a magic wand. And I always thought his discipline was legendary in the sense that, man, you know, so everybody knows if he wanted to hit home runs, hit as many as anybody. But you know, he wanted to get on base. He was a great base runner, wanted to score runs, and he just really played to get on base, move around, and score runs. Outstanding outfielder. And, you know, I was around him in, you know, some all-star games, got to meet him. He also, by the way, is a huge, huge dog lover and was in one of our calendars. So, no, he's a first ballot guy. It's even last year we had it. The Hall of Fame folks are talking about they're already getting requests from media that want to be there when he goes in. So, I mean, I think our own, you know, neighbor from on our side of the bay, I think CC's got a great chance to get in.
Certainly is a strong case. I wonder, you know, I don't know if it's first ballot, second ballot, third ballot, but he's right up there. Tony, just want on Ichiro defensively. You talked about the wand and the base running, but what about defensive? You guys hit a ball to right field. Are you telling your third base coach, hey, man, don't send him?
No, that's it. Not only did he have all that speed, and he concentrated on defense. And that's the thing, that you can have talent, but sometimes great hitters, they take a little time off when they're out in the field, but not Ichiro. Very, very accurate, strong arm. And he could have played center field if that's where they wanted him to for years. So he's truly a five-tool guy. And I made that mention earlier because people say, well, it's 4 because of power. No, he chose to get base hits and not hit for power. It was there if you needed it.
Man, oh man. And speaking of his countrymen, do you think Shohei Ohtani right now is rewriting the history of baseball? Is he Babe Ruth?
He's so unique. I was lucky enough and unlucky in the sense, like we all were, 2020, the COVID year. You know, I was going to be an advisor with the Angels, so I was with him in spring training And during that 60-game schedule, and the things that I saw him do offensively were amazing. The power at all fields. You know, I saw him run the bases. At that time, he was still pitching. So, you know, one of a kind. He's like Ricky. You know what Ricky Ohtani is one of a kind. That combination of talents, you just can't find him. And, you know, scary to play against him. Like I had a chance. You know, I came back in 21, 22, and he beat us up pretty good.
Yeah, he looks like a living Hall of Famer as we're witnessing what he's doing right now with the LA Dodgers. I guess the only question about him would be his longevity, and that's how I'll kind of wrap up this last question about the Hall of Fame. Tony, it's a debate that we've had all morning long about talent versus longevity, and how some guys might have Hall of Fame talent, but they didn't have the milestone numbers of 3,000 hits or 3,000 strikeouts, 300 wins. An example we've been talking about is a guy like Tim Lincecum, who we all watched here in San Francisco display Hall of Fame talent, but he doesn't have the numbers. So talk to us about that balance and how much that weighs into these voters' decision when it comes into who gets into the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's a perfect, point to bring up here at the end. I remember during my time, and I'd be around, we had Tom Seaver earlier in my White Sox career, and you go to St. Louis, and there's Brock and Gibson and Stan and Red. So I heard a lot of talk about the Hall of Fame, and you hit it, man. It's in your generation. How do you match up against the greats in your generation? But if it doesn't involve or add to longevity, you're not going to get in. There are couple exceptions. You had a real cruel injury like Kirby Puckett. He gets in because you can't handicap him or punish him because he got hurt. But I think the key is longevity is one of the key facts about not just having talent and being compared to your generation. If you don't have that excellence on the field over a long period of time, normally you don't get in.
Man, Tony, last one for me is I look at your wiki page and all the great stuff, all the World Series championships, but the one that hits me is 2,884 wins, second only to Connie Mack. I want to do just a Field of Dreams question. Tony, you go, yes. you wake up in a cornfield and out walks Connie Mack, just you and him. What question do you ask him?
Well, I wish I had your money and be owner of the team, then I would never fired myself.
He did.
But I'll tell you really quick, Seaver, for example, the greatness of him was with him in Chicago 2.5 years. And when I got in, he was beautiful. He always called me to this day, and I never disagreed. I always thought, by the way, the Hall of Fame is for players. You don't get in. I mean, I couldn't even get a smell as a player, but so his nickname for me was a coattail Hall of Famer, and I think it's really important. Whenever I hear that, I kind of flinch a little bit about Tony, the Hall of Famer. I was manager for 3 great organizations, White Sox, the A's, and the Cardinals. And the players, when you see the players that were on our teams, you wonder why we didn't win more. So it's all about the players. I was very, very fortunate to manage with 3 great organizations, and I say this every August or July when we have the Hall of Fame. My favorite part of it is to sit or stand when they start introducing these great players, and you listen to their statistics. It gives me goose pimples, man. It ain't me. I was lucky enough to manage.
Yeah, well, great stuff, Tony. And I keep wanting to let you go. And by the way, one last plug. Lesher Center, Saturday, Champions of the Rescue benefits, Saturday, 7 o'clock for Tony's La Russa Rescue Champions Animal Rescue Organization. Adam Duritz, Billy Bob Thornton. We got the panel with Jose, X, Stu, and Tony. There's comedy from Sarah Tiana. It's just going to be a great, great night. Everybody go to lesherartcenter.org or call 925-943-7469. And since we have, do you have a Bob Uecker story? And if a friend of yours, condolences, do you have your banquet Uecker story?
Yeah, I do. And I tell you, just I want to make sure I get it in. The reason that we're introducing our new nonprofit, our families getting back into it, and we've got some wonderful ideas to the basics of how you rescue, but also we have some very innovative ideas. But I'll tell you a quick one. I was in St. Louis for a banquet, and they were honoring Mike Shannon, right? Mm-hmm. And I've seen Bob do this 2 or 3 times at different banquets, but he gets up and he says, man, I'm here to honor Mike. And he goes on for about 4 or 5, 6 minutes talking about the greatness of Mike, and and always the comments that he made were always appropriate and fit. And at the end, he says, and I can't say enough. And congratulations, Mike Shanahan. And somebody said, no, Shannon. And he said, oh, Mike Shannon. I wouldn't be saying those things about Mike Shannon.
And the delivery is second to none, right? So what a 90 beautiful years. Well, listen, Scott Oster wrote a beautiful column about you in the Chronicle, so we know you've been fighting some doctors, and you're here, and you're doing great. So we wish you continued great health and strength, and we always love talking baseball with you, Tony, and great stuff with the Russa Rescue Champions Saturday night in Walnut Creek. Everybody go to LesherArtCenter.org or call 925-943-7469 for the animal rescue organizations. Great night. Thanks, Tony. It's always awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Well, thanks for the opportunity, fellas.
There he is, Tony La Russa. From one great to another, Bruce Jenkins on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency with one simple question. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Well, Hunter Pence, you're in luck, because with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, they have the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I dropped 25 pounds, and I did it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Oh, El Cerrito Honda. Love talking El Cerrito Honda. Really excited by my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Got it leased at El Cerrito Honda, because you walked onto El Cerrito Honda and it's just, boom, you're at a family. It's not a dealership, it's a family. And oh, by the way, tremendous selection at El Cerrito Honda. Let's nail down where we're going. We're going right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, El Cerrito Honda. You go to the website, elcerritohonda.com, and then you walk in and you're like, wait a minute, are all these Honda? You guys got all these Honda? Yeah, you do. Because El Cerrito Honda has incredible selection. Sharif is running the show. Sylvia took care of me too. There's all, it's like they say it's a family. There's a big sign up that says more than just a car dealership, we're family. And it really does feel that way. It's just a great vibe, and all the choices. Fuel efficient CR-V and Civic hybrids. They're going electric. You want to go electric? The all new Prologue EV. We make EV easy. So they're my friends at El Cerrito Honda. I love my car, and I got it at El Cerrito Honda. So go to El Cerrito Honda. Tell them Murph sent you.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, always fun to talk to Bruce Jenkins. Last time we heard from Jenks, he called in on the 20th anniversary and told me KNBR has been sold. He said, the good news is you hit 20 years. The bad news is KNBR has been sold to a country western station. You've been replaced by a singing cowboy.
Yeah, put that cowboy hat on, Murph.
Great line. As always, from the great Bruce Jenkins, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, baseball fan, Hall of Fame voter, Warrior columnist, NBA. It does it all. What do you want? You want to talk surfing? We can do that too. Or we can talk Sinatra. All things. Jenks, good morning. Welcome back. How are you, man?
Hey,
howdy,
Martha.
Bruce. Howdy.
Great. Howdy. Yeah, I know I'm a cowboy. Yeah, it's good to be on with you guys.
It's great to be on, man. We just had Tony on, Tony La Russa. He's got his big event Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Lesher Arts Center in Walnut Creek. It's Hall of Fame Day, Bruce. We got to talk to you about a million things, but let's start there. Did you fill out your ballot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I was a little stingy. I went for the same guys I keep voting for. I mean, people forget what an incredible player Alex Rodriguez was, and Manny Ramirez. And I've always voted for these guys, Bonds and Clemens, when they were on there. I voted for Omar Vizquel because I thought he was on a par with Ozzie Smith defensively. He almost had 3,000 hits, for heaven's sakes. And I've always been all about the performance, Murph. I mean, I haven't ever gotten into whatever happens off the field. It's a museum. It's not perfect. It really gets complicated when you start bringing the moral issues in there. And of course, I voted for Ichiro too, and that was it for me. I mean, I hate to disparage guys I didn't vote for because all these guys, that were in the running, Andrew Jones and Billy Wagner. Those are really good players. I just, I have a tough time pulling the trigger sometimes.
What you just said should be captured and sent to every voter across America and said, hey, ladies and gentlemen, here's the most reasonable voter out there. I couldn't agree more with everything you said. So, I mean, it's about the performance. It's about the game. And you've always written this for years, even before we were colleagues and then got to radio. You always wrote, do I know when I'm watching these guys, right? I mean, it's about I don't want to call it the eye test, but it's the heart, the gut, the eye, just, right?
Exactly,
yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you see a guy like Will Clark, how many years did it take for you to say this is a Hall of Famer? Like 2? I mean, he was that kind of a player. Don Mattingly, these guys, they're not in. Thurman Munson. These are the guys that, for me, are like, when you're looking at them at the time, you're going, oh, my God, these guys are such Hall of Famers. This is unbelievable. I just didn't feel that way about Andrew Jones, especially when they started comparing him to Willie Mays. Like, well, I'm out.
Yeah. It does get, when we take stances like you and I do about performance, it does bring in the gray area of those streaks across the sky where you do have to, even though you and I are about performance, you do at some point have to consider some form of longevity. So that leads to me 2 guys, Tim Lincecum and King Felix Hernandez, who don't have the longevity, but were incredible meteor streaks across the sky. So where do you come out on that?
Oh, well, Lincecum is another one of those guys. He was just so special. He was even more than the performance, just the way you felt watching him, the way you looked at other people, how they felt watching him. But I do think the longevity thing comes in for him. I think there was a bit of a meteor aspect to him. Although, Sandy Koufax, who's the greatest pitcher I ever saw, and I will always believe that, it didn't, his prime was pretty short, but it was just ridiculous at a time when I don't think the National League's ever been stronger. In the A's, Mays, Clemente, Frank Robinson era, Hank Aaron, but I didn't vote for Timmy, and I think it's understandable. Rodriguez, I didn't. He was amazing. He really was, but I just didn't feel like at the time, especially when you talk about closers, I've got a pretty strict level. I'm talking Eck and Fingers and Gossage and Mario and Rivera and Suter and those guys, and that's a standard that I hold up for closers who they show up for 10 minutes and the game's over. I mean, I'm not real generous with a lot of closers in my hall.
I hear you, and that applies to Billy Wagner too. What about the Seattle Mariner star King Felix?
No, I mean, no. Never struck me as a Hall of Famer.
Really?
He's a good pitcher.
Interesting. I thought he had Lincecum-like quality a little bit.
Well, he was electric, at his best for sure. I think, pitching in Seattle didn't help him. I'm always like, I never look at guys' records in retrospect. I always think about at the time. And you're right, at the time he was phenomenal. But I think he dropped off the map too soon, and he just didn't see enough of him in big moments when the whole world's watching.
What about Vallejo's own CC Sabathia? 251 wins, over 3,000 strikeouts. Bruce, what are your thoughts on CC?
That was the toughest one for me. And again, I really have a hard time going, well, he wasn't this, he wasn't that. It's always about how I feel about guys watching at the time. And I pay really close attention. It's kind of like all I do. Don't ask me about anything but sports. That was really tough. But I didn't get that feeling about him. As far as I just didn't have the feeling for him. It's very hard to explain, and people are going to be all over me for this, but that's just the way it goes.
Well, I'll throw one out that it's even more controversial, and I'll say this: CC to me could very well be a Hall of Famer, just not first ballot. And I know that opens up. I've heard the arguments. You're an idiot. If he's a Hall of Famer on the first ballot or the 10th ballot, he should have been a Hall of Famer on the first ballot. I understand that. But to me, I think you have to be special to go in on your first ballot. And I might consider CC more strongly in next year than I did this year because of the first ballot sort of sheen. And I don't know. I think you're right. I think he will eventually get in. But I've never done that. I vote for somebody all the time, or never. Very rarely, all of a sudden, a name will pop up on my ballot that wasn't there before. Yeah, we're talking to Bruce Jenkins, of course, still writes for the San Francisco Chronicle after an incredible career, and he's a Hall of Fame voter on the UMA guest line. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Marcus.
Yeah, Bruce, I'm just curious if there are any milestones that you look for in a guy's career when we're talking about longevity. Everybody brings up 500 home runs or 300 wins for a pitcher. To me, 3,000 strikeouts gets you into a Hall of Fame, and that was my argument earlier this morning for CC Sabathia, because there's only two other pitchers in baseball history who have struck out 3,000 guys, and they're not in the Hall of Fame. That's Roger Clemens and Curt Schilling, and they have their own issues outside of baseball. But I guess that's my argument. And Bruce, my big question is, are there certain milestones that guarantee you to get into the Hall of Fame?
Well, they kind of dwindle as the years go on. I mean, 3,000 strikeouts, obviously, 3,000 hits is big for me. But 500 homers is not nearly as special as it was years ago. For me, it's a short list of stats that are, especially now. I mean, nobody's going to strike out 3,000 ever again. I mean, I was looking at Jeff Torborg. This guy died recently. He caught Nolan Ryan striking out 329 guys. He caught Sandy Koufax striking out 382 guys. This is one season. Well, this last season the leader was 228. Those are going to be the leaders. Getting 3,000 strikeouts is just not going to happen. And I wonder about 3,000 hits too, although that's a little bit different because the 300 hitter is disappearing. So many stats are disappearing. So if you do come up with a number that strikes you, of the past, incredible longevity, it's going to carry a lot more weight, and I think that'll help the CC Sabathia over the years.
A few more minutes here with Bruce Jenkins. And Bruce, we could ask you about the Warriors in just a little bit, but I do want to ask quickly about the Giants and Buster Posey and your feeling on what the Dodgers are doing. There's a lot of talk, other owners should compete like the Dodgers, or the Dodgers have too much money, or the way they're deferring contracts is bad for baseball. They're monopolizing all the talent. Others say, no, this is actually good. It's good to have a villain. That gets people talking. So where do you come down on this big Dodger controversy here?
Well, I think it's good to have a villain, but the Dodgers aren't they're not criminals. I mean, they're doing what they can by the book, and everybody else. The Giants have money. The Giants have good people in charge, but they don't they always seem to come up short. And again, a guy like Sasaki, he was going to go to the Dodgers, like 10 years ago when he was a kid. He was going to go to the Dodgers. So I mean, there's a certain inevitability to a lot of the big names that the Giants lose, but the Dodgers, they've got their reputation, they've got their culture, they've got the track record, they've got the city. Although the city's burned down as it happens right now, but they just do it right. They do what you're supposed to do to win. They draft well, they trade well, and they sign guys like crazy because that's a place to go. I mean, I sure don't like it. I mean, right now the Giants, they still have only pretty much Adames is about it, and I hate to think that is it. I think if the Giants get one more bat, I think we're going to have fun watching them. They're not going to catch the Dodgers, but they'll have a shot at the playoffs. But right now, you wonder, the Giants, they do have money, and it seems like they're very reluctant to spend it. Well, why? Why are you in the business if you have the money? Why don't you spend, like a drunken sailor? I'm serious. I mean, take chances. Somebody the other day said, every free agent signing is a risk. If you're playing it safe, you're out of it. If you're playing it safe on trying to figure out a guy, you're out of it. You got to go crazy and get that guy. And the Giants haven't been able to do that. Being up against the Dodgers is a formidable opposition there because they're so ahead of the game, and they're just out of control now. I mean, Tanner Scott, it just goes on and on. You look at the Dodgers won the World Series last year. Along the way, they had like 3 starters, and 2 of them aren't even there now. It was like Yamamoto. Now all these guys that they're considering, what if they're all healthy? Good grief! I mean, it's really a load. It's really depressing. But I just have a hard time saying that the Dodgers are bad for baseball because they're doing it right. They're doing it. It's a model organization.
With all that being said, Bruce, we had Jim Bowden on our show last week. He gave Buster Posey a B grade for his first offseason. So how would you grade his first offseason as president of baseball?
Well, that's about right. I mean, Adames is huge. I mean, to have a shortstop like that guy had like 13 3-run homers, something just crazy with guys on base, and really, really good guy. That was a strong hire there. I really think they've got to get some more bat in the outfield. I'd like to see more bat at first base, and just one more bat I think puts them into a B plus, even A minus category. I mean they might wind up with the best bullpen in the league, especially if they get Hicks out there. If Verlander can go. Verlander's a great hire too. It's funny, the more you think about it, would you rather have Verlander or Burns? Burns is obviously a better pitcher right now, but he's got the 2-year opt-out. He's not going to be looking at, well, we just won a ring here in San Francisco. I think I'll stay. That's probably not going to happen. And then maybe he's gone. And Verlander's a great guy, a great mentor. And I tell you, as long as he's out on the mound, if he can go out there and pitch, he's going to be good. That's just how I feel about him. He's obviously had a lot of problems, but I like the hire. It's great. Verlander and Adames, that's nice, but it can't be any more than a B because of what other teams are doing.
Jenks, can't let you go without a thought on the Warriors. Historic loss. I said the only good thing, I brought 3 7th grade kids to that game, and by the fourth quarter they were on their phones. But the best part to come out of it was the worst home loss since January of '85, which caused me to go back and look at the January of '85 roster, which you and I remember. The kids I work with do not. Shout out Chuck Alexinas, backup center. Remember him?
Great. Hall of Famer, really, for my money.
I mean, Mike Bratz, Peter Tebow. But then there's some icons. Terry Teagle, Larry Smith, Purvis Short, Sleepy Floyd, Lester Connor were all on those teams. John Bach was coaching them. Anyway, that's more fun. That's more trifling and fun. But fast forward 40 years. And I think you've been pretty open about this in your writings, but do you feel like the Warriors are just on a road to nowhere right now?
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's really a bad time for Kuminga to be hurt. I mean, they're thinking about him, as it's a guy we want to trade or we don't. Now you don't have any recent evidence of him playing. For Draymond to be out, I mean, that takes away an awful lot. But the rest of the talent on the team, obviously Curry accepted, is very ordinary. I mean, you look at guys around the league: Ja Morant, Ant-Man, Shai, Jalen Green, Fox. These are the real guys. These are the guys making a difference. It's not Buddy Hield. It's not Schroeder. It's not Kyle Anderson. It's a very, by the league standards. I'm just talking about the Western Conference here. By league standards, it's a very ordinary group, and Curry knows that. He's hanging his head at some of the quotes after the game. He went a long way to go, and where the Celtics have what we don't have, and the tough part is that I know they desperately want to do something, but the only way you get there is by trading Kuminga and maybe a first-round draft choice or two, which would really hurt, especially the draft picks. I mean, that's going to be the key to turning it around. It's not getting more out of Moody and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, so good stuff, Bruce. It is going to be an interesting next 8 games, but starting tomorrow night in Sacramento. So always good checking in with you, man. Love it. Happy New Year. Oh, by the way, here's a personal note. Did you get I sent you a story from the LA Times by a guy named Jim Rainey. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely read that. He's a longtime Malibu guy like I am. And how he's surveying the wreckage of his house and the community. That's exactly what I went through many years ago. I thought it was it was really well written. Man, what a great job!
Right on point with you. Everybody should read what Bruce read about Malibu, because I mean you provide some really interesting perspective on how this is part of the history of that area and how you all lived with it. Yeah.
I mean, I'm 8 years old. We're talking about 1956. We're piling into the car, and the air is full of smoke and fire. It's 100-mile-an-hour winds, and people are screaming. And it's the middle of the night, Christmas night, and we're fleeing to the San Fernando Valley. That's what we did. We did that quite a few times over the years.
Yeah.
One time we read in the paper that our house was gone, and it actually wasn't. But then one time it was. The house is gone. See you later, Jenkins. Your house is burned down. Okay, this is Malibu. It's the other flip side of Malibu is this time of year, man. All manner of hell breaks loose, and this is the worst ever. I mean, this is just insane all over the area. It's incomprehensible, some of the damage that's been done now. But I definitely relate.
Yeah, for sure. And everybody should read what Bruce wrote about because Steve Kerr obviously losing his stuff. So always great. Say hi to Martha, and we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, the great Bruce Jenkins, man. Awesome. Okay, on the other side, the cooler of content, we punted it because of Tony La Russa. So all the hot sound, last night's college football, the Warriors, what other silly, fun stuff's going on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk about River Islands, and it starts at the Boathouse, which is of course, the pub and lunch spot with club sandwiches and beers and games and music and all that. And then we'll just drive around, and we'll talk about the 10-year anniversary of River Islands, where Bay Area home buyers have been discovering a new approach to living the good life. Who doesn't want to live the good life? There, against a backdrop of the San Joaquin River, River Islands has created a true lifestyle community with its own charter schools, more than a dozen lakeside neighborhoods, and just as many parks and playing fields. It's got a grand opening of River Islands High School, a groundbreaking of a town center, and a collection of outstanding home builders, grand opening new neighborhoods all through the year. From a first-time home to a neighborhood for active adults, River Islands has it all. Priced from the $600,000 to just over $1 million. Go to riverislands.com. See for yourself how the good life can be your life. I'll meet you at the Boathouse.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. You can hear that interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com. It is also that time.
It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
All right, so the big question of the day, how do the Warriors save their season? Is it even savable? Do they need a big trade? Do they need to get healthy? Or do they just think it's already over? 61% of the YouTube chat thinks it's already over. It's a small sample size, but listen, it might be. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Yeah, baby! Scotty Barnes is gonna be all-star. He's gonna be the face of this league.
On the sports leader.
Oh, our cooler of content. We always love the best sounds there, and we had to delay it a little bit. Usually it's at 8:30, but today we had Tony La Russa, which was fun. If you missed it, you should go check that out. By the way, John Joe Curley, trying to do bits for the air, walked in with Hall of Fame ballots from me and Marcus. I wasn't expecting it. But he said, we'll post them on social. So I said, yeah, give me the damn thing. Mm-hmm. So we filled it out. Hot takes coming your way on our ballots. So check them out. Also, check this out. Cooler content sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the Rest Easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. And the Cooler of Content is also sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care closer than you think. So oddly enough, last night, well, there's a lot of sound from yesterday, but the stuff we want to use.
Careful.
I mean, I'm not going to riff about Nick Bosa's new sack dance, right?
No, okay. Murph.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
That was a joke, everybody.
Although,
that was a joke.
If I can riff, since we did just do our MLB Hall of Fame ballots, I was actually surprised Murph was so conservative.
Very good. Very good, buddy. Actually, Marcus, I'd like to think that I was more independent.
There you go.
So Lou Holtz somehow became a thing last night. So you guys know Lou Holtz. Young Tony, you may not know Lou Holtz. You might
Vaguely, yes. One of the greatest coaches of all time.
Yeah. And was the last guy to win a national championship at Notre Dame, and also was famous for a couple of things. A very kind of funky manner. He had a lisp. And also just famously way, way, way overselling patsy opponents. So Notre Dame was a national power. They were like one of the top, they won the national championship. But they would schedule these loser games early in the year against like the Citadel. And he became legend. Oh, I've looked at the film of the Citadel. We got our hands full this weekend. Oh, the way they run that offense, we got to, I don't even know how we're going to get out of this thing alive. I was like, bro, you're a 56-point favorite, So it's become actually a phrase, like you're going to Lou Holtz this thing, like completely oversell. And I guess Pat McAfee being a goof, he's doing a bit. That's what you do. You do bits, right? And he did a bit with a Lou Holtz impersonator. So first we got to set the table here.
Yes.
This goes back to last year. Lou Holtz, who I think actually is in failing health right now, sadly, but last year he was still active and about, and they played Notre Dame. Notre Dame played Ohio State last year, and Lou Holtz at his advanced age sort of popped off about Ohio State. And Ryan Day, who's got very thin skin, was offended by Lou Holtz. So we're going to play here. Lou Holtz calls out, this is in September of last year. He calls out Ohio State, then Ryan Day claps back here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so many were like, bro, if you're tough, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, you don't got to start your interview as, I wonder where the hell Lou Holtz is right now.
Lou Holtz is 88.
Yeah.
Okay?
He's looking for that smoke.
So Lou Holtz has become, if you saw that video on YouTube and Twitch, Lou Holtz has become almost like a character from like Austin Powers.
Yeah.
This looks like one of the mini Dr. Evil or something.
What do you give me for Lou Holtz and Sylvester the Cat from Looney Tunes?
About a 9.
That's kind of the lisp I've always thought of. Like, I first recognized the voice. I'm like, am I watching Looney Tunes? No, I'm watching College Game Day.
So Pat McAfee does a bit. He's got Ryan Day and Marcus Freeman, the Ohio State coach and Notre Dame coach, in a pre-game interview. And at the end of the interview, he pulls a little shenanigan on them. Do we have this on video again? So on YouTube and Twitch, you can see this. He brings in his Lou Holtz impersonator, a guy named Ty Schmidt. Here we go.
There's somebody that has a question, though.
I'm sure I know what this is happening. These guys got to set me up right here. You guys ain't getting me with this again.
Coach,
No.
come on over here.
You've already got
Coach.
me with this a couple times.
Coach, come here.
Listen, Coach Jay, I'm going to start with you, okay? Do we need to take this to a back alley or something?
You are gone.
Listen,
You guys realize that, right? You guys are out of your mind.
So, man, this guy.
It's a great bit.
It was an honor catching up with him. That was a mandated press event. Ain't that right, Coach?
That's exactly right, and he never answered, Pat. The offer still stands. Listen, I may be old, but I can still get after your ass now, okay? So if Ryan Day wants to finish this thing in a back alley somewhere, we can do that.
Okay.
But tonight, we're just focused on the Irish. And what is
Okay, so that was last night. The wax mask on that guy almost looked like something out of a horror movie.
And then throughout the game, they had the fake Lou Holtz on the sideline the entire game.
Incredible. Now, that said, this leads to me, my favorite part about this Cooler content is Scott Van Pelt. And I get to share a story with you guys. When I got to know Van Pizzi, was at the 2001 British Open, or as they call it, the Open Championship, at Royal Lytham in England. And he was young with the Golf Channel, and I was young with the San Francisco Chronicle, and we all kind of hung out and everything. That's why Van Pizzle's a friend of the show. We're probably due for a hit. We get him once a year. She get him once a year. But, dude, people were like, dude, Van Pelt's on one. He did impressions of all the golfers, and he was legit. Grade A, 5-star, hilarious. Like, I was like, this guy's special. Because there was a lot of inside golf stuff. Like, he did a Jose Maria Olazabal that was unbelievable, right? Like, he did, and I was like, this guy, and it doesn't surprise me that he is a national star because he had that kind of talent. So I see last night, he cropped up all these years later, and of course he has a Lou Holtz, because I'm telling you guys, it's a bunch of golfers you guys don't know, but he was crushing it. Guys were crying. Laughing in 2001. So he did his Lou Holtz, and I thought actually it was the best of them all here last night.
Listen, I was just going to listen, it's very difficult to play against the University of Ohio State. Everybody knows that. It's like going up against a tsunami, and if you stay up and watch, that's fantastic. And if you don't, you fall asleep and the TV's on, we still get the rating. So I don't really give a do whatever you want to do. We don't care. I get paid the first of the week. We'll be good.
Riley Leonard, I think both of you Lou Holtzes have to like how tough he has been, even though they haven't been as successful, Coach Holtz.
It's all good. We're very excited to be here. A tsunami is bad because the bathing suit gets knocked off and then your ass cheeks are just hanging out on the beach. It's a disaster.
It's incredible. Just riffing away.
Hands down, SVP takes the Lou Holtz crown. Actually, for a second, I forgot it was SVP.
Oh, man. And it's just the digressions doing the weird. If you follow theme for the team, we still get the TV ratings from the University of Ohio State. They'll get after your ass. And he's just so good, man. So funny. So, all right. Well, shout out the Lou Holtz tribute session of Cooler of Content. How about this? So yesterday was a big day. We inaugurated a president of the United States. Insert a comment here. And so anyway, and later on, one of his buddies gave Bosa his new sack dance, too.
Hey-yo.
So just a joke, everybody.
Hey-yo.
Just a joke.
Hey-yo.
Just a joke. Just a joke. All right.
I hope so.
Just trying to riff.
Yeah.
Just trying to riff. But anyway, so C-SPAN is that, you guys ever watch C-SPAN? Ever watch C-SPAN?
Not really, no.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't watch C-SPAN.
I'm familiar with the channel, but I'm never putting it on.
Coverage of the Capitol. It's like really boring, long, dull stretches of Congress where nobody's talking or somebody's talking at a low whisper and they're talking about something really boring and you got to be a total lunatic to be watching it, you know? So C-SPAN on Inauguration Day, stakes are a little raised. Now we got some celebrities, we got some people, we got your presidents, the whole
billionaires.
deal. Yeah, some billionaires. But surprised Lou Holtz impression imitator wasn't there. But you got Theo Vaughn, you got Logan Paul or Jake Paul.
Conor McGregor.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got his own share of problems.
What a crowd.
He's got his own share of problems.
Yeah, he does.
Anyway, so they take calls. People are like, I really love what's going on with this president or that president, or I don't like what's going on. This is a caller. So they're panning across Trump's inauguration, and a caller calls in to talk about Trump and then just takes a right turn.
I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay.
Okay.
C-SPAN guy tries to jump in. They were like panning across the rotunda when he was dropping that. Yeah, you can't bring SMU and Indiana in.
No.
Truly dark times for America.
C-SPAN did not want to hear it. That host was trying to get out of that call-in like the prisoner who called into Greg and Greg the other day.
Which I supported, by the way.
Greg Silver's like, all right, see you later. Good luck getting out.
That was funny, man. Yeah. So the guy got to something that was really important in this country. How do you select the college football playoff? All right.
Which brings up the question real quick. I know this isn't cooler material. Did the college football playoff get it right, Murph?
It's a great question. I know it's at the end of the segment, but I have two suggestions. One, they got to seed differently. And whether it's Sean McDonough's, you seed them 1 through 12 right at the start, regardless of whether you won a conference championship. Winning you a conference championship does not make you a top 4 team. All right? You have to be reseeded. Or 2, if it is, you have to reseed after the first round so that Oregon doesn't draw Ohio State in the second round. The other thing I say, they got to end it sooner. I got a text from a very good buddy down in L.A. He goes, I'm a reasonably informed sports fan. He is. Fortunately, he's a Dodger fan. But he goes, and I didn't even know there was a college football playoff tonight. Now, that's because he's a UCLA guy and the Bruins stink and they weren't anywhere near it. But I said, this is what they got to tighten this calendar. This thing has to end closer to New Year's. That's where we as Americans are conditioned to wrap up our college football brains. Maximum 1 week past New Year's. Maximum. Ideally, it would be New Year's Day. Ideally. But I think because of this, if there's a way to do it, first of all, you got to eliminate the conference championship games. The freaking Dr. Pepper. The only person who benefits is Dr. Pepper and those bowl guys. It's money. I get it. It's money. I'm telling people to give up money. They don't want to give up money, but I'm telling you, for the good of the sport, you got to readjust. And you got to get rid of the stupid conference championship games. How do you determine a conference champion? You finish in first place. All right? That's how you do. Which means that a regular season game will become important because this is for the conference championship.
Here's the question I was going to ask, though. Do you feel like the regular season is now being devalued because in previous years, Ohio State losing to Michigan, they probably don't get to this game?
That was always the knock on that.
So is it a good thing or a bad thing that Ohio still made it to the championship?
It's a good thing.
And does it devalue the big games during the regular season?
No, it was important. Michigan still loves that win, and Ohio State still stings from that loss, but Ohio State was worthy to advance. I understand what you're saying. That was always the argument. That was Peacon's argument forever. It's ruining the regular season. No, it's not. The Ohio State-Michigan game was a big freaking deal, and everybody remembers it, and Ohio State still stings from losing that game.
I actually think that's an argument for the playoff system now, is that Ohio State, was clearly the best team in the country, and this 12-team playoff made it so they had a chance, even though they did blow that game.
And they had to play an extra game.
Yeah.
They had to play an extra game. They didn't win the conference. So anyway, that's my takes. Okay, so listen, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, as always, inside the NBA on TNT, always has thoughts. And the Warriors were on TNT yesterday. Oh, boy. So they had thoughts about the state of the Warriors, which we can discuss next on the Sports Leader.
I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals. Truly dark times in America.
Okay.
I was talking about Invisalign and the smile, okay? The smile. All you got to do is smile, smile, smile. I believe that's your deadheads would talk about that. And if you're using Invisalign brand, you're going to smile because they're Invisalign clear aligners and they fix your smile. Or as we've said around the offices with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. Signed, the 13-year-old ad exec. Both my teenage kids use Invisalign clear aligners. They're what the Murphy family goes to. I have adult relatives, too. My sister-in-law, my cousin, they use Invisalign clear aligners, so you can use them at any age, okay? Works faster than braces, certainly less cumbersome than braces, and you should go check them out, too. One of the first things someone notices about you is your smile, so it's pretty obvious. It's a no-brainer. to choose Invisalign treatment. Those are Invisalign clear aligners. Invisalign is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. Can 18 million smiles be wrong? Check them out at Invisalign.com.
'Cause I love it. I smile.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I mean, they're playing well, so it's another tough challenge. That's what you're supposed to say. It's what you're supposed to do after getting beat by 40. You have to be able to not dwell on the past. You got to be real about the fact that we're not playing good basketball, playing consistent basketball night to night. Let's be real about that. But to your point, yeah, nobody wants to sulk or have their head down and come shoot around on Wednesday morning and be ready to play against another good team.
Man, oh man, the Midland Warriors, 21-21. If you got excited about those wins over the Timberwolves and the Wizards, that went away in a hurry. When Kristaps Porzingis started raining in threes early, Jason Tatum was slashing to the basket.
Kristaps Porzingis.
And the Warriors just offensively were just a limp noodle, an absolutely limp noodle who, if Curry was fighting through about 7 different guys to try to get open, he couldn't get open. And then anybody else who took a shot was not making anything. In fact, the Warriors from three-point land, wow, they wound up way better. They wound up 14 of 53, 26%. There was a point, though, I think they were 1 for the first 17.
I think you might be correct. And in the first half alone, they finished 3 for 24 from three-point range.
I mean, so it's just, and whether it's Celtics closeouts or whether it's just the physicality and size of the Celtics or whether it's just the Warriors are out there with guys who had bad nights. Andrew Wiggins 0 for 4 from 3, Dennis Schroeder 1 for 4 from 3, Guy Santos 1 for 6 from 3, Buddy Hield 1 for 4 from 3. I mean, it was just bad. Steph went 4 for 12. So no Draymond, no Kuminga. And as you said, even seeing Pods over there, you get nostalgic for Pods.
I'll take a Pods
I
right
would.
now.
I'll take a jolt of Pods. Give me the hair.
Give me something.
Give me the red curly hair and the headband and
Bring
the lunacy.
back Sideshow Pods.
Yeah, just give me something.
Something, dude.
I told you guys they have 7 games before they hit the road and before the trade deadline, and 6 of those are at home. One of them is tomorrow night on the road, and I got to be honest, that's a tough one. I don't see them winning in Sacramento.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
Hey, by the way, John Joe, I suggested over the weekend.
Ooh.
Gary Gerald. Did we get him?
Mm-hmm.
Did he get him, or is he too busy taking time off?
You better light up Gary's phone line.
Still trying to track him down. No confirmation.
Yeah, he's so hard to track down. I mean, it's like trying to track down, track down Leo DiCaprio.
Or Barack Obama, Murph.
Oh, he's around.
We've been searching for that one for years.
He's got time on his hands.
Hey, he's got some free time now, right?
Yeah. How about lip readers, by the way? You guys see that lip readers at the inauguration?
Oh, was John Boy doing some breakdowns?
Some other woman. She had some good lip reading going on. Everybody, you see the G.W. Bush meme that's going around too, where he purses the lips and raises the eyebrows? It's pretty funny. People use Young Tone for the golf world. Some golf guy I follow tweeted that out and said, when you're in with a par and your opponent just rolled his birdie putt 6 feet past, purse the lips, ball game. You know what I mean? He's got a 6-footer now to try to square this thing. He was going to try to win the hole. Now he's got 6 feet to try to square. All right.
That's interesting.
What's that other meme about that girl in the? She's at that counter where she's kind of like tilting her head one way and then tilting her head the other way. You know that one? That's a very popular meme. You know that. Come on, you guys.
I need a better
You're my
description
young
than
crowd.
that. Yeah.
She's like this. She's like
she's pondering at
Yes.
a counter.
You guys know this one.
Probably.
It's about somebody who's reconsidering something. It's like her 2 facial expressions. It's right out of your TikTok world, man.
I'm sure we've seen it. The description's not great.
I'm not in that world. That world's gone now. Or is it back?
It's back, buddy.
TikTok's back.
Thanks to
Well, been in for like 75 days or something, right?
it's back, 75
Yes, you're right. Temporarily.
Come on, you guys know what I'm talking. Anyway, I'm going to show it to you.
Yeah, you got to show it to me now.
You're going to say I described it poorly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I suggested that in a 7-game stretch, home against the Bulls, you got to win it. You got to beat the Lakers on Saturday. And I know Austin Reeves was last seen driving past Wiggins with Kuminga not offering help. But that's a Saturday night ABC game. That's a big old honking game. Then the Jazz come in here. You got to beat them. Then the Thunder come in here. Let's be honest, you're not going to win that game. Nope. And then the Suns come in. You got to beat them. And then the Jazz come in here. Or pardon me. And then the Magic come in here. And even though they're good, you got to beat them. So you got to go 5-2. And when I said this a couple hours ago on the show, multiple people in the text line said, "You're high. You're high. They're not going 5-2." And I understand what you're saying, people. Yeah. They don't look like a team that can go 5-2 in their next 7 games.
I mean, Murph, pass the Dutchie to the left-hand side because I think it's way more likely that they go 2-5, not 5-2.
Even against those teams.
Yes, even against those teams.
But what about the team that just beat? I'm just going to offer resistance for sports talk radio here.
Let's get into it.
What about the team that just beat Minnesota in Minnesota and beat the Wizards at home?
I think you'll get a flash in the pan from Steph Curry where he has the ability to carry you on any given night, but you're not going to run off 5-6 games when you don't have a true number 2 option.
What about Hum Baby from yesterday? Andrew Wiggins, 31-11 on Saturday night against the Wizards.
Yeah, and then you brought up his box score yesterday against Boston.
I'd say consistency is an issue.
That's the biggest issue with this team. We're talking about a team that won 12 of their 21 games in the first couple weeks of the season. Then all of a sudden, Buddy Hield can't hit a shot. Andrew Wiggins shows up every other night. There's just no consistency with this team. And then you throw in the Kuminga injury, the Pods injury, and the Draymond injury. It's going to be tough to win 5 out of the next 7.
Yeah, it is. And with the news that Draymond Green is out. Here's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
How would you describe that?
I've seen that. I don't know. I don't know how I would say that.
You know, see.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
How would you guys describe that from your generation?
It's
where she's kind of given like she tasted a lemon and then she reconsiders.
Yeah,
I don't know. How would you describe that,
So
Tony?
that's my face for the Warriors coming up.
Memes are very visual. So until you showed us that, it now makes sense.
707 checks in on a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It says, Gee is part of the rotation. Enough said. And I got to be honest. I like he had that game where he played really well and he offered that burst.
I'm a geek guy.
I have to be honest. Last couple of games, I'm like, really? I mean, nice guy. Brazil's a great country. The whole deal. Yeah.
I mean, Murph,
you can't have him out there burning up too many
We've been making references to the 1985 Warriors
Chuck
all
Alexanis.
morning long.
Yes,
The reason is we haven't seen a home loss for the Warriors since 1985. 40 years ago was the last time they lost by 40 points. And so, yeah, as you're making the comps, who's the 1985 Quentin Post? Who's the 1985 Guy Santos? Who's the 1985 Pat Spencer?
There's a lot of them.
I'm sure there are.
There are.
And that's what this team is right now.
Yeah.
They're the 1985 Warriors.
No, that guy was a 22-60 team.
Yeah,
this team's already won 21, so don't be so mean.
They
to
didn't
him.
have a Steph Curry. But go with the riffs.
But Kuminga, is there any sense? I mean, so let's get to the Kenny Smith-Barkley stuff that we teased. So Kenny Smith offered his heartfelt thoughts on what he thinks the Warriors should do.
I want to talk about the rebuild.
Which rebuild?
With Golden State. And they're in a similar situation what the Lakers are in.
At ease, you don't need to run.
And I don't want to beat you on MLK Day anyway. But they're in a similar situation, Lakers, but much different in the same result. Meaning LeBron James, when you're rebuilding around LeBron James, and you say, hey, he's later in his years, he's maybe not the same player, but he's still a great player, or one of the top players in the league. LeBron James plays with the ball in his hand. So you have to build the team that actually fits in. So you're going to bring in older players. I think with Steph Curry, he actually plays without the ball a lot, and he's running off picks. So now you can bring in and say, we're going to do a young rebuild with young energy to get him shots easier because he's shooting more instead of beating people off the dribble. So the rebuild is different. They should go young, through the draft, through trade, keep guys like Kuminga, not think about trading. Guys like Kuminga and his age, that group is where they need to be. Where the Lakers, they need to get older players at times to go with LeBron because LeBron handles the ball.
Okay, I don't know if you followed that. I mean, he says because LeBron handles the ball, he needs older teammates. Because Steph doesn't handle the ball, he needs younger teammates. I had a little trouble following the logic there on that. But the bottom line is he said the Warriors should stand pat and keep their draft picks and keep Kuminga, which means Steph is not getting another championship.
No, and that's where I was trying to follow Kenny. He's talking about a young rebuild. That's essentially what they're doing right now.
Right, yeah. So he was saying
timeline system that they've tried to do before.
He was saying don't go get. It's interesting.
But here's the thing: it's how long? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
How long can you surround Steph Curry with young players until Steph Curry's old enough to be out of the league? Because he's going on 37 years of age.
40?
Exactly. So I don't know. Again, this has been my take with Jonathan Kuminga. He's only 22 years old. Maybe he does blossom into an all-star in this league. But will it be when Steph Curry's still playing?
I think we may have to come to the conclusion that 4 is it, guys, and just enjoy what you have. At that point, maybe they should have kept Clay just to enjoy.
I mean, that was my take.
Know, right?
If you guys are satisfied with this, let the boys ride off into the sunset and all retire as Warriors. But to me, moving on from Klay Thompson meant to me that you thought maybe there was a different strategy to still win with Steph Curry. To be honest,
DeAnthony Melton, I mean, I'm not saying he's an all-star, but he was helping them off to that. How do we explain the 12-3 start?
Buddy Hield scoring more than 18 points a game.
For sure.
Which was the replacement of Klay Thompson's production.
And to me, if they get, and I said this last week when we had our big breakdown, top 6 to me is exciting. If you can get into the top 6, honestly, if they get into the top 6, which is not out of the question. I know it sounds crazy after yesterday. Yesterday was so bad, but you just got to forget it. They got a whole new game tomorrow. It's like losing by 1, losing by 40, right? But if they get into the top 6, honestly, other than OKC, 7-game series against the Rockets, give them a chance. Especially if Kuminga's healthy, if Draymond's healthy, all that stuff. Are they favored? Maybe not. Houston's younger. They'll be more energetic. But I don't know. That's my point. Is can you get to the top 6? And at that point, do you have a 7-game series against Memphis? Do you have a 7-game series against Houston? Heck, even a 7-game series against OKC. If you go out on your shield at least. So anyway, that's where I'm at. And so it's just got to get to the top 6. And the thing that's working for them is that a lot of those Western teams have flaws. A lot of the teams in front of them are struggling with the same stuff they're struggling with. Identity, messaging, health, consistency, all that stuff. The bad news is that the Warriors have a lot of flaws on their roster, starting with the fact that Kuminga's not on the court and Draymond, who's very important to this team, as much as you guys think he's quote-unquote washed or whatever, when he's on the court, man, they're a different defensive team. And right now, that injury doesn't sound good. So
I mean, they're different defensively. They're different offensively with Draymond Green sometimes run the point like LeBron does down in L.A. So, yeah, Murph, it's a huge factor. I guess just my big takeaway is even if they are a top 6 team, this roster is not good enough to get out of the first round of the playoffs.
I don't know. I told you, a 7-game series against Memphis. I'll take my chances.
Here's how I view it. I kind of look at Steph Curry as like having an ace when you get to the postseason in baseball. And on that night, he gives you a chance to win. But who are the other guys in the rotation? And right now, the
Kuminga
Warriors
was coming on big time. He really was.
He was. I don't know if he can carry it. Like when you look at the other duos in the league, Luka, Kyrie.
Yeah, but I mean, Wiggins, if he ever Wiggins when he's on, like I said. So listen, again, I told you it's flawed, but again, a lot of the other teams are too.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll continue to watch, but these next 7 games, 5-2? What am I? What am I, high?
Hey, Murph, got a doobie?
It's legal, right?
Hey, you got a doobie?
No.
Yeah,
It would be crazy if they went 5-2. If they went 5-2, especially without Kuminga and Draymond.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're without Kuminga and Draymond right now. Like you said, we're jonesing for pods.
Yeah, dude.
Like, give me
a dose of pods.
Give me some pods right now.
Give me something.
Like, I'll settle for a pods. All right, guys. Well, listen, fun day, fun Tuesday. We'll hand it over. What do we got? We got some young Tony. Do you got some candidates over there, buddy?
Yeah, the 85 Warriors, right?
Love them.
Yeah.
Johnny
A lot
Bach.
of names.
Johnny Bach. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher closing out a Tuesday show with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike on other apps, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat options, and you can watch the winnings roll in. And I got to tell you, all throughout the playoffs, I've been cashing in on Jaden Daniels. And it was a couple weeks ago on this very show where I had the hot take that he's the best quarterback in the NFC. Well, I got a hotter take for you. He's going to pass for 1 yard this weekend in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles. And all riffs aside, it's as easy as that. Jaden Daniels, right now, his prop is 99% off on Prize Picks. All you need from Jaden Daniels this weekend is to pass for 1 single yard. So download the Prize Pick app, throw that onto your lineup this weekend, and use the code word LEADER, and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you make your first $5 bet. It's as simple as that. Use the code word LEADER, and you will receive the $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And here's the thing. You don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun day. When I wrote down all my notes for today, there's like any of four things could have been a show today. Like the Warriors, obviously. We probably wound up doing them the most. But the Niners, we hit it. We had one segment on them blowing this D coordinator thing. That could be a whole nother. Tomorrow, maybe some more news, but they're blowing this thing right in front of us. Remember the old soundbite? You blew it.
Yeah, they're about to show up to the prom without a date, Murph.
Yeah. The Dodgers are now causing huge coast-to-coast conversation about what's good or bad for baseball. Setting aside our rivalry with those guys and how much we hate them, it's like, what is this doing to baseball? They're monopoly. They're getting. Did you see this during our show today? They got another guy, Kirby Yates. I don't have a book on Kirby Yates. Do you have a book on Kirby Yates? I don't.
Yeah. Two-time All-Star closer. Last year was with the Rangers, closing out games for Bruce Bochy, I believe. He's just going to be another piece in that bullpen.
So Andrew Friedman of the Dodgers, and this is hard to argue now. It's hard to argue. It's hard to say this. But they're running their organization brilliantly and doing everything you want as a fan. That's it. I hate to say this, but I got so emotional Friday, and I lashed out like a teenager at my Dodger fan. I was like, blank you, blank the Dodgers, blank everything. And he's like, you upset us for going about it the right way and trying to win and doing the best for our fans. That's your problem. He's like, we're trying to win a championship, but what are you guys doing? I had no answer.
Yeah. I'd love to sit here and say, oh, this is bad for baseball. The Dodgers are cheating. They're doing everything illegal. They're deferring money. No, they're doing everything by the letter of the law. And every other team has the same ability to do the same thing. And it would be a big contradiction if I'm going to sit here and talk about the 4 titles that the Warriors won when Joe Lacob was spending more money than anybody else. That's essentially what the Dodgers are doing right now. Exactly. And that's what you want your owner to do.
Exactly.
Not someone like John Fisher who's going to tank the entire
franchise. Somebody said to me, one of my friends said, this must be what it was like to be, it was Loader actually. Loader texted. He goes, this must be what it was like to be an NBA fan from 2015 to 2022. And I said, well, I get it, but the difference is 3 of those pieces from the Warriors were homegrown. Yeah. The only guy they really bought was KD.
Yeah, and people hated KD going to the Warriors.
Right. So listen, that could have been a whole nother show. And then obviously college football playoff too, where my 2 ideas are to reseed either after the first round or reseed before it all starts. You don't get a top 4 seed if you're a conference champion. And it's got to end earlier. I think America lost touch with it a little bit on January 20th. I think it needs to end closer to New Year's. And there's an easy way to do that. You eliminate the freaking conference championship games. But then again, that's taking money out of somebody's pockets, and they don't like when people take money out of their pockets. That all happened today. Hall of Fame today, too, is a whole other segment we could have done. And then you could have done 4 hours, too, on Tom Brady as a bum. He couldn't close Ben Johnson.
I wish it was Monday morning so I could make Tom Brady a bum baby. He's now missed out on Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson. What is he good for, Murph? What is he good for? Now I'm mad at the stepdad because he got me the wrong toy on Christmas morning.
So Pete Carroll or Robert Saleh or Mike?
Come on, Pete. I'll get you a fresh pack of bubblegum.
Chewing gum?
Yeah,
I wonder why Mike McCarthy has no connection to the Raiders. He'd be a program builder for you guys. But anyway, those are all things we could have done today. But it is time for young Tony to learn. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, so there's a lot today. We filled out Hall of Fame ballots that will be on social media.
Real quick, can I get a riff off?
Yeah.
Because the text line almost made me just spit out my water. They said, hey, boys, don't worry. This is the golden era of Dodgers baseball.
Yeah, I had a take on that. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, I couldn't resist myself.
Very funny. So, Tony, we had 2 things today that were vying for your attention. One was the Hall of Fame ballot. There were some guys you didn't know on the Hall of Fame ballot, right?
Yeah, sue me.
But the other one was I was so excited that the 40-year home loss by the Warriors brought back the 85 Warriors, which was my senior year in high school, which was like kind of peak Warrior fandom for me. So I was getting real nostalgic about all these guys on there, Terry Teagle and Lester Connor and Purvis Short and Larry Smith, and then some of the randos like Chuck Alexinas and Mike Bratz, and I'm looking at the names, Jerome Whitehead and guys like that. So, Tony, you were sort of baffled. You didn't know any of these guys.
No, I had literally no idea. You're rattling off names, and I was like, who? I just want to hit the Mike McDaniel. Who?
So
every
one of
time.
them, and we should tell everybody that Young Tony is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Sleepy Floyd should be the one because are we going to glaze Greg Papa here?
Ooh, is this our glaze of the day?
2 years later, Sleepy Floyd had the greatest playoff performance in Warriors history ahead of Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. 29 points in the fourth quarter to beat the Lakers, and our guy Greg Papa was on the call.
Bad pass, right to Larry. On the pass by Cooper. Floyd right side. Drives over Green. Up and good. Sleepy Floyd scores again, and we are tied. Sleepy Floyd is Superman. We are tied at 105.
I'm going to lie, guys. Freaking goosebumps, man. And you know what I remember about this? This is going to sound... So back then, like, pop music at games wasn't really a thing. You just it was kind of in the 80s, they discovered you could play pop music. And when the Lakers called timeout right there, whoever dropped the needle on Aretha Franklin's Respect. And it was like, to me, like the perfect moment of like Warrior fans losing their minds. The Lakers dazed and Aretha singing, what you want, baby, I got it. And I was like, yeah, respect, baby.
That's a work of art by the production team. Chef's kiss.
And by the way, the only game they won in that series. Lakers took it in 5. Anyway, fun stuff, man. Well, there you go, Young Tone, Sleepy Floyd, and we glazed Greg Papa along the way.
I'm just glad I found the call, man. I'm juggling a lot back here right now.
Well, G Papa wasn't here for the glazing because he's off today.
Yeah, no G Pop.
It's the two guys who did Dubs OT yesterday.
How am I going to find the G spot without Greg Papa?
The search continues. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. Hey, welcome back, John Joe. Do you remember where we find the building? You never find the building? Do you remember where the parking garage is?
I didn't know he was still alive.
All right. Hey, it's all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. And it's time to hand it over to Papa, or JD and Silver. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And if you don't, you fall asleep and the TV's on, we still get the rating. So I don't really give a A tsunami is bad because your bathing suit gets knocked off and then your ass cheeks are just hanging out on the beach. It's a disaster.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Steal by Tatum. Porzingis. And he's fouled by Curry, and he scores it. Jaylen Brown in the corner. He's got a three. Timeout, Steve Kerr. The flow of this one to start this third quarter. Not good. All Boston. As the Celtics go to 30-13. Warriors drop to 21-21 as they begin their official second half.
We've got to flush this one down the toilet and get ready for Sac. We've been very competitive all year, and our guys have fought. But we've had a handful of these where we just get blown out, and these are demoralizing. So.
Yeah, demoralizing indeed. The Golden State Warriors fall to the Boston Celtics by a score of 125-85. JD is in for Papa again today. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, all the way up until 2 o'clock. And I got to tell you, JD, I kind of liked how we had things going yesterday, where I started the show with aviators on. I had my glass of pure vodka. You had your prog rock. We were just chilling. People were out at Harmonic, still soaking in some good vibes. But now we got to dive into this. And the Warriors, they are exactly mid when you consider the fact that they are 21-21. They're 11-11 at home. They are 10-10 on the road. Yet somehow it feels like they are anything but mid. It has all gone downhill since 12-3. And that's where we're going to start things off today. Good morning to you.
Yeah, what's going on, Greg, man? Good to be with you. As always, again, it was fun yesterday out at Harmonic doing Dubs OT, our little meet and greet. Had some of our regulars on hand out there. It was tremendous, and good to be with you again for a second day here in for Papa. And, wow, I mean, yesterday, just a complete talent gap between the defending champion Celtics and the Warriors, down a couple of rotation players, but I mean, the Celtics had everybody locked in. They had not been playing well by their standards of late. And just another one of these games here lately where it just shows how far the Warriors have to go, not only to be a contending team, but in my mind, just to be a playoff team or even a play-in team, Greg, because as you mentioned, this team does not feel 21 and 21 at all. They feel 9 and 18, and it feels like what's ahead here for these last 40 games is trending far more in the 9 and 18 level of play direction than 21 and 21 and certainly the 12 and 3 start.
Yeah, and Draymond Green now going to be reevaluated in a week with the calf injury. Brandon Pajemski has been slow to come back. Kyle Anderson is still out. Of course, Jonathan Kuminga without that ankle sprain has been a big reason why the Warriors can't find any sort of instant offense. I got a fun stat for you just to tip off the show. So there have been 2,140 combined team seasons in NBA, ABA, and WNBA history. The 2024-25 Warriors currently rank number 2,088 in relative made free throw rate. So free throws made, free throw attempts. And if you take Steph Curry out of that equation, they are about 18 from the bottom, 2,122nd. So that's an obscure stat. It's just one aspect of the game. But we are now at the stage of the season, JD, where on January 21st, we are pulling up obscure numbers to illustrate just some areas in which this Warriors team has been in some purgatory right now, frankly.
Well, look, they're not a good team. I mean, we can come up with a lot of different stats and ways to put it. It was the worst home loss in 40 years for the Warriors, losing by 40-plus points, 40 exactly yesterday. And I think the thing that everybody has come to grips with here in the last couple of weeks, I think the Warriors internally have even come to grips with it, which is maybe a bigger part of the problem. But it's the fact that everybody's kind of accepting the fact that this team doesn't have it. And it's not so much right now about the X's and O's or the matchups or how they're ineffective. It's about, can you improve it? And I think the reality of the situation here, Greg, is that it cannot be improved from within to a playoff level. And so with the trade deadline coming up here in just over 2 weeks, 2 weeks and 2 days away, the question becomes, do the Warriors even have a desire to try to salvage, forget about championship contention, but do they have a desire to even salvage trying to be a playoff team? Because if you look at the standings, they're still close enough in the mix to where making that kind of a run is realistic. But the thing that they have to quit doing is looking at the standings and looking at how badly this team has performed, how worse it is as it's currently constituted with some of the injuries, and believing that because the standings are still, give them a shot, that they have the ability to do it with this specific team, and they need to make the determination as to whether or not they can go out and make some ancillary moves to change up the mix, and they just continue to seem reluctant to do it. And I think that's the part right now, if you're a Warriors fan, that is the most frustrating, that is the most disappointing. It's the notion, and I said this yesterday, Greg, that the Warriors are a little a 2-7 or a 1-5 losing skid away from basically having the final 2 months of their season be Jonathan Kuminga, being Corey Maggette, and Stephen Curry and Draymond Green sitting in street clothes or hanging out with their families. Like, do you want that to be what the last 2+ months of this Warriors season is? I think that's the question they have to internalize. And I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of getting sick of this team's played hard most of the time and competed, and there haven't been blowouts, and that to me is that's a sad level of copium for a really, 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 really mediocre to bad basketball team right now. They have to make a determination that they want to try to salvage this or not. But if you don't, then come out and just acknowledge that you're not, and then deal with the consequences that and the scrutiny that comes from that kind of a decision.
Yeah, I mean, here's the brutal part, JD, and we started working together November of 2023, so it's really only been about 14 months here, but with the way that these Warriors seasons and off seasons have played out, it feels like it's been about 3 years or 4 years at times, and we've gone through so many scenarios, we've gone through so many what ifs, we've gone through so many paths or possible trades or ways of talking yourself into different paths for the Warriors. And right now, it feels like they are so stuck in the middle because you said it right there. You look at the standings and they are right there with Phoenix for the 10 spot, which is where they would be last year. So they're 7-2 stretch away from being right back in the mix and being able to host a play-in game at home maybe, or take it the other way, they're also a 2-7 away, which truthfully feels so much more likely at this point with what we've seen night to night in terms of struggling to get past the Washington Wizards, barely holding on to a lead in what was otherwise a really good game against the Detroit Pistons. They're a 2-7 away from this all sliding away, and we're going to hear from Steph Curry in the sound where he talked about the next stretch could really make or break their season, but it's not just you're stuck in the middle when you look at the standings. You're stuck in the middle on Jonathan Kuminga because you might not want to trade him, and if you do trade him, you'd want to get some real value out of him because you see the talent that could be so tantalizing at times. But then if you don't trade him, you're also accepting the fact that by February 6th, you're going to eventually pay him a large sum of money, and I think a lot of fans feel stuck in the middle on that. I think the Kuminga discourse, and that's just one piece of the equation, JD, but that's something that felt a little more one-sided last year. This year, it's been a little bit more balanced, where last year it was a lot of like, Kuminga needs to play more, he's the answer. And now you're seeing people this year say, I don't know, like he's talented, but he's inconsistent, or I don't like that he doesn't always rebound at a high rate or play great off the ball defense. But then he also has games where against the Houston Rockets twice, he took over down the stretch, and they need that offense, frankly, because without it yesterday, and we can get into yesterday's game, we can get into the Wizards game, but without that yesterday, Steph Curry, who was already banged up coming into the game, was your leading scorer with 18 points. The rest of your starters combined had 18 points. They had no shot against the Celtics in what I actually thought was a pretty good first half of defense.
Yeah, I look at this thing, Greg, and I look at the standings, and we can get into it. And I don't look at the standings and say, hey, this team can get it done. And so you can do nothing, and maybe you get on one of those little runs. I look at the standings and I say to myself, this team is incapable of that 7-2 run that puts them in the conversation. Or if they do get on that 7-2 run, it's going to be after the 2-7 that takes them to 5 games under 500, and then it just gets them back to level. To me, I look at the standings and I see a couple of ancillary moves. I see a couple of middling type moves that could unlock a pathway to actually maybe getting to 6, but you have to want to desire to have that be a goal. And I just don't get the sense that the Warriors believe that there's necessarily a value in that. And I think that's something, we're going to find out here in the next couple of weeks exactly how much they value that, because that doesn't mean you have to mortgage your future or give away the next 10 drafts or even give away Jonathan Kuminga, frankly, to make those things happen. But I think they should be looking at the standings as a point of optimism, not in that they don't need to do anything, but in that they don't have to do something major to still salvage some semblance of a success for this season. And at this point, I think success for this season would be, can you get to 6? Can you get to the playoffs, whether it's through the play-in tournament or not? To me, if they can do that, they could look back at this season and say it was a positive step from last year where they ended up 10th and got blown out in a play-in game in Sacramento.
We're going to get into all of this. We're going to keep talking about the Warriors. I'll tease the guest list on the other side. We'll also get into some NFL divisional round, how that connects to the 49ers. And all day long, we're going to open up the phone lines, 415-808-5627, the number to call in if you want to share your thoughts about anything related to these Golden State Warriors, or to your San Francisco 49ers, or to the fact that Roki Sasaki's a Dodger and everybody is signing with the Dodgers. JD is probably going to be signed with the Dodgers on a deferred contract by the time that we get back from this short break here. So YouTube chat, always good to see you. I see a lot of our regulars. San Jose Jazz fan and Mrs. Jazz fan were out there yesterday at Harmonic Brewing. C Estimated, Alex Hammond, Andrew the Goat, and many others. We'll keep this thing moving. It's Papa and Silver with JD in for Papa one more day on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors lose again. Big shocker, but where is the panic meter for Dubs Nation? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here, speaking Peyton Pritchard.
My goodness.
A little stare down. Who's he looking at over there? I think he was looking for Stephen Curry.
Well, normally someone says something from the bench, Reggie. Yeah. That's what makes us look back at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that kind of day yesterday for the Golden State Warriors out at Chase Center. Peyton Pritchard hitting the three there, staring down Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors bench, and the Warriors had essentially nothing to say in response. Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out with you on a Tuesday after the nice long weekend. We'll talk about all the football action because it was a mighty fine packed weekend, but right now the focus is really where we picked off at Harmonic Brewing yesterday. The Golden State Warriors are in a bad place right now. The record says they're mid. The record says they have a chance to make a run, but the product on the court, the eye test, and the history of the last couple of years say exactly otherwise. And JD, as I hand it back to you, two things. Number one, I'm going to tease our guest list. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic is going to join us in about 30 minutes at 10:50. We'll talk about everything with him. Had some great off-the-air dialogue with Marcus yesterday. And then Mike Sando of The Athletic will join us at 12:50 as we get into football. His Pick 6 column was out, wrote a lot about Patrick Mahomes, the referees, Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders inflating and surpassing their expectations. But here's the thing, JD. There are no excuses this time around. And I'm saying excuses in a way of no fan can point to something as why the Warriors are so struggling and why they're just a couple tweaks away from making a nice run. Draymond Green has not been a problem off the floor or on the floor, really. He has been available other than the wear and tear on his body. Jonathan Kuminga has embraced the bench role. I think he's scored pretty nicely off of it. And other than just your aging superstars having general wear and tear, there's really nothing you could point to as an obvious problem. They're just simply not that good of a roster.
They're just not talented enough. I mean, Stephen Curry, I mean, all those things you say are true, but none of them still provide a secondary scoring option. The depth, I think, has been tested by injury. I always say there's two kinds of depth. There's depth that you like your team when you have everybody slotted in the right places and everybody's available, and you have a deep team in that sense that when your main guys are available and your depth just kind of falls in line, kind of sort of like the beginning of the season where the Warriors had everybody and Steve Kerr was playing 12, sometimes 13 players, and it was clicking. The Warriors, I think, have more that kind of depth than the kind of depth where you can start taking pieces away and the team can remain competitive consistently. Now, they have won some games without Steph Curry this year. They have won some games without Steph and Draymond this year. But over a lengthy stretch where you start to take multiple rotation players away, there are going to be games that look like last night or yesterday afternoon where you get beat, where you're just outclassed from a talent standpoint. There are going to be games like a week ago in Toronto where the Warriors don't have enough to finish off an 8-win Toronto Raptors team, which, by the way, went and beat the Celtics that just beat the Warriors by 40 in their next game after they beat the Warriors. But the issue is the overall talent, and there's just not enough high-end talent on this Warriors roster. They have a lot of nice role players, but role players have a ceiling of a team that's mid or mediocre often when you combine them with one star, let alone an aging star that's been asked to carry far too much of the load here over the last couple of months.
Well, also, let's look at some of the other Western teams right now in that kind of play-in mix. Let's go from 6 downward. Lakers, Mavericks, Kings, Timberwolves, Suns. All those teams probably have a third best player that is well above whatever that Warriors number 2 option is, whether that's Draymond Green being your second best player some nights, although he's a unique kind of player and just fits into what the Warriors do very well. Whether that's Andrew Wiggins, who was 1 for 11 yesterday, and with Jonathan Kuminga out, you need Wiggins to score. I had a criticism on our show with Papa a week or so back where I'm saying Andrew Wiggins has to take more shots. I think it was after the loss against the Miami Heat when they just got completely outworked on their home floor when the Heat were coming off a double overtime loss in Sacramento, had every reason to be the ones to look sluggish. Andrew Wiggins has to take some shots if Jonathan
He did it yesterday. He did it early yesterday.
Yeah.
He didn't hit any of them.
He wasn't doing anything. So my point is, all these guys, all these teams that are even kind of in the same tier as the Golden State Warriors have options as a number 2 or 3 that are well above what the Golden State Warriors have. And that is not an excuse by any means for why the Warriors have lacked competitiveness at times, why they look sluggish, why they have not necessarily addressed the root of their concerns. Let's play a couple of cuts in this segment right now. And the first one is cut C, Walter. I want to hear from Steve Kerr yesterday talking about getting blown out and how demoralizing that is. This is what he had to say.
I don't even think of the season in those terms. We just, we kind of take it week by week. And we've got Sacramento on Wednesday. And we've got to flush this one down the toilet and get ready for Sac. We've been very competitive all year, and our guys have fought. But we've had a handful of these where we just get blown out, and it's these are demoralizing. So most important thing to me is for our guys to forget this one, have a day off tomorrow, and then be ready to roll in Sacramento on Wednesday.
Okay, so my takeaway from that cut, JD, is when I hear Steve Kerr say, we've been competitive all year, I'm not reading that literally as you haven't had games like yesterday. They've had some really ugly games. They've had some really demoralizing losses, like the Toronto loss, for example. How do you lose that game on the road to a team that had lost 16 out of 17? What I think Steve means is, from a locker room standpoint, people sticking together, people continuing to fight. There's probably not a lot of drama. I get that. My version of you haven't been competitive is going to be different than someone who's in the building every single day. That said, the Warriors have looked like they've gotten run out of the gym a couple of times. The Sacramento Kings, the team they're going to face next, is a team that has made the Warriors look old, and they always get up for the Warriors as an opponent. So I don't necessarily buy the notion that this was a one-off, because we're here on January 21st, and there have already been so many worst loss of the year candidates.
Yeah, I mean, you look at just go back through the last month, and you mentioned, I mean, the game yesterday obviously is one. I think the Miami game qualifies. I know that wasn't a 30, 40-point blowout, but considering what you mentioned about the Heat, losing a lead in Sacramento, playing double overtime the night before, they come to chase, they dominate and control that game. I also think, and this is where maybe I'm a little bit different, I look at games where you punt on the game as games where that are kind of give up games. Like even if you're competitive in that game, I feel like those are almost a half give up game or a half non-effort game, because you literally made the decision at 11 or noon local time on the day of the game that you're not going to play your best players, or your best players aren't healthy enough to where the rest is more beneficial than actually playing them. So I count any of those games the Warriors have chosen to punt on as portions of that as well. The Sacramento game where the Warriors get blown out, the Memphis game where the Warriors get blown out, they punt against the Clippers. And again, they were competitive. The guys who played in that game against the Clippers after Christmas, in the game in Indiana after they were able to get the win against the Pistons a couple of weeks back or last week. But I look at the game against Cleveland, a couple of games against Cleveland, the game right before New Year's against Cleveland. And Cleveland's doing that to everybody, but you know what? Boston does that to a lot of teams too. It doesn't matter. Non-competitive is non-competitive. And so I think if you look at the last month, Greg, there have been a lot more of those non-competitives, and I think it's alarming. I think you can say there are reasons for it. But I get what Steve's saying. Like my take on what Steve said there is what's he going to say? He's got to try to keep this group together because they've got 40 games left. So he's trying to say all the right things and save face. But I think Steve Kerr knows that this team right now is in a danger zone. I think Steph Curry knows it. I think Draymond Green knows it. And I think that's why some of the shift in conversation over the last week has been more toward acceptance that this team is not a contender, which, duh, I mean, we all knew that they weren't a contender. But when you also acknowledge that acceptance, Greg, it makes you more apt to get blown out and be non-competitive in some of these games, in my mind, because anytime you start to speak of tapping out or not having enough to reach your ultimate goal or whatever it is, I think on a night in, night out basis, it makes it easier for everybody to just kind of let go of the rope, and that's why I think we've seen it more. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, Greg, I think we're going to see more games like the Sacramento game. They're going to get smoked tomorrow if they don't go in there and not only play well, but play hard. The Kings play the Warriors like it's the finals. And so you're going to get that kind of effort, and they're on a heater. They've won 9 of 11. So, what happened yesterday, that could be a remake of the Memphis game if the Warriors aren't going in there ready for it tomorrow night.
One more piece of sound before we get ready for our conversation with Marcus Thompson. This is Steph Curry at the podium, alluding to what JD was essentially just saying. He knows the team is at a little bit of a make or break point, and he talks about just that with how they will survive without Draymond Green and Jonathan Kuminga in the stretch of the next few games as the trade line inches closer and closer.
Next man up mentality. Everybody who steps foot on the floor got to be able to perform. Bring a spirit of, you belong and do it together as a unit. Didn't happen tonight. We obviously had nothing really to show for 36 minutes tonight, and it's going to get tougher, like you said, without, 2 starters one who's incredible at getting into the basket, getting us, some good possessions. Draymond, what he does on the defensive end, but you got to believe that you have enough to win any given night. You have to believe that, we're a team that can find a way to execute on both ends of the floor. It's a mentality thing before it's a physical thing, I think.
I'll say this about yesterday, JD. I don't think the mentality was an issue to start that game. They actually played pretty clean basketball. Now, they couldn't hit a shot for the life of them. We know that.
Well, they were down 8-0, but other than that, they played pretty clean.
They were down 8-0, but they quickly turned that into a tie, and you had Gary Payton II throwing Josh Allen reckless passes to Trace Jackson-Davis. And anyway, the point is they went 4 offensive rebounds. They didn't have a turnover until Steph Curry checked out of the game. The first 9 minutes, I thought, were actually pretty clean basketball. Now, they were still down 19-17. Offensively, they weren't able to get anything in the basket, but it's not like they were mentally unprepared. However, once the game started getting out of hand, then it was like they quit well before that 48 minutes were up, and then that's where it became a big problem. You can't just have a good quarter. You got to have 4 good quarters. Teams that are undersized have to shoot the ball well. Teams that are under-talented have to work harder, and they got to play smarter, and the Warriors haven't done either of that.
They haven't, and they get demoralized when they don't make shots. I think that's apparent. Like they especially the wide open ones. Buddy Hield had 3 or 4 just wide open looks. It's been the same story with Buddy Hield during this time where he struggled, and they just get demoralized when shots don't go in because they're a bad offensive team. And then I think it starts to impact their defense, and then other teams get on a little bit of a heater going the other way against them, and that's where these games turn into blowouts.
So on the other side, let's get into the NBA on TNT panel discussion. Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley having a little back and forth about where the Warriors turn from here, because I'll tell you one thing, JD, the road is not stand pat. The road is not a straight line. Got to make some kind of decision, and they had some thoughts on that. We'll hear that next, only here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Buddy, thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, filling in for Greg Papa for one more day. Papa will be back tomorrow. We'll ask him about all his table-breaking antics over the weekend, and we'll get into NFL football a little bit later in the show. But as we get ready for Marcus Thompson, wanted to visit one of the prominent discussions of yesterday's game, because guess what? When the Golden State Warriors lose by 40 points and it's on national television, well, still going to get talked about, and you still got Steph Curry on your team. Kenny the Jet Smith, NBA on TNT, shared his thoughts on how he thinks the Warriors should get better. Charles Barkley responded. We'll hear both of those cuts. Kenny the Jet Smith up first.
I want to talk about the rebuild.
Which rebuild?
With Golden State. You know, and they're in a similar situation what the Lakers are in.
At ease, you don't need to run.
And yeah, I don't want to beat you on MLK Day anyway. But they're in a similar situation, Lakers, but much different in the same result. Meaning LeBron James, when you're rebuilding around LeBron James, and you say, hey, he's later in his years, he's maybe not the same player, but he's still a great player, or one of the top players in the league. LeBron James plays with the ball in his hand. So you have to build a team that actually fits in. So you're going to bring in older players. I think with Steph Curry, he actually plays without the ball a lot, and he's running off picks. So now you can bring in and say, we're going to do a young rebuild with young energy to get him shots easier because he's shooting more instead of beating people off the dribble. So the rebuild is different. They should go young through the draft, through trade, keep guys like Kuminga, not think about trading. Guys like Kuminga and his age, that group is where they need to be. Where the Lakers, they need to get older players at times to go with LeBron because LeBron handles the ball.
All right, so before we get into the Charles Barkley side of this, before we break this down, JD, I want to hear your thoughts first on Kenny the Jet Smith.
Yeah, I disagree with him. I think as far as the Warriors goes, we can separate the Lakers from it. I don't think it's important to this conversation. As far as the Warriors go, I think you need smarter players and players with a little bit of experience to play with Steph Curry, whether Steph Curry's playing off the ball or on the ball. You also need smart playmakers. And so, like, I understand the notion of you want to get maybe some younger playmakers in there and some energy. That part I get, but from a basketball standpoint, they have to have the skill and the IQ to be able to play with Steph. And if you look at the metrics, even Steph and Draymond, when you look at the two-player metrics as to when those guys are on the court with other players and not, it's still really Steph and Draymond. So I understand infusion of energy. But I completely disagree with Kenny as far as the notion that build through the draft. Like they've kind of tried to do that, and none of these guys can play with Steph Curry effectively. To where they've wound up not being good enough or getting benched. But I understand the point in terms of energy and those kinds of things. But it has to be energy with skill and basketball IQ that's complementary. And so I think it's more the young vets that have the basketball IQ, guys in that 27 to 30 range that are still extremely skilled and intelligent and can shoot it a little bit and have some athleticism. Those are the kinds of guys that you look to build. I'm going to say it, and you're going to sound the alarm. It's the Cam Johnsons, honestly. It's the young, athletic shooter in their prime, high IQ, fit with anybody kind of guy. Like those are the kind of guys that work with Stephen Curry over the Jonathan Kumingas, to use a pertinent example to the now.
I could see how this is a two things can be true case. One thing that's true, the Warriors do need to get more athletic, especially on the wings. They do need size, ideally rim protection, and I do think they could benefit from some youthful energy when you got stars whose bodies are wearing down. However, there's also the JD side of it and the opposite of Kenny Smith side of it, which is that number one, playing for Steph is not for everyone, playing with Steph Curry. I mean, look at Dennis Schroeder, a really good player who has really struggled to fit in. Kelly Oubre, another example that didn't quite fit that well with Steph Curry. I think point number two is we've seen Steve Kerr take his time with younger talent, and the fan base gets frustrated over it. Regardless of where you stand on that issue, you don't have unlimited time. The clock's been ticking. And then number three is that older all-time greats don't always have the desire to play with young talent because of that mental gap in terms of basketball development. Let's hear from Charles Barkley and what he added to this Kenny Smith discussion, how he kind of refuted it.
Buying that? No.
You don't think the Golden State you get younger?
It doesn't matter what they do unless they go out and get a superstar and try to rebuild on the.
I don't think they could do that.
Well, that's their only chance because Steph is old.
Do you think this year they go for it? I mean, like a Jimmy Butler?
I think they should try it because who's the only team we sure of in the West?
OKC.
That's it.
Denver.
Denver gonna have to improve their bench.
I disagree with you, man. I think the West is just super tough.
OKC is the best team in the West.
No, but if you look at Golden State,
I'm just asking you a
they're
question.
not better than any of the Houston Rockets, Memphis, Denver, Clippers.
I said if they made a big trade,
Mavericks.
If they made a big trade is what I said. Getting younger ain't gonna make them better.
I'm gonna dismantle to get young, and then I'm gonna try to be good.
54 to 39 is your halftime.
That was the halftime discussion. We didn't even get to the 40-point blowout to that point there, as you heard Ernie Johnson chime in at the end there. But yeah, JD, I don't think that getting a star doesn't mean you can't get younger as part of the equation. But I'm with you and Charles Barkley and against Kenny Smith in that is your path to solution because that takes time. You're not doing that until the offseason. And the odds of drafting a rookie who's going to be your second star right away, it's not going to solve the second star issue. like the Warriors are still going to be in this problematic state. So I do think there's value in athleticism and youth and size and length, especially if we're talking about on the perimeter, what you can get defensively. But that's not going to make Steph Curry's life easier in and of itself, because you got to learn how to play within the system that is Steph Curry.
I want to come back to this. I know we've got Marcus Thompson coming up, so I'll be short as far as it goes here. But I think when you look at this situation, Kenny Smith to me, what he was describing was you just keep Steph Curry and you rebuild everything else. Like I don't think Kenny was thinking contention, like or the plan that he was describing certainly didn't lead the Warriors to contention. Now that being said, I'll give a couple of examples again of the kinds of players when you talk about draft, and I'll use the Warriors' most recent picks, and it's not going to be flattering, but I don't mean to be somebody that goes back as hindsight 2020, but the examples that I'm using is you take Tyrese Halliburton, young, right, skilled, smart. If Tyrese Halliburton would have no problem playing with Steph Curry as a early to mid 20-year-old type of a player. Franz Wagner. You end up with him instead of Kuminga. Franz Wagner would have no problem. I know he's hurt now, but he'd have no problem playing with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins and everybody else, and we'd be having a completely different conversation. So it's not so much young or old for me. It's the types of players that you look to go get, and so I understand the notion that you want to get an infusion around Steph Curry, but you can't just be aimless about the types of players that you go get. You have to be very specific in the types of players that you go get, and I just don't think that the Warriors, frankly, can be trusted to draft those players, and it's also going to take too long at this point to draft those players. So it's about, can you go get, and this is why I think they should be looking to shuffle the deck in terms of their overall roster, Greg, to try and get some of those guys that are in that 27 to 30 range, 28 to 31 range on this roster that are still much younger and more athletic and full of energy compared to Steph and Draymond, but also have a little bit of experience and skill and basketball acumen to be able to play with those guys at an effective level. That's the blend here. That's the marriage here that gets the Warriors maybe not to title contention, but back to the respectability that frankly just has not been there in each of the last 3 years. And I think we're staring down the light at the worst case scenario of that here in these last 40 games if nothing changes.
Well, let's chop it up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic coming up. And JD, I'm going to hold it up to the camera. This is my extra large glass of pure vodka for the day after what we witnessed yesterday. It's Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in. Marcus Thompson next on The Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Everybody, Greg Silver, John Dickinson, and as has become somewhat of a customary element of the show, and Walter knows this very well, we got a little bit of a rescheduling. All good, though. Marcus Thompson has some real-life plumbing issues to deal with, dare I say. He'll be joining us at 11:50, so I know we teased him before the break. We'll get back to Marcus Thompson about an hour from now. Totally all good. We'll keep this conversation here on the Golden State Warriors for a little bit, JD, and I guess we were going to kind of pick up where we left off in general, which was Kenny Smith versus Charles Barkley, and I want to give you a chance to elaborate on what you were getting at, which is that Kenny Smith saying, well, this is about the rebuild for the Golden State Warriors. It didn't sound like a chance to go and win now. It really sounded like a rebuild, but keeping Steph Curry around, and then you compound that with the Steph Curry quote of anyone who thinks I'm okay being on an average basketball team is insane. Well, if you got Steph, Draymond, Steve, and a bunch of young guys, you're not going to be an average basketball team. You're going to be a well below average basketball team. And unless you can sag for flag or whatever this year's slogan's going to be, as far as tanking goes, it's not going to be, it's going to be worse than insane. You're going to be a bad team. You're going to be a 27-win team or worse.
If you shut it down, if you shut it down, that's probably what you'd be looking at. But again, they already have 21 wins, so I mean 6-30. You'd be talking. I mean, to get to 27, you'd basically have to be the Wizards for the back half of the year. So I don't know that they could necessarily be that bad unless they decided they were going to have. No,
I'm not saying for this year. I'm just saying in general, if you do a full rebuild around Steph Curry, you're going to be well outside the playoff bubble.
Yeah, you're going to be. Yeah, you're going to be for sure high 20s, low 30s, whatever that winds up being. But no, I just it feels like Kenny was saying, well, this team should tear it down, and that's the part that, I mean, we've discussed so many different times. It's like why if you're open in saying that you're stuck, do you not look at, like, why is everybody afraid to say, well, then maybe, maybe they should look at it. Like, it makes zero sense to have Steph Curry on the roster and then to do a complete rebuild of everything else around Steph Curry. Like, that completely makes no sense. So I don't know. It just, that was kind of the prevailing, final thought that we didn't get to as far as the Kenny take. But I understand the need for younger players and an infusion of energy. But, the types of players that the Warriors have picked to this point have not been good enough players to bring that to the table. So are you going to look to make some trades to bring in some guys that are younger and more energetic that have the potential to fit? We'll see. But to this point, the Warriors have been reluctant to look to make any kind of move because they're petrified, Greg, that the move that they make is going to take them out of the equation for going and making a move for a star later on down the line.
What feels really frustrating and why it feels like they are extra stuck is that all these statements that have been floated around for the past, season and a half are always contradicting one another. You have Draymond Green's biggest splash with Vince Goodwill of Yahoo Sports being like, well, bad organizations just sacrifice it all to try to win now. We're not going to do that. But then you have Joe Lacob saying, I'm just not trying to maximize Steph's years. I'm trying to maximize all of my years. And then you have trades are hard. And, it's really hard to make a deal with the CBA and everything. And then you got, this is such a deep team. We believe this team could go far. And everything's just so close and it's right there. And everything's always contradicting to the point where it's like, I don't even know what the aim of this organization is right now. And going back to our conversation from yesterday's Dubs OT, are Lacob, Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry not as much on the same page as it seems to be at times?
I think that's a great question. I think a lot of the chatter over the last month has been a bunch of different mixed messages. And I guess it really goes back to the early part of December between, Steph basically saying the clock is ticking to the acceptance in the aftermath of the loss at Toronto, to the pushback on the acceptance, and you're crazy if you think I want to be on a mediocre team. Steve Kerr saying that the best thing sometimes you can do is nothing. I think their messaging on Kuminga has been strange. I know we've talked about that. It went from Steph and Kuminga, or Steph and Draymond kind of anointing Kuminga in early December when he got some opportunities to play, and then Steve Kerr ends up benching him and calling him out in the win at Minnesota right before Christmas, to the point where I think many were expecting that there was going to be an explosion leading to a possible trade request from Kuminga's camp away from the Warriors organization. That didn't happen, or got squashed internally from coming out somehow. But and Kuminga then went on to play better, but in the bench role. So it just feels like everything has been all over the place, while Steve has been up there on a night in, night out basis with varying degrees and varying types of losses to discuss, just trying to save face and say the right thing and keep everything moving to the next. Where internally, Greg, the impression I get internally is that there's been a ton of stuff going on over the last month plus that hadn't really come out yet, as far as internal debate and where things are at, and conversations about what should be done.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, 1 hour down. Silver and JD pop up back tomorrow, and we'll be going all the way up to 2 o'clock before Dirty Work takes things over. We'll get into some football talk coming up in a bit, the 49ers, how it relates to the NFC. We'll also touch on the national championship game. LeBron did it. The Ohio State Buckeyes defeat Notre Dame. We watched the beginning of that game together at Harmonic with Matt Mayoko of all
Seriously,
wonderful.
I got a question for you. Like, not to get off on another tangent, but I want to ask you. Serious question. I'm not being. I mean, I guess I am kind of being snarky. Does anybody in the Bay Area care about the national championship game? Like, does anybody care? It was Ohio. Like, seriously, does anybody in the Bay Area give one rip about Ohio State beating Notre Dame? Like, I know it was on our air. It's a national championship game. There's nostalgia that comes from that. It's the first year of the playoff. But does anybody give one shred of a bleep about the national championship game in college football in the Bay Area?
I'm going to say, yeah, the Bay Area is a big region. These are two massive brands. They get a lot of hate. They also have a lot of fans around the country. I'm not saying it takes priority over the 49ers or the Warriors or even the Sharks for some people out here in the Bay Area, but because of the big brands, I'm willing to bet that some people do give a rep about it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm fascinated by it. It's like snooze. Like that was a bad snore, but it's like, oh my God, like, oh, wake me up. Like yeah, we were watching it at Harmonic, and it just, I don't know. It's just, I guess it's just a West Coast thing, and the like, but I don't know. Just
Eddie, the owner of Harmonic, his wife is a proud Notre Dame alum. They were locked in.
She is. They were, and again, they have a personal tie to it. So it just, I don't know. I don't think anybody that doesn't have a personal tie to it is, gives one shred of a. We're not on YouTube only, so I got to be careful here. One shred of a blankety blank about it. But that's just
JD was letting loose on YouTube a little bit yesterday. People were loving it. I also was told by Enrique that he likes the grittier version of Silver. I'm trying to think, like, other than this clear glass of vodka I had in my hand for the whole day, I don't know what else made me all that gritty. But hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But yeah, sticking on the Golden State Warriors, and I'm going to ask you about another topic that I know you love very much, because they didn't just lose by 40 this weekend. They beat the Washington Wizards in an offensive struggle in which they pulled away late down the stretch. Do you think that the whole Draymond tweet, Jordan Poole's comments, was that blown out of proportion? Because when I looked at the clip posted by Dalton Johnson of what Jordan Poole said, I didn't really think it was anything all that hostile compared to when you just read it from Mark Spears' Twitter word for word.
I think Draymond was being sincere, by the way. Like I don't think Draymond was being snarky. I know that was maybe part of the debate there. I don't know what it got down the road. The question to me is, in hindsight, do you look back and did the Warriors screw all that up? I don't think, again, look, Draymond did what he did. Draymond was out of pocket for doing what he did. We can debate, and we did, going back to the time in the lead up to where they ultimately traded Jordan Poole. We can debate whether, should the Warriors, after winning a championship, have said, you know what, Draymond's a free agent, we're going to keep Jordan Poole and let Draymond walk, or sign and trade Draymond maybe somewhere else to finish up his career. I understand why they picked Draymond over Jordan Poole, considering the fact that Poole had a bad year coming off of the punch, considering the fact that it looked like there was some bad money attached to Jordan Poole. To me, it's more about, did the Warriors do the right thing, which I think in the moment they did, and then ultimately picking Draymond over Jordan Poole, who had a bad year his first year with Washington, is having a good year this year with the 6-win Washington team. And then sort of in hindsight, do you look back at this as the Warriors are in this glut of mediocrity and can't figure it out and are stuck? To me, it gets back to more, did the Warriors screw up what was going, their opportunity to, they turned Poole into Chris Paul. Should they have held on to him? Should they have looked to trade him for somebody else? Should they have used the Chris Paul slot to trade for somebody? To me, it's more about that than Jordan Poole's feelings or Draymond Green's reaction to Jordan Poole's feelings. But I think Draymond was being sincere in saying that he was sorry. I think Draymond knows he screwed up.
Yeah, no, and I'm not debating that either. I guess here's what I'll say about the decision to trade Jordan Poole. I think it's a few things. Number one, the fact that you turned it into Chris Paul and then you essentially let Chris Paul walk in free agency. That was bad. That, in hindsight, did not help your team in the long run whatsoever. Number two is, I do think if Jordan Poole had stayed a member of the Golden State Warriors and had a similar year to what he did in 2022-23, there would have been a lot of chatter about the contract being a bad deal, whether you liked him or not. It would have been Jordan Poole's overpaid this, Jordan Poole's overpaid that. Then there's the other side of it, which is, well, look at the offense yesterday, and when Steph is a little bit banged up or Steph's not going, who are you going to have that can even score in a flurry? And Jordan Poole really was the only answer to that question after Klay Thompson had the injuries. We're now seeing a team that can defend okay, but offensively has been just terrible for 3 months. And then this is the last thing I'll say on the Jordan Poole. Yeah, they picked Draymond over Jordan Poole, but, and you can disagree with this, JD, or anyone listening, I always saw it too as they really sided with Steph. They sided with the greatest player in franchise history, and if he had his choice of a teammate, if we're talking about the best pick and roll partner, being on the same page mentally, having, it's his pick and roll partner. It is an instrumental part of the success of the dynasty. I think that they sided with Steph just as much, if not more, than they sided with Draymond when making that decision.
No question. Those two are tied together. I don't think you're out of bounds on that at all. And I think they viewed the ability to keep Draymond Green at that point. And again, they were coming off of, as much as the regular season 2 years ago was as brutal as this season has been, and last season was, even though the Warriors did go 27-12 down the stretch, got to 46 wins and all of that. But I think they were coming off of a second round playoff exit at that point, the punch season. And so they made the decision then that I think Steph and Draymond still had enough left in the tank to where if you add the right pieces around, that they could contend for a championship. And they tried to do that last year, and it didn't work. They came up short with Chris Paul. To me, the error in the whole thing was not using the Chris Paul salary slot to try and go get somebody that could have helped you, not keeping that alive. I think that's where you look back. And again, it's layers on layers on layers. But I'm fine with choosing Draymond over Jordan Poole because you thought you had a chance still to contend for championships. I'm fine even with Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. That was stopgap, but you have to use the Chris Paul salary slot in an attempt to bring talent back because you're just so void of talent. And so, would you rather have had that become one player, a la maybe a Zach LaVine, or would you rather have that become Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield and DeAnthony Melton? And, there's a debate to be had there. The move that they made looked good the first 15 games. As we sit here 42 games into it, though, Greg, it looks disastrous. It looks, Zach LaVine's had a nice year, a really good year, and the Warriors are woefully void of talent. Zach LaVine would look pretty good. And this is not a player that you would have had to have given up Wiggins or Kuminga or anybody else for. It could have been Chris Paul and some ancillary salary filler to get to the point where you were acquiring LaVine, and you wouldn't have even really had to give up draft capital to do it. So to me, it was almost a no-brainer to do that. They didn't, and I think by extension, that makes the Jordan Poole thing look a little bit more like a bungle job.
I looked through my notes from yesterday, JD, being in Chase Center, and one of those bullet points was Warriors down 27, Curry still getting double-teamed by the Boston defense that has been attacking him all day. If you got a Zach LaVine on this team, I'm just saying it makes the defense think about it a little bit, but their other options were Moses Moody and Lindy Waters III and Andrew Wiggins and guys that could not hit the water from the boat. That's how bad it was yesterday. 3 of 24 from deep in the first half. So we've gotten a good hour 10 rant on the Warriors in. We're going to have Marcus Thompson join us on a reschedule at 11:50. So we'll get back into the Dubs. But I do want to pivot over to what happened in football this weekend because there was so much action to unpack. Washington Commanders, big upset. Other than that, all the home teams win. Greg Papa's going to be pumped, and we're going to ask him how many tables he broke when he rejoins the show tomorrow. I said 2 on Friday. I think 2 is the right number, but maybe he'll prove us wrong. Maybe he'll just be in denial and say 0. Maybe he'll say 7. That's the beauty of Greg Papa is you get to find everything out in real time. But we'll get into football coming up next. 49ers, the defensive coordinator search. Does watching the NFC and how these playoffs have shaken out make you feel differently as a Niner fan? Let's talk about that next. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL's Final Four is now set, and Greg Papa's new screensaver is Mark Andrews dropping that ball on the goal line. What is your predictions going into championship weekend? Who will be playing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson, JD filling in for Greg Papa all the way up until 2 o'clock today. We've been getting into the Warriors doing essentially a Dubs OT. We were out at Harmonic Brewing yesterday. Great to see some of our regulars and meet a couple of our regular listeners. Got to see San Jose Jazz fan, the fourth again, and meet Mrs. Jazz fan. It was great to have them out at the show. We'll get back into the Dubs a little bit later. Marcus Thompson will be joining us now at 11:50. Time to get into an action-packed weekend of football. JD will relate all this to the 49ers, but the starting point that I wanted to get to was kind of revisiting some of the questions we posed as every team's biggest question that they'd have to answer heading into the divisional round. And 3 of the home teams win. Washington with the big upset, gut-wrenching loss for the Detroit Lions, going 15-2. First time that the road to the Super Bowl ever went through Detroit, and the defensive injuries caught up to them. Jared Goff did not have a good game, and on top of that, Jaden Daniels just doesn't make mistakes. I guess the starting point I'll go to is the first game, Chiefs versus Texans. And bottom line is, lesson of the weekend is take care of the ball. Now, Kansas City, the only team to win with a net 0 because the Texans didn't turn it over. They didn't turn it over. But our question for the Texans was, can the defense make life difficult for Patrick Mahomes? And I think the answer was largely yes, in the sense that Lassiter and Stingley didn't allow a catch. They also kind of left Travis Kelce alone, and he's doing the thing now where he doesn't look so washed once it really matters and the postseason lights are on.
Yeah, it was, and I mean, were the Chiefs really a net 0? I mean, ask the fans, right? I mean, was it really a net 0? Were the officials involved in there? I'm kidding. I'm not.
Yeah, we can get to that a little bit later with Mike Sando too.
Yeah, so the thing that the big take, I don't have a lot of takeaways from that game. My big question coming in was, could the Chiefs continue to win without playing their best? I thought, defensively, they still play at an extremely high level. Here's my Niner angle on that. Is it better, and I'll ask you this, if you're the Niners, is it better to have the Chiefs three-peat? Because it's going to be a lot more difficult to four-peat, right? I mean, three-peats never happen, but four-peat, I mean, forget about it, right? Or is it better for the Chiefs to lose and then be trying to get back and win another one next year?
Oh, I think no matter what, the Chiefs, if they three-peat, they're going to try to four-peat. They're going to keep going. So I think what I would say to answer your question is it's better for an AFC team to win the Super Bowl, whether that's Buffalo or whether that's Kansas City, because you're going to want whoever is in the NFC, whether it's Philadelphia losing a second Super Bowl in the Sirianni Hurts regime as first year with Saquon Barkley, or whether it's Washington not lifting the trophy after they've already gotten this far. You're going to want some sense of deflation. Now, if Washington goes to the Super Bowl and they lose to Buffalo or Kansas City, I don't think it's going to be a Super Bowl hangover in the same way that it happened with the 49ers twice. But my answer to that question is you want an AFC champion, whether it be the Kansas City Chiefs or the Buffalo Bills. I know that sounds crazy because the entire Bay Area has been rooting against the Chiefs for the entirety of the year and going crazy over it. But if it's Chiefs-Eagles, the Super Bowl that nobody wants and nobody has wanted since the beginning of the playoffs, unless, like Notre Dame or Ohio State, you got a personal connection to this, then I think you're absolutely rooting for the Chiefs for the sake of, well, the Eagles are kind of right back in the same position that you were. You've lost 2 Super Bowls at the end. It was close to Kansas City. If it happens again to Philadelphia, then are they really much different than you are outside of the Nick Foles year?
Yeah, I was having that thought over the weekend, like from the 49ers point of view, just if the Chiefs three-peat, well, it's like, they're not going to four-peat, right? They'll be due for some kind of letdown. They'll have to make some kind of move to break it up a little bit. And then, whether it's complacency that sets in, of course they would be motivated to win again. They're clearly motivated to become the first team to three-peat. But it just, I don't know. It just, as much as I know 49er fans don't want to see the Chiefs win again, I've had the thought, it's like, is it worse to watch another team other than the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, especially, let's say, if it's a team like, look at the teams that are left. If it's the Commanders, you would have a team that was the second worst team in the NFL last year win the Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback and a dude in Jaden Daniels who might be, a guy that is on pace to win multiple at that point. The question then becomes, can Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy beat that dude if he truly becomes that dude as a rookie to go on to win a Super Bowl? The Eagles, I think, would be maddening to see them go from knocking the 49ers out in the game that the 49ers believe they would have won had Brock Purdy not gotten hurt, and then losing, having a bad year last year, Super Bowl hangover, come back and winning it again. I get any Niner fan that doesn't want to see the Chiefs three-peat because they've traumatized the 49ers in the 2 Super Bowls that they've played head-to-head. And while you might feel good for Buffalo, if they win it, and they would be the team, if I'm rooting for any team, it would be Buffalo because they've been knocking on the door and had so much heartbreak themselves, especially against the Chiefs. But Buffalo, I think, could almost be, a little bit of the once they get one in terms of Josh Allen, and that box is checked, could they get more? Could Josh Allen go on to be, maybe not somebody that's going to win 4 or 5, but maybe somebody that's going to win 2 or 3, and so then you're contending with that as well. And so I just some food for thought.
So let me ask you this question, following on the heels of this whole discussion right now, from the psychology of what we've experienced here in the Bay Area, because I don't think this is an outrageous question that's about to come out of my mouth. All the best quarterbacks are in the AFC, right? Nobody's arguing that Brock Purdy is in the same tier as a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson or a Joe Burrow, who didn't even make the playoffs in this year. But in the NFC, Brock Purdy, I think there's a discussion to put him up against a lot of guys, especially as we talk about if he's going to make a good chunk of change this offseason. Is Jaden Daniels the best quarterback in the NFC right now? Because I don't think... I know CJ Stroud had a great rookie year. All year long, I've been like, don't react to the Jaden Daniels thing in terms of this is how it's going to be for 10 years. Just enjoy watching him play. He's an electrifying rookie. It's a great story for the Washington Commanders. But now in 2 playoff games, he has not only gone on the road and pulled off upsets, the Washington Commanders have been the more clutch team. They have been the better team, especially in the second half. And Jaden Daniels is finding every which way to get it done. He never gets rattled. He hasn't turned it over, and I was beyond impressed when the Lions cut it to 3, early third quarter. Jaden Daniels, what's he do? He just goes on a long 15-play drive, scores a touchdown, and by the time Detroit gets the ball back, they're down 10 again with about, 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. I mean, he just ate the clock. Is he the best quarterback in the NFC right now?
I think he might go into next year with that on his resume. I don't think it's. I mean, he is the one quarterback. If you look at all the quarterbacks, and Jared Goff needs a lot of elite talent and a great offensive line and a system, right? No matter what you think of Jared Goff, he needs that, right? Everything you say about Brock Purdy is the same for Jared Goff, right? When he has it, he can get to a Super Bowl. When he has it, he can perform at an MVP conversation type of a level, right? Number one pick in the draft versus the last pick in the draft doesn't matter. They're in the same category, I would say. So Jaden Daniels, you look at him in comparison to Jared Goff, and it's like, oh my God, look, Jaden Daniels. And again, we don't know, and you don't want to anoint before it's time. But Jaden Daniels, to me, right now looks like one of the best rookie quarterbacks, if not the best rookie quarterback of all time. So he might be immediately, he looks the part right now of, could he be a Mahomes? Could he be an Allen? Could he be a Burrow? Could he be a Lamar Jackson? Could he be? So he looks more right now. Again, I'm not putting him in that category, but he looks more like 2-3 years from now, or maybe even 1 year from now. It's like, oh, damn, maybe even 3 weeks from now. It's like, oh, he is that dude in that category until proven otherwise. Sam Darnold, okay. Jordan Love, I think Jaden Daniels already, again, Jordan Love got paid. Jordan Love's had, 15 good games in his career? So Jaden Daniels is, I think, already obviously done more in terms of his playoff career and the poise and going in the hostile environment against the Lions and all of that. Again, Brock Purdy's a nice quarterback, really good quarterback, fits the system with the talent, all those things, can execute at that MVP level type guy. He's not Jaden Daniels on paper, slinging it around, running for first downs, picking up key plays in key moments. So, is he? He projects to be better than Jalen Hurts, projects to be better than Dak Prescott, even though Dak's had a lot of great regular season. I don't think it's a crazy statement at all that he's on the brink of that. Again, you never want to anoint too soon, but he's about to get anointed if he goes into Philadelphia and wins this coming Sunday, or wins a couple of Sundays after that in New Orleans.
So I mentioned we'll talk to Mike Sando at 12:50 today, and my point on Jaden Daniels that I wanted to bring up before we have him on that he highlighted is, let's look at the rookie quarterbacks that have made it to the championship round. Well, Brock Purdy did it in 2022, of course. 49ers had the number one defensive special teams rank. Mark Sanchez did it in 2010. New York Jets, number 3 defense special teams rank. Joe Flacco, 2009, also number 3. And Ben Roethlisberger in 2004 had the number 4 ranked special teams and defense. Jaden Daniels this year, team offense ranks 5th. The defense special teams is ranked 24th. So it's not just a rookie playing well and playing winning football. It is his team relying on him to get to that point. And so I think there's all of a sudden this belief that while they lost Sam Cosmi, their best offensive lineman, to an ACL injury, you look at this Eagles defense and Jalen Carter and how he saved the Eagles when the Rams were threatening late. I mean, this roster is incredible. They are relying on this kid and putting everything on his shoulders. And the way he's operated physically and mentally is unbelievable, giving them a chance to think they might go in and win this game. Now, I said this, JD, as to kind of close my thought for the segment. After the 4th down sneak with Marcus Mariota, opening drive of the game, I said, that's 2 weeks in a row now where Dan Quinn's gone for it on 4th down where you could take the field goal. And I'm thinking, rookie quarterback on the road, just take the points. I quickly refined that take to, okay, you can go for it on 4th down, but never go for it on 4th without giving the ball to Jaden Daniels and putting it in his hands.
No disagreement there. I mean, short and sweet to the point. I mean, no disagreement there.
Just no more Marcus Mariota touches on 4th down and we're good. You can do the Dan Quinn 1st and 8 technique where you know you're going for it on 4th down.
100%. 100%. No disagreement.
Well, let's keep this thing going as we talk about Brock Purdy having the number 1 defense back in 2022. Well, the 49ers do have to address their defense regardless of what this Brock Purdy situation is going to be. Robert Saleh or bust. If Saleh gets a head coaching job, where do they turn? And are the 49ers getting into some dangerous waters? Let's talk about that next. It's JD and Silver filling in for Papa, only here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa here all the way up until 2 o'clock. Talk some Dubs basketball, talking a little NFL football, and right now we're shifting the focus specifically to the 49ers and what they do about that defensive coordinator position. So, JD, since we last talked here on these airwaves, well, Jeff Ulbrich was a guy we were discussing. You weren't so high on him. Matt Mayoko, our guest on Friday, was saying that was his second choice. And since then, Jeff Ulbrich has been swooped up by the Atlanta Falcons as their defensive coordinator. So Matt Barrows essentially put out there that it was Robert Saleh or bust. And Robert Saleh is one of 3 candidates scheduled to do a second interview for the Jacksonville Jaguars head coaching vacancy, along with Patrick Graham, the defensive coordinator for the Raiders, and Liam Cohn, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offensive coordinator. If Robert Saleh gets a head coaching job, you probably think he's going to take it. And it's not just this whole matter of if Robert Saleh gets a job. The 49ers need to be mindful of the clock that's ticking. And the reason Robert Saleh or bust is such a profound statement is, what is the solution? Where do you turn to if Robert Saleh does end up getting one of these head coaching vacancies? Because guys can get swooped up. We saw it happen with Jeff Ulbrich. And then you're maybe looking in-house at Brandon Staley, which I know is a name that has a lot of 49er fans, given the way their defense performed this year, not too excited about.
Yeah, that is where this thing takes a big turn. If Robert Saleh ends up taking a head coaching job. I mean, that and the 49ers pushed all their chips in on Saleh. I don't think missing out on Ulbrich is anything of consequence. I know Mayoko and we disagree on that. That's fine. We can do that respectfully. But so I don't think the question you have to ask yourself as you look back on the Falcons with Ulbrich is, would you want to offer him the job basically with Saleh still out there? And of course the answer to that is no. So anytime you're trying to hire for jobs, there's going to be a bunch of different opportunities there. I don't know where they go, Greg, to be honest. I don't necessarily disagree with the notion that it should be Saleh or bust. The problem, though, with that, as much as I don't have an issue with it, is if you don't get him, it's not so much where do you go and listing names. It's immediately you start to get thrown in the category of did you bungle it? Did you bungle it? Because there were others that potentially you could. So I think there's more scrutiny on whoever winds up getting the job if it's not Robert Saleh. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, there's also the other angle that's going around now with the move to go get a head coaching job elsewhere. Robert Saleh, a Michigan guy, is that someone that could go get the Lions DC job? Now, I don't necessarily believe he would take the Detroit Lions defensive coordinator job over the Niners defensive coordinator job, given the history, given his relationship with Kyle Shanahan, and on top of that, the fact that I was going to say on top of that, and most importantly, the money that's going to come with it. But it is another angle that's been floated out there, and I don't know. He was a name that was getting floated around as the head coach of the Lions when they fired Matt Patricia before they went with Dan Campbell, and Saleh goes to the Jets. So the ties there are enticing. I don't try to make too much of any sort of ties to one place. I mean, that's kind of what happened with Corbin Burns being a St. Mary's guy from California. He ends up going to Arizona. We don't need to get too deep into that here in the city of San Francisco. But it is something just worth noting. And Aaron Glenn, I do think, has a real shot to go and get a head coaching job.
Yeah, I think Aaron Glenn, the Jets are obviously the team that I think most people think are most likely. The Saints in the mix there for Aaron Glenn. But look, if Saleh would end up going to Detroit over San Francisco, again, that puts it in the you bungled it category. Like when you push your chips in, you either get your guy and it all works out, and cooler heads prevail and everything is calm, and it doesn't matter in my book necessarily who you turn down if you get your guy. But the moment you don't get your guy, then it completely flips. And then any of the reserved criticism that may have been built up immediately gets to come flooding out. And the 49ers would have to deal with it. And yeah, Brandon, I mean, there could be a scenario, Greg, where Brandon Staley, let's say Saleh ends up with the Jags or the Raiders or whatever. There's a scenario where Brandon Staley might actually be the biggest name and most qualified person on the board. And I don't think any 49er fan wants Brandon Staley to be the defensive coordinator.
No, and look, Brandon Staley did have a lot of success in his 1 year as the defensive coordinator with the Los Angeles Rams, but I think there's going to be a lot of scars from what happened with the LA Chargers in the last, season and a half, and the bad playoff collapse and everything. And I do think that the Chargers, essentially, there was a great story written about it where they were trying to go for the defensive version of Sean McVay, and it just happened too fast, and it backfired, and Staley took a lot of gambles, and they didn't necessarily pay off or anything. I do wonder about this, and I know Kyle Shanahan gets the final say in a lot of big decisions, so it's not like there would be a lot of butting heads, but there's a lot of criticism on Kyle sometimes for being a little bit too conservative or just take the points or not wanting to do anything gimmicky. Brandon Staley as a head coach was the complete opposite of that. I do wonder if there would be a little bit of friction between the two, with the defense maybe making some more aggressive gambles at times, but that's all to say that it's a real possibility that if this Robert Saleh thing does not pan out, and he is getting second head coaching interviews right now with Jacksonville, and he got interviews with the Dallas Cowboys, then the 49ers might not have a ton of directions to turn here as guys continue to get swooped up, as we saw with Jeff Ulbrich and the Atlanta Falcons.
Look, Staley was Dan Campbell without the success, right? Like kind of in terms of the going for it and just risking it all, and did it recklessly, but did it. He is the example of what happens, and I'm not talking personality type, but he's the example of what happens when you make those decisions to be so forward thinking. And it doesn't work out for you. Now, and Dan Quinn, the Commanders, they go for it a ton, obviously, with Kingsbury running their offense and all of that, and they've had a lot of success. You don't have success with it at an extremely high level, and there immediately is some big time scrutiny. I think that balance between Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Staley is fine. I also am one that, in fairness to Staley, I do think with other coordinators, we typically don't hold them accountable for their time as a head coach. But I think because Staley's flameout was so bad and significant and awkward with the Chargers, a lot of weird press conferences, right? A lot of uncomfortable moments there, that I think he's in the rare category where he almost does get held accountable, even in a coordinator job, which is a job. I mean, there's plenty of guys who can be really good coordinators that are just not head coaches, and Brandon Staley may be one of those. But the flame out.
I think Dennis Allen's one of those, frankly.
I think Dennis Allen is one of those. Totally, and a different personality than even Brandon Staley. So. Does Kyle Shanahan get scared off by not wanting to have Brandon Staley be somebody that's going to address the media each week in a press conference, because a coordinator has to do that as opposed to, a consultant, with Nick Sorensen being the coordinator last year. So all of those things are, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan gives a rip about that if he thinks Brandon Staley can lead the defense in a manner to where they're back closer to where they were 2 and 3 and 4 years ago, as opposed to where they were at the end of last season in 2023 and the end of, and really the majority of this season. Situationally, just an awful defense.
And the defense, no matter what, and no matter who ends up being the coordinator, is going to have to upgrade in terms of health and just personnel. I think defensive tackles got to be one of the, if not the top priority of what to address here in the NFL draft that's coming up. But we got a couple of months before we even get into that business, really about 3 months before the NFL draft. So it's going to be a long talk compared to last year and a long lead up. My last note is that maybe if he changes his name to Dan Stanley, then the gambling's going to work, because it did with Dan Quinn and it did with Dan Campbell. That's my bad joke of the day, and we're going to move right past that. Marcus Thompson coming up. We'll get back into the Warriors and what the F happened at Chase Center yesterday. It's JD and Silver. Papa back tomorrow, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out with you, and we now have made the connection with the Athletics' Marcus Thompson. And Marcus, as I welcome you in, first of all, good to be with you and glad you get to join us today. But are you by chance a Curb Your Enthusiasm fanatic?
Absolutely.
So your 1,000%. situation and why we postponed today just reminded me of Larry David and the TiVo guy and why he had to just put off everything with Cheryl and the shaky plane. I'm like, you know what? It's okay. I'm like, Marcus Thompson has his version of the TiVo guy. You wait all morning for somebody to show up. Now that he's there, I'm like, you absolutely should postpone your hit. So I'm glad you did.
Yeah, it was a little bit more disastrous than the TiVo guy. Like my garage is flooded with water. So I was like, I guess I'll push you back. Yeah, it was great. It's been a disaster. Since I seen you last night getting the Uber, life hasn't been the same. That's all I'm saying.
And life comes at you fast, man. Well, let's talk about something even less important than your house getting flooded, or dare I say, Curb Your Enthusiasm, because this Golden State Warriors season is turning south real quickly. And here on January 21st, we're talking about a team that is technically mid in terms of being 21-21, but really since the 12-3 start, it has been only in one direction, and that is a fat downward era. So I don't know if you got a chance to check out the Kenny Smith versus Charles Barkley discussion of how the Warriors kind of go from here or initiate some sort of rebuild, as Kenny Smith put it. But Kenny was essentially saying, you got to get younger through the draft. And Charles Barkley was saying, you got to take a swing now. Just want to get your thoughts on where you stand on that debate and if you were able to catch any of that.
I mean, I didn't, but the answer is both, right? Like, they could take a swing and get younger in the draft. You don't have to give up all of your picks, you know. Like, you get somebody now, you know, see where you stand at the end of the year. You know, either move that player for picks or you didn't exhaust all your picks anyway, so you could just kind of swing what you have. I mean, the player that takes up all their picks doesn't exist. Not right now, anyway, right? The player that you go get 7 picks for, they tried that and they couldn't do it. So, really, kind of the only option is to make a trade, get somebody, get incrementally better, and hope you nail the picks. But the key part in that, the absolute massive factor in that, is you gotta nail the pick, and that's not something the Warriors have done frequently lately.
They have not, Marcus. And here's what I want to hit you with, because they're 21-21. They're 11th in the West. They're tied with Phoenix. They're 3 out of 5th, though. And here's my thing. We all know that they're not championship contenders this season. Like, that's off the table. We don't even really need to spend any time with it. But my question for you is, why did they not seemingly see a value in attempting to go get the 5th seed? I feel like they look at the standings, Marcus, and go, well, this team ain't it. We're only 3 out, so let's not do anything because we'll still be 2-3 out, maybe all the way till the end of the season. Whereas a couple of those incremental moves that you mentioned, you might actually get on a 9-2 run, and you're still not a title contender. You're still probably going out in the first round, but you might get to 5th, and this whole season, if you could do that, 5, 6, whatever, would feel completely different, and you'd feel like you still have a little bit of momentum going into whatever big move you want to make in the summer.
I actually think that's their plan. You know, I think, like, you know, the reason Steph is, like, we just got to hang on, keep fighting, we're going to figure it out, you know, telling people to shut up and all that, is because, like, he's still holding out hope that, like, look, this is not a this year title. I'm trying to get one more title before I retire, and we still can take a step forward. And that's the most important thing, is taking that step forward. So I think they're still kind of waiting to see if they can get that player. I think the difficulty is they just kind of need that player now, and to get it now just wouldn't be prudent to do it now. I mean, there aren't a lot of people moving around the league because, you know, trades tend to happen near the deadline. And when they do, it's like either players of like no consequence or somebody's tanking. But the players they want, like the players who could really do something, like they're just not available right now. Or you got to pay, luxury prices for what's not actually luxury player. So they just got to figure out a way to hang on. Because what you're saying, if they can win enough games now, maybe even stay 500, that still is true if in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever it is when February 6th comes, right? Make the right move. Don't sacrifice the future for it. Get the guy, and you still could chase down for 6, or even like get a 7 seed at home and try to, make the playoffs that way. Like, that's still on the table. The question is, can they hold on long enough to make that viable? Otherwise, it's go pay 2 first-round picks for Vucevic to get Chicago to let him go for some reason they won't, right? Like, that's what they're doing. It's like, that's what they're saying. Don't go do that. Don't go give up all your future assets for a dude who's going to get us to the 5th seed. Like, why would you do that? Steph is here for 3 years under contract. He wants a title in 3 years. Don't sacrifice year 2 and 3 for this year because you're thirsty and everybody's tired of watching Steph get, like, double-teamed and no help coming.
Well, that being said, Marcus, I'll look at it this way. It was Mark Stein reported, and it's lying season and whatever. But the lead deal right now for Cam Johnson is Kevin Huerter, Trey Lyles, and 1 first, 1 Sacramento first for Cam Johnson, not for Vucevic. Because I'm with you on Vucevic. I wouldn't want to give up 1 first, let alone 2, to make it happen for him. But Cam Johnson, I think, is in another tier compared to Vucevic because of his age and his position. Like, what would you consider being too much for somebody like Cam Johnson?
Well, for the record, Cam Johnson is still on the Nets, so that's the best offer, not the best deal, right? Like, they didn't pull the trigger because they don't think it's enough.
Right, they want another offer, right? Think, no doubt.
Yeah, I think a first round pick is reasonable for Cam Johnson. And then the salary is so amenable, right? It's a decline in salary, so it only gets better over time. Like, I'm with you. I don't know, the Warriors very specifically need what Vucevic has, a stretch big. It unlocks Kuminga. It helps Draymond, right? Like, their roster is so thirsty for shooting big that Vooch just might be more important to them because if Cam Johnson comes, and, I mean, you got to give up Wiggins or Kuminga, or you're in the same situation as you was with Kuminga, Moody, and Wiggins, right? Like, so it's a little – to me, Cam is the better player, obviously the better future player, and you get him. Like, I'd give up a first-round pick for Cam Johnson easy. But that's what's down the line. Adding another wing don't necessarily help, because they need a number 2 who can create off the dribble, and they desperately need a shooting big. So if they come out of this thing with both of them guys, then it's a pretty significant win for Mike Dunleavy. If they gotta hang on though, if they're like 6 games under 500 come trade deadline, it might be like, you might as well just tank for the draft.
That's kind of where I wanted to go, Marcus, and I will tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Marcus Thompson, kind enough to spend some time with us, and we were talking about this as one of our discussion points yesterday in the postgame. It's like, does a losing skid right now without Draymond and Kuminga almost force the issue of doing something, or is it very much the opposite where they're just going to punt toward the offseason no matter what? And then my follow-up to that is, they look to flip Dennis Schroeder, because that is somewhere where I thought it was going to be a great fit, a second closer, and it has just not worked in the way that I think Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green envisioned.
I mean, they're just not going to go sell the farm. Like, it's not happening. And there's no pressure to outside of, like, Twitter. Their star players are saying, don't do it for me. Right? Like, it's not like, it's different with the Lakers where, like, Bron is like, hey, man, you better give me somebody. But Steph is saying, I see what you're doing. I understand our limitations. So, no, don't do that. They would much rather regroup and hit the free agent market next year with picks than sell it all now for a rash, quick judgment. Like Steph and Draymond are saying, we can endure another disappointing season if it means next year we still in play to get some help, right? So I don't think they do anything either way, right? Like as far as like going to force a trade right now, overpaying for somebody, I just don't think they do that. The question becomes what's available when the time is happening. Like when it goes down, what happens? I can't see them flipping Dennis, trying to use that to get in. At that point now, it's like asset grabbing, right? It's like, what can you flip Dennis for that'll help you in the off season, right? Can you flip another player for something that'll help you in the off season? Like now, it's just like, all right, storing up assets. So in the summer, you can at least be in the game. They still don't have as many assets as like the Thunder or anybody, but they just want to be in the game. So I don't see the panic button being pressed. I think the lead player is saying, I'm patient. I got you. It's irritating and it's rough, but I got you. Now, if a move happens and it's a good move and somebody else did it, that's going to be the problem. That's the real question. It's like if Cam Johnson goes somewhere for 2 second-round picks, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all. It's going to be like, how come you weren't on that deal?
Well, and to me, Marcus, and you touched on it, I'd be looking at how do you go get Cam Johnson and Vucevic if the prices are close to the level that they're reported at. We don't know that, obviously, for another 2 weeks, and certainly the Nets are like, hey, give us a call. That's why that stuff gets out as to what the best deal is, even if it seems underwhelming. Because I think there's a path potentially to maybe try to go get both of those guys, and you still haven't, quote, mortgage the future for it. If
Correct.
You're not giving up a first for Vucevic, and maybe you're only giving up one first in an attempt to get Cam Johnson. I want to get your take on Kuminga as it relates to just where things stand with the contract. I don't think he's getting moved, obviously, at the deadline now for a number of reasons. His play, the injury, all of that. But if you are not going to move him at the deadline, then that means you got to pay him here coming up. So where do you think the contract sits with Kuminga, and what is the right range in terms of number in your mind to where it fits for him, but it also doesn't put the Warriors in a position where he's almost making too much to where you can't include him in maybe the deal that you would have wanted to have included him in, even though the salaries might come closer to matching because the talent level might not match somebody's new valuation of his impact based on that higher number?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to gauge, number one, because the numbers are going to go up, right? The new CBA is going to raise the numbers. I mean, look, next year, OG Anunoby is going to be making $40 million, right? So it's like, there's so
Kuminga's getting 30, 35 a year, isn't he? He's getting 30, 35 a year, right?
And I think that wouldn't be a bad deal. You know what I'm saying? That to me, that's where it's like there's a number out there where it's like, ooh, ouch, that sounds pretty high, but in actuality, it's not that high, right? So to me, if they get him anywhere between 30 and 40, like that's a good deal. It's a contract he could potentially outperform. And it's a contract that could be moved. So, to me, they got to be in that realm. If it's like approaching that, Zach LaVine area, and I don't even know what his max would be, but you start getting up in those numbers where it gets debilitating and he's taking up this sizable chunk of the cap next to Steph, like that's where it gets tough. It just needs to be a deal that could be moved and a deal that he could outperform. If they find that sweet spot, and we just don't know what it is because we don't know how it's going to hit once this Amazon and NBC money come in. Like that, if they stay in that sweet spot, they'll be fine. But I'm with you; he's not going anywhere. And then also, you're telling Kuminga, like, listen, you could go somewhere and get some more money. And matter of fact, go ahead and try it. Right? Go try to be a restricted free agent. Go see if somebody will give you more money. But essentially, they're dangling in front of him the keys to the kingdom. Because they don't have anybody else, right? It's like, hey, man, this is yours when Steph retires if you want it. You can move in. Like, as soon as he leaves, the master bedroom is yours. So you want to take a little off for us because to me, that's just like a fair deal. I mean, you could go make a bunch of money with Charlotte, but you won't have this thing that's this massive juggernaut. So I just think they need to be able to look on the market and say, oh, this is movable. And everybody went crazy about Jordan Poole's deal. Jordan Poole's deal does not look bad. Just look at the numbers. It fits right along line with everybody else. It's not a crazy contract. Zach LaVine's contract is crazy, right? Like Jimmy Butler's, the deal he wants is insane. Who is this? Somebody we're talking about, like making 50 and then 53. Beal. Bradley Beal's deal is crazy now, right? Like even now when salaries are nuts, that dude gets $110 million over the next 2 years. They're stuck. You don't want to be in that situation.
Marcus, we look at Jordan Poole coming back, and you're right. The Jordan Poole deal or his contract looks different now. I wanted to hit you with this. As we look on it now, how do you view the way the Warriors handled the Jordan Poole? Not picking Draymond over Poole necessarily. I think we all understand that, but the other chain of events in terms of Poole goes for Chris Paul. They let the Paul contract slide. Like, how do you evaluate that now that we've seen the players that letting the Poole slot slide allow them to get and where this team is at? Like, how do you sort of go back now almost 2 years later or a year and a half later and evaluate all of it?
I mean, look, it was an unprecedented situation because they were going to keep Draymond, and now you got to either figure out a way for them two to reconcile, because I feel like Poole was the heir apparent, so that's a tough one. I think that below long term, like, hurt worse than it seemed like it would at the time. Jordan Poole would be great on this team right now. He'd be exactly what you need, right? Another guy who can create offense, another guy who could take over when Steph is out or hurt or whatever. So that would be like a godsend right now if they could get a player with Jordan Poole's skill set. But also, like, you know, Draymond like made that untenable. So like that's just that. To me, the one error I would say is when they got Chris Paul's massive expiring contract with it, they let the salary slot die and save the money. And to me, I never thought they should have done that. I understood like getting under the luxury tax craziness, getting out of that. I understood all of that. But in the end, it's a salary slot. You can use it for a player. And they would be able to take on a contract like Zach LaVine's now without it hurting so much. Like if they had it, it would hurt, but they would have the player instead of trying to get the player with no resources. So to me, that was the mistake they made, was not cashing in that chip when they had it. If they done that, and even Clay to a degree, right? If they done those two, I mean, that's $74 million that went off the cap, and they didn't get much in return for it. And that hurts almost as much as the money hurt when they were giving it, like when they had it. So to me, I understood everything. Jordan Poole, I get it. Draymond made this an untenable situation. Jordan Poole wasn't willing to move forward. I'm choosing Draymond over Jordan Poole from a basketball perspective, but it would have been great to keep Jordan Poole on this team.
Couple more minutes here with Marcus Thompson. And earlier, Marcus, you mentioned Twitter concerns. You can't mention Twitter without using the name Steve Kerr. And so I just got to ask you if you get a sense that there's any kind of friction between Steve Kerr and the team, or any disconnect between him and either Stephen Draymond or him and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, or is this just kind of one of many issues that have kind of impacted the Warriors in this little 9-18 skid?
I don't really know what the issue is, but there's always been a healthy, friction between the coach and the general manager, like always, and that's how it's supposed to be. Steve Kerr's won 4 titles. Like, you're not just gonna pick his roster for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not some like fill-in coach. You just tell him what to do. He's not gonna be the puppet coach. And also, like, the front office has put together a championship team, so. Like, he's got to acquiesce to them. That healthy friction is how they got here. It began with arguments with Travis Schlenk and Bob Myers and Jerry West about who to take. Like, that's how they built this. So I don't think it's anything like unbecoming or anything out of the ordinary. There are players that the front office wants that Steve Kerr probably wouldn't play, and they know that. There are players that, Steve Kerr would like but don't fit the front office motif. And that they've been dealing with that forever, though. Like, that's been the thing. Jonathan Kuminga, the front office wanted him to play. Steve Kerr's like, nope, he's got to do this before he can play for me. That's how it's always been. I don't think it's any different. I think with Steve Kerr, it's no longer the coach of the Warriors. It'll be because he's tired of it and he's ready to move on. And that's probably going to be when Steph Curry's done. Maybe. He might last that long.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Well, Marcus, we appreciate it. I hope that your house is in the process of getting back together. No more floods, and hopefully the next time we got to delay a hit, it is because of something as insignificant, but significant at the same time as the TiVo guy.
Yeah, it was the TiVo thing. That's a good pull. I like that. That was as soon as you said it, I knew what it was. That was pretty good. You'll get that, JD, if you actually watch Curb.
No, I get that. No, I know. I get it. I get it.
All right. My fault. I know you, JD. I know you in these streets. I know you know what's up.
I surprise you sometimes, Marcus. Like, I keep that low profile, and you're like, oh, okay, JD. Every once in a while you go, oh, yeah, JD knows what I'm talking about.
JD with me. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, yep. Marcus. He is Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. And, coming up, JD, we're going to react to some of the comments that Marcus Thompson made, but also make sure you have an adequate Curb Your Enthusiasm education. Two things equally as important here on January 21st in the middle of a basketball season. It's Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in, Greg Papa back tomorrow on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Oh.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors lose again. Big shocker, but where is the panic meter for Dubs Nation? Let us know in the YouTube chat. The only place to let the Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Well, after the long weekend, we got to get back to real life, and sometimes that's addressing the stressful elements, such as your taxes or the ERC, and it's that time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Today, he is going to further educate us on the ERC.
That's right, and what I call the big three of the ERC. One, you've been waiting and waiting and waiting for that check, and you say, where is it? The IRS has a glut of applications sitting there. And as we know, President Trump took office yesterday. He promised to knock $2 trillion with a T off federal spending. Will he do away with the ERC program in executive order? Nobody knows, but I don't want to take that risk with the listeners' money. Also, IRS is being sued because the allegation is they're using AI to disallow a lot of people from ERC claims, and they don't even know if you qualified or not. They're just disallowing them. That has to be appealed. Or three, you're being audited. So if you have any one of the what I call the big three, one, you're waiting to get paid. We have three different ways to hurry them up. Or two, your claim has been disallowed. We want to do that for you. These United States Supreme Court case very recently is a big help there. Or 3, you're being audited, call us and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money.
If you want your ERC money, you can contact Steve Moskowitz at Moskowitz LLP. Give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or if you want to do it online, you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out with you. And As we kind of get back into the conversation for the Golden State Warriors, just talk to Marcus Thompson. You missed that interview. You can catch it on the KNBR podcast page, or always do the scroll back on YouTube or twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Now, JD, let's see how good your recent Curb Your Enthusiasm education is. Right here on the camera, I have a Pete's coffee cup, but what I really want to ask you is this product from Mocha Joe's or Latte Larry's?
I'm not sure.
Well, it's got to be Latte Larry's,
right? Latte
I'm
Larry's,
riding
right?
with my guy. I like the Spite Store. It's a Spite Store. Mocha Joe was a bit of a meanie. It's all about the beans, and his view of a scone versus a muffin was just way too off for me.
Forgive me. I couldn't see the cup. So are you there?
Yeah,
Hello?
I'm there. I was just showing it on the camera.
Yeah,
doing the old Greg Papa. That's how I've learned how to interact with the stream, because Papa will just pull something up on his phone. I got to give him credit. I made a joke about how Charles Barkley is the only person worse at technology than he is, because Charles Barkley didn't know what a group text was. But Greg Papa's pretty quick with it sometimes, and he'll just have things ready to go up on the stream. So that's all aside. Anyway, I'm here with my Latte Larry's. John Dickinson's with me.
I got
just
too
talked
many
to Marcus
screens
Thompson.
up.
Too many tabs? Yeah, that makes sense.
Too many tabs.
So I want to revisit the discussion that we had around 10:30 before we were originally going to get to Marcus Thompson, and that was how the Warriors kind of restructure things from here. Kenny Smith and what he said on the NBA on TNT panel talked about getting younger. We had a little bit of a discussion there. We kind of asked Marcus Thompson about that. He shared his thoughts. Let's play the sound again for those who missed it. This is Kenny Smith discussing how the Warriors can, in his words, rebuild.
I want to talk about the rebuild.
Which rebuild?
With Golden State. And they're in a similar situation what the Lakers are in.
At ease, you don't need to run.
And I don't want to beat you on MLK Day anyway. But they're in a similar situation Lakers, but much different in the same result. Meaning LeBron James, when you're rebuilding around LeBron James, and you say, hey, he's later in his years, he's maybe not the same player, but he's still a great player, or one of the top players in the league. LeBron James plays with the ball in his hand. So you have to build a team that actually fits in. So you're going to bring in older players. I think with Steph Curry, he actually plays without the ball a lot, and he's running off picks. So now you can bring in and say, we're going to do a young rebuild with young energy to get him shots easier because he's shooting more instead of beating people off the dribble. So the rebuild is different. They should go young through the draft, through trade, keep guys like Kuminga, not think about trading. Guys like Kuminga and his age, that group is where they need to be. Where the Lakers, they need to get older players at times to go with LeBron because LeBron handles the ball.
So that was Kenny Smith.
With Kenny, right?
And you disagree
with Kenny. We talked about that a little bit, but my thought, and we were kind of up against it, and I think we thought we were going to have Marcus on. This was before the garage flooded and all that, and he ended up getting pushed back an hour. My thought that I stopped short of saying as I was listening to Kenny Smith, and I want to get your take on this as well. What Kenny sounded like he was saying there is the Warriors need to trade Steph Curry. And I know he didn't literally say that, but like there's one, I disagree with the notion of the types of players. But if you're doing a rebuild around Steph Curry, you're not going to be good enough with the players that you rebuild with to fit Steph Curry's championship window. So at that point, it's window dressing, right? So my thought was, if you're going to go young, then you might as well just trade Steph and Draymond. Lead that toward, like, literally minutes later, I see Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports with his piece, the Warriors need to blow it up. Why it's time to trade Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And so, but this is the position, Greg, that the Warriors are stuck in right now, because in any other situation, And he used the Celtics when they moved on from Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, and ended up with Ray Allen leaving, and they ended up trading picks or they trade those guys to Brooklyn. They end up getting a number of picks. The picks turn out to be Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Obviously, you have to draft well and have a little bit of luck and a lot of things that work in your favor to do that. We all know why the Warriors are not looking to trade Steph Curry or Draymond Green. Steph wants to be here. He gets the right as an all-time great legend and the face of the franchise to kind of pick when or how he wants to depart. I understand it. But if we're going to dance around this rebuild versus go all in versus try and make one more run versus how does this get cobbled together, if we're going to do all of that, then I don't think we should be afraid to at least put on the table, even if it's going to get swatted down, the notion of, because we would be talking about it in any other circumstance, if you really are going young, why not just tear the thing down to the studs?
Yeah, I think that when you're going through a losing streak, it's like I said yesterday when we were talking about all the different elements of who's to blame and what needs to improve, everything's on the table. Everybody deserves a little bit of a blame. And then when you're talking about potential paths to go, especially when you look at how stuck in the middle the Warriors have been over the last year and a half with all these discussions, I think it's all absolutely on the table. Now, when it comes to trade Steph Curry, don't trade Steph Curry, blow it all up, it's like, well, right, there's the element of fans don't get to decide what happens to Steph Curry. If he wants to be here, he can be here. Now, we had Marcus Thompson on today.
Is it fans, though, or is it what legitimately, if you separate Steph Curry's stature as one of the all-time greats, like if you completely separate the emotion from it, and again, I get that the emotion in and of itself is why you would say, no, it's not happening, not doing it, but if you separate the emotion from it, why wouldn't it be an acceptable option to be on the table? Because it truly would be the best chance at the most realistic and sustainable rebuild.
Well, right, but what if Steph has no desire to leave? That's what I'm getting at, is Steph is going to decide how he wants his career to play out. Maybe it's retirement over going through a trade. And the reason I brought up Marcus is because when we had him on maybe 2 weeks back or 4 weeks back, we have him on every couple of weeks. We alternate with Mark Spears. He's saying that Steph has never been the guy to just go to the front office and be like, look, like this is not working. We got to make a change. Either you do this or you look to trade me and I'd like to request to be traded. Marcus's point was the more likely outcome is Steph is going to be someone who would choose retirement over looking to finish his career elsewhere. So all I'm getting at is it's not necessarily fans, but Steph Curry is going to decide how he wants to finish out his career. And if he doesn't want to leave the Bay Area and he wants to play his whole career with one franchise, then it's probably going to be that way. And the Warriors have to figure out how to work around that in terms of being a competitive enough team. Maybe you're not necessarily title chasing and you're not going to be as good as Oklahoma City or Cleveland or some of these great teams that we've seen who are on the rise and they're younger and they're more athletic. Or Denver still has a 3-time MVP who is nowhere near on the downturn of his prime. But you got to at least create the illusion that you can make a run. And right now the Warriors feel so far from that, regardless of what their record is and regardless of what their seed is. If this same team at 21-21 was the 7 seed right now, I wouldn't buy the notion that they could do anything because we say they're a 7-2 stretch away from jumping the standings, but I think a 2-7 is so much more likely than putting together any kind of hot streak.
And yeah, they are much more, and we can continue the conversation on the other side. They're much more the 9-18 team than they are a 21-21 team. Like the 12-3 is just completely erased right now. They're the 21-21 team overall. They're the 9-18 team in 27 games, which, by the way, is a third of the season. So for a third of the season, they've been a 9-18 team, which is a 27 and like 54-55 pace, 27-28 win pace. They're much more that team than the team that I think overall has been mid.
We will continue this conversation on the other side, and then we'll get back into football as we talk to Mike Sando coming up at 12:50. We'll have a Silver Linings playlist a little bit later, and we'll keep this thing moving all the way up until 2 o'clock when we hand it off to Dirty Work. It's JD and Silver filling in for Papa, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Greg Silver, John Dickinson hanging out for another hour and a half or so. We've been getting heavy into Dubs basketball. JD is all over it. You can catch him after every game on Dubs OT. I like to join him from time to time, but he and Kyle Harr hold down the ship and keep that operation moving. A quick note on football, which may be of interest to our Bay Area market, which is that from Rick Stroud, the Buccaneers are preparing for Liam Cohn to be offered the Jaguars head coaching job. And in that case, that would be a good sign for the Robert Saleh sweepstakes, who, if he's not offered a head coaching job by a team like the Jacksonville Jaguars, maybe he ends up right back here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, that would be good. There's no question. And, Saleh, it looked like the Jags job would be the one that he maybe would be most likely to get. We'll see about the Raiders. Obviously, the Raiders were hoping they were going to get Ben Johnson, but the Bears were able to close that deal very quickly. And so the 49ers have pushed all their chips in, as we discussed, on Robert Saleh to be the defensive coordinator, and they really leave themselves, I think, in a vulnerable spot, appearing to lack a quality backup plan. Not saying they don't, but it appears that way right now. But if you get your guy in Robert Saleh, then none of that matters, and you feel pretty good about where you're at that point heading into the offseason.
So back to the Warriors here for a moment, and we got Mike Sando coming up about 15 minutes or so, so we'll get into his pick six column, the NFL playoffs, and everything in between. But we were kind of working through the notion of the Warriors possibly blowing it up and Steph Curry and what he wants to do with his career. I want to talk about this notion of getting right for next year, because that's what Marcus put out there about 45 minutes ago. Tim Kawakami of the SF Standard wrote a column on that and kind of essentially said this might not be the worst thing for the Warriors to miss the playoffs this year, and they can get right for next year. Now, I respect Tim, and he's done awesome work in the Bay Area here for a long time. I don't know if I particularly agree with that sentiment. Now, that's not me saying that this team is good enough to go and do something, or if they get into the playoffs, they're going to go and win a series. I mean, look, we all saw what we saw yesterday. The eye test has been there. You said it, JD. They're much more the 9-18 team than they are 21-21. My concerns with just punting and figuring it out next year is, number one, Steph Curry is going to be 38 next March. So the clock isn't ticking and nobody's getting any younger. Draymond Green's body has already given him a lot of problems. He came back after a 3-game absence and he played 3 minutes, and now he's going to be reevaluated in a week. I also think that you want to look competitive for any free agent or possible trade partner. And when you get blown out by 40 points on national television, yeah, it might just be one of 82 to some people, but it's always going to have a greater weight when it's a national televised game against the defending champions and a rematch of the team that you beat in the finals back in 2022. So I do think there needs to be some semblance of looking competitive, and whether that's Jonathan Kuminga continues to make a big jump, or Trace Jackson Davis continues to fill a larger role, or Brandon Pajemski, when he comes back from injury, looks like something clicks in his head mentally and he's back to more of the all-NBA first-team rookie version that he was last year. I mean, the bottom line is whether or not they're looking to really make a push for next year, or if they can salvage something out of this year, you got to put out a product that looks somewhat competitive and attractive. You know, if I'm getting advertised this coffee cup as Mocha Joe's, I'm not touching it, but you throw me Latte Larry's and all of a sudden I might be interested to pay for some overpriced coffee here on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I don't. This team doesn't have it. Bottom line, as they're currently constituted, like again, I'd reference we can watch Jonathan Kuminga try to turn into Corey Maggette, and this team play like they did back toward the end of December. Like, this is not about Pajemski getting a little better and Trace Jackson Davis becoming more consistently playable, or even Kuminga, who obviously they're going to keep continuing to ascend. Like, Kuminga can ascend as an individual talent and player and still not necessarily be the proper fit to be what they truly need him to be in terms of this team winning. So I just, to me, they're just stale. Like I think that's the simplest. I spent 30 seconds kind of dancing around it. They're stale, and what I would prefer to see is a little bit of a different coat of paint on this thing. I want to see some different players. I want to see, I want to see, and again, Kuminga, the young players obviously are still going to be around, I think, for the most part in that, but look to do something that infuses a little bit of life into the final 40 games of the season. Like I don't, and I also respectfully disagree with Tim. Like to me, they didn't make the playoffs last year, and that was supposed to, on April 16th, set them up for moves that ultimately didn't get made this year, and they were going to have all this flexibility, and what would they do with the Chris Paul slot, and all those things. I want to go back, though, quickly to the Kenny Chuck debate, and then because Kenny's talking about all these young players and Steph, and the Kevin O'Connor column on why the Warriors should blow it up, a lot of good stuff in there. We all understand why they're not going to do it in terms of moving Steph, unless Steph is like, I'm good with it or I want out, right? They would almost have to ask Steph his permission. Like, I understand all of that. So if you're not going to do that, if Stephen Curry truly garners that much respect, and rightfully so, then why would you not look to make the team as good as you possibly can in the interim? And I get it. You have to do the big move. That means maybe you have to wait on the middling moves. But the impression I get is that if they can't make the big move, they're not going to make any move of consequence that moves the needle at all. And that's where I think it becomes wholly unacceptable to use the fact that this respect and reverence for Steph wanting to be here, even though the franchise is mid, is enough to obviously not trade him, but it's not enough to look to forget about a title, be that respectable, plucky, fighting 5-6 type of a squad that Steve Kerr has talked about wanting this team to be. And frankly, they haven't been, other than the mediocre Western Conference 2 years ago that allowed them to get to 6 and at 44 wins. Like that's the saving grace of the last 3 years, Greg. It's getting the 6 seed at 44 wins and playing an inflated 48 win team, Sacramento team that year that you could beat in the first round because of your defending champions' blood against their inexperience, and you still barely won. You still needed 50 in a game 7 on the road from Steph Curry to get the job done there. So to me, it's understand the value in incrementally getting better and really look at how you can do that without mortgaging the future if you respect Steph Curry so much that he gets to choose his own path as far as wanting to stay or wanting to go.
So we will get to Mike Sando in a second, but before we do that, I just want to ask you quickly, aside from Cam Johnson, are there any pieces out there? And yes, I know there's got to be, you have a willing trade partner and you don't want to give up too much, but just at face value, aside from Cam Johnson, what are the pieces that could potentially be on the move that you look at as ways where the Warriors can at least do something before February 6th?
I think Vucevic helps him. I think Valanciunas would help him. I think there are a lot of I think John Collins could help the Warriors in terms of a regular season type of a player.
Okay.
I think Bogdan Bogdanovic is somebody. I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of players throughout the just look at the guys that they have currently. I mean, shuffle the deck a little bit. Get a look at somebody that isn't working for you and send them somewhere and take a look at somebody over the final couple of months of the season that might click for you, that might be a better fit in your system. Like, to me, that's another part of how you evaluate moving forward and use this opportunity to be better for the future. It's try and find guys that you like, that you think can fit the system, and do a swap. Hey, the extreme way of stating it is your problem for my problem, right? My guy that doesn't work out here hasn't for your guy that hasn't worked out there. Contracts are similar. Do those kinds of deals. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to that because at least you're evaluating something new between the end of February and the middle of April.
Good stuff there from John Dickinson. We'll keep this going, but we'll switch back to football for a moment because it is time to talk to Mike Sando of The Athletic. His Pick 6 column was great, offered a lot of insight from the divisional round, and we'll get into that next. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL's Final Four is now set, and Greg Papa's new screensaver is Mark Andrews dropping that ball on the goal line. What is your predictions going into championship weekend? Who will be playing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl? Let us know in the YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
First down and 10 at the 41. They'll swing the pass out to the left side. It's McLaurin. Breaks 2 tackles down the left sideline to the 40. McLaurin motoring to the 30. Inside the 20. Still on his feet at the 10. And he'll dive into the end zone for a Washington touchdown. Terry McLaurin takes it 59 yards. And the Commanders are back on top, 16-14.
Yeah, that long touchdown there from Terry McLaurin was just a snippet of what the Washington offense did in Detroit. A gut-wrenching loss for the Detroit Lions. 15 wins and none in the playoffs. Down goes the highly touted NFC North. And here to help us break it all down, including Jaden Daniels, the rookie sensation now in the NFC Championship, is the Athletics' Mike Sando, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Mike, Greg Silver, John Dickinson here out in San Francisco. It's great to have you on. Love the column. And let's talk some football, why don't we?
Yeah, a lot of ball to talk.
Yeah, a lot of ball to talk. And I want to start with Jaden Daniels and the highlight we came in with right there. So obviously the big upset of the weekend. But here in San Francisco, we look very closely at the NFC and how all these playoffs have gone, particularly when it comes to the quarterback play. Now, I've been trying not to overreact too much to Jaden Daniels because C.J. Stroud was sensational last year, and then he took a big step back. And then, defensive coordinators are cruel, and they gather film and everything. But Jaden Daniels, considering the performance of his defense and special teams that you wrote about, this is really something unprecedented. Are you ready to say he's the best quarterback in the NFC?
I don't know that I would say that after 1 year. I mean, I think I'm willing to say this is the best rookie season for a quarterback when you combine the everything, where the franchise was before, what the expectations were coming into the year, his role in not only the offense, but as you mentioned, overcoming a not very good, defense, special teams component, which is hard to do. So I think he has separated himself from any other rookie starting quarterback with the combination of individual and team success. Totally that. The other stuff, I think, has to play out over time. And, one of the other items I had in my Pick Six column that ran Monday was on the nature of Cliff Kingsbury's offense. And one of the big advantages you have when your quarterback is a running threat is that, typically the defense doesn't really worry about the quarterback in the run game. So the defense has an advantage in numbers. And so when you have the quarterback as a designed run threat, scramble threat, pass threat, it really evens things up and gives a big advantage to the offense. But what can happen is, teams prepare for you a little bit better over time, especially if they know you well, to be better in defending that. And so Cliff Kingsbury's offenses, both in Arizona and here, have not done as well against division teams that really know them as well. And so that's just something to watch, really, I think, moving forward as we project what Jaden Daniels is going to be, how the offense is going to evolve or not. We've seen, some of those discrepancies with Kingsbury. So I think you just got to feel great about it, but I wouldn't anoint.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And I want to ask a quick follow-up on the Cliff Kingsbury front, which is, he had a dual-threat quarterback in Arizona, and this year he finally beat the accusations of Cliff Kingsbury offense fading in the key stretch of a season right around playoff time. What is it about this Washington team or Jaden Daniels that has allowed him to kind of have a revival late in the season after a little slippage that wasn't there with Kyler Murray in Arizona?
Yeah. Well, some of the late season stuff in Arizona, Kyler Murray didn't make it through the whole year sometimes. So when I did the study, I looked at only the games when Jaden Daniels or Kyler Murray started. And what I found was there was a big drop off in the division games. Now, a lot of those division games are late in the year. So you might, when looking at it, think the issue is late in the year that you fall off. But I thought it could be more of a familiarity thing with teams in your own division. So this will be the third game against Vic Fangio. Washington actually did okay offensively the second game. Jaden Daniels threw 5 touchdown passes, but it was a very weird game with like 7 turnovers and Washington was behind for almost all of the game until like the last play. So I think this game will be a little bit more of a test to see, if against a team that it's not just late in the year, but a team that really knows you well, is that the real issue that Kingsbury has?
Mike, what would you say going into the championship weekend is your favorite storyline, from the Chiefs trying to three-peat to Buffalo trying to get over the hump and vanquish them? We've been talking about the Commanders, the Cinderella story with the rookie quarterback, or the Eagles bouncing back, obviously after a disappointing year a year ago. What do you like among the top storylines? Okay. Every team's got at least one of them.
Yeah. So I like Washington. I think most people, when you have this idea of a team that's new, and you sort of think of a timeline or a window or a runway, and I think you usually in your mind think, okay, by the second, third year, we want to really be hitting this thing in stride, right? And I think that as teams learn, think of the Lions right now. They've had two great chances to go to the Super Bowl, and they didn't do it. Or think of the Harbaugh 49er team that lost at home to the Giants, right? Your window, while you still need to think with a young quarterback, long-term window, I think the Commanders are showing us that you got to do your best to win every year. And so what they did was a little different. They got a little older on defense. They went after some guys where you scratched your head a little bit and thought, okay, Bobby Wagner, isn't he kind of at the end? Or some of these guys that they added. But when you look at their season, if they hadn't done those things and had been thinking about a 5-year runway with this quarterback, they might have won 5 games, right? 6 games. So they really tried to win this year. When you look at their roster construction, a little bit of an older team. And I think that's a good reminder that don't waste these seasons when you think you're not going to be ready, because every year is an opportunity if you do things right. And they hit the quarterback, but they also set him up well with the coach and everything else.
You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic here about his Pick Six column. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend doing so in The Athletic. A lot of good stuff in there. And Mike, the last time we had you on the show, Greg Papa and I kind of asked you about what you wrote about Brock Purdy when season's on the line. They only score 6 points against the Rams. And you're not necessarily saying I wouldn't pay Brock Purdy, but it was kind of the first time where it made you just question it a little bit or think twice. Now,
sure,
we're constantly getting new information. We are the 24-hour news cycle, and our job as talk hosts is to constantly read and react and, frankly, overreact. But as we've seen the NFC playoffs play out a little bit and some of the underwhelming quarterback play, especially among those who have big contracts, has your opinion on Brock Purdy changed, given that although it wasn't always pretty last year, he did do enough to win a couple of playoff games, and the 49ers, the door might be more open in the NFC than we thought going into the postseason?
Sure. Yeah, my opinion is that Brock Purdy is not the problem for this team, and it would be ideal to re-sign him without having to go too big on the number, right? I think that's all it is. I don't think anybody thinks that they should, that they should be out on Brock Purdy. But why do you have to rush into an over-the-top deal? I think that is not something I like when teams do. And he's better than, obviously, Trevor Lawrence. He's produced more consistently and been on the field more than Tua Tagovailoa in Miami. But those two teams really extended themselves unnecessarily. And so if I am the 49ers, I want the right deal. And I don't like the next man up, just go to $60 million. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do anything with him this year. You could tag him. And people say, well, then it's distracting to your team and all of that. Okay. Maybe it is. But, they're in a real good position with Brock Purdy because he wants to be there. He's been good with them. And he hasn't made any money. So can't they do the right type of deal? I think that's the win-win. Get him some money in his pocket, but don't go way to the top. And you can feel pretty good about that. And you can still, draft another quarterback not too early, but somebody you want to bring in. We've seen Philadelphia do that. That's how Jalen Hurts got the job, right? When it didn't work out with Carson Wentz for whatever reason. you keep trying. You keep Mike Holmgren, who came out of the Bill Walsh tree. When he went to Green Bay, they had Brett Favre. They were always bringing in a Kurt Warner or a Matt Hasselbeck or a Ty Detmer, all the time to just give yourselves options in case.
Mike, I got to ask you about the officiating as it relates to Patrick Mahomes. It's funny. You watched the game, as we all did, between the Chiefs and the Texans, and a thought I had just anecdotally is, as everybody's talking about Clay Martin and all of that, I thought, you know what? I'll bet Patrick Mahomes has pretty good records with a lot of head referees because they win a lot of games. You broke it down, and I thought it was tremendous. What's your state of the Chiefs and the officiating? Because part of this thing is they're a damn good team, and one call here or there is enough to put them over the top.
Well, yeah. Look, they have improbably won all these close games, for the last year and a half. So everything's magnified. And then let's just face it, Mahomes totally milks it with the way he plays. And a lot of the quarterbacks do. You see a lot of them go, I saw somebody on X today put a whole compilation of Josh Allen flopping too, where like a guy after the play sort of gets in his face and touches him and he acts like he's been shot by a sniper. He goes flying backwards and all of that. So I think all these guys do it, but it's so maddening that you almost can't beat Mahomes no matter what. It's just maddening for people. I think Houston has 120 more yards in the game. There's all these stats about these teams that should win the game based on everything that happened in the game, and then the Chiefs beat that team anyway, right? And so you're like, give me a break. And then you see a couple of those plays where he gets those, 50-50 or not even 50-50 roughing or necessary roughness. And you're like, does he have to get every break too? Even though I think other quarterbacks, some other quarterbacks get that. Now, they don't all. I mean, Lamar Jackson got pushed out of bounds and didn't get a call. So I think when you see those discrepancies and the inconsistency and it looks like Mahomes is getting the benefit of the doubt, I mean, anyone watching that is going, what's up?
For anyone wondering, by the way, per Mike Sando's column, Ron Torbert has been named the Super Bowl referee, and Patrick Mahomes is 3-1 in Ron Torbert names. So that was actually toward the lower in the list when we look at the percentages, which is just a really sad reality for all the people that don't want the Chiefs to win.
Hey, it was funny, though, when I did that. I'm calling it up here. So, so Clay Martin 7-0. These are the records of some other guys: 5-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 2-0, 2-0, 10-2, 9-2, all the way down. I mean, there's two guys, Clete Blakeman and Brad Allen, who he's only 6-5 and 4-4 with. So, I didn't put this in the column because it would be confusing. I actually looked at what were the average point spreads. And I think the spreads were closer, meaning it was probably harder games with those referees where Mahomes didn't have as good of a record. There's no big conspiracy. That all breaks down that all falls apart when you really look at it closely. But it just feels that way, especially for millions of people that tune in and watch the game. You see what you see. It's like that shouldn't be a penalty, and it swings the game towards them, and you can't change that person's mind who just parachutes in and sees that play.
Mike, on the Chiefs front, as far as the ability to win the close ones, just how do you feel about the Buffalo matchup with them this time around? Obviously, nobody. I mean, what you want to say, the Niners or the Bills? I mean, those are the two teams that maybe have had their heart broken the strongest by the Chiefs. Do you feel like this is the Bills' best shot at getting over the hump?
I do. I think it's a great shot for them. They have, obviously their offense is a little different this year with some of the weaponry changing, but they had a great offensive game against the Chiefs this year, gave the Chiefs their only loss, and it was not even one of those one-score games. They won kind of going away. And Josh Allen has played really well in the playoffs in general. They've lost in some, amazing ways. The 13-second in a game thing, Kansas City, all of that. But I feel like they've been a calmer team this year. They just don't have some of the volatility they've had in the past. They could still have a late game management thing with Sean McDermott. I think we've seen enough of that. But I feel like their offense has really matched up well with the Chiefs for years, the last few years. And Buffalo, I think, in their last 6 or 7 games against the Chiefs, are like much better on offense than they are against the rest of the league. Like they really put up some points and yards and everything on Kansas City. So I think they have a good chance to do that again. And so the impetus is going to be on Kansas City maybe to keep pace. This isn't, Houston. This is a different level of offense. And then I think defensively, maybe Buffalo had a tougher test with Baltimore, who's more of a physical run team against a smaller Bills defense. Then that could be harder for Buffalo than playing Kansas City. So I'm optimistic from a Bills standpoint this week. I still believe all the stuff about you can't bet against Mahomes and all of that. No one's going to be surprised if Kansas City wins, but I do feel like it's a great shot for Buffalo.
Few more minutes here with Mike Sando. And just on the 49ers angle again, I want to ask, how do you compare their road back to Super Bowl aspirations to some of these other teams? I know the season's not done, right? Like Philadelphia could very well lose this week or lose in a Super Bowl, and that's a long road back.
Yeah.
Baltimore on the other conference is going to have a long road back. Detroit, obviously, gut-wrenching loss. But how do you kind of compare where the 49ers are at to some of their premier NFC competition in terms of looking ahead to next year and the road to get back to winning the NFC and ideally a Super Bowl?
I think it's a different issue than certainly Detroit. Detroit losing the two coordinators and all. Maybe if they lose Aaron Glenn, which it looks like they probably will. I think that's a different thing to overcome. I think that you're at least with the 49ers, you're protected with Kyle Shanahan in that regard, and then you're hoping to upgrade your defensive coordinating. So I don't feel that. I feel like they have just entered into a window where some of their better players are less reliable to be on the field. And that was my number one concern coming into this year, because if you look before this season, a lot of those guys like Trent Williams and Deebo Samuels and Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, had been on the field a lot. They had really been available, even though a lot of them in their own way, by playing style or age or injury history, you wondered if they were going to be able to. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey's in that boat too. And I think this last year was sort of a wake-up call that, hey, you can't take that for granted. So why would they be, they might be healthier this next season than they were this year, but the trend over time as those guys get older and have more injuries is that that's going to be a big problem again. So that's why I feel like it's a little bit of a fingers crossed thing next season, hoping that all those guys stay on the field when I think the odds have been fairly high that they won't already. Even 2 years ago, we would have been surprised if some of those guys were off the field. So that's my big concern for them is that, the window with those guys isn't what it was.
Yeah, I mean, 6 defensive starters for the Lions out, and then 7 backups. It was bound to hit them at some point, and Jaden Daniels playing clean football made them pay. I take nothing away from the Washington Commanders in that one, but just a gut-wrenching loss for Detroit, and 49ers now are going to feel their pain a little bit in a different way, but two teams that played in the NFC Championship last year, didn't get back this year, and they're going to have to climb their way back. We'll see who wins between Washington and Philadelphia. Mike, really appreciate your time stopping by today with JD and Silver, and we'll definitely do this again soon. I know Papa, every time we have guests that he likes on, always gets a little bit of FOMO, so we'll be in touch soon to get you back with Greg Papa.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mike. He is Mike Sando of The Athletic, and JD, any closing thoughts here before we pivot over to Silver Linings Playlist?
It's going to be a fun weekend. I'm really looking forward to it. I agree with the sentiment that Buffalo's got a great shot at knocking out Kansas City. That the Commander story is tremendous, and we'll see how it all shakes out. But it's going to be a fun Sunday of football. Really looking forward to it.
Washington +5 in the turnover margin, and they just play clean. They play put together. They don't play like a team that has the 24th ranked special teams and defense. They don't play like a team that's got a rookie quarterback, and they don't play like a team that's won multiple games on the road. We'll see if they can do it against a division rival where teams have gotten the better of Cliff Kingsbury relative to outside the division. Silver Linings Playlist up next. It's JD and Silver. Papa back tomorrow on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL's Final Four is now set, and Greg Papa's new screensaver is Mark Andrews dropping that ball on the goal line. What is your predictions going into championship weekend? Who will be playing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Well, JD got a Silver Linings playlist on Friday. He's going to get another one today. Always a lot of directions I can go after an action-packed sports weekend. I thought maybe I'll do something related to the college football championship game. And then I was like, nah, JD doesn't give a rip about it, as he let you know earlier. I thought, could I do something related to football, a Lions funeral, a Commanders upset exceeding expectations? At the end of the day, JD, you know where we always go to. It's the Golden State Warriors. It is what we spent almost 2 hours on yesterday after a bad loss on MLK Day. Gonna go with the one and only Earl Stevens, a.k.a. E40, back in 2014. Choices, why 40? Well, 40 seems to be a magical number, John Dickinson. 40-point loss at home yesterday. 40 games to go. Hell, Anthony Lamb, number 40, one of the fan base's favorite Golden State Warriors of this era. And maybe I could even do a little tip of the cap to the 40-ounce Miller High Life that JD cracked after our show yesterday. Bottom line is the number 40 is everywhere. We got to go with the one and only E40. And why choices? Well, because the Warriors have choices at their disposal of how they want to move forward with this. There are choices to be had. There are decisions to be made. Yeah, I know. Trades are hard. The CBA. We don't want to mortgage the future. Okay, that doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. Something's going to happen. And maybe that something right now is nothing. But as we look ahead to the rest of the season, the final 40 games, or June and July of 2025, there will be some pivotal choices that the Warriors can make of how they want to use the end of this time with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Steve Kerr, if they want to blow it up sooner rather than later, or if they want to go for one big swing. Jimmy Butler, by the way, and I'm not saying I want Jimmy Butler, but he has tripled down on his trade request. I have no idea where he's going to be come February 6th. Bottom line is, JD, there are choices out there. Just listen to our friend E40.
Absolutely. Trade Steph Curry? Nope. Go get Cam Johnson? Yep. Jimmy Butler worth it? Nope. Move on from Kuminga? Yep. Like, yeah. I can get down with that. I can get down with that.
Cam Johnson, yep. Trade 2 firsts? Nope.
I'd think about it.
Okay.
I'd think about
Interesting.
it. I'd think about it. I really would. Again, I think he would help this team, no doubt. But tremendous selection, and again, the one thing that can't happen for the Warriors here, Greg, is this continuance, and I think they are risking a lot right now in basically, and we were talking with Marcus Thompson about it earlier, in risking that they can get through the next 2 weeks and still be in the same position that they're in today. Like, I think if you look at where they are in the standings at 21-21 and 3 games out of 5th right now, as badly as they've played in the 9-18 in the last 27, like, you can look at that and say the Warriors are really fortunate to be in the position they're in. But can it last another 2 weeks at this same level to where you can play at the same level and still be that close to where you can make, like, to me, you need to make the moves now, and that's what they've been reluctant to do. And therefore, you get to that point 2 weeks from now, and you may not nearly have enough to where it matters then. And I think that's where it ends up in a really difficult, more difficult than we've even seen scenario.
I look at the games leading up to the February 6th trade deadline, and I'm trying to play the game of what is a realistic expectation for their record to be. I think they lose to the Kings tomorrow, playing in Sacramento. Then you get the Bulls on a back-to-back. And I'm thinking, well, depending on if Steph Curry plays in a back-to-back, that's one you can win. Lakers are coming into town. Those games always seem to be toss-ups, and we can go back to Christmas. That was brutal. Jazz, you'd like to think they could win. OKC, you think that's probably a loss. Suns are very much Warriors adjacent, and that they have all this talent. Well, actually, not in that sense for the Warriors, but the Suns, they got talent, and they have not put it to use. They are very mid, per the terminology of Steph
They have
Curry.
more talent than the Warriors do when
They
they're
have a
healthy.
lot more talent. But performance-wise, they're in a very similar category. And by the way, They also had a hot start, too. I'm thinking, this team's going to win the West. And then that faded quickly. The Magic, for all the injuries they have had, that's a pretty darn good team. And then you got at Utah, at L.A. At L.A. is February 6th, 7 p.m. So really that Jazz game on February 5th, that night is your last one leading up to the trade deadline. I'm looking at, like, you could stay afloat in the 500 range, I suppose, but you might have to win that one against Phoenix to even jump them in the standings. Like, I don't have high expectations for the Warriors even getting to 8 or 7, and I know it doesn't take a lot, but I'm just being realistic with their inconsistencies, some of the talent they're going against, teams like the Kings that always make them look old. I don't have a lot of high expectations for this upcoming stretch without a Jonathan Kuminga, without Draymond Green for at least a week. Who knows with Kyle Anderson and Brandon Podziemski? Yesterday, they looked mighty depleted, and if Moses Moody, Andrew Wiggins, and Buddy Hield are not hitting threes, well, good luck.
And I'll say this about Kuminga and Draymond, and you definitely want and need both of them, and it increases, especially Draymond, your margin for error. I think there's been one game since Kuminga's been out where I would say I think if Kuminga played, they would have won the game versus losing the game, and it's the Toronto game. I think the same can be said for Draymond, who missed that game. So it's not like we're talking about a great disparity, and they should have won that game anyway, having the 9-point lead in the fourth quarter and then faltering down the stretch there. So, but for me, it's really one game. As I look at the next couple of weeks, if the Warriors are not ready, they're going to get crushed by the Kings, who already beat them by 30 at Chase Center. And you just look at, it projects to be a split. Lose to the Kings, beat Chicago. I'll say this, though. As poorly as Chicago has played of late, they did just get a win last night against the Clippers. So they won coming out west here, beginning this trip where they're going to end up taking on the Warriors. But that feels like a split. But if you don't have Steph Curry, second of a back-to-back, then that game immediately goes into the category of, that's certainly not a lock to beat the Bulls without Steph Curry. I feel like the Laker and Suns games probably wind up being split. I know they're not back-to-back. They're, 6 nights apart, I guess, from each other. But those are the two teams, along with Sacramento, where the Warriors find themselves in the same category. I would think those are probably split. Maybe you beat the Lakers this time and you lose to the Suns this time, whereas last time you lost to the Lakers and you beat the Suns when you basically played them a month ago, right around the same time at Chase Center. And then, the Utah game and the OKC game project to be a split as well, as with the Orlando game and the second Utah game, that one on the road. So, it pencils in my mind to be the best case scenario would be however many games that is. What is it, 8? That you end up 4-4 in those 8 games, and 25-25 in the lead up to the trade deadline. And at that point, you probably still are roughly 3-4 games out of maybe the 6th seed in the Western Conference.
I have another significance to the number 40, by the way. 40 years in between championships, 1975 to 2015. You still going to be doing this in 2062?
No. That I will safely. Some might question whether I'm still doing this in 2026 at this point. But no, I digress. No, 2062, we shall see.
Yeah, that is our significance on the number 40. The song today, Choices by E40. Why? Well, the 40-point loss at home. You got 40 games to go. I mentioned Anthony Lamb wearing number 40. The 40 years in between championships that got this dynasty started. And then, of course, the 40-ounce Miller High Life that everyone needed a sip of after the game.
And let's not forget, Greg,
dry
40 games to go on the season currently.
Yeah, I put that in, didn't I?
I missed. Apologies if you did. I thought.
I don't know. Yeah, 40 long games to go during the season. Is it going to be the perfect 41 and 41? Because right now it feels like that would be an accomplishment at this rate.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I look at the 9 and 18 in the last 27, which is a third of the season, and I look at that over 40 games. That's 13 and 27 over the last 40 games playing at that pace, 13 and 27. I think I don't think they're that bad if Steph and Draymond continue to play, but I still think they're closer to that level. And that, again, 13 and 27 would be a 34-win team. I would almost split the difference between 34 and 41 where they are right now. So if you said, JD, what do you think right now? Like, what do you think this team is right now? Where do they end up if they continue with basically the same team and don't completely shut Steph and Draymond down? I think right now they're a 37-win team. I'll split the difference on the 34 and the 41 and say 37.
Okay, 37 it is. We'll see about that. And on the other side, we're going to do an edition of Sounds of Silver. And since Walter's done some fantastic work today, I know if you're listening, I am remotely. If you're on the stream, you can see that, obviously. So he's done some extra heavy lifting today. So we'll try to keep it sounds that are pretty easy that we have in the system. And it's going to be biggest plays or turning points from the divisional round of football as we look ahead to championship weekend. That's coming up next. Poppin' Silver with JD on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Time for a little Sounds of Silver. Little do they know, JD, that this actually started as a Dubs OT Warriors post-game segment. We have migrated the name over to Papa and Silver, although the sound with the Simon and Garfunkel and everything and the silver, blue, and gold Bad Company, that remains an imaging of its own. So we're never really going to truly plagiarize from Dubs OT.
Well, yeah, I think you could. We've actually moved on, Greg. From we have a new production piece that debuted a couple of nights ago. Kyle Haar getting it to the production staff, and there's a new open. So you can take that one and use it. I think I granted you that intellectual property permission when you moved to the 10-2 slot. We're going to be working with Papa. I think it might be time to take it.
Oh, that's so kind of you. So is this officially, is it Sounds of Dubs OT? Is it Sounds of Kyle? What's the official name
Sounds
here?
of Dubs OT. Yeah, Sounds of Dubs OT with a new intro that actually had debuted on Saturday night. So we didn't have it yesterday with the YouTube-only show, but Saturday night, and you'll hear it again tomorrow as I broadcast from Sacramento, Warriors and the Kings. Looking forward to that one.
You going to be doing it from Sauced outside Golden One?
I will not be doing it from Sauced.
The harmonic of Sacramento.
I will not be doing it from Sauced. They've got some good spots there that I could do it from. But yeah, the people of Sacramento are not too high on my take on some of the things that they've done on the Mike Brown firing that has worked out to this point. They're not a huge fan of me in my hometown.
That's okay. Everything is a temporary
right now.
news cycle. Yeah, I was gonna say for now. Everyone loves some JD. They always come back around, and we'll do a little sounds here, focusing on the divisional
They're pretty petty
round.
there. They're pretty petty there. I'm not gonna lie.
They're petty?
Pretty petty there.
Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll try to get under their skin or something. Right now we'll focus on the divisional round. Our sounds are essentially going to be 4 pivotal moments that happened over the weekend in sports. We've talked a little bit about the NFL playoffs, talked a lot about the Golden State Warriors, and we're just going to go chronologically here. Patrick Mahomes, you know what's really frustrating about this whole referee conversation, and Texans players were very outspoken about it, saying, yeah, we knew we were going against everybody. Some people on the team were a little bit more explicit than just that. But the bottom line is, what makes the Chiefs and refs conversation so paramount is that the Chiefs always make you pay when they get a little bit of a break. And I do think the multiple unnecessary roughness penalties were not great calls, especially the one where 2 Texans defenders collided into one another. I do think Patrick Mahomes flopping on the sideline trying to sell a penalty was a really bad look for a player that is already so brilliant. But the sound we're going with here is that despite the Chiefs not scoring above 30 points all year and being a team that is now 16-2, with one of those losses being a game in which they sat everybody and Carson Wentz was playing, so that doesn't even count, Patrick Mahomes still has moments of reminding everybody why he is the king, he is the alpha, he is the one to be dethroned, including this touchdown to Travis Kelce when he was falling nearly parallel to the turf.
Mahomes in the gun, receivers in tight. He gets the knee-high shotgun snap, and he's grabbed, and he throws as he's being tackled, and it was caught in the end zone by Kelce. What a grab by Kelce, but what a play by Mahomes. 11-yard touchdown pass as he was being dragged from behind and threaded the needle, and there he found the belt buckle of Kelce, who catches it 5 yards deep in the middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Chiefs.
How about Kevin Harlan gutting it out in the cold, by the way? Like, he sounded like he was in about 0-degree temperatures. I give him a lot of credit because I'm in the comfort of a home right now. You're in the comfort of a home right now, doing the show. Life is good. Everybody wants to be cool and say, I could do this whole talking thing until you get out in the 0-degree weather.
Harlan, Papa. Every time I hear him, I think about that. I don't know. But he's a legend. He's a legend.
But what'd you make of that play right there? Because like I said, it's just Patrick Mahomes. And by the way, it wasn't 0 degrees. It was around 10 degrees. But the wind chill factor.
Patrick
and
Mahomes is great. Patrick Mahomes is fantastic. Incredible play. It exemplifies everything that Patrick Mahomes is as a quarterback, as a winner, as a clutch performer. And, game in, game out, he always does and comes up with the play in the big moment that leads his team to victory, and it's why they have the potential to be the first three-peat ever.
So do you think that, and this kind of feels like a silly question because it's going to be at Arrowhead, the championship game, for 5 of the last 7 years, the Chiefs participating in all of them, but going against Josh Allen, the only team in the regular season to beat a trying Kansas City Chiefs group, they put up 30 points. Not that the question's not, can Patrick Mahomes do it? We know the answer is yes. But is this going to have to be the first time where you can't just rely on the Chiefs defense? Like, Josh Allen is one of the few guys in the league that I don't think you can just necessarily shut down. And Josh Allen's biggest flaw in turnovers has not been an issue this year. I'm almost thinking if there was ever a time for the Chiefs to score above 30, I think they have to do it to beat Buffalo this weekend.
Yeah, I think on paper, and Mike Sando alluded to that as well, I think on paper it projects that way, but I think it's twofold. And the Bills have had success against the Chiefs. That should be noted in terms of putting up points, including in the most recent meeting, which was in Buffalo back on, November the 17th. But I think the Chiefs' defense tends to rise to the occasion in these games, even against teams that can put up a significant amount of points, and they just play a style that's conducive to just kind of a slower start both ways. They hold their own if a team gets in the red zone. They limit the big plays that go against them. I mean, their defense tends to put them in that position where the inability to get to 30 doesn't matter. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from on the surface as far as that goes. But I also, just knowing the Chiefs and the way that they, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's, all that being said, it's 20-20 or 17-17 in the fourth quarter, and the Bills look back and go, wow, the defense performed at a great level, yet here they are right, one possession away or one mistake away from maybe losing again, because that's really what all of those games came down to. I think that the onus is on the Bills offense to go get it. I think they have to go get it, and if they do, I think they that's what puts them in the position to have enough to prevent. I mean, look at the way they were able to beat them. Going back on November the 17th, they have the ball with the lead, put the game away, and Josh Allen with the fourth down run was able to put the game away, extend it to a 2-score game at that point, and that was. What, did that get it to 30 at that point for Buffalo? I think it did. Yeah. And the score of that game is escaping me right now, and I don't have it in front of me.
30-21, I think it was.
Yeah, so that got them to 30 right there. But what you have to do against the Chiefs is you have to look to get to 30, but you also have to look to make it a 2-score game, as the Chiefs did, and don't give Pat Mahomes that opportunity in the final 2 minutes to beat you with one drive.
And the Chiefs 3-0 against the Buffalo Bills. They did it last year with the Tyler Bass missed kick in Buffalo, so this one's going to be back at Arrowhead. Great game ahead of us. Of course, there was the overtime game, which Josh Allen didn't touch the ball, the 13 seconds to get in a field goal range. A lot of great history that we're going to get into, and a lot of Let's Go Buffaloes coming your way from Greg Papa when he returns tomorrow.
There it is. That's what I was referring to for those
Well done. A few more on the Sounds of Silver here. Let's go to the big upset and a big turning point in that one. That was the pick six that Jared Goff threw in the second quarter, and was kind of the beginning of, hey, is Washington going to hang around and make this a game? Washington didn't make mistakes. The Detroit Lions did. Their depleted defense suffered against Jaden Daniels, and this pick six was a key swing. Here is the sound.
Reynolds in motion on the right side of the line, the slot right. And a shotgun snap to Goff out of an empty backfield, looking left all the way, throws it left, a wobbler, and it's intercepted. Picked off, and down the sideline goes Quan Martin. Breaks the tackle at the 10. Martin inside the 5. He's going to take it all the way for a Washington touchdown.
Quan Martin, the pick six. Jared Goff took quite the hit there. And, of course, since it was the same day as the Chiefs game, everybody making the jokes of, if this was Patrick Mahomes, this guy would be in jail, yada, yada, yada. Goff evaluated for a concussion. I don't know if Goff was a little fuzzy from that coming back in the game, but obviously he didn't start the game his best self, and it's all beside the point. But that was a big swing right there. And JD, I think the moment that I was thinking Washington really had a chance to kind of take control of this game was actually the drive after that, so the Lions go down and score, but then right before the half, when Jared Goff threw the pick six on the post route to Jamison Williams, and instead of being a 3-point game or a 7-point game at the half, it's still a 10-point game, 31-21. That's what I was thinking. The Lions might be in a little bit of trouble right now. Jaden Daniels did the complete opposite of the quick drives that Washington was having in the first half and going for long, bleeding the clock drives. They took control of the game, and Washington fully earned that one in Detroit.
Yeah, it was a great win. They did what you have to do to beat Detroit, which is not turn the football over yourself. Like, you can score points against Detroit. You can move the ball against Detroit. They punched it in when they had their opportunities, which, again, is what you have to do because you know Detroit's going to score. And then not only did they do that, but then they got the turnovers. And they made the Lions play from behind a little bit. And I think, you start making the Lions play from behind, and maybe they don't run the ball as much as they want to. Things get a little bit off track for Jared Goff. Jared Goff then has to make more plays in an attempt to beat you. And he's great when everything's on schedule, not so much when he's in a position where he kind of has to be perfect. and then he ends up making a couple of mistakes there, and that still winds up being the difference. I mean, that you talk about a team that you're not comfortable against, even if you're up 2 scores, right? You just feel like they're going to score, and then one little quick stop, and all of a sudden they score on you again because they do it so quickly that the Commanders were able to avoid that by doing all the things you have to do. The only way you're beating Detroit is if you just keep scoring on them, and Washington kept scoring on them.
Looking at Jahmyr Gibbs at the beginning of that game, it seemed like he averaged at least 10 yards a touch, and I'm thinking, well, the Lions have a clear path to where they can get to a Super Bowl, and that is just by winning clear shootouts. Seemed like they were capable of it, but in the end, the mistakes just added up, and you can't put up 31 points when your defense is depleted like that. You can't have those turnovers, and it ends up being a heartbreaking end to what was otherwise a magical season in Detroit. Couple more here on the Sounds of Silver. Speaking of problems, Saquon Barkley in 2 games against the LA Rams this season compiled 534 scrimmage yards, 2 long touchdowns in each of the games, both regular season and playoffs. Here's the clip of his 78-yarder, which appeared to be the dagger. Not so fast, although the Eagles defense does the job in the end. Here is MVP candidate Saquon Barkley.
22-yard line, that's where Philadelphia opens up. Handoff, it's Barkley running to the left. Barkley gets by everybody! Saquon Barkley is gone! Touchdown! On a snowy Sunday, Saquon Barkley has dominated for the Eagles. 28-15, Philly. He is at another level. 78 yards.
So when I talk about Saquon Barkley's value for a second, I saw this note over the weekend, JD. Gabe Davis from the Bills signed for more money with the Jaguars in free agency as a wide receiver than Saquon Barkley got as a running back. When you consider the value of those two, it's like, okay, I get it. Wide receivers, the market's going to be a little bit higher. Maybe they're more plentiful. Running backs get beat up on. Their careers maybe are more in jeopardy. But there's also levels to this, and Saquon Barkley behind that offensive line of Philadelphia, even with guys like Jason Kelce retiring, it is a sight to behold, and I think that this Washington Commanders defense, which already can be a little bit shaky, really has to find a way to just slow him down because there's really no stopping number 26.
No, there's no stopping him. They're going to have to slow him down to be sure. And again, they're going to have to use the same template I think that they have continued to use, which is being comfortable in the close games and putting the ball in the end zone when they have opportunities to do so. Put the pressure on Jalen Hurts being banged up to have to make plays, despite the fact that he has the weapons. Put the pressure on him to have to make throws. I would be doing everything you can. Sometimes the Rams did that. It didn't matter. He still was able to break off some big runs. But I think given the injury status for Jalen Hurts, really doing everything to sell out to try and slow down Saquon is part of that key to win, in addition to scoring a lot.
Yeah, it's not just Jalen Hurts who's banged up. The corner, Quinion Mitchell, who's had a great year, is also a little bit banged up. So we'll be monitoring the injury reports as we go through the week. Final sound of silver from the final game. Bills versus Ravens certainly lived up to the hype with an exciting finish. And sometimes, JD, the NFL is just cruel because Mark Andrews, a player who does not drop passes and who does not really fumble, had 2 of those happen at the worst possible time. Here's the clip of the 2-point conversion that he'll be thinking about all offseason.
Henry is back in the game. He lines up to the right of Jackson, who's in the gun. 2 receivers right, 1 left. 2-pointer ties the game. Here's the snap. Jackson will run to his right. He looks, he throws. It is dropped! It is dropped! Andrews was open at the pylon and dropped it. His second drop of the game, and the Bills maintain a 2-point lead, 27-25. Andrews was open, the ball hit him in the chest, and he could not hang on going to the ground.
He is going to be sick. Right in his hands as he dropped the pass in the first half, caught a ball and fumbled it a couple of drives ago. Oh, that is devastating for that young man in the Baltimore Ravens.
So I always bring up to Greg Papa how Jordan Hicks and I are both type 1 diabetics, and That's kind of my version of De La with him talking about Kyle Harrison. But Mark Andrews also a part of the Type 1 Diabetic Club. Man, that one hurts me in my soul a little bit seeing that happen. I didn't have a strong rooting interest in the game. If anything, it's going to make our show a lot more lively, Walter, having Papa come back, getting ready for an AFC championship and perhaps a Super Bowl. And I think Buffalo deserved to win that game in the sense of they played clean football. Josh Allen didn't have to go be Superman, but he didn't do anything that was costly. The Ravens had 3 turnovers, the fumble by Mark Andrews, the interception by Lamar Jackson, and the fumble by Lamar. And look, I think 2 things can be true, JD. I see it as Lamar had an incredible fourth quarter, but also it was his first multi-turnover game in since the last AFC championship, and you just got to be able to play clean football in the biggest of games. That's why the Ravens are watching this one from the couch next weekend.
Yeah, if the Ravens can convert a couple of 2-point conversions, they may have been able to steal it and overcome. I do think there were a couple of points in that game where putting the pressure on Buffalo. Buffalo did start to get a little tight, but their defense came up with the big plays in a couple of those moments, and the turnovers were the big plays that kept, as Baltimore was about to get the momentum, as Baltimore was about to maybe even go down and get the lead, the Buffalo defense stepped up, and the turnovers along with the 2-point conversions, that's what ended up allowing the Bills to prevail and get another crack at Kansas City.
Good to watch that game in particular with a lot of the KNBR fellas. We had a blast down in San Francisco this weekend. And on the other side, we're going to wrap things up. JD will hand it off to Dirty Work and put the finishing touches on a Tuesday. Papa and Silver with John Dickinson for a few more minutes on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NFL's Final Four is now set, and Greg Papa's new screensaver is Mark Andrews dropping that ball on the goal line. What is your predictions going into championship weekend? Who will be playing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl? Let us know in the YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans chime in and join the conversation instantly at KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? John Dickinson, Greg Silver wrapping up a Tuesday. Appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us from 10 up until 2. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work in just a moment. And JD, it was great to be with you, man. We had a nice little reunion tour from Friday to yesterday to now. And I know we'll do things again soon. I'll be on Dubs OT, popping in for some segments. I want to leave you with a few random facts because we are a sports talk station and there's always something more to talk about. So the few nuggets I got for you today are, 1, the Lions signed ex-49er and former Michigan wide receiver Ronnie Bell to a reserve future contract. 2, because we are a pair of left-handers, Ben Johnson signed his contract left-handed, and there's never been a left-handed head coach to win a Super Bowl in the history of the league. And 3, happy birthday to Brandon Crawford.
Oh, happy birthday to Brandon Crawford. The legend.
So, yeah, those are my great facts of the day.
I did not know that a left-hander had not won a Super Bowl as a head coach. That the most interesting of the 3 fun facts. And one might say on Ronnie Bell that the Lions are already dropping the ball to begin their offseason.
Oh, ouch. Well, on that note, appreciate you. It's been great doing the show, and I know we'll catch up soon for sure.
Take care, man. Good to be with you.
We'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Big thank you to Walter for everything he's done back in the studio. Tim Webb, Depop, Copes up next, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Hey, the camera's in place today.
Well, I put it in place before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I do. The first thing I did today was I noticed it was off. It's always off.
Now, do you blame Murph or Greg for that?
I also, I sort of have a different theory now. As much as I do want to blame Murph and will continue to blame Murph, and we'll just put the onus on him.
Yeah, as you should.
I think the way our little system is set up in there, when it switches to our profile for our show, do you have to switch profiles for our show?
Yes. As far as like the camera setup for each show?
Yeah, so I think when you switch to our show, our camera setup is aligned differently based on the width of the camera. And none of this is interesting to anybody. It's kind of what I'm getting at here.
We cracked the case.
I don't know if we've cracked it, but I think that's the deal, but it's just easier to put it on Murph. I do know that Murph always messes with the light in here, which is, they're like, it's too bright, I can't do my show with the lights in my face. And I'm like, it ain't about you. It's about the listeners and the viewers. You know what I mean?
Well,
on YouTube at KNBR and the 104.5.
I will be with Murph on that one.
Oh, no. You're gonna turn on me? We're supposed to be together on this. We're tag team champs.
Whoa. You like you're always in unison with me on everything.
I always agree with everything you say. Always.
Sure. When it's too bright in here, it's kind of a pain in the ass to do your job.
Look at Mr. KNBR.
Like Mr. KNBR right now. Mr. KNBR, stop your shenanigans, okay?
Yes.
No, stop this.
Yeah, see? Mr. KNBR is making it real bright in here. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, this actually sucks.
Mr. KNBR says the lighting
looks better. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we look better. Derek's got like shadows behind him now. Which, by the way, you can always stream the show. KNBR.com, the KNBR app, YouTube channel at KNBR 104.5.
You can see all the fuzz on top of my head now.
See, it doesn't matter to me. This is how you perform. You know what I mean? Mr. KNBR knows what I'm talking about.
You always have the spotlight on you, Coach.
Always. Just point it on me. We got I think we have a decent show lined up for you today.
Just decent?
No, Tuesdays have become one of my favorite days on the show.
Because of karaoke.
Well, yeah, but also because the NBA grab bag.
Yep.
It always shows up on a Tuesday.
Now our new big segment.
We have our new big segment. It's only because Tim begged for it, because he does trivia on Tuesday nights, and he's like trying to get some promo for that. But also, he wanted his own segment. He wanted the floor, and he asked, and he begged, and he pleaded for weeks and months on end, really.
Cried even.
And maybe. And so I didn't see that. I just heard it.
Okay.
We've got Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia coming your way this afternoon as well.
Tasty.
Q Meyer's going to join us.
Yeah, your boy Q, Bay Area guy for years. Went on with him back in the day on the Raiders Locked On podcast.
Okay.
Was doing that for a long time. Was in Waco, Texas, because he loves the game so much as far as just doing radio. And now he's a big shot. He does Raiders radio in Las Vegas. He's the PD. You know a little about that, being a PD and on-air guy at the same time.
Very little about it, in fact. About 6 months of knowledge on that bit.
But he's going to be doing a national show on ESPN Radio with my guy, Joe Fortenbaugh, pretty soon.
Nice.
So I wanted to catch up with him. Interviews taped because he goes on the same time as us. But I asked him about the likelihood that Robert Saleh could be the Raiders head coach. Should we get into that?
We got to run through some of those a little bit later in the show, too, in terms of where some of these head coaching jobs are going to go. Because like you said yesterday, or I can't remember if it was on the air or off the air when we were talking just about where you go, where you personally are going to go with the Raiders.
Me?
Like, who's your top choice if it's not Ben Johnson, who, by the way, is arriving in Chicago? And we got to talk about him later, too, because it sounds like his salary is exorbitant.
He's getting some tasty scratch.
Yeah, he is. He's going to get paid. Or has been paid. But who will be the Raiders head coach and how attractive of a job that is? Like, is Pete Carroll the front runner right now?
He might be. But
how weird is that?
I mean,
is that weird?
Well, here's the thing that Niner fans should be concerned about. Pete goes way back with Robert Saleh more than Kyle Shanahan. Now him and Kyle coached a long time together.
Pete.
But the thought is that maybe they brought in Robert Saleh to interview for the Raiders head coaching job with the idea that Pete Carroll would get the job if Ben Johnson doesn't take it. There's a possibility out there that Pete Carroll convinces Robert Saleh to be defensive coordinator of the Raiders.
Would he, do you think, be like a head coach in waiting, or?
Yes.
Yeah?
That's the whole thing I'm thinking about, because Pete is up there in age. He's 72. To do this would be to establish the culture going forward with the Raiders. Obviously, he can't do it for 10 years. So Pete comes in, builds it up for 3 seasons, and then possibly Robert takes over. So, yeah, I think this is a strong possibility.
Yeah, does Saleh want to sit back for 3 more years, though, if he's getting job offers right now, and head coaches are getting maybe $13-14 million bucks.
But this is my thing going back to, is it a better situation for Robert Saleh to be a DC somewhere else? He's not going to leapfrog Kyle Shanahan to be head coach of this football team. No, of course not. So is it better to be the coach in waiting with Pete in Las Vegas as opposed to come back for 1 season with the 49ers?
I don't know. Yeah. It sort of depends on what you're promised. And
not
also,
so bad, huh?
Well, I'm still of the mindset he might get offered a head coaching job. Jacksonville is still on the table, and maybe the Raiders decide, hey, maybe he's just the guy we'd want to go with. So we'll talk more about this later.
Real quick on that, Rick Stroud, who's a very respected journalist for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, he believes that Liam Cohen is going to be the Buccaneers' next head coach.
Who's Liam Cohen?
He's the OC. Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, he's Jaguars head coach. He is the OC of Tampa Bay.
Tampa's
right now.
OC. Yeah,
it was a guy that Jordan Rodriguez was referencing.
Right.
He was with the Ram for years as a wide receiver coach. An OC, was in Kentucky, coached Baker Mayfield this past year, and now he could be Trevor Lawrence's head coach.
What'd you think of the national championship? Ohio State just ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, it got interesting towards the end. Love that halftime speech by Trump there. But, yeah, it was a...
yeah, okay. You and your boy Meatball wrong.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was interesting. Like, as Dante said, those boys were hitting.
They were hitting.
And who's my guy? Is it what's his name? The wide receiver for Ohio State, Smith.
Yeah,
he's something. Like
so is Jenkins, dude. Jenkins is sick.
Yeah, I mean, to ice that game with the long touchdown, or not the touchdown, but a long receiving first down. I mean, Ohio State.
Wait, you mean the one where he took it like all the way down to like a 3 or whatever?
Yeah. Just to ice it. I mean, I think that Ohio State was the better team. Something about Notre Dame in national championships. It wasn't as bad as the one, 12 years ago against Alabama, where they got the crap kicked out of them 42-14. But, yeah, I mean, Ohio State, they were basically the kind of the commanders, Armanders of the CFP.
Well, they said, and by the way, the CFP put something out like this past weekend saying like they're open to some modifications or some changes even as early as next season.
Jeremiah Smith is the wide receiver, by the way.
Thank you. Do you remember, or did you hear what some of those might be? Because they said they were open to evaluating the CFP and like where it could go even as soon as recalibrating things next year. Do you think they're talking about how they would change the buys?
I would change the buys.
How would you change the buys?
Just shorter time. Like if
change the scheduling of it.
Yeah, like if there's a way to do it, but it's just so convoluted because obviously the NFL playoffs are going to interfere, and people will watch the NFL playoffs over CFP games, even regular season games. Like that one day where it was a smorgasbord of that Saturday where it was CFP games.
When I said people were going to watch more CFP than the NFL, and I was just soundly shut down by America.
Yeah.
They ended my campaign for CFP first round play, but that was sick, dude. To have all those games plus NFL games on like a Saturday, that was awesome.
Of course, it was sick, but it's hard to maneuver the schedule with NFL taking precedent over CFP games.
Sure.
So, like there were days where I was like, how come we don't have a CFP game today? And it all depends on what's best for TV and everything. I will say, yes, the bye time for Oregon and Arizona State and everybody else that had byes was way too long. Boise State, they need to find a way where it's a little shorter time. That being said, like I saw Joel Klatt last night be like, the first year with the CFP was a disaster. It should always be like the national championship should always be.
Are you saying, I'm sorry, this year's first year of this formatted CSP is a disaster?
He said something along those lines where he was like, I don't like the way this turned out. And that it should always end with the Rose Bowl being the national championship on January 1st.
Okay, well,
but what's the timeline?
What is the matter with that?
No, it's just like how do you
even make that happen?
Well, like you would have to not have conference championships. So it's not perfect, and it's funny to me that the first time that we changed the CFP format, like the first year we went to a CFP, Ohio State wins.
Well, we didn't. It's not the first year we've been to the CFP. You're just talking about the 12-team playoff.
No. I'm talking about 10 years ago.
Are you talking about 10 years ago when they went with the 4-team playoff? Yeah, Cardale Jones and all that? Yeah.
Yes, and now 10 years later, they went in with the new format. It's interesting to me. But at the same time, you don't need to change much. It's a good format. Every playoff format's not going to be perfect. Every playoff game is not going to be a great game. Like the divisional round was pretty good. Wild card round
was
that's just what happens.
Wasn't a lot of good football in the wild card round. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Anyway, KNBR, if you want to get involved in any of this, we also are going to get into to some of the MLB Hall of Fame ballot announcement that came out today. And before we do any of that, I should also tell you Matt Mayoko joins us at 4:50 for his weekly conversation. We'll talk to him about where the 49ers go at defensive coordinator, if in fact it is not Robert Saleh, and it's looking more and more maybe like because we haven't heard about anybody else being interviewed besides Deshae Townsend, defensive backs coach for the Lions.
Or
Brandon Staley might be the dude. Just in-house promotion for Brandon Staley if that is in fact the backup plan. I haven't heard about him interviewing elsewhere. We can talk to Matt Mayoko about that as well.
There's also Matt Eberflus out there.
Yeah, but I mean in terms of like guys who the Niners said that we're going to talk to and who are in-house, he's the only other one we know about.
Yeah, and then as far as like Cincinnati, who I was like Robert Saleh should go there. It sounds like Al Golden, Notre Dame's DC, will be the next DC in Cincinnati.
I think you mentioned that yesterday. Yeah. By the way, we are still giving away tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco February 1st at SAP Center down in San Jose. Monday, we're doing it. Sorry, I was going to read the dates that we're doing the thing. We're doing it from yesterday till Friday. How about that?
I'm sorry, I copied and pasted.
Yeah, it's okay. No worries. I'll read anything you put in front of me. I swear to God, I'm such an idiot when it comes to this stuff. 1 prize per day, 5 prizes for the week, and we'll give you one today. Listen between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. And if you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, again, 415-896-KNBR is the contest line. You'll win those tickets if you're caller 10, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Again, it's 2 tickets for Sebastian Maniscalco. Tim, what's the cue to call today?
We all know these people. In their mid-40s, they got to go back about 25 years to figure out. And they always refer to each other by their last name. Hey, Schmitty, remember college? Beer bong, pissing in the yard. You know, that's the type of guys that fantasy football, that's all they do. How's your receivers? Well, my receivers are really good this year.
It's a little more straightforward than Sebastian the Crab.
Did you pick? Okay, hold on. Who's in charge of the cues to call? It's Derek, right?
We trade off me and Tim.
Tim, this was a Derek production, yes?
This was not a Tim Webb production.
Tim, can I just ask you something? Derek, stay out of this for a minute.
Sure.
Tim, does it feel like, look, you and I, Tim, know that we've given away Seabass tickets before. Sebastian Maniscalco tickets.
Whoa. There's only one Seabass, sorry.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Thank you.
Sorry,
there's more Seabasses.
Two Seabass.
What part of please stay out of this momentarily, Derek, is confusing at this point? Okay, Tim, see what happens? Tim comes back, I get all chapped again. Tim, we've given away Sebastian Maniscalco tickets before.
Correct.
Not just yesterday, like in the past. Do you think Derek just recycled an old cut?
I know this to be true.
It was saved, what, like 6 months ago?
I was really...
I didn't even smirk at that, dude. Like, people who listen to the show, they don't want to hear the same cues to call.
We've heard it, I think
I would say
twice.
3 times. This might be time 3.
Well, sorry, we gave out Sebastian Maniscalco tickets all the GD time.
Look, don't be apologizing for that. We want to give away the ticket.
I didn't mind the Simpsons one so much.
I didn't mind the Simpsons one so much either. And you got so creative yesterday. This just seemed like you totally bombed and went lazy on this one.
I mean, to be completely honest, I went to the bathroom at 1:57. I was like, oh boy, I forgot who to call.
That's all I needed.
You thought about it in the crapper.
You know what, Tim? Can we give him an applause? You know what? Derek raised hand to the scorer's table.
Am I out of timeout?
Yeah, you're out of timeout. Yeah, give it up for him. Well done. All right, we got a good show for you. There's an NBA grab bag here. I'll tell you about how it was obtained earlier today. A little bit later
Can't wait
in the
for
show.
that tease.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Q Myers at 3:50, Matt Mayoko at 4:50. Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Stay tuned. We got a good one for you. Unlike the Warriors, who had a real bad one for you. Dude, way to show up for MLK Day, Dubs. Talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The Golden State Warriors got slaughtered yesterday, 125-85, their first 40-point loss at home since 1985. If you have fond memories of the 1985 team, tell us on our socials or the KNBR YouTube chat, but only if you remember Terry Teagle, Purvis Short, and Joe Barry Carroll.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Next man up mentality. Everybody who steps foot on the floor got to be able to perform, bring a spirit of, we belong and do it together as a unit. It didn't happen tonight. We obviously had nothing really to show. 36 minutes tonight, and it's going to get tougher, like you said, without, two starters.
As time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
No problem there. Is there enough time, Reggie? I think Reggie and 3D are about to witness a three-point shooting barrage here. I'm not saying it's all-star game level, but we're just going down and heaving now. Go ahead, Stephen. Blocked by Pritchard.
How do you think this team just gets better offensively?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Nicely done. A little brain stew.
Yeah, I thought it was appropriate.
On my own, here I go.
Steps on his own, here we go.
That's all he is. Dude, Warriors just get absolutely shellacked by the Boston Celtics yesterday. We are a long way from that Boston Celtics victory by the Warriors in Boston back in, back in November?
November 6th, 118-112. It was during, I think it was it their 12th win to make them 12-3? Whatever it was, that was the height of it, being like that in the OKC.
Don't forget, it was before that game when Steve Kerr said, they said, what do you guys need to do? What'd you tell your team to go beat the Celtics? It was the day after Election Day. I told them, make America great, go beat the Celtics. Remember
how far we've come.
That was when that was.
Yeah.
That was that game. Remember that?
Yeah.
I think our show was different then, too.
It was, that definitely was a little different back then, too. But no, I mean, was anybody expecting them to win yesterday? I mean, like a little more fight, obviously.
I don't ever expect them to win. I'm telling you, I don't ever expect
from now on.
I just don't ever expect him to win ever again. I'm joking about the ever again, of course.
Yeah.
I've told you, there's nothing about this team that's intriguing to me. They're 21-21. They're 11-11 at home. They're a 500 team, and they are painfully 500. They are not I've said this to you before when we've talked about baseball and the Giants. I'm not all 500 teams are created equal. Sometimes, do you remember that year a few years ago, a couple seasons back, maybe 2022 or 3, I don't know, one of the lame Gabe Kapler seasons where the Giants, at the end of the year in September or something, rattled off 12 of 18 or something. They played okay, but it was guys like Jarrell Cotton was on the team, Shelby Miller was on.
Oh my God!
It was guys who didn't even remember were San Francisco Giants, and the Giants were just kind of throwing crap at the wall.
Yeah.
And they limped into they won on the last day of the year and they were finishing at 500. It's but that's not really indicative of the way the team is played. This Warrior team, because they started 12-3, is so much worse than a 500 team. And they can't score 100 points with regularity, which is painful to watch in today's NBA.
Well, it was extreme.
I mean, they're really bad.
It was excruciating yesterday because Steph didn't have a good performance. He only scores 18.
On 16 shots, by the way.
The rest of the starting lineup, only Dennis Schroeder with 7 points was the high mark. Collectively...
Nobody else, you're saying no other starter had double-digit points.
I'll go through it. Dennis Schroeder, 7 points. GP2, 2 points. Andrew Wiggins, 4 points. TJD, 5 points. Collectively, that's 36 points.
Andrew Wiggins, 1 of 11 from the field. That was pretty funny.
My God.
Yeah, I was not ha-ha funny, just they're not good.
And it's funny you bring up the Giants because at this point, I would say the Warriors are they are as interesting as the Giants have been the last few years, in my opinion.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Who of the three, because I didn't put the Sharks on this list. My Greer Sharks are coming.
No, dude. Throw the Sharks in there because right now.
They're coming, dude. And how about Bruce Arenas Quakes? You want to talk Arenas Quakes, Tim? No?
Only Ted Ramey.
Stay tuned for, by the way, the Quakes leader, KNBR 1050.
No, but seriously, amongst those four teams.
Who has the worst future of the four Bay Area teams?
I would say
Giants,
the
Warriors, Niners, Sharks.
Yeah. Because, besides, okay, Kuminga, yay, he's going to save the day. He's going to win us a championship. Well, that's the thing. As you were putting it, they are 21-21, and it looks terrible right now. But I looked it up last year. At this time last year, they were 19-23, and it turned out a little bit better. I mean, they had the 10th seed, and they got knocked out in the play-in.
You're the 10. You're not even the seed. You're just in the play-in to me. I just hate that. You can't. They're not good enough to get out of a play-in.
But did things seem better a year ago when they were 19-23? It's hard to remember exactly. But my whole thing is, we're gonna hear from Kenny Smith, and we're gonna all the articles that were written today. Kevin O'Connor from the Ringers, it's time to blow it up. It's time to trade Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And I'm there's no way in hell you should ever trade Steph Curry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm with you. You can't, I don't think that's where they need to go. That said, there were people that probably said there's no way you could ever trade Joe Montana. 808 KNBR also on that tip. Would that be like trading Joe Montana if you did something like that? I mean.
Yeah, but you had a replacement of waiting with Steve Young.
Also, you had to replace. That's the thing. Is you had a replacement of waiting for a number of years with Steve Young, where they wanted to move on. Again, they were going to try to move on from Montana and get John Elway. Is what they wanted to do.
It's not the same thing.
The Warriors don't have
no, they don't.
If they tear it down and they traded away Steph Curry, which is why I just don't think you can. Again, I'm you have him, go all in on having him, and they're not going to do that. They gave him the extension before this year, right? They're not going to. They extended him already. They're not going to trade him away. But if you have him, you may as well go all in on the investment because tearing him down just still means you got to go get other pieces.
Absolutely.
You still got to go rebuild. So why not at least keep the greatest player in franchise history and somebody who's still capable of being a weapon? It's just that with no other help, I mean, this is piss poor. Yesterday, 14 of 53 from beyond the arc, and Steph hit 4 of them. One other player, Moses Moody, was in double digits yesterday for the Dubs. He hit 3 threes. Nobody else had more than 1.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Lindy Waters had 2. Woohoo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a 40-point loss at home. It's the worst loss since 1985, where the Warriors had the likes of my man Perv. Perv is short. And Sleepy Floyd.
My man Perv. I don't think Perv is short would enjoy being called Perv, would he?
This is the official home of Terry Teagle, okay?
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you were to rank the Bay Area teams with the worst future to the brightest, how would it go? Or brightest to the worst? We get a text here. Our guy from the 209, Gingy from Modesto here. Is what he says.
Gingy? How do we fuse with Minji?
Oh, by the way, this guy checked in earlier. Last couple of times he checked in. Once on Limp Bizkit, once on Morgan Melanson. This guy's got a all this year too. Getting Melanson takes off in January of 2025.
Those are the takes I want. I want your Melanson and your Biscuit takes.
Well, his Melanson take is he wasn't that bad. That's that the take you wanted, Tim? Your biscuit and your Melanson?
Was there emphasis on that?
I take it all back.
209 says, Gingy from Modesto here. Sharks are the most fascinating going forward, then the Giants, then the 49ers, then the Warriors.
Yes. Right now, I think you have to say the Sharks as far as their young talent.
But who has the worst future? Whose future is
we don't even know about the future of the Warriors.
Whose future looks the darkest right now is the question.
Yeah. You have to say them. And going back to the thought process of trading Steph Curry, are we insane here? I understand, you got to find a way to get this team back in competition and, going for NBA Finals again. But, I know that Joe Lacob is responsible for getting the Chase Center. This team is not valued at $8.8 billion a year without Steph Curry. It's not because of Joe Lacob.
His mansion survived, too. You saw that? His Palisades mansion, that's right. Yep. It's going to stand up. It's going to stand tall.
There you go.
Chase Center.
But it's not because I love all these guys, but it's not because of Draymond. It's not because of Clay. It's not because of Steve Kerr. It's because of Steph Curry. Are people showing people will show up no matter what? They're diehard Warrior fans, but the interest level is low right now. It would be next to nothing without Steph Curry. So there's no chance in hell that they would ever entertain trading Steph Curry. I hate this idea.
Yeah, I do too. You got to rebuild around Steph. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call. Do the Warriors have the worst future of any Bay Area team? We'll let you hear also what Kenny the Jet Smith had said about rebuilding around Steph Curry and what Charles Barkley had to say about Kenny Smith's comments about rebuilding around Steph. Chuck just hates the city of San Francisco. That's all. We'll get more into this.
It's rad and festive.
And your calls at 808 KNBR next on the Sports Leader.
Go Sharks.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call or to text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Which of the Bay Area teams has the darkest or the worst future? It sort of looks like it's the Warriors at this point as people are checking in on the text line. 415 says Giants are only marginally better off than the Warriors are right now.
Yeah,
Giants have zero hope against the Dodgers' infinite payroll. The Dodgers' payroll stuff is just getting ridiculous, man.
It is.
It's not getting ridiculous. It's been ridiculous.
Yeah, but there's an avenue for the Giants to get better. For the Warriors, it's there too, but we're dealing with a timeline here of 2 years with Steph Curry's contract's up. And it's a mix of, well, we don't want to, just mortgage the future, and then, the clock's ticking. And we'll play Kenny Smith sounds here, but, if there was a time to do a rebuild, I thought it was last year. I think they're waiting too long, they're considering it. And we keep talking about the same names, Cam Johnson, Vucevic. No matter what, this team will not get significantly better until it's the offseason when they can make a monumental trade.
Well, here's what Kenny the Jet Smith said about where the Warriors need to go and how they need to rebuild.
I want to talk about the rebuild.
Which rebuild?
With Golden State. And they're in a similar situation what the Lakers are in.
At ease, you don't need to run.
And I don't want to beat you on MLK Day anyway. But they're in a similar situation to Lakers, but much different in the same result. Meaning LeBron James, when you're rebuilding around LeBron James, and you say, hey, he's later in his years, he's maybe not the same player, but he's still a great player, or one of the top players in the league. LeBron James plays with the ball in his hand. So you have to build a team that actually fits in. So you're going to bring in older players. I think with Steph Curry, he actually plays without the ball a lot, and he's running off picks. So now you can bring in and say, we're going to do a young rebuild with young energy to get him shots easier because he's shooting more instead of beating people off the dribble. So the rebuild is different. They should go young through the draft, through trade, keep guys like Kuminga, not think about trading. Guys like Kuminga and his age, that group is where they need to be. Where the Lakers, they need to get older players at times to go with LeBron because LeBron handles the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with Kenny a little bit. Like I said, I think that the time to do that was last year when you were 19 and 23 at this time, and Draymond was going through his suspension. Yeah, I think there was a point where you should have traded everybody and kept and had a competitive rebuild with Steph Curry. But now
that ship has sailed.
That ship has sailed.
You paid Steph, you paid Draymond, you lost Klay Thompson, and he moved on from you. You didn't do enough in free agency this past offseason. As much as you tried and you wanted to land a superstar, it just didn't work out, and teams aren't going to help you out. And so you're right. They probably had to be more aggressive earlier on because now they're just they're drawn dead right now. There's nowhere to go. They can add pieces. They can go get a Vucevic or a Cam Johnson like we talked about. That moves nobody. For a team that's scoring 85 points, and again, not 85 points a night, but they're not regularly scoring 100 points. And somebody checked in, too, when I was saying, look, not all 500 teams are created equal. Somebody on the text line said something earlier going, you really get a chance to see how bad the Warriors are. Here it is. The 650 said this on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. When the Dubs play a top team, they really show how bad they are. Not all 500 teams suck to the level the Warriors do. And again, I don't feel they're a true 500 team because of what their hot start was. After the first 15, again, that was part of who they were, but that now looks like it was fool's gold. That was a front-loaded, soft schedule to start the year, and the Warriors were playing better than their opponents in that stretch where the schedule was fairly convenient for them. That road trip, though, was really deceiving. The road trip where they went and they won, 4 or 5 games on the road trip?
The OKC win and the Boston
win
wins.
in Boston. Now, some teams were banged up there. They beat Houston at the time, too, right?
Yes.
They beat Houston, beat Washington, beat Boston, lose to Cleveland, then beat OKC and come home to take on the Mavericks after that. That 4-1 road trip was, I think, deceived me the most.
Yeah,
I was like, they're a legitimate top 4 or 5 team maybe in the West, and it's not even close. They're a legitimate, potential bottom 3 team or 4 team, I think, in the West if things continue this route and they don't make any moves because there are not a lot of quality NBA players on this team.
No. So then what is the best course of action? We keep talking about it, but
the best course of action is to make big moves and big splashes, and I don't think it's happening this year. I think you can help get a piece that'll set you up for the future, but if you want to do what you're talking about from a year ago, I think it's going to happen this offseason. Otherwise, what else can they do? Nobody's going to give them Giannis right now. Nobody's going to give them this is what I will say.
Yeah.
The one thing that gives me hope about where they can go in rebuilding around Steph Curry is that there is not some Thanos big bad in the NBA right now. There's not one dominant team that looks like they're set up to run the league for the next 5, 6, 7 years. OKC could potentially be that team, but they've not proven that yet.
Not yet.
There's no LeBron James right now that's a dominant. That's what I mean. Like in the Eastern Conference when the Warriors were going to the finals every year, you knew it was like it's right now. It's like the Dodgers and everybody else. It was like LeBron. Can you get past LeBron? Can you get past Pat Mahomes in the AFC? He's the big bad in the NFL and in the AFC, right? You got to get past him. I don't know that there's a team right now that has proven, like, we thought Minnesota was going to be much better.
Yep.
Anthony Edwards is either taking a step back or the team's not as good. Like, the NBA has so much parity to it, and there's so much in flux, and everybody now has a superstar because it's such a superstar league that it's not like just having a quarterback who can be dominant and carry your team. Like Joe Burrow willed the Bengals to 9 wins.
Right.
I don't know that the Warriors, they might have been, them and the Cavs with LeBron, the last like sort of bastion of that era in the NBA, where there was a Jordan, then it was the Kobe and Shaq era, you had the Spurs era, you had the Warriors era, you had the LeBron era, like where there was one team that you had to figure out how to beat. Right now, there isn't really that, and that's what might give you hope. The Celtics are set up to be fairly successful for a long time, but they're not dominating the league in the way the Warriors did in the way
they're
LeBron
also in a
did.
weaker conference, and I mean...
But you don't feel the same way about their, quote, dominance across the NBA as we did when the Warriors were running the league.
Well, no,
or
because
when Kobe and Shaq were
because the
running the league.
Warriors were averaging 67 wins a year.
Right.
So it was different. It like as Steve Kerr said, we're living in the regular NBA right now. When they were going on those runs, it was a fantasy world because they were so dominant. But okay, you say that at the same time, when you look at the stars of the league right now, would most free agents rather play with a Victor Wembanyama or a Anthony Edwards over an aging Steph Curry just to get him a championship? Like, wouldn't superstars want to go on long runs with these other guys that are more appealing and are in their prime right now?
By the way, the Wemby one might be coming. You know what I mean? Like, it's a few years away maybe from him being like...
I think so, man. I think it's
like you're a couple of years away, I think, from him not just being the best player in the world, but like he's so young and so insane that when they put some pieces around him,
yeah,
they're going to be unbelievable.
Well, what's stopping, like, you know, like I down the line, like this summer, I think it's Kyrie Irving and James Harden and LeBron James. I don't know if they're getting any of those guys. Maybe Kyrie would want to join the San Antonio Spurs. But, like, down the line, you got Damian Lillard and you got Chris Middleton, who I think is a free agent this offseason. But, like, do guys just want to, like, let me play with Steph Curry for 2 more years? Or would you rather play it out a long-term contract with Victor Wembanyama and all his potential and, you know, that of an Anthony Edwards?
Well, yeah, like what I'm saying is the makeup of the league is not what it was when they dominated, and so you're not going to build in the same way you did before.
Yeah.
You just got to get better in the draft or mortgage your entire future, like I've said for weeks now, to go get a big-time player, but it's not happening now.
But
I'm
it's
just getting so sick and tired of this conversation. It's so boring.
I know.
Like, it's so lame because they're so bad, and we all know the answer every day. They lose a game bad. They cry about it afterwards. Then Steph's like the Twitter fingers. Like, they're just not, like, if you're going to wait for the offseason, fine. If you're going to make moves to set yourself up for later, fine. But I can't do this every day, man.
Well, to your point as well.
I can't do this every day. This is so boring.
When they win, it's not satisfying at all.
No, that's what I mean is we know when they win, nothing like, I've said this before, when they win, nothing leads you to believe that there's anything sustainable happening. You know what I mean? There's nothing like exciting about it where you go, hey, they've turned a corner here. Like, what was that game last week where they lost? It
was the Minnesota game that they won where they had like a 30-point lead.
They lost to Toronto, dude. They had like 8 wins when they rolled in.
Miami before that. I mean, there's
just like...
This isn't the nail in the coffin for me. Like, this wasn't like yesterday watching this game be like, well, that's it for me. There's been many a time this season.
How many games are left? They've only played 42.
Well, okay.
I can't do this, Joe.
Strap in, buddy.
Wake up. I can't do this, bro.
Oh, yes, you can, Adam.
I can't do this.
Yes, you can.
We can't do this,
yes,
man.
We'll get Vucevic, and it'll be all fine.
We'll get Nikola Vucevic.
No, but that's the thing. There's also an ESPN report out there that they want to save their draft capital to get Giannis. We're banking on that. Like, come on. Like, I understand. Like,
that ain't. Come on. Well, see, here's the report right here. It's Young Misek says he believes the Warriors are saving. He's of ESPN says he believes the Warriors are saving picks to trade for Giannis if he were to demand his way out of Milwaukee. Boy, that's a whole lot that has to happen. Where he's got to demand his way out of Milwaukee.
Want to do everything in their power to keep him and make him. He's the biggest superstar they've ever had.
Of course, but this happens in the NBA every couple of years, where a guy just decides, I want out of here. And what can a team do?
That's easier said than done.
Dude, I think it's easier done than said. Like, it happens all the time.
No, I know it is.
How many times did Kyrie
do it? Giannis is ridiculous.
Oh, yes, but how many times did Kyrie do it? How many times did James Harden do it?
I know.
How many times
it
did
happens.
Kevin Durant do it? Like, this happens all the time with superstars. All the damn time.
Yeah, but
like, if he demands he wants out and is like, trade me, I want gone, they're going to do it. They're going to have to do it if he demands out.
Yeah.
The issue is, like, Dame got traded there.
Well,
paying Dame $60 a year.
No, but I mean that's another guy down the line that maybe you want to pair Steph Curry with Damian Lillard. He wants to play in the Bay Area before he retires. My thing is this: so what is easier to do? To rebuild in 2 years and potentially win, or just go all in on getting big name superstars. And the reality is,
you already have stuff. Just only look at big name superstars. I'm just like, I couldn't
understand a word you just said.
There's nowhere else to go. There's just not. We're just banging our heads against this Steph Curry wall. Like, they're not going to tear it down with Steph. They're going to either tank out this season, get higher value for some of these picks. And if somebody checks in, says, mortgage what future? The picks don't have any value unless they tank. Well, you don't know where they are in 4 years. You can't trade, I think, picks for like back-to-back seasons in the first round, but you can do every other. You can do pick swaps. You can say you get the better of our 2 picks for that year. You get to take the, I mean,
I know. Yeah, I hear you.
916 checks in, says, welcome to being a Kings fan for the last 20 years. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do the Warriors have the most boring future of any team in the Bay Area? Let's go to David in Copperopolis. What's up, David? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys.
What's up, David?
I don't know that I don't know if I've heard anybody talk about our general manager, Dunleavy, and what he has or has not done. Seems like we've had optimism about some potential young guys for 3 or 4 years now that have not panned out, and there's been no counteract. Plus the fact that I'm one that says we shouldn't have let Clay go. He gave Steph like a balance. He was the power guard. He was the guy that could actually work with a forward defensively. There's just been nothing happen. It's bad.
Well, David, Clay wanted to go too. That was part of it. Like, Clay wanted out. I don't think there was much they could have done to keep him. They didn't really reach out to keep him, and I appreciate the call, man, but I don't think Clay wanted to be here, and I don't think that was the right. I mean, they basically told you, like, there was locker room issues last year, and I'm kind of like, I sort of prefer those locker room issues from last year than the court issues from this year.
I agree with you.
I'd rather have that problem than the basketball problem.
From everything from Draymond to Klay Thompson, but it was time to move off from Klay. Klay was in his own head, and I love Klay Thompson, but I didn't love his performance against the Lakers in that series. And then to follow it up the next year, it was time to move on. But I'll say this too: like, we're going to talk about like ways to improve the Warriors and ways to maximize Steph Curry's time with the Warriors. And I'll just say this: I don't think they're winning a championship in the next 2 years.
Oh. You really went on a limb on that one.
Yeah, but like, no, but we're
boy, really? You don't say. The biggest home loss in what, 40 years? Yesterday, you're like, yeah, I don't think it's happening.
I know, but like everybody's trying to come up with these quick fixes, and there is really no answer. Fine, go and get Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant's older now, and I don't know if that's going to have the same effect as it did in 2016 and 2017 to have a 35-year-old Kevin Durant and Steph Curry play with each other. I think at this point, you may have Steph Curry's career end with him not having a championship. You know what? That's okay.
That's how it happens, man.
Yes, I told you months ago.
Yeah.
I told you months ago, and it was a joke. But the reality is, would I love to see Steph Curry end his career with a championship? Absolutely. But do I need to see it? No. This team was crap for most of my childhood.
Yeah, but that's not the point. That's not really the point.
No, but it is, because so many people now are just like, They don't realize how bad it was in the past. They don't. And just cherish what Steph Curry gave you for 4 champions. I know it would suck.
Nobody's going to sit, dude, and you're never going to get people to be like, I'm just going to rest on what we've done. You still have him, and he's still good. So that argument to me is still a moot point. There's no, we can reflect on Steph's career and how great it was when he's gone. While he's here, you should be trying to win.
Of course you should.
Why pay him for the extension? Why give him all that money if you're not going to figure out a way to try to win with?
But the likelihood of him having that at the
You're
end...
talking about 2 different things, I think, too.
No, we are, but I just find it the Warriors contingent now on social media that always demands a championship. And it wasn't like that, but it is that way now.
Because you've made yourself just like Laker fans demand it. Yes. When you've made yourself one of the elite franchises across the league and across North American pro sports, that's what that commands. And that's the baggage that comes with it. That's what you have to do when you're that good. I mean, the Chiefs expect to win every single year, and if they got knocked out, people would be pissed.
Yeah, but I think Steph Curry's going to make the Hall of Fame.
Niner fans expect to win.
I think Steph Curry's going to make the Hall of Fame with 4 championships. So I understand. Like people's debate, like, oh, he should get one more than LeBron before it ends. And believe me, I want to see that too.
How many does LeBron have?
4. Same as Steph.
Yeah, but he got that one in the strike shortened year, and again with the lockout season.
So he's got 3.5.
Yeah,
he's got 3.5.
He did win that tournament in mid-season. So
Yeah, he did. He hung that banner in the midseason
It
tournament.
may just end with a whimper and not a double bang. So that's just what it is right now.
707 checks in. 707 checks in. They say, I don't think the Carolina Panthers are going to win a Super Bowl in the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, well, going out on a limb there. By the way, their future might be brighter. See Bryce Young at the end of the year is covering some ball games.
Definitely brighter than the Warriors.
Who has a brighter
Dallas,
future?
right?
808 KNBR, who's got a brighter future? The
Steph Curry's Panthers or Steph Curry's Warriors?
Carolina Panthers or the Dubs. 831 checks in and says, Dunleavy might be more disappointing as a GM than he was as a player. And that's coming from a guy who paid $135 for a Dunleavy jersey in 04. That's on you, 831. You got to wear that one.
You know what? Dunleavy has been trying to get everybody. He tried to get Paul George. We've been through it all. Markkanen, all these guys. And then when Marcus basically told us on Friday, insinuates that Steph and Draymond are like, Markkanen's not as good as you guys think he is.
Yeah, I'm going to win a title with Markkanen. That's what Marcus Thompson said. 503 checks in, says from that caller calling in Copperopolis, barely Neweropolis. Nice.
Isn't that a Francis Ford Coppola movie?
Yeah, the newest one, right?
Megalopolis?
Yeah.
Copperopolis.
Yeah, I was like, that's not it. It's something like that.
Yeah, close enough.
Derek hates the Central Valley. 808 KNBR.
Yeah.
By Angels Camp.
You want to gone
Reservoir.
Want to gone yourself, Tim, for that one? 925 says, yeah, Clay had a bad attitude. We love the guy, but he let his ego get in the way. I just think he was unhappy with the way things had played out here. 209 checks in, says, Warrior fans have become low-key Cowboy fans of basketball. Dude, Tom was on this for a minute. Tom was like harping on like Warrior fans have become like Laker fans. The unrealistic expectation of winning every year.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, is the younger fans that don't remember the Chris Cohan days.
Yeah, but that's not their fault.
No, I understand that, but at the same time, like, we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of them winning the championship, and that to me was the height of everything.
707 says, dude, TikTok has 775 says TikTok has a brighter future than the Dubs.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Of all the teams left in the Bay Area. Guess we won't count the SAC A's. Of all the teams in the Bay Area, Giants, Warriors, Niners, and Sharks. Do the Warriors have the darkest, dimmest future? Mike and Pengrove, I see you hanging on the line. Mert, and Malt, we'll get to you too. That's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Before the Celtics loss yesterday, the Warriors announced Draymond Green has a mild calf strain and will be reevaluated in a week. For all the latest Dubs news, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
One takes his free burritos home for dinner. The other eats burgers every day. It's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tim Webb's here, too. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, and Tim Webb.
It was pizza today, right?
On a Tuesday, I had a slice.
Nice. Golden Boy?
No.
Oh.
Shout out the new Grumpy's around the corner.
Hey, now.
Grumpy's new and improved.
What up, Todd?
Grumpy's, too, still grumping. Shout out Todd of the old ship, of High Horse.
Still crumping and grumping.
Yeah. Okay. 808 KNBR. Moving on. 415-808-5627.
You know, crumping.
Crumping. Did you crump? Or
No.
Crump?
I can't crump.
How about crunking?
You can get crunk back in the day.
Crunk, yeah.
Yeah. Little John, the East Side Boys.
Yeah, you can get, I could get crunk. I wasn't crump, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, 808 KNBR is the number to
A
call.
lot of flailing and crumping.
Do the Warriors have the darkest future of any team in the Bay Area? Let's go to Mike in Pengrove. What's up, Mike? You're on the Sports Leader. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing? You know, I've been watching games, and I kind of gave up last week. You know, Steph's getting hugged. It's like 4-on-4. It's, you know, Michael Jordan didn't have anybody, you know, let him hug him like that. I'm old school. You want to win, you're gonna have to, you know, make people pay a little bit. Steph can be kind after. I mean, he does great things for the community. He's great friends with everybody in the NBA. But you got to make a little bloody noses. If you're going to hug me, you got to pay the price. You know, somebody's got to set the rules for Steph to say, hey, I want it. This is how I'm going to get it. You can't just be friendly with everybody all the time.
You saying you want to see Steph like pop a dude in the mouth who like grabs him too hard?
Well, I can't. I watched the game, and the guy got to put his head on his chest and hold him. And it's like Steph went over in the corner and just said, okay, it's 4-on-4. And you just can't have that. It's like these are main, you know, point scorer. We have to have him available and open. So it's like, hey, you got to make a screen, make somebody pay. We got to have Lambeer for a reason in Detroit. You know, it's like so people can score. Somebody can not do what they're doing because Steph basically.
Mike, are you a physical man in general, Mike?
Yeah, I am. I love football, all that kind of stuff. I played football and basketball, so we kind of like went from when you played high school, the football players went to basketball.
Yeah, I got you.
Like, watch out because we're coming. If the ball's on the ground, we're getting it. You know, all that kind of stuff.
And nobody pushed you around on the court?
Well, no, I had my bloody noses. I had my cut my lips. But I'm going to body you up. I'm going to make you pay. It's a game. It's like if you want to win, it's
the game within the game. It's the game within the game, Mike. Yeah, I got you.
You got to win. You want to win.
Sports.
That's the bottom line. The heart wants to win. You want to win. The money comes then. It's like you got to pay.
All I'm saying, Mike, is if I'm running through Pengrove, I ain't stepping to you, and nobody should. Thanks for the call, bro. Appreciate you, Mike. It's Mike in Pengrove. I get what he's saying. Like, there's just so many elements. I know you're not. He's not going to have anybody go out and treat it like it's 80s basketball. It's just not the way it is.
You know how many old school guys always talk about Bill Lambier getting physical? Like, that's just not the style we play in today when it comes to hoops. And also, at this point, if Steph Curry is not getting his nose bloodied at what, year 16?
I like my guy Mike, though. Mike's like, I got cuts in my lips. I got my bloody noses. Physical. With an That's exactly. 925 Jenkins says, swing those elbows, LOL, this guy. Basically, the Warriors lack any sort of like Draymond is that guy. He's their, quote, enforcer out there, right? But
Steph has never been that guy.
Sometimes he enforces on his own roster. I think the point here is just the Warriors just don't have any juice on any level.
Well, like, are we really seriously getting to the point now where we're critiquing Steph Curry's game?
No, I'm not getting after that.
Yeah,
He's the
exactly.
Guy. Tell me why who's next on the list of darkest future? If the Warriors have the darkest future of any team in the Bay. And to that point, like everyone's like, yeah, their picks have no value. There's nobody to go get. They're an aging roster. Like, are the Giants the second darkest?
Well, what about the Niners as far as like a window closing and seeing the other teams in the NFC having better chances than they do?
I guess the way you'd have to view the Niners' future and how bright it could be is, what do you think of Brock Purdy? That's kind of what it comes down to. If you think highly enough of Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan's ability to recalibrate and Brandon Ayuk's future with the 49ers, and John Lynch's ability to draft, you have a quarterback, and that's what makes teams sustainably successful. So if you believe in Brock, then I think you've got to believe the Niners have somewhat of a bright future.
I believe in Brock, but to a certain extent where, yes, he's a good quarterback, but not a great quarterback where he could do it on his own. So if the team is going to be hamstrung by getting rid of great player piece by piece, then that makes me a little concerned. However, yeah, if I had to rank it right now, I would go Warriors have the darkest future. I mean, there's a little bit of optimism with the Giants, but I would go second.
What optimism is there with the Giants for the future? Because I think everybody
Young
right
pitching.
now, yes, if you believe in some young pitching. I mean, again, it just sort of feels like if you're the Giants, you're playing behind the Dodgers. Like, it makes it tough to see how clear and bright the future can be.
Yeah.
That said,
new management, new operation, fresh ideas, fresh thoughts, fresh.
it's kind of jury's out, I think, and
Sure.
I think jury's kind of out. But the Giants, I think, are probably second in a lot of people's minds because of the Niners' window and because of the job the Sharks have done the last couple of years with their young talent. And what you're already seeing, like the young guys are out there. Celebrini's playing, Will Smith's playing. Like, you've added some vets who can score. Like, there are some reasons to be excited about the Sharks, even though they're like in the bottom of the Pacific. But in terms of the Giants, to Tim's point, like, yeah, there's some fresh ideas, but the Dodgers just signed now Tanner Scott to a $72 million deal. Like,
Kirby Yates today.
So two of the other best bullpen arms, and that was a big problem for them in the last couple of years. They've gone out and they've added all this extra pitching. They're going to be dominant. They're going to be the best team in baseball again. So now you know that one of your chances at a playoff spot for the next decade is probably gone to win a division. Mm-hmm. You're not going to end up with a bye. That said, baseball is the one sport where you get into the playoffs, and I hate saying crapshoot, but it's more of a tournament game when you get into the playoffs than any of the other sports.
Yeah, and the Giants have adapted to change a little bit better than the Warriors have. They're hanging on. Not that they need to trade away Steph and Draymond, but like it's the expectation is, well, they'll figure it out. It's those two guys, and they still bring the championship pedigree. Like, does this kind of seem reminiscent, the downfall of the Warriors, to where the Giants didn't really change much after their championship years?
Say it one more time.
Does it kind of remind you a little bit where, the Giants, after winning 3 championships, they were like, okay, well, we'll add Johnny Cueto and Jeff Samardzija, and we'll be back here again. Where the Warriors, like Tim Kawakami wrote this today, where it's like they thought they could replicate the 2022 NBA Finals again. And the truth is, that team was good. It wasn't great. Like, yes, they beat the Celtics, and that was impressive. I still think that if it was the Suns and Warriors in that Western Conference Final, that would have been closer than people thought. Now,
but it wasn't, because the Suns couldn't handle business. I mean, you just can only play what's in front of you. And I'm not going to denigrate them going to win the fourth one, but I get what you're saying, or what Kawakami's saying, and yeah, that's the model for trying to win. Also, the game today is more like the ability to win with a team like that in today's NBA is more likely than it was when the Warriors got hot the first time and went to 5 straight NBA Finals, right? And that, like, the game evolved differently around them. That team was sort of built for that. They were a good defensive team, one of the top 5 defensive teams in the league. That team could also score. They also didn't leave free throws at the free throw line. Like, Jordan Poole led the league in free throw shooting. You have Steph Curry on your team and Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole led the league at like over 90%.
Yeah,
so,
by the way, keep speaking of Jordan Poole, Draymond, just let it go.
Yeah, well, we'll get into that later. We'll talk more about the Jordan Poole thing. Let's go to Brett. Brett's in Walnut Creek. Who's got the darkest future in the Bay Area? Brett, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? Hey, we've had a lot of bright days, bright years here in the Bay, and unfortunately, when you have those bright days, the dark days look a little darker, and the Warriors, unfortunately, are the team that I think we are going to have the darker days. Steph Curry, you see his body language out on the court now, and granted, every team has injuries. Right, we've got Kuminga, this and that, but we don't have a Ja Morant. We don't have a Gilchrist. We don't have anybody else that's on the come. The guy we did have, we got rid of. That's a completely different discussion. But I feel sad for Steph and the guys. I don't see a big change with the Warriors. I see probably Steve Kerr out of here in a couple of years, and so that window and that joy we've had with them, I think, is closing. I think the Giants' star is starting to look a little brighter. Granted, you're competing against the Dodgers, which is a lot in of itself, but I think there's chances there. And as you mentioned, baseball can be a crapshoot.
Just get in.
Football,
yeah, it's more of a tournament in
play way a little bit, guys.
Yeah. Well, football also, and I appreciate the call, Brett. What's crazy about football is just how it's designed to allot for parity. It's when we talked about, or allow for parity. It's when we talk about the Niners getting to play a quote last place schedule next year. You rotate against different divisions. You play against different teams that finish in the same spot as you the year before. Like, there's just more variance to it. It doesn't allow for teams to be dominant, as proved by no team ever winning 3 straight Super Bowls and no team ever having an opportunity to win 3 straight Super Bowls. If the Chiefs go, they'll be the first with an actual chance in a 3rd straight year to do so. Yeah. And so that's why what the Chiefs have done is incredible, but you look at how they've done it, They didn't do it last year and the year before the same way they did it the first time. The same way they got to the AFC Championship the first time. 7 straight AFC title games, and they've done it differently almost every single year. And this, record-wise, is the best team they've ever had. It's unbelievable that they've been able to do this. But they've had to recalibrate. They've been brilliant about it. The NBA is sort of the same thing. If the Warriors want to win, they have to completely, I think, tear down everything around Steph Curry and or Draymond Green and go from there. What's up, Tim?
And the structure of the NBA does not, it's not easy to bounce back and get to the, how long did it take OKC? It took them the better part of a decade.
Minnesota's done. Like, they're not dumb. They're not good. Like, they're not what we thought they were going to be every year.
Houston, it took 7 years for them to return to any sort of prominence because you can't just do it in one season.
Jokic is like the best player in the world. Is he going back? You know what I mean? To the finals? Like,
well, you're starting to see it kind of dwindle away for them right now.
Starting to waste away for them, too. That's my point is there's no big bad right now in the NBA. There's no one team that's running it for 5 years, at least as it stands right now. It may end up being a guy like Wemby, but we thought it was maybe going to be Giannis. No. It's definitely not Embiid and the 76ers.
Structure of the NBA does not allow you to be terrible and then be good instantly. I mean, Orlando has been chasing this for almost 15 years.
Which is why the expectation that you could tear it down around Steph and then just build it up right up again in 2 years is unrealistic.
My Sharks play tonight, by the way. Sharks-Preds. 5 o'clock?
I need Zetterlund to get that first goal.
Yeah, we need some
really, really bad.
We need somebody checked in here on the
Sharks. I'm on a 102-game losing streak in the Sharks Bowl.
Is that an all-time record?
No.
It's going to be close.
Don't give me those eyes, Tim.
Where's Mike Kohler and his beanie ass?
102?
Yes.
I got to 69 one year. And
we made a huge deal about it.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
But
Go ahead, Tim, hit it.
69.
It is not a record. It is not a record.
I'll confirm right now.
Give me a summer of 69. I need Mike Kohler to check the annals of the
69.
The Sharks pool.
Annals.
I know he's familiar with it.
Can we hear Chuck real quick before we go?
Yeah, here's Charles Barkley on the Warriors. He was really responding to Kenny the Jet Smith on the potential Warriors rebuild and how to do it.
Buying that? No.
You don't think the Golden State you get younger?
It doesn't matter what they do unless they go out and get a superstar and try to rebuild on the.
I don't think they could do that.
Well, that's their only chance because Steph is old. Do you think this year they go for it? I mean, like a Jimmy Butler? I think they should try it because who's the only team we sure of in the West?
OKC.
That's it.
Denver.
Well, Denver going to have to improve their bench.
I disagree with you, man. I think the West is just super tough. I think
OKC's the best team in the West.
No, but if you look at Golden State,
I'm just asking you a
they're
question.
Not better than any of the Houston Rockets,
Not
Memphis,
now.
Denver, Clippers.
I said if they made a big trade,
Mavericks.
If they made a big trade is what I said. Getting younger ain't gonna make them better.
I'm gonna dismantle to get young, and then I'm gonna try to be good.
54 to 39 is your halftime.
Yeah,
and that was just at halftime, my friends. So we're just talking in circles here. The reality, like from what Kenny the Jet Smith. Yes, Kenny Smith is saying to what Charles Barkley is saying is there is no quick fix. Yes, you could tear it down and try to rebuild this thing, or you could try to get big name trades going. The Suns attempted that, and look where they are right now. I just don't think this is happening in 2 years.
No, neither do I. And I swear to God, I can't do this every 2 days. I can't do this every time they lose a game.
Okay,
it's going to happen a lot more.
Okay, what about me winning in like the next couple of days here for the Sharks pool, which we have an update on?
Okay, so by the way, we need to let everybody know what the Sharks pool is because we just talk about it like with no definition or nobody has any idea what we're talking about. Unless we
give an idea.
When have you ever spoken in definition about the Sharks pool on the show?
Never.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if anybody knows what the hell you're talking about. So at KNBR, Mike Kohler runs, and he has for years, the Sharks pool, which is what it is everybody who's in it, what's like 12, 15 guys in it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's right. You draw a number out of a hat before every Sharks game. Or
what was that?
Out of a hard hat before every Sharks game.
Oh, man.
Whatever number you have is the place you get to draft a player. You draft a player, and if your player scores the first goal of the game, you win the pot. And it's $1 a game. Everybody throws $1 in. So Derek's now got 102 consecutive games without a victory.
That's right.
This is bad. This is
not even the longest, and I'll give you an update. So it's not even the current longest.
There you go.
So the longest, I believe, was in the 140s, right? Did Ryan Covey get to like a 140 at one point?
No, I don't know about all time. I can tell you what the active streak is 116, Paul Tonelli.
Yeah, dude, Tonelli's at 160. We have 2 streaks at over 100.
Now, here's the deal with Paul Tonelli. He's actually won quite a few times.
Here's the thing is when somebody wins, you have to claim it. So you can't just like win the pot. You have to have been like paying attention to the game. So he's won. His player has scored the first goal of the game, but he's never claimed within the 24-hour window.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
I've done that. I've done that as well. In the 3 seasons I've been doing this, I think I only won once, and that does not include the one time I forgot to claim.
Oops.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not good. So
it was a rookie mistake.
Dude, this is bad. So who are we rooting for today? Who we on? Zetterlund?
Zetterlund, baby.
All right, dude. We need Zetterlund.
Mike Holler from the stats desk.
Hey, KNBR stats desk. Can you give us an update sound, please, Tim?
Yeah.
KNBR update sound.
The KNBR stats.
The KNBR stats desk. Stats center, really, is what it is. KNBR stats and
Derek
info.
has one claimed win in 170 games.
Damn right, baby.
Hey, Mike Holler, real quick. I, by the way, at one point led the league in low pick draws. Like, I was the best drawer in the league. Am I one of the best drawers in history, Mike? Because Mike does keep track of everybody's average draw position, which is maybe the lamest, dorkiest thing somebody could monitor.
He's an actual statistician.
He's an actual statistician. But didn't I lead the league one year?
Said you're the best drawer one season.
I didn't play that many years. It's got to be, on average, one of the best drawers of all time in history.
You were so good, you just dropped out of the league.
I was the Koufax of drawing, is what happened, dude. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim went with you.
I wouldn't draw on the Sabbath.
On a Tuesday after. That's pretty good, dude. You're not drawing on Yom Kippur?
Nope.
That's so funny, dude. I had a whole bit set up to tell you about how I obtained the NBA grab bag today.
Grab bag coming up next. KNBR, the sports leader.
The NBA grab bag, it's a big, you know what it is?
Oh, Jesus.
It's a big old potato sack looking thing. And on the side of it, it's got a stencil, like words spray painted on it.
Was the mailman there this time?
No, dude, come on, man. He wasn't there this time. He wasn't actually there last time. I told you guys, I made up that whole thing.
Grab bag next?
Yeah, with the NBA grab bag, it says on the bag, NBA, and then grab bag. It's next.
Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame announcement is expected today at 3:30. Who's in? Who's out? Will Tom Verducci and Ken Rosenthal get back on their soapboxes? Keep it locked for all the latest on KNBR, the Hall of Fame leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday. About a half hour, we'll catch up with our guy Q Myers. Not to be confused with Cheese Myers.
Your boy Q.
Cheese. And then Matt. Where's that from? Is that old school?
Yeah, old school.
Is it a Jeremy Piven?
Yep.
Cheese.
We used to call you Cheese.
Yeah.
Last time I saw you, you were in a dumpster. I got out.
That or Seinfeld, where George is like, George, there's two cute girls at the counter eating cheese. Cheese, George. Cheese.
You know all the cheeses. Matt Mayoko joins us for his weekly conversation at 4:50. So every week, it gets dropped off in a big old mail truck. The bags are getting so big now. I wonder if we're going to have to get any actual NBA grab bag trucks to deliver. We might have to start outsourcing some of our stuff to actual grab bag delivery trucks.
Whatever you say, Copes.
All right, well, every week it gets delivered. And people, they need to get into the mail. They got to know what's been sent in, and that's why we open up the NBA grab bag.
Cheese Myers get jumped, so can Campbell. Watch this.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
All right, a little NBA grab bag on a Tuesday. And we're going to start off on the hardwood. And we haven't talked about this story with the Warriors because it happened Saturday night when our Manders were upsetting the Lions. Warriors win against the Wizards. But it was post-game where Mark Spears tweeted out this comment from Jordan Poole. I love those guys over there, referring to the Warriors. I love most of those guys over there. And then Draymond Green responded on Twitter saying, I really am sorry. To Mark Spears.
Yeah.
Not to Jordan Poole. It's in the text. The tweet replying to Mark Spears.
Yeah, he just commented on Mark Spears' tweet, and he said,
Yes.
I really am sorry. Once Jordan Poole said, I love most of those guys over there, in reference to the Warriors roster.
Just Draymond, I love you, man. Just like how Will Smith is never going to live down slapping Chris Rock, just let it go. At this point, you said your sorries. You did your documentary. Yes, you punched the crap out of Jordan Poole.
Stuff your sorries in a sack, man.
Exactly. At this point, he doesn't forgive you. He won't move on. He went to a different team to get away from you. Just let it go.
Yeah, stuff your sorries in a sack.
There you go.
I don't know. I don't know what the point of that is. I really am sorry. Like, just wanted to make reference again to the point that it happened. And, like, again, hasn't he apologized? Do you not think he's apologized to Jordan Poole?
I'm sure
They
he has.
played a whole season together, didn't they?
Yeah, but like there was that footage of him against the Kings where he's trying to talk to him during a game, and then Jordan Poole's like not having any of it.
Yeah.
And then Steph Curry's like, come on, we can't have this.
Can you blame him?
I mean, to a certain degree, at some point, like, yes, you have to move on and you have to be a teammate. But, yeah, at this point, Jordan Poole's not going to forgive Draymond, so move on with your life.
Yeah, I'm over it. Let's go.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
So Copes has a Underdog read coming up, but I'd love to get his opinion on this one.
Okay.
Josh Hart of the New York Knicks is reported to be probable tonight with a neck injury, according to Underdog Fantasy.
So Underdog tweeted this out. I saw this. Underdog Fantasy tweeted this out today, and it said Josh Hart questionable tonight with a neck injury.
Yes.
To which then Josh Hart retweeted the Underdog Fantasy tweet and said,
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon?
That made me laugh pretty hard when I saw it. I was like, does he not know? Was he like, dude, I don't have an injury? I didn't know what context he was saying that in.
Well, okay, so Underdog later corrected it to a cervical compression. But still, that's a neck injury.
Yeah.
So
was he really listed as questionable?
Yes,
or did
he
they,
is.
Yeah.
But I guess that's just news to him where he went after Underdog, was like, I beg your pardon?
I don't know what the point of that was.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Shout out Logan Webb. What's the point of this? Yeah. There you go.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Christopher Walken says he doesn't have the equipment to watch Severance on streaming. You a Severance guy?
I'm sorry. I'm hearing a lot of things from a lot of people here. Tim, just bring it to the air. What do you got?
Okay, I was trying to do it subtly, but we have the MLB Hall of Fame announcement as well. But go ahead and do it after this one.
We do.
You're saying we should have the announcement of like who's getting in per the vote?
I have the information, yes.
Maybe we should save that. Hang on one second.
Okay, hold, Tim. This is the NBA grab bag, all right? All right. What was the Chris Walken story you were talking about?
God, we are all over.
Yeah,
the place.
thank you.
Good Lord.
Get back to the Walken story. We got baseball
Have you
stuff
seen
to come.
the show, the Apple TV show Severance?
I have not.
It's really good.
Is it heavy or is it like hard to watch? Is it like difficult to follow?
No, it's simple. It's a show about.
It looks like it's too smart for me.
No, it's actually not. It's dumb enough for me.
Like, you ever see Westworld?
No, I didn't.
Because Westworld, like, I watched season 1, and it was good, but I felt like after every episode I had to do homework. And I was like, I'm not, like, I shouldn't have to go read some message boards to enjoy watching this show every
No, I mean, Severance is just basically about this office where when you go into work every day, your mind erases, where you go to work and you have no idea who you are, you're just there to work. And then when you leave, you get your memories back.
Weird.
Yeah, it's simple. Anyway, Christopher Walken says he doesn't have the equipment to watch Severance. It's on streaming. It's on Apple TV.
Yeah, right.
He goes, they're good enough to send me some DVDs. But Christopher Walken, a millionaire, been acting in the game for a long time, says he doesn't have the right equipment. Doesn't have the equipment.
But he does have a DVD.
Don't have the equipment.
He does have a DVD player, though. I watch it on my PlayStation 5. Is that what he does? Like, what? They're popping in DVDs for him to watch?
Yeah, is your Walken just basically Marty Lurie?
Yeah, no, Marty's more here. We're talking Christopher the Walkman Walken. He used to walk 6 guys. Well, go ahead.
Great
job, brother.
Yeah, moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
He walked the guy every other batter.
Skip Bayless took to his podcast and said, "Nobody wants to hear this, and I don't care. I can't say this publicly. At least I'm not supposed to." What do you think he's talking about?
I don't care. Skip Bayless went on. Is he talking about Joy Taylor?
No, he's not.
Oh.
He's talking about how
probably shouldn't be.
How he believes how he believes the NFL is fixing Chief games to ensure Taylor Swift is at the Super Bowl.
He thinks the NBA is fixing games to ensure Taylor Swift is at the Super Bowl.
Did I say NBA? I meant NFL.
The NFL. He thinks that the NFL is fixing games so that Taylor Swift is. 808 KNBR, does anybody actually believe this? Or if you did believe it, do you believe it less now because Skip Bayless said it?
Yeah.
Like, it's so dumb.
And I didn't even know Skip Bayless was doing his own, like,
roll over and go away, dude. Just go
crazy
away,
podcast.
Skip. I don't need to hear. Yeah. What platform?
I'm sure on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. The Skip Bayless Show, I said that's what it's called. I don't need him. Like, he was bad enough having him, like, as a co-host with somebody. I'm not going to go listen to Skip. Brutal.
Yeah, brutal indeed. All right, that's your NBA grab bag. Let's actually get to these
NBA grab bag.
MLB inductions. All right, so Ichiro Suzuki is in. It doesn't say if he has been.
Hold on. We need a little bit more pomp and circumstance for this. You know what I mean?
What, drum roll?
I need to know that. Like, where are the details? Where's this going down?
Courtesy of Jeff Passan.
Jeff Passan reports that Ichiro Suzuki has been inducted into baseball's into Cooperstown.
Yes, he has, but it doesn't say if he's been unanimously voted in.
He has not. 99.7.
99.7. So one voter did not believe that Ichiro Suzuki.
Okay. At the end of the day, he got in. Like, I understand, like, why not unanimously vote him in? But I mean, come on. At the end of the day, he got in there. And it's the same thing with, Derek Jeter and Ken Griffey Jr.?
No. I'm just saying only one guy ever has ever been unanimous.
Yes.
Only one, like Babe Ruth wasn't unanimous when he won it. You know what I mean? Like, only one guy ever was unanimous, I believe, at the way that they do it now, or in the fashion they do it now. CC Sabathia has also been, we should get all the news out there first. Ichiro Suzuki, per Jeff Passan, has been elected to Baseball's Hall of Fame. CC Sabathia has also been elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame, a first ballot workhorse and leader, they call him, over 3,000 strikeouts and 251 career wins. Also, and this one's interesting to me, I don't know, and Tim, you can tell me, did you ever think Billy Wagner was a Hall of Famer? I thought Billy Wagner was pretty sick. He was like a 5'9", it seemed like, 5'8", left-handed flame-throwing pitcher, closer for the Astros for many years. 82.5% of the vote is what he ends up getting. It's his 10th and final time on the ballot. You got to get 75%. He's one of the hardest throwing left-handed relievers of all time in terms of closing. Tim, when you saw Billy Wagner, did you think Hall of Famer?
I have no problem with him being in the Hall of Fame.
I don't really have
None.
a problem with him either. Like I've always said, like I'm an inclusive Hall guy, and I just guys who touch me or who I had a feeling for as a kid, where you really liked the way that they played or they performed. Billy Wagner, a 2.31 career ERA, 422 career saves. I think I'm good with that.
I'm fine with him.
I think I'm good with him going in. A .998 career whip and over 1,100 strikeouts in 903 innings pitched. I'm good with him going in. CC Sabathia, like I guess, and we'll talk more about this later. Yeah. In terms of Hall of Fame stuff, because I guess Murph and Marcus were doing their ballot this morning and talking about it.
They did, yes.
Like, yeah, but I think the point you're making with Ichiro is who cares that he didn't get 100%? He's in. And that's kind of it. It's just sort of funny sometimes. It's not about, like, he has to be 100%. It's just funny to think who saw this ballot and thought Ichiro was not like, who's the one person who saw it and was like, this guy's not a first ballot Hall of Famer? And why does it matter? Do they do it because they just think, I want to be the outcast who doesn't do it? Do they do it because they think some guys deserve to be first ballot and some guys don't? Like, what difference does it make if you're all thrown on the gold jacket, green jacket? Who gives an S? You know what I mean? Like, who cares? You won. You're in.
No, I mean, that's all my thing is just that at the end of the day, yes, he got in. And sports writers are going to have their vendettas against certain players. I don't know why you would have a vendetta against Ichiro. But, yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame. I don't care if it was unanimously. At the end of the day, he just got in.
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives this?
We'll talk more about it a little bit later. It's okay. It's real sturdy. It's made of wood. We'll talk more about it later, like about whether or not Ichiro Suzuki is, in fact, the greatest international player of all time. It's on the table. I mean, I know we have to go. You have to go all Latin America. You'd have to go Cuba. You'd have to go, Canada even. But in terms of all-time great players not born in the U.S., Ichiro is probably on the Mount Rushmore or close to it.
So is that it, just for those three guys?
That's all that's been reported by Jeff Passan in the last 5 minutes.
The only three that made it, next closest was Carlos Beltran. He got 70.3%.
See, he's going to get in at some point. We'll talk more about him later.
Should have got in.
Well, we'll talk more about him later as well. One of the greatest switch hitters of all time. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. Let's get into the reaction of all that, and we'll talk more about guys who are going to have to wait. Like King Felix doesn't get in. We'll talk more about the percentage when we come on back. And is baseball a little bit too gatekeepy? Like, I'm with you that when Murph and Marcus were talking about that earlier today, like, I think Murph said, I think CeCe's a Hall of Famer, not necessarily first ballot. And I'm like, well, who cares? If you think he's a Hall of Famer, why does it matter if it's this year or next?
Yeah.
Put them in. Put their asses in. I'm an inclusive Hall guy. We'll talk more about this again. Ichiro Suzuki, a Hall of Famer. He's in. CeCe Sabathia, Vallejo's own, 707. Say it backwards, 707. A Hall of Famer. And also Billy Wagner, longtime closer for the Astros and the Mets. We'll talk more about it next as Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again. Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, which, by the way, is the best place to cash in on all your takes throughout the NFL playoffs, which players are going off and which ones are ice cold. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog is making it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. Got to pay attention to what's going on in that NFC Championship this week. How is Jaden Daniels going to perform? And how is Jalen Hurts going to perform? I would take probably the lower on some of the stat lines for Jalen Hurts, unless it's about rushing touchdowns. Again, 14 on the ground for him this year. You can cook up some fire entries in the Pick'em game for a shot to win real cash prizes all playoff long. Create entries with football picks, or you can mix and match with some basketball, some college hoops, whatever you fancy. And with Underdog, every dog deserves a second chance. With Underdog's rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em, so download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and make a deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, that promo code is KNBR. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb, the Hall of Fame vote for Cooperstown for Baseball's Hall of Fame is out. CeCe Sabathia, Vallejo's own, gets in. 251 career wins. And one of the greatest trade deadline pickups in the history of trade deadline pickups.
With the Brewers?
With the Brewers. Dude, he made 17 starts once the Brewers acquired him. I want to say an ERA under 2, or it was right about 2. I think it might have been under 2. It might have been like 1.65. Dude was phenomenal for Milwaukee. Went 11-2 in that span in those 17 starts. They were throwing him like every other day, it seemed like. In the final weekend of the season, it was like him. I remember that was Tim. That was the time when it was like CeCe Sabathia and like Johan Santana were pitching like every 3 days.
It was literally every other day.
You don't see that anymore, dude. It's incredible in baseball when teams want to get in. They acquired CeCe, and there's not a lot of guys like him anymore where bodies are just built for what he used to do, like 200 innings a year. Yeah. You can call him a compiler all you want. 3,000 strikeouts is nothing to scoff at. And I could be wrong, but I think there's only 1 or 2 guys who are not in the Hall of Fame who have 3,000.
Roger Clemens and Kurt Schilling.
That's what I was going to say. And Clemens is a boatload of them. He might be over 4 or something like that. Maybe that's only Johnson. I'm not sure. Anyway, the Kurt Schilling one is perplexing to me.
He should be in.
Yeah, it's so weird. I mean, I know why he's not in.
Because of all the things he said off the field?
But I just like, my whole thing is, I never understand the Hall of Fame. Like, we riff about it. Like, Reggie Bush doesn't have his Heisman Trophy unless he got it back. Can't remember if they gave it back to him. Or if
They
he got it back.
They did.
But that was my joke for a while.
He's also going to be in Happy Gilmore, too. You
I saw that
headline.
I did see that. I was like, because he wanted to coach. Apparently, he interviewed for the
Sac State
job. Sac State is any former player who wants to interview.
Michael Vick, Deshaun Jackson, Reggie Bush.
If you want to do it, just come on down. We'll take your call. Anyway, like, there was a period of time where Reggie Bush didn't have a Heisman vote, but OJ did, which cracked me up. And I'm like, that was a football achievement.
I got no vendettas.
Not anymore. Jesus. Sorry. Get a little riff on my, I got a little loose on my OJ riffs. But like, there were people who thought maybe OJ didn't belong in the NFL Hall of Fame or in Canton anymore. I'm like, dude, but what he did is I'm not really a big fan of arguing a person's off-field character outside of the game, unless it's it's case by case, but I don't think Kurt Schilling has done anything to deserve not being in the Hall of Fame, except just kind of being a D. But he was kind of a D the whole time he played. Like, we knew who he was.
You can't ignore the stats and the accomplishments of Kurt Schilling.
Like, it's sort of like this. Everybody and people are already checking in, going, dude, unless Bonds is in, nothing else matters. And I hear you. I'm with you on that. But I'm still going to get into it because I still believe guys like Ichiro's one of my favorite players of all time.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's one of the greatest.
Second best leadoff hitter of all time? To Ricky?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're both right there. 10, 200 hit seasons. And Ricky, maybe you'd give him the edge because of his ability to steal bases, right? And he would hit for power. The leadoff spot, 10 gold gloves for Ichiro. I mean, he shows up from Japan in 2001, wins the MVP, wins Rookie of the Year, hits 353 or something like that, stole 50 bags or something, wins a batting title. Like, we had not seen anything like that. And I think every A's fan remembers that like opening week game at the Coliseum where he picks up that ball in right field.
Yeah.
And he, on an absolute laser beam, just a stream of milk, would say Larry Krueger, throws that Terrence Long slide into third base.
Yep.
I mean, that was an absolute seed.
No, Ichiro was the man. I mean, people are going to focus on him not getting unanimously voted in, but to me, like, that doesn't matter.
Are people going to focus on that? I think it's just always a comment that people make. Like, I don't think because after the vote happens, nobody cares. It's just the thing.
The whole thing is shady. I mean,
it's not shady. It's just
no, but like, yes, it is to the point of Barry Bonds and everybody. Like even Pete Rose, the argument this year of him like passing away and maybe finally getting.
I think Pete should go in. He's dead.
Yes.
Now I think I never said he should go in. I've always said, dude, he knew the penalty. And he knew what the penalty for breaking the rule was that he broke, and he did it anyway. So, like, how can you say, well, enough time's passed? He knew the rule. He did it in the 70s, and the rule had been established like 1920 after the Black Sox scandal, right? It's on the wall of every Major League Baseball stadium. A lifetime ban. I'm like, and people think it's now cruel to do that. I'm like, he knew the rule. What's more cruel, to put him in and let his family honor him now that he's passed and he's in the Hall of Fame, or to just never put him in? And that's the thing. So much of him is in the Hall of Fame already, right? It's just that he doesn't have a plaque in the hall.
Yeah.
In the plaque museum part of the hall.
Okay, but take all of the rules out of it. Can you really have a Hall of Fame without having these figures like that.
But my point is that they're in there. Like if you go to Cooperstown, there are artifacts, there's memorabilia, there's stuff like that.
I know, but
about
the man
Pete Rose
should
and all
be
these
inducted.
people. Bonds has pieces of equipment and things that are in there being honored.
But that doesn't make it legit.
What I'm saying is, you just want him to have a plaque. You want him to be. What I'm saying is the story.
I want him to go in with his Giants
What I'm saying
cap.
is the story of baseball is told with those guys as a part of it throughout the museum. They just don't have their own inducted plaque.
But they should.
I agree that Bonds should. I agree. I don't believe
all those guys should.
I didn't. The Bonds and the Pete Rose thing are two completely different arguments. There was no rule that said, Barry, if you test positive for steroids, you're banned for life. There was no rule about that with McGwire. There was no, baseball was the Wild West for that stuff. Whereas they had a rule in place for over 50 years when Pete Rose broke it. And then he broke it and was like, well, I didn't do it. And then admits later that he did. And you saw the documentary.
No, I know.
He's the slimiest, sleaziest dude about it.
I agree with you. Yes, his actions did not help him.
So
At the same time, how could you not have a Hall of Fame with him? And I know he's there, but he himself, as a Cincinnati Red, is not inducted. And to me, that's as lame as, we're going to wait, probably, the NFL writers will wait for Jim Plunkett to die before they put him in. I think that's egregious, too.
Why is Plunkett not in, though? Nobody knows, right?
Well, because his regular season stats are not great, but he won 2 Super Bowls. If you're going to put Eli Manning in...
Put Namath in.
They put Namath in. That's really the crime. That's really the crime.
If you're going to put Eli Manning in this year, you definitely should put Jim Plunkett in.
I agree, but Eli's top 10 in every passing category.
No, I totally get that, too. But focusing on baseball... Carlos Beltran not getting in. Is that primarily because of the Astros scandal?
I don't know. Beltran to me is a guy who I view him as a borderline type of Hall of Famer, and I think maybe over time people will give it. And I think that's why you stay on the ballot with a certain percentage over a period of time. I know we're saying, well, if you believe they're a Hall of Famer, put him in. I'm not saying Beltran doesn't deserve to be a Hall of Famer. I actually think he does. One of the best switch hitters in the history.
Maybe not
of the
first
game.
ballot, but yeah, he definitely should.
I think he's got over. I think he's top. He could be top 10 in doubles or something all time. I'll take a look at his numbers here. I think he's got. I mean, he's one of the great switch hitters in the history of baseball.
Is this his second year of eligibility?
Beltran? I think this is his second. I want to say he's gone up.
He retired in 2018. He tried to get the Mets job in 2019.
He was going to be hired as the Mets manager.
I thought that was bullcrap, too, to take that away from him.
Carlos Beltran, 435 career homers, 565 career doubles over 20 seasons. Dude's a Hall of Famer.
And I still remember that 2004 Astros season. I know that many others have had 8 home runs in a postseason run. But
that was one of broke runs. That was the killer bees.
He was dominant.
Berkman, Biggio, Bagwell, Beltran. That was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, Randy Arozarena broke that with 10, I want to say.
I want to see they play more rounds now, though, too.
Yeah,
I want to see the A's were a part of the trade that got Carlos Beltran to the Astros.
Were they?
I want to say it was a 3-team trade. Could have been. We'd have to look
was
that
it
up.
from the Royals to the Astros?
I think he went from I think Johnny Damon was a part of that deal too. I think Damon was there. Maybe Octavio Dotel went for. I can't remember exactly it. I want to say
Jermaine Dye, maybe.
No, it wasn't Dye. That was early. That was different trade.
Dye went straight from the A's to the White Sox.
Yeah, totally different trade though, Tim. It was Johnny Damon, Beltran. I want to say they might have been involved in the same thing. Could have been a 3-team deal, or I want to say Octavio Dotel was involved. I don't know. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Richard is in San Francisco. What's up, Richard? On the Sports Leader. We got you, Richard? Richard?
No, Richard.
Bye-bye.
I do have that trade if you want it.
Yeah, give it to me.
Beltran was traded by the Kansas City Royals to the Astros, part of a 3-team trade in which Houston sent John Buck and cash to the Kansas City Royals. Athletics sent Mike Wood, nice Wood, as well as Mark Tehran to the Kansas City Royals, and the Houston Astros sent Octavio Dotel to the A's.
Knew it. I knew Dotel was in that deal.
No Jermaine Dye in that.
Definitely 3-team trade.
Yeah, definitely a 3-team trade.
Definitely,
and the 3 teams, I thought. Definitely. Yeah, again, the Kurt Schilling one is odd to me. I'm all good with
well, is it odd to you, or is it just
it's odd that he's been kept out, and I think he's off the ballot now. He never got a high enough percentage.
It's kind of like
I
don't condone anything he said, but at this point, why not put him in?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. Well, he might be off the ballot now, kind of like the Bonds thing. I'm not sure if Schilling's even still on the ballot. You only get 10 years of eligibility, and then you fall off, and then it's a.
I don't like that either.
Then it's a veterans committee thing. There weren't any other guys I really saw on the ballot as first timers that I thought were guys who I think would have been considered. King Felix is a weird case. That's one where I say I'm an inclusive Hall of Fame guy. The question is and I hate the logic too. They were never top 5 at their position for this amount of time. You can't. I'm not big on getting on people like that. But King Felix was really, really, really good. He had 2 top 2 Cy Young finishes. He had 1 Cy Young win. He had so he had 4 total top 5 Cy Young finishes.
Perfect game.
He threw a perfect game. Never pitched in the playoffs. That's not on him, really. Only 169 wins, 136 losses. Again, wins sort of arbitrary, but a 3.42 career ERA, pretty damn good. Strikeouts, 25-24. I think he's really, really, really good. I don't think King Felix is a Hall of Famer. I don't know that he's a Hall of Famer. But again, I don't know that I think of him or see him as a Hall of Famer. What's interesting is I think there will be more guys who get into the Hall of Fame from this era with numbers comparable to that of King Felix than who King Felix is being compared to. Is that fair? Like, what I'm saying is his numbers are not going to be, he doesn't have gaudy numbers. He had some incredible seasons. 2 years.
That's surprising to me because I remember him being dominant. Maybe that's just
he
me
was
being an A's
dominant,
fan.
but 2 different years he led the league in ERA, a 2.27 in 2010, and then in 2014, a 2.14. What I'm saying is his numbers aren't wild in terms of what he was able to put up.
No, I get that.
And he was dominant. But no question he was dominant.
I mean, I understand the case for him not being a first ballot Hall of Famer, but I do think he should get in.
What I'm saying is there's going to be so many guys who don't put up 220 wins. You know what I mean? Like, who are the great pitchers of this era? So when we compare those pitchers' career numbers to those of like Justin Verlander and the guys who are even older, who have pitched older and later and longer into their career, I think their numbers in today's era and today's game are going to look more like King Felix's, whether he gets in or not. I think there's going to be more sort of middle of the road looking numbers comparable to those of like Randy Johnson or Curt Schilling or the amounts of innings. And that's why CC Sabathia at 251, you got to put him in. Nobody throws for 20 years anymore and strikes out that number and gets 250 wins.
Talk about the way that the goalposts are going to have to be moved. You're going to have to reevaluate all of it because wins are completely devalued, innings are completely devalued. So the idea that the numbers that have sort of been the benchmarks, specifically for pitchers, but hitting is going to go this way too because the way that strikeouts have gone up and the way that statistics have changed necessarily for hitters, you're going to have to change the way you evaluate all of it. And the idea that you say, okay, well, I'm of the belief that a lot of these guys should be in because, again, were they some of the most dominant players in their era? Absolutely. This is the Wagner argument. Like, sure, he was fantastic. Why would you keep him out?
By the way, this texter has no idea what the hell they're talking about. I like this one. 707. If you don't care what Curt Schilling said, then put John Rocker in too. SMH. John Rocker's not. He pitched for like 6 years in the majors. He wasn't that good. He just made news by saying something racist on a subway in New York.
They made a show about him.
What I'm saying is, are we going to take away somebody's accomplishments or achievements on a baseball field because of what their political leanings are off the field? Like Curt Schilling, I don't agree with the person. I don't want to hang out with the dude. I don't want to kick it with him. But he was one of the most dominant pitchers of his era, and he wasn't. I don't believe Schilling is like some criminal off the field. You know what I mean? He actually had a bunch of money stolen from him, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's like the argument in the NFL was like, should you put Darren Sharper in?
That's where I'm like, it's sort of case by case. Then I'm like, do you really want to honor somebody like that?
No, of course not.
But Curt Schilling's not out here committing crimes. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Ben is in Sacramento. What's up, Ben? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Ben.
Good to be on. So I was just thinking, in spite of all of the new guys getting elected into the Hall of Fame, Posey's going to be eligible in a couple of years, I think. And I just think, and in spite of that, I was just thinking, you know what? The Giants need to, keep drifting away from the nostalgia and just keep getting, just keep filling the spaces that they need to fill. But again, all of this Hall of Fame talk has got me thinking, like, is Posey going to be a first, is Posey going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer? Are the decisions that he makes going to affect, as GM, even going to affect that?
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it. The bigger question for me is Buster a Hall of Famer, and how do you grade his numbers against some of the all-time greats? There are only 20 catchers in the Hall of Fame. It's one of the more underrepresented positions. It's why I'm like, dude, I cannot believe still that Jeff Kent is like not even getting like coughed at. And I appreciate the call, Ben. Like, Jeff Kent, 377 career home runs. He had like 6 or 7 consecutive years of 100 RBIs driven in. It's effectively giving you first or third baseman production at second base. It gets turn a sweet double play, by the way, at second. He would hold in there. Guy left, went to the Astros, went to the Dodgers, and continued to be productive. He won an MVP. He was a multiple-time All-Star, performed in the playoffs, had 2 homers in a World Series game against the Angels. I'm beside myself that a guy like Bill Mazeroski who people go is well, he was a great defender. And I'm like, we're putting in 260 hitters with like 730 OPSs because he was a good defender?
Enjoy the game more.
It's not Ozzie Smith level because he hit a walk-off home run to win Game 7 of a World Series. It's like he's in for one playoff moment. It's what it feels like. And that's where I'm like, if that's the case, guys like Buster need to get a bigger look, even though I don't know that I always felt like watching Buster, I was watching a potential Hall of Famer. I don't know that when I look at his numbers and the career, like the accolades are all there, though. The individual accolades are there. So does Tim Lincecum get in because the individual accolades are there? Baseball's almost a game of individual accolades and long-term success as it compares to the numbers across. That's just been the precedent for Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know, but it's an individual accomplishment.
But what I'm saying is that's been the precedent set for the Hall of Fame for a long time. So if I look at what the precedent has been, I don't know that Buster's numbers are going to match up with Yogi Berra and Gary Carter and Bill Dickey and Carlton Fisk and Gabby Hartnett and Mike Piazza.
So just
by the way, definitely juiced and he's in. You know what I mean?
So you're saying just because he won 3 championships, that may not be good enough for the Hall of Fame voters?
Yeah, it's funny. Like in baseball, I don't know that people look at individual, like his numbers in the postseason were not. We'd have to look at him. I don't want to crap on Buster's postseason play, but I mean he had the home run in 2012 right off of Scherzer in the World Series in the sweep.
Yeah.
But his numbers, I don't believe, throughout some of those postseasons were spectacular. He also won an MVP, won a batting title, 7-time All-Star, won Rookie of the Year, won a Comeback Player of the Year. Like, he did everything you'd ever ask a player to do. He just did it in a 12-year window.
Well, not to steal too much from Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia, but I would pose to you, who cares? Who cares that it was 12 years? If the precedent is, we're saying, well, this is the way that it always had been, but the game itself is evolving and the statistics are evolving.
I'm with you.
Then what do we care? What difference does it make?
I'm with you. I think
that's a tease, ladies and gentlemen.
I saw him playing. By the way, Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia are coming up in just a little bit. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Let's go back out to Richard. I think we reconnected with him. Richard, what's up, man? Last chance. You're on the Sports Leader.
Can you hear me?
We got you, Richard.
We got you, Richard.
Great. Okay, first of all, great show. I agree with almost everything you've said. I would make a couple of comments here. Number one is longevity and records, stats is one thing, but also impact on the game. And Ichiro clearly had an impact on the game.
Absolutely.
There's no question that's important. Same thing for Jackie Robinson. Great player, only played 10 years. He had some great years, but he was, if you look at his numbers and you stack him up against another player in his positions, I don't know if he would have made the Hall of Fame if he wasn't Jackie Robinson. Okay? Now, but here's my main comment. Yeah, I agree with you. Whether you get in the first ballot or not, or whether you get unanimous votes is not that critical. But it does say something about the process. And my comment has always been, how the hell, and I think I may be right or wrong on these numbers, how the hell did 4 people not vote for Ricky Henderson in the first ballot?
That's kind of where we. I mean, all of that, dude. Here, Richard, Willie Mays wasn't unanimous. Like that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, it's ridiculous. We could do this every year, and I honestly, the only thing I can come up with is that the only reason the only player ever to be unanimous, and I still think that's true, right? That it's only
you are correct.
Mariano Rivera.
Yes,
it's odd to me, Richard, because they kept closers out of the Hall of Fame for so long. Then Mariano Rivera goes in, and I think there was others that had gone in already prior to him, but I know there were. But so they put Mariano in. He gets 100% vote. I kind of think it's the only player in history that everybody decides based on their position is the far and away absolute best to ever do it. That's the only logic I can come up with because
Babe Ruth didn't count, huh? I mean,
dude, I'm with you. I agree with you. I'm saying there should be other guys at 100, but back then there was. I mean, I think Babe Ruth was in the first Hall of Fame class, wasn't he?
He was, yes, he was.
So what I'm saying is there wasn't a precedent quite yet, right? But I'm with you in that as we've gone through time, I think when people look and the voters look, like you and I think would agree, Mariano Rivera, the sole greatest closer of all time. Lee Smith was great. Goose Gossage was great. We had Trevor Hoffman. There's been incredible ones, but Mo Rivera on all stages, World Series, playoffs, regular season, and most of all time, he was the guy. I don't know that you'll be able to go far and away absolute at every position around the diamond like that, but you can at closer.
Yeah, well, I would also say as far as longevity, 10, 12-year, I mean, look at Sandy Koufax.
Yep.
I mean, he had 4 of the greatest consecutive years of any pitcher ever, but he retired when he was 30. His arm was ready to fall off, right? So, you know, that's he didn't play that long, and it wasn't good for the first couple of years. So there's a lot of exceptions, but I think that, you know, the bottom line to me is how could somebody be a writer and given the opportunity to vote for the Hall of Fame and not vote for on first ballot for a guy like Ricky Henderson, who at the time, I may add, I may be wrong about this. You can double fact check me on this. I think he held 2 all-time records at the time he was eligible to go into for runs and stolen bases. Plus, the other thing about Ricky that was so interesting, you guys might recall this. He didn't retire. Remember, he played for the Newark Bears at the end of his career. He was 45 or something. The question is, when does the 5 years start to run?
Yeah, right. It's after don't forget, neither did Barry. I haven't retired. Thank you. Exactly. Richard, we got to run. Exactly. I appreciate the call, man. Hall of Fame is out. CC Sabathia is in. Ichiro's in. Billy Wagner, left-handed flamethrower and closer, is in as well. We got to talk more about what's going on with the 49ers defensive coordinator position. We'll do that with Matt Mayoko at 4:50, but we'll maybe get some insight as to whether or not Robert Saleh is being considered heavily for the Las Vegas Raiders job. Or could it be like a guy like Pete Carroll? Kent Myers has had a conversation with Derek earlier.
Yep.
He does Raiders radio or ESPN radio out in Las Vegas,
He
right?
does both.
He does both. And we'll get a little Raider talk as to whether or not Robert Saleh is an actual candidate for the Raiders next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Just a stream of milk.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Ohio State University is your college football playoff champion, outlasting Notre Dame 34-23 last night. What would you do to tweak the playoff system? Tell us on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where Bay Area fans can scheme to keep Alabama out forever.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, well, joining me now on Dirty Work is a guy that I've known for a long time on the UMA guest line. His name is Keon Myers, also known as your boy Q. He's a Bay Area guy. He's been the host of Locked On Raiders for a long time. He's also on Raider Nation Radio in Las Vegas. He's also the PD. Was on ESPN Radio for years in Waco, Texas. And now you can catch him starting February 10th with Joe Fortenbaugh, also a former Bay Area guy. It's Keon Myers, a.k.a. your boy Q. What's going on, Q?
Man, chilling, man. How you doing, man? That's a hell of an introduction right there, man. I better live up to the billing now, man. I better set my game up.
Oh, no, you'll be fine, man. You've been a veteran in the business for a long time, man, so I appreciate you coming on.
Absolutely, man. It's always good to catch up with you. Definitely appreciate the invite.
Of course, man. So let's just start with the reaction with the Raiders not landing Ben Johnson. I know there was a lot of talk about Tom Brady going after him, and maybe Tom Telesco was the guy that, was in the way of maybe Ben Johnson possibly like picking his hand at GM. What's been the reaction in Las Vegas at the Raiders not landing Ben Johnson?
Well, it was a shock off the top, and it's funny. We've been around this business long enough where nothing is official until it's official, till you see the signed contract, till you get the press conference notification. Nothing is ever official, and guys could always change their mind. But it did for a week and a half or so feel like there was some real momentum for the Raiders to have a possibility of landing Ben Johnson. And the big question was always, well, who's the quarterback? Why would you want to go to that situation where the quarterback is such a question mark and the Raiders aren't necessarily in a position to land their quarterback as they have the number 6 overall pick in a draft where the quarterback's not really, a big time, not say priority, but a big time, just there's not a plethora of quarterbacks like there was a year ago. So there was always questions, but it did really feel like with the Tom Brady influence, the new ownership people that are kind of helping out in the decision making, that this was kind of a new time for the Raiders. And ultimately, Ben Johnson decides to make the move and goes with the Bears. And so, Raider Nation's all fired up and angry and feel like that they were, misled or whatever the case may be. It just was a matter of he just changed his mind. And I think that the Raiders were a little bit caught off guard as well. I think that they really believed that they had a great opportunity to land him. And so now they go and start turning their attention to other ones that they've already interviewed. And maybe there's even some guys that they haven't interviewed that they turn their attention to. But it's pretty wild, man, how quickly things could change. And I think that the Lions losing the way that they did to Washington on Saturday really kind of reiterated the fact to Ben Johnson, if you don't have a real, true, legit quarterback, and I like Jared Goff a lot, but if you don't have that guy, then you're not really going to win the games you need to. And I think that really kind of hammered that message home on Saturday.
So you said there may be some other options of guys that they haven't even interviewed yet. So right now, if you had to say a favorite for the Raider job, who would you say?
I mean, I would say a guy that they have talked to is Pete Carroll, right? I would say that because of his already history in the league, and you know what he can bring to the table, what he can do for an organization. He can turn the culture around, which I think Antonio Pierce did a good job of starting to shift the culture, but clearly it wasn't enough and they didn't win. I think that they can go in the Pete Carroll direction and probably be pretty happy. I think he was always number 2. At least that's what it was always indicated to me. It was always Ben Johnson and then Pete Carroll. I was never really told what a clear number 3 was, though. And that's the big question now. It's like, okay, so you're out on Ben Johnson. Now you better really get your sense of urgency together, because if you're out on Pete Carroll, like if he decides to go somewhere else or whatever the case may be, then what are you doing? And again, I never heard who a real clear-cut number 3 would be. So I think that he would be the guy. If not, maybe you're looking at someone outside the building. Maybe you're looking at a Marcus Freeman, who just, lost in the national championship game with Notre Dame. Maybe you're looking at Deion Sanders, right? A guy that has indicated that he would want to coach the Raiders if he could coach his sons, obviously that being Shador and Shiloh. Maybe you all of a sudden turn and look in that direction. Like, there's a few different options you can go at, but I think that whatever they do, they better put their foot on the gas and make it quickly.
Your boy Keon Myers joining us on Dirty Work from ESPN Radio. Okay, so what 49er fans want to know is right now they are waiting on Robert Saleh to be named defensive coordinator of the 49ers. However, Robert Saleh did interview with the Raiders. He's doing his second interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Do you think Robert Saleh has a legitimate chance to get this Raider head coaching job?
It's funny, and I've been talking about Robert Saleh a lot, but I've been talking about him as a defensive coordinator, just like the 49ers are, right? And I keep putting the 2 and 2 together. I thought, well, if they land Ben Johnson, maybe they can take Robert Saleh on as the defensive coordinator, similar to, Wade Phillips when he took over the Rams defensive coordinator when Sean McVay was this offensive guru, and really that's all he focused in on. And then I thought, okay, well, he comes from the Pete Carroll tree, so maybe he can also team up with Pete Carroll. But it sounds like he's getting legit conversations now as a head coach, as you mentioned, the multiple interviews now with Jacksonville. Like, that's not just checking a box if you're doing multiple interviews. So they clearly have some kind of interest in him, and the Raiders might as well, right? He has not been indicated to me as a guy that they're interested in as a real deal head coach, but they have brought him in for an interview. They did sit down and talk with him, like they talked with others like Aaron Glenn and and Vance Joseph and Ron Rivera. But I think that there could be a chance, right? I didn't know how real him as a head coach would be, only because we saw the end results in New York. I don't think all that was on him. I think a lot of that had to do with the Aaron Rodgers circus act that was there in town, but he ended up being the fall guy. And so I feel like there could be a legit opportunity, but I'll tell you, just like the 49ers are waiting on Saleh as a DC, I would have no problem if the Raiders somehow found a way to land him as a DC as well. I know he does a hell of a job there.
What do you make of Tom Brady's involvement with the team right now? Obviously, Raider fans are happy because it seems like a new day where he's helping it with the organization and kind of having Mark Davis be hands off. But at the same time, there is the perception that it's not really fair that he gets to call games for a national broadcast on Fox. Do you think that maybe it's an unfair advantage that Tom Brady is involved with the Raiders while also being on a national broadcast?
I mean, I think it's definitely a slippery slope, right? I think that there's room to be upset about that. If you're another organization, it's like, wait, hold on. How is this dude going to be on the call and on the broadcast and potentially sitting there meeting with, a Ben Johnson or whatever the case may be? But at the end of the day, I mean, these guys all know each other. We've been around this so long. We know that there's all this tampering going on. We know that guys meet in Indianapolis at the Combine and, it's the legal tampering before legal tampering starts. There's so much going on. I just kind of look at it like, it is what it is. Nobody's going to turn down the phone call from Tom Brady. That's the one thing I do know. So I do think that there's, room for teams to be a little upset about the situation. My biggest thing with Brady and the broadcast and then the part ownership, from everything that I've been indicated, is he's going to be heavily involved in this. I don't know if you can do both. And I'm a guy that has like 15 jobs, right? And so I know what it means to have to do so many different things. I don't know if you could do both and do it at a high level, be a top-notch, the A team when it comes to broadcast, and also be a part minority owner where you're basically doing like president of player personnel thing. Like, that's my biggest thing. How invested are you going to be? What I heard was after the game he called on Saturday, I should say, the Lions game, he flew immediately to Vegas for an interview with Lance Newmark, who was supposed to be the GM that was potentially coming in to team up with Ben Johnson. And so it's like, okay, so now you're off the broadcast and now you're flying to Vegas for an interview. And then what are you doing? You're getting ready for another game. And then you've got at the Super Bowl on February 9th. So how involved can you really be? I feel like that is a slippery slope, and I don't know how well he's going to be able to do both. I think that he's going to try. I just don't know how both is going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be difficult when he cannot go into the facilities of the teams he's calling the game for. At the same time, the Raiders don't have a general manager, and the rumors are that Lance Newmark may go with Aaron Glenn to New York. Is there a possibility that Tom Brady kind of pulls a Buster Posey thing and becomes the president of football operations for the Raiders? I know that his agent came out and said that he's going to fulfill the contract with Fox, but is there any talk around, the Raiders right now that Tom Brady could take that job himself?
I feel like he's kind of got that job without having the title, right?
Yeah.
I feel like he kind of already does have that job. Again, this is just from what I'm hearing, and even hearing Mark Davis at the owners' meetings in Dallas saying he wants Tom Brady heavily involved. Now, he did say we're going to respect his Fox duties, but at some point, again, if you're going to be in charge as much as you are, and how are you going to be able to do both at a high level? That's why I really believe that Tom Telesco is no longer with the team, because he kind of got caught in the crossfire when it comes to power struggle, right? I mean, all of a sudden Tom Brady's coming in with all this struggle. What is your GM doing? So there's been conversation that John Spytek from the Buccaneers is the guy that would line up with what Brady wants to do, because they went to Michigan together, won the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay together, so they know each other really well. There's conversations that he could be the guy that they're looking at, and then they go from there. But I kind of feel like that's Brady's job already. He's already the president of player personnel. And I think that when Don Yee comes out and says he's going to fulfill his contract with Fox, I feel like that's more of just hey, you're going to have to pay me a little bit more money, because that's a huge deal that he's got, 10 years, $375 million. Like, I wouldn't walk away from that either. So, you're going to have to pay me. You're going to have to give me a lot of money to get me out of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Tom Telesco, I understand that, Tom Brady has his hands in the organization now, but Tom was just there for one season, and I don't know how much they're expecting to win. It seemed more like an evaluation type of deal. But now that they didn't land Ben Johnson, like my perception is that they fired Tom Telesco to make the job more appealing for Ben Johnson so he could pick his own GM. Now that they're not landing Ben Johnson, and they're probably going to get John Spytek, do you think it was a mistake to move on from Tom Telesco so early?
Yeah, it very well could have been, right? It almost feels like it was, because he did a really good job, in my opinion, with the first draft that he had with the Raiders on short notice. The one thing I'll say about him, and I was doing a little bit of research into some other guys that are potentially going to be the Raiders' next GM, and talking to some Charger people, the Chargers front office, the guys that they have in place now are way more aggressive than Tom Telesco ever was in his time there. And so that was the one thing that stood out to me. We all remember last year Antonio Pierce really wanting to get up to the number 2 spot and draft Jaden Daniels and sign Cliff Kingsbury as the OC, and it didn't work out that way. Clearly he was onto something, just couldn't get there. I don't know how aggressive. I know that Tom Telesco made the call. I know he did try to move up, but I don't know how aggressive he really was, and he hasn't had a history of being aggressive. He hasn't even had a history of trading. So, he doesn't really do that. So I don't know if maybe that's another hang-up, that they want someone in there with a more aggressive type of personality and mindset. But just from the overall standing back and looking at what he was able to do in free agency or in the draft, I'm like, man, he did a really good job. And it's not like the Raiders are a team or an organization that has a history of doing really well in the draft. So, I mean, the one bright spot that they had, they kind of let out the door pretty quickly, as you said, to open up the door for Ben Johnson to basically bring in his own GM. Now that that's out the window, maybe they go with the GM first, like I think that they should, and then let the GM pick their next head coach. But, again, we'll see what direction they decide to pivot in.
Speaking of previous Raider drafts, I saw you on ESPN Radio bring this up. Do you actually believe that the Raiders drafted the wrong Byron Young a few drafts ago?
That is so funny. When they drafted him, because I'm a big Alabama fan.
Yeah.
For no reason. I didn't go to Alabama, nothing. I just love Alabama football. I remember when that happened, I thought, in the third round, like, that seems like it's a little high. But I left it alone, and then someone hit me and was like, did they mean to get him or did they mean the other Byron Young? And then I realized, I was like, oh, there is another Byron Young, and he's really good. And then looking at projections, he was projected to go around number 70, which is where the Raiders took the defensive tackle out of Alabama. But apparently what happened, and it's funny because this came up, like you said, on ESPN Radio, and even the former GM, Dave Ziegler, reached out to me. He's like, do you really think I drafted the wrong guy? Like, I wouldn't have drafted the wrong guy. But he did tell me he didn't realize that the team, the scouts, actually texted the Byron Young that went to Tennessee and it plays with the Rams now. They texted him and said that they were going to take him, only to text him back and say, hey, we got the wrong guy. Sorry, we didn't mean to text you. We meant to text the other one. So he didn't know that actually had happened. So I was onto something. Clearly I was onto something. They did get confused with the names. And honestly, given the success that Byron Young with the Rams has had, they probably should have grabbed him instead of the Byron Young that they did grab. But, yeah, clearly that's been it's been cleared up a little bit, but it's one of those situations that I get a good laugh at. And like I said, the former GM, Dave Ziegler, got a good laugh out of it as well. And no, not trying to disrespect him, but it was always one of those burning questions that I had.
Yeah, no, definitely. All right, before we get you out of here, what are your thoughts on Conference Championship weekend? Who do you like?
Well, I'm really going to keep rolling with the hot hand. I actually picked last weekend. People asked me where I thought the first the upset would come, and I said I think that Washington has a chance to upset Detroit.
Wow.
I'm gonna stick with Washington. I'm going to stick with them. I think that Jaden Daniels is thinking good. I'm going to ride them out. I don't think that Philadelphia and their passing game is great. Obviously, Saquon is fantastic, but their passing game is really been a struggle as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to say that Washington's going to get the upset, and I hate to say that the Chiefs are going to win, but until they lose, you really kind of have to roll with them. So I'm going to say that the Chiefs are going to beat Buffalo, but it's going to be a close game, and I think Washington upsets Philadelphia. So then we're talking about a Kansas City and Washington Super Bowl. Imagine that one.
Q, thank you for joining us, man. Keon Myers in Las Vegas. He's been a Bay Area guy. I was on his podcast way back in the day, man, so I appreciate you coming on. And you can catch him on ESPN Radio starting February 10th with Joe Fortenbaugh. Real quick, are you pro Joe going back to the mustache, or will you be anti-mustache if he rocks it on the show with you?
I don't know. I think the mustache look is fun for a little while, but then at some point I feel like I'm hanging out with someone that's like in a different class than me. So I'm gonna have to have him cut that mustache at some point and just hang out with the civilized folks like myself.
Well, there you go. Hey, Q, thank you so much for hopping on today, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you having me on. Thanks so much.
So there you go, a little Raider talk here on Dirty Work. I know the Raiders aren't in the Bay Area anymore. I'm just trying to see what the intel is on Robert Saleh, okay? And yeah, we can talk a little Raiders every now and then. All right, coming up next, Tim's got some takes and trivia coming up on Dirty Work on KNBR, the sports leader.
The Golden State Warriors got slaughtered yesterday, 125-85, their first 40-point loss at home since 1985. If you have fond memories of the 1985 team, tell us on our socials or the KNBR YouTube chat. But only if you remember Terry Teagle, Purvis Short, and Joe Barry Carroll.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. And Tuesday afternoons mean one thing and one thing only now.
Well, grab bag.
Well, it means two things and two things only now.
NBA grab bag.
We have to give way to Tim Webb. We
Give
don't
way
have
indeed.
to. And we're looking for more of a. How would you grade Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia in its debut segment after he begged us for months?
Erroneous.
For his own segment. We gave him one last week. How would you grade it?
Oh, an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10?
I thought Tim nailed it.
Yeah, I thought he did a pretty good job. He did get a little wordy with his take.
Well,
yeah, Mr. E swatted me. He said that he got the wrap it up sign from Chappelle's show.
Wrap it up, B.
You better wrap that gavel up too, B. Tells the judge. Better wrap that gavel up too, B.
No, but I thought Tim was very good.
I thought Tim was good. We'll see. I mean,
Set
that's
a high bar, my friend.
That's what's tough is if you set the bar that high, Tim, now people have expectations. Or maybe there are people out there who don't have expectations for you after what they heard last week.
Well, you told everybody that I begged for it, so the expectations are probably pretty low anyway.
I mean, you again.
Well, the audience is begging for it,
The
Tim.
audience is begging for it. And that's why on a Tuesday, we let Tim have his very own segment. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes leader.
Tim does imaging for himself.
All the takes you'll ever need.
Let's do it, Tim.
So dumb. All right, well, my take, and I had this yesterday, and I was going to go about it. I'm going to tell you why the Baseball Hall of Fame sucks.
Tell us, Tim.
Okay? And this has nothing to do with Barry Bonds, so before we start hearing any of that, that's not what this is about. The Baseball Hall of Fame should be about celebrating your sport, and it's not. It's not the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's the Tom Verducci Hall of Fame, where you sit there on your sanctimonious soapbox and go, well, this guy, he's probably a 7-ballot Hall of Famer, not really a first or second. Who cares? The guy that did not vote for Ichiro isn't doing it because he doesn't think Ichiro should be in the Hall of Fame. He wants to have interviews and talk about it or compare Ichiro to every other baseball player that has ever lived. Who cares? Billy Wagner should have been in the Hall of Fame 7 years ago because he's a Hall of Famer.
That's a good take.
So the idea that we have to sit here and every year do this hand-wringing about,
Take on Tim.
Thank you. The idea that we have to sit here, have this stupid, inane conversation about how, well, only 47% of the writers thought it. Who cares what they think? Why would you want to take your kids to the Hall of Fame? What difference does it make at this point? Because the stats are changing, the parameters are changing for what it's going to be. And what are we going to do? We're going to move the goalposts later and go, well, this guy should have been in this guy. Who cares?
There you go.
If you want to go to the Hall of Fame, awesome. If you don't want to go to the Hall of Fame, I subscribe to the newsletter that is Rod Brooks, which is I don't need a bunch of dudes who never played telling me who was good and who wasn't.
Tell him, Tim.
There you go, Tim. And Tom Verducci never coming on our show now.
Yeah, Verducci is dead to us. I'll tell you that. We're never booking Verducci
This
for
is a
this
John
show.
Morosi show?
Yeah, this is a John Morosi show. Absolutely. By the way,
Great question.
Tacky checks in on the YouTube chat and says, if it's Tim's takes, it's dirty work on the sports leader. Okay, Tim, on the Hall of Fame take, did you see, by the way, Jeff Passan has put out, because people are like, how dare whoever didn't vote for Ichiro to get in. Ichiro's now the first ever Japanese-born Hall of Famer, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And amassed over 3,000 hits in the majors alone, well over 4,000 if you include his Japanese career, where he played for a handful of years. The all-time highest vote-getting percentages for baseball's Hall of Fame, Mariano Rivera, the only one ever, 425 out of 425. Derek Jeter got 99.7%.
He missed by one vote. Some chucklehead decided that, we can't be unanimous.
So it's the same thing. So Jeter and Ichiro are the exact same. We're at 99.7. Griffey, 99.3. He missed 3 first-place ballot votes. Tom Seaver missed 5. Nolan Ryan missed 6. Who didn't vote for Nolan Ryan to go to the Hall of Fame?
Some jackwad in Cincinnati or whatever.
6 of them, Tim. 6 jackwads. And then Cal Ripken Jr., 537 out of 545. Say what you want. nobody's not missed work a day for like 20 straight years.
There's
like Cal
always
Ripken.
one guy.
There's always that one.
You know who we should be celebrating today? We should be celebrating Ichiro Suzuki, not the one jackwad who goes, "Oh, I'm going to make this about me," or "I'm going to decide that he isn't first ballot worthy," or whatever stupid parameters
That's
that you
why
come
I
up
don't
with.
care. I don't care about the percentages. I don't care. He got in. Let's celebrate Ichiro.
Think about the NFL Hall of Fame when players get in and they do that awesome thing where they knock on the door and they say, "Welcome to eternity," or whatever. That is awesome. You know what's not awesome? Us talking about this.
Yeah. In baseball, they would knock on your door and be like, but there was one guy that didn't like it.
They should make the guy who didn't vote for you show up to give you the Hall
got
of Fame.
in, and I'm not happy about it.
We're protecting the sanctimony of the sport. That's why your sport's dying and no one cares.
People are pointing it out, by the way, Tim, that Chipper Jones had a higher percentage vote to get into the Hall of Fame than Babe Ruth did.
It's ridiculous.
How about that? Pretty incredible. We need the music back for your takes.
Don't worry, it's coming back.
Here you go. Comes back around, baby.
Yeah, it always comes back around. As the 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, it says 10 out of 10, Tim. That was amazing. You've won me over.
I got one guy. All right,
I'm not there yet, 650. I'm still waiting. A jury's out for me.
Personally, I believe Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent should be in the Hall of Fame. And I think Buster Posey should be in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot because who cares?
Tim's a little biased, though. He's a Giants fan.
I am a Giants fan.
All right. Tim.
I think Ricky Henderson should have been unanimous. Personally.
I agree. So did our caller earlier.
Exactly.
I think it was Richard who gave us a call.
I agreed with him completely until his call dropped off on the bridge.
How about, Tim, usually when we do this, the one other time it's ever happened, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, Tim gives us a sports take like that. Then he's going to give us some sort of pop culture or a slice of life take here, too. Is that right, Tim?
I got a real scorcher today.
All right, what do you got, Tim? Let's hear it.
I think fun-size candy bars are stupid. Who is that for? Fun size. Has anybody ever gone and got that candy bar and they're like, "Oh, this is fun. It's one bite." No, you took a candy bar that was regular size that we all enjoy.
You bought a shrink ray.
Yeah, shrunk it down to one bite and go, "Oh, we'll put them all in a pack together." Inevitably, you're left with a bunch of Baby Ruths. Nobody wants that. Call it what it is. You made it children's size. Advertise it as children's size and watch no one buy it because it sucks. Go ahead and give me a full-size candy bar or give me death.
Okay, hold on, Tim. I don't know if I'm with you on this one because fun size is perfect for Halloween, giving out. And we all made fun of young Tony.
Children's size.
Okay, but you want it to be called children's size?
Sell it on Halloween and get rid of it for the rest of the year.
Okay, well, if that's the whole thing, then yeah, call it whatever you want. But I think we all agree that young Tony giving away full-size candy bars for Halloween is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a Danville thing. That's a Blackhawk thing.
Young Tony was doing that?
Oh, yeah. He said he has a full-size house candy bar.
I bet he does. He's giving away king size, I bet, Tim.
He's got to keep up with the Joneses, and they were king size, by the way.
That kid. The kid who can only the size of that kid's hands.
I live in a full-size candy bar house. That's how we roll. That's what he said.
Wait, young Tony said, "I live in a full-size candy bar house," meaning we got to be the coolest house in the block and give away candy?
That's how he rolls.
But God forbid we throw the party at his house. That we have a KNBR barbecue at his house?
Oh, no, he's a full-size candy bar house, but a fun 4th of July party house, no go.
How about he didn't want us to come to his house because he's afraid. What if somebody steals something? And I was
what
like,
about Tony's Turkey Trot 2024? That was supposed to be at his house, too.
Yeah.
He bailed on that.
We're only going to steal the hearts of your family. They're going to love us.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
It's quite ironic because Tony himself is fun-sized.
It is. I was going to say, for a man, and Mr. KNBR, you're a freak. As far as young Tony goes, the fun-sized candy
bar. Mr. KNBR. No one wants to see you on the camera.
The guy needs like a dolly probably to carry a regular-sized candy bar to the door, young Tony. It gets so tiny.
And then looking down on the rest of society, being like, "Oh, well, you didn't give us full-size candy bars." It's like, I'm sorry that we don't have the platinum Costco membership like you and Bonnie and the crew.
Now him just driving around Danville right now, just being like, "Oh, bro,
you and Bonnie and the crew."
That's dude. Catching strays for nothing.
Oh, man.
It's a stupid candy bar size. I'm sorry, it is.
925 checks in, though, Tim, and says, "I'm not giving a 4-year-old a full-size Snickers, you jackass."
That's not what I'm saying.
That ain't as fun as he passes
just call it kid size.
Call it kid size. Sell it during Halloween. You still make your money. But don't pretend that the rest of us are going, "Oh, this is so fun."
I'll tell you what, they've turned on Tim now on Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Tim, Are you like buying fun size and being like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, you accidentally purchasing fun size. Like, how are they affecting your life negatively, Tim? Yeah.
I'm
I walked down the store and I see it in fun size. It just makes me pissed off for the rest of the day.
669
That's a ridiculous thing.
669 says, how old is Tim? Sounds like an old guy yelling from his lawn. Tim turns the lights off at Halloween and hides from the kids.
No, I do what Tony should have done. I go to a party and definitely make sure that no one gets anything.
623 checks and says, giving out full-size candy on Halloween is a desperate cry for attention.
Exactly.
Well said.
Right above toothbrush guy.
I love that I turned this on young Tony.
510 chicks and says, come on over to Pack Heights. You got Kerr and Dunleavy handing out king size or full Toblerones. Shout out the 0.1 percenters.
Damn.
I like that. Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Always end with a trivia question because Tim hosts trivia at the bitter end on Tuesday nights. Check it out. A lot of fun. We've been out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and the question will always end up on the trivia night. So if you heard it on the show,
you'll get at least
one free.
One freebie tonight.
All right.
What else you got?
Lay it on us.
Who won the Stanley Cup last year?
That's it?
That's it, Tim?
Vegas Golden Knights.
Is that it?
Yeah. No?
Sorry, buddy. You are not right.
Tough.
That's why I shouldn't just shoot from the hip there.
Boy, yeah. I know who it is, Tim says. I don't know, Tim. This is bad.
Wait. Hold on. Last year?
Sorry, buddy.
It was not the Vegas Gold. Oh, wait.
No.
No, I'm thinking 2 years ago.
Did they win one finally? Because I remember that first year.
2 years ago. Oh, crap. Who was it last year?
Let's see what if the
Hold on. Give me a second.
Give me a second where I can Google it.
Give me a second while I look it up.
Nicole's going to call us out hardcore for this.
Yeah, dude. Nicole won't listen to us anymore, dude.
I don't know if we can call ourselves a sports leader anymore.
No, Tim, wasn't there?
Okay,
there was a Canadian team in the Cup, wasn't there?
There was a Canadian team.
And they were not the team that won it.
I got it.
Not.
Florida Panthers.
Took you long enough.
Boo.
Who was the Canadian team? Do you know?
Was it Montreal?
No, it was not.
Was it Winnipeg? Edmonton. That was my next guess. Yeah, that was my next one. It's Mike Holler doing? Mike Holler with a beanie Mike in there, dude.
He's so pissed off that we couldn't get that answer.
Mr. KNBR knew the answer. I've heard of a Stanley mug, but a Stanley Cup?
That's going to do it for Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. now people are still coming at Tim, dude. They're like, I know something else about Tim that's fun size.
Yeah.
When we come on,
it's bound to happen.
When we come on back, it was bound to happen. Tim will be back next week with his takes.
I don't know if I'll be back.
Let us know what you thought of Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Do you feel better about it this week or last week?
I thought last week was a little bit better.
I know, I thought so too. It seems like it was a step backwards.
By a smidge, it was better last week.
It just seemed like his fun, like a fun size bit. It seemed like his fun size take was kind of hollow.
Yeah. But you know what? Who am I to say? Everybody hates the Truth Machine every week, so.
Tell us how much you hate Tim on all of our socials.
I thought let us know how much Tim stunk there on his Tuesday takes and trivia, or you can let him know in person tonight when you heckle him at the bitter end for trivia night every Tuesday night with Tim. When we come on back, Florida Panthers. Panther just met her. The latest on the NFL coach hirings. We'll do that next, and then Matt Mayoko at 4:50. That's only here on the Tim Leader.
I invented fun size.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work, Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Tim Webb. Tim with his Tuesday takes and trivia. Good edition, fun-sized edition of the segment.
Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about the NFL head coaching cycle. So we saw that Ben Johnson was named Chicago Bears head coach today officially, and he's going to make quite a bit of scratch.
He arrived in Chicago. Yeah, dude, the report on his salary is wild. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, most coaching salaries in the NFL are not made public, right? We don't normally get all of those.
We don't, but for whatever reason, Mike Florio has the details of all of them. So
okay, hold on.
Purdy's a little too close to Turdy.
You're telling me Florio's the guy?
No. Hold on. I know that you can be skeptical on some things with Mike Florio. When it comes to contract stuff, I will take his word for this.
Okay, so like, are they? What I'm asking is, are they not publicly posted?
When it comes to like the insiders tweeting out the details of a contract for a player, we always get those, even though sometimes it's not 100% accurate.
Now, according to Front Office Sports, based on what Florio has put out there salary-wise, frontofficesports.com.
Yeah,
and they list a bunch of the head coaching salaries as recently as this is from. I think this is December. This is from May of 2024.
Okay, well, I got the list as far as what Florio has recently said.
And this is, I think what he's got is the same.
Yeah.
This data and this list is from Sportico and Pro Football Reference is what this is based on.
Okay.
It was updated January 7th of this year. So what you're reading from Florio is the same that Front Office Sports has.
Okay, so right now this is annually. Andy Reid makes $20 million.
Yeah, he's the highest paid coach in football at 20.
Sean Payton gets $18 million. Mike Tomlin gets 16. Jim Harbaugh gets 16, Sean McVay 15, Kyle Shanahan 14, and John Harbaugh at 12. Now, Kevin O'Connell was paid today. We have no details on what he gets annually. But according to Mike Florio, Ben Johnson right now is going to make $13 million a year. So that would put him above John Harbaugh and right after Kyle Shanahan for annual head coaches in the league as far as money.
It's pretty incredible because what Florio also reported in that article is it's blows away what we've seen in the past for first-year head coaches in the NFL. Is kind of the point. I think Florio makes a point in that article to say if you averaged out what first-year coaches got last year, it was about $8 million for a first-year head coach. Which, by the way, according to this list, which again is updated as of about 2 weeks ago, Mike McDaniel of the Dolphins is only making $3.5 million. Stefanski, the Browns, $3.5 million. Raheem Morris, $4 million. Mike McCarthy was making $4 million this year, they're saying, from the Cowboys. Dan Quinn is now in the NFC Championship, $4.5 million. Zach Taylor, $4.5 million.
Wow.
So there are guys who are getting paid a hefty amount. Mike McDonald, who just took over in Seattle, he got $9 million. Sirianni's making $7 million. So it's just, I guess, about whether or not teams are trying to lure you, like a free agent, you'd think.
It was kind of like that, but also it's kind of crazy where you have to be convinced if you're Ben Johnson to be a head coach and get paid that amount of money. Now, the rumor is the Raiders...
It's because he had options, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that you're trying to entice him.
He's the one guy that's like, I'm comfortable just being an OC the rest of my life. So if I want to go back to the Lions, I will do that.
That's what he was going to say,
Yes. Now, it's rumored that the Raiders offered him $15 million a year, and he turned that down.
$15 million would make him the fourth highest paid coach in football, tied with Sean McVay ahead of Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. So I know everybody was like groaning about the Raider interview I was doing earlier with our guy, your boy Q. Yes, I know it was primarily about the Raiders, but if you listened a little bit, people, it was about Robert Saleh. So and this is getting dicey.
Seriously, go back and listen to my interview.
Go back and listen.
It's available, KNBR.com on the app, right?
So Robert Saleh is doing a second interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But as we said earlier, Rick Stroud, who covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, believes that the Bucs are prepared for Liam Cohen to leave to take the Jaguars.
Liam Cohen's the offensive coordinator of the Bucs, and they're saying he's the favorite now in Jacksonville, which, if that's to be true, the only team left that Robert Saleh has interviewed for would be the Raider job.
And Dallas Cowboys.
And the Dallas Cowboys job.
And as far as I've seen, the Dallas Cowboys have interviewed Leslie Frazier. They interviewed Brian Schottenheimer today, which is their current OC.
An internal candidate, yeah.
They interviewed Kellen Moore, and they have interviewed Robert Saleh. Now, when I talked to Q, there is an idea out there that, yes, he most likely, if he's going to take a DC job, it would be with the 49ers. However, there might be a contingency plan for Pete Carroll to be the head coach of the Raiders and then do this thing for 3-4 years, whatever, how long he wants to do it, retire. And then Robert Saleh comes in as defensive coordinator to take over as head coach.
But why, if you were going to me, that doesn't make the most sense for Robert Saleh. Like, if you're getting interviewed as a head coach right now, why take a 3-year wait to potentially take over a job? And who's to say you're going to be there in 3 years if they want to keep you there in 3 years, that they're going to commit to that 4 years down the road? Like, if you're the Raiders and you think that far ahead with Saleh, then why wouldn't you just make him the head coach right now?
I mean, you probably should.
If that's your logic, why would Pete Carroll be the guy with Saleh? Seems like you just take Saleh.
Well, what would be better for Robert Saleh in the long haul? Would it be to go back to the Niners, do his thing, hope to get a head coaching job, or know that you have one in waiting once Pete retires?
Well, you'd have to have that. One, you have to have that guarantee and have it in writing.
It's probably in his contract.
We're making up a scenario here.
No, this is radio, my friend.
Well, hold on. It's not, what I'm saying is none of this is in any contract anywhere. You're just suggesting the Raiders hire Pete Carroll and then make Robert Saleh the DC and put in his contract that he's the coach in waiting.
People do that.
My thought is, if Robert Saleh is getting that many interviews now, why would he wait 3 years to be a head coach when he could probably enter the cycle then again next year, depending on what happens this season?
There very well could be the case.
That doesn't seem to make any sense to me to wait. What do you got, Tim?
And he's going to get paid that head coaching money that he was still owed from the Jets.
Don't forget, it's a difference in that money, too.
Correct.
Yes.
But that would be an incentive for him to not take a head coaching job right now if it's not ideal, because he is going to get that payday regardless.
The issue is if he's offered a job saying he can't say no.
Correct.
If he says no, then your chances of getting that, and this is kind of what we talked about, is I'm always like, well, why can't you say no and take another one next time? Well, he's already had one job that didn't totally work out. But I don't know how the league will view him and blame him for what happened with the Jets, but it's not like he had any success in the first few years there. Didn't have a quarterback, but that's just part of being a head coach. You got to figure that thing out. He got let go this year, and nobody blamed him for their lack of success, I don't think, this year, which is why he's getting more offers. But if he's offered the Raider job or the Dallas Cowboy job, I think you have to take it. I don't think you can decline it, go be a DC, and then go back and enter the cycle again next year with the thought that you're going to be a head coach.
I think at this point...
Unless it's like a Josh McDaniel thing, where you can go back. I mean, again, he was the offensive coordinator, though, and it was his second opportunity. Like, I don't know. I just feel like this is so far out there for the Raiders to do that, where they really need some stability. That just seems like the most
the hard part also for Saleh is let's say he does take that defensive coordinator job. It's the same argument that we had yesterday. You're still going up against Denver, you're still going up against Kansas City, and you're still going up against the Chargers, which are all very strong offenses. And you're kind of working with not a lot of pieces. You got Max, but not a ton.
408 checks. You're right. 408 checks in on the text line and says, "Why Saleh can make $5 million a year as a head coach? Why work for $1 million as a D coordinator? He would make more than $1 million as a DC because
you make all the money in the land, according to Matt Barrows.
Well, Matt Barrows has said is that they want to make him the highest paid defensive coordinator in football. The Niners do. They have to make a hefty offer to him, considering he's getting head coaching interviews. He says, take the crappiest head coaching position. It's one of 32. Yeah, if you get offered it, I'm pretty sure he's going to take it.
Yeah, but I don't think he's getting the Dallas Cowboy job.
Me neither, but it's the $5 million that you're talking about. He'll get that money anyway from the Jets contract that he still has that hasn't run out for this coming season. He will get the difference of whatever money he makes as a head coach or a DC from the Jets.
All I'm saying is, as long as the Raiders' head coaching job is still open, it's dicey for him to necessarily be the 49ers DC. Like, out of all the jobs that are available, I don't think he's getting the Cowboys job. It doesn't sound like he's getting the Jacksonville job, although that could change. We never know. But the Raider job is interesting, where now that they didn't get Ben Johnson, who do they pivot to? There's, speculation that it could be Cliff Kingsbury or Brian Flores or even Liam Cohen if he doesn't get the Jaguars job.
I mean, there's some names on that list now. I mean, but you can't interview Kingsbury until he's out of the playoffs.
Exactly. But Robert Saleh is intriguing for the Raiders. And I do wonder if that's the only team that's going to offer him a coaching job. As you said, he can't say no. And then what is the Niners' backup plan? As we said yesterday, all these guys have jobs. All the fire coaches that we thought should at least be interviewed are now off the table. You don't have Dennis Allen. You don't have Lou Anarumo. You don't have Jeff Ulbrich. So now it's kind of down to Robert Saleh, Deshae Townsend, Brandon Staley, maybe Matt Eberflus is a good option. But at this point, as Matt Barrows was saying, it kind of is Saleh or bust. Because if you hire Brandon Staley, I don't think this fan base is going to like it very much.
Did the Raiders interview Ron Rivera?
They did. I don't know about the 100%, but they might have.
I think he did. I think they did a couple of days ago. I think Rivera interviewed for the job. Pete Carroll's interviewed for the job. Robert Saleh has interviewed for the job. Still haven't called Gruden yet, huh?
They don't need to call Gruden. Gruden was just like, I'd just be happy to be back. Man.
Who is this guy? I'll do whatever you want, man. I'll be the OC. I don't care, man.
I'll do Zoom through Barstool. Yeah. Got me feeling nice.
It's got me feeling extra nicey. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Matt Mayoko's going to stop by. Let's talk to him. Where the 49ers are. Is it, if not Robert Saleh, are we sitting in the boat where Brandon Staley's just going to get this defensive coordinator job? We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Before the Celtics loss yesterday, the Warriors announced Draymond Green has a mild calf strain and will be reevaluated in a week. For all the latest Dubs news, keep it locked to KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with us. We're joined by our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko. Joins us on the UMA guest line, and he joins us on video on the stream. We're at twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the app, and YouTube. What's up, Matt? How are you, man?
Great. How you guys doing?
We're doing well. We've been following a lot of the coaching stuff, and I think we all kind of thought once that Ben Johnson domino fell, we might get more clarity on what's happening with some of these head coaching vacancies, and sure enough, we are. Ben Johnson takes the Bears job. You sort of find out that he's assembling a killer staff in Chicago, or sort of a staff that's had other head coaches. I think Dennis Allen, they say, is going to take the DC job there. Sounds now like Cohen may be the Jacksonville favorite. Aaron Glenn could be the Jets favorite, which means there's just a few jobs that look like they're up for grabs. The Raider job, the Cowboy job, both of which Robert Saleh has interviewed for. Where do you think we stand with Robert Saleh today on Tuesday?
Once it's clear that he's not going to get those jobs, assuming he doesn't.
Yeah, we're gonna pod down Matt real quick. His connection was a little off. I think we're gonna recall Matt, just see if we can get a better connection with him, or see if we can get a better handle on that.
Matt had a good time at Harmonic yesterday, from what I hear.
Did he?
Yeah, went over to watch the Dubs
Nice.
lose by 40.
Was it only 40?
Yes.
I thought it was more than that. Only 40-point loss?
Yep.
85-125.
Worst home loss since 1985.
That was brutal, dude. Anyway, I hope Matt had some good pops over at Harmonic. It's a great place to hang. It's where John Dickinson is always hanging out after Warrior home games, that is. We're going to be out there too, aren't we?
We're going to be out there. We're going to be out there next Wednesday and next Friday for the OKC
and Phoenix.
By the way, just real quick, Phoenix made a trade with the Jazz. They're acquiring 3 first-round picks from the Utah Jazz. So what does that tell you?
Like, who's getting traded?
Jimmy Butler probably to the Phoenix Suns.
Oh, wait, you're saying the Miami Heat. You said the Utah Jazz, and then you said the Phoenix. Wait, I'm a little confused as to what you're bringing up.
The Phoenix Suns acquired 3 first-round picks from the Utah Jazz.
When?
Just right now.
Just for what? You're saying that you believe there's a
future draft picks.
You're saying there may be 3. You're saying that this may be draft capital to go get Jimmy Butler for Phoenix?
I believe so, yes.
So the Jazz just gave Phoenix 3 future first-round picks for what? It's a 3-team trade then, right?
No. I mean,
I'm confused by what you're talking about.
Miami's not involved yet. It's between Utah and Phoenix.
So what has Phoenix given up to acquire 3 first-round draft picks is what I'm asking.
That'll have to look up.
So you're just saying 3 first. So, I mean, that's just a massive trade here.
Yeah.
Right? If the Suns have completed a trade to acquire, what's the report? Where did you see this?
It's from Shams Charania.
Okay, we got to get more details on that, because that's a huge acquisition of 3 first-round picks, and we're not aware of who's going anywhere in the trade.
Well, I mean, it
means a major player or something.
It's draft capital. No. It's
Phoenix Suns are trading their 2031 unprotected first-round pick. It's all draft capital. Is what
yes.
you're saying. Gotcha. I was unclear on that. So
no players involved.
Phoenix Suns are trading their 2031 unprotected first-round pick to the Jazz for 3 first-round picks, sources tell ESPN. The Suns are acquiring the least favorable first in 2025. It's Cleveland and Minnesota. 2027, 2029. So they're acquiring draft capital to maybe try to go get Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
We've reconnected with Matt Mayoko. Matt, what do you know about Robert Saleh and the potential for him still getting a head coaching job for one of these vacancies?
Well, I mean, I would think that the 49ers have a pretty good handle on what's happening around the league. And these are all assumptions, but I think reasonable and logical assumptions that, they've cast such a narrow net as far as the defense coordinator positions, when the day after the season-ending press conference, they interview Robert Saleh and just Shea Townsend, and then nobody else. So, you see teams around the league interviewing a lot of head coaching candidates. The Atlanta Falcons interviewed a lot of defensive coordinator candidates. So it would lead me to believe just kind of what you said, and as you prefaced it, about where these coaching vacancies appear to be lining up. At this point, I guess I'd be surprised, or maybe we could call it a complete miscalculation, if Robert Saleh ends up with one of those head coaching jobs. But it certainly would appear to me that he is the leader and probably the likely person to fill that spot for the 49ers. The one kind of wild card is the Jacksonville Jaguars that you mentioned. And yeah, I've seen the same things where Liam Cohen could be that guy. To me, that makes sense, because when you have Trevor Lawrence, I just don't know that it makes sense to go out and hire a defensive-minded head coach, especially a defensive-minded head coach who could never really solve the offensive part of the equation with the Jets, whether as offensive coordinator or quarterback. They have their quarterback. I would think that the Jags will go offense, which would leave Robert Saleh as the guy at the front of the line for that 49ers defense coordinator position. One thing to keep in mind, too, is not typically, all the time, whenever a coach interviews for a head coaching job, ownership, management, whatever, they'll want to see who do you have lined up to come with you for the coordinator positions. So it would also go to reason, I would think, that none of these other guys who are up for head coaching jobs have Robert Saleh on their list as somebody who would step in and be their defensive coordinator.
But what about the Raiders, Matt? And I know that right now, probably since Ben Johnson got the job at Chicago, that Pete Carroll is looked at as the favorite in Las Vegas. But Pete Carroll does have a relationship with Robert Saleh. Is there any worry that maybe Robert gets that job or Pete becomes the head coach and brings Robert Saleh to be the DC or coach in waiting?
I don't know that a coach would want to interview for the head coaching job and get passed over for that and then land there as a defensive coordinator. So I would think not. But what you say, I mean, you're connecting the dots, and that makes a lot of sense as well. So, but yeah, I wouldn't think that a guy would want to go into a situation where he's trying to get the head coaching job. He doesn't get it, and then he ends up with the consolation prize of, oh, well, you thought that guy was better than me, so now I'll go work for that guy. So I don't think that would surprise me, too, if that were to happen.
Talking to Matt Mayoka, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Dirty Work is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. If, in fact, it is not Robert Saleh, do we just kind of think it would be Brandon Staley at this point?
Yeah, I mean,
who else is out there?
Yeah, exactly. Here's what I know is that they were making calls. I mean, I did communicated with Jeff Ulbrich during this, and he was saying, there's a lot of talk going on, but nothing concrete. Mm-hmm. He didn't tell me specifically he'd been talking to the 49ers, but I would think that, Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, I mean, they're not going into this going, well, it's either Robert Saleh or we have no plan B. Of course they have a plan B, and I would think, though, that they probably wouldn't want to go too far down the road with another candidate until they know for sure that Robert Saleh isn't their guy. Of course. So, I'm sure that they've touched base with other people, the names that we've been talking about. Gus Bradley is somebody that Kyle knows and went after a few years back. So Staley is the guy that's of interest. At the same time, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you had him on your staff in the secondary role, as far as, the number two guy on that defense and doing stuff behind the scenes. It just doesn't make much sense to me when you could have just done this a year ago. You could have made Sorensen the special teams coordinator a year ago. You could have made Brandon Staley the defensive coordinator last year. So I just don't know what that would say if the guy who is the number two guy, in essence, with that defense becomes the number one guy when he was there all along. So to me, the best move is, and Brandon Staley does have 1 year experience calling a defense. I know Kyle Shanahan likes that Vic Fangio style defense, but it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless it ends up as the 49ers getting Robert Saleh as the defense coordinator.
Now, would you think, though, if Brandon Staley did get the job, and I know he was there last year and they stayed a 4-3 defense, but Kyle did say he was open to new scheme changes. Brandon Staley did run a 3-4 with the Chargers and the Rams. Do you think that if Brandon Staley did end up getting the defensive coordinator job, that they would change the scheme up a bit?
I think that it's tough to go down that road when you've had the scheme the way it is for a while. I mean, it's just the different run fits. You're asking Fred Warner to do something he's never done as far as just learning the fronts and how it works. Not that they're going to do some of this already, but they'd be looking for different styles of defensive linemen. different styles of, stand-up outside linebackers. I think Kyle made the right answer when he said we're open to do anything. Fact of the matter is, I'm not sure they're open to doing anything. I mean, it's the right answer when you head into the off season with so many issues, but I just don't know that they would be willing to make a dramatic change when, frankly, what they've been doing has been working except for this year. So I don't know that they would just tear it down and say, let's do something completely different. I think they feel like they've had enough success in the recent past. This is the first time in four seasons where they didn't make the playoffs, and first time in 4 seasons they didn't, advance to the NFC Championship game at least. So my guess is that there will be some minor tinkering done, but nothing major, no major overhaul or anything like that.
Talking to Matt Mayoka here from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're checking him out and you're reading him and listening to the 49ers Talk podcast. We were going over the Baseball Hall of Fame votes that came in today. Ichiro goes in third highest vote percentage of all time. I think he missed out on 1 vote or something, which is always so funny. CeCe Sabathia goes in, as does Billy Wagner. But we were talking about how everybody makes such a big deal about the percentage that players get and how it's such a big deal that there's only one unanimous player ever, and it's Mariano Rivera. Do unanimous votes like this happen in football? It seems like in football it's so hard for guys to get in. It took Bryant Young forever. Patrick Willis got in, of course, but it's always a process, and there's different eras that come into play, and the position grouping is just so much different than it is in baseball. What's your thought on the percentage, and is it ever common or is it completely uncommon for there to be a 99.7 or 100% vote getter in the NFL?
We don't know because that vote is not made public.
Yeah.
So, for baseball, I'm not even sure the number. Is it more than 1,000? I mean, how many voters are there? There's a lot,
yeah,
right?
This year it was like 3. It might have been close to 400. Like when Mariano Rivera got it was 425 or 425. So I think he's in the high 300s or something is Ichiro.
Yeah, okay. So if football, it's 50 or 49 or 50, and I'm one of those voters, but it's done by an accounting firm. We don't know at the end, who got what percentage, but I will say this, they've changed the way they voted this year. And so we'll all find out together on February 6th during honors. But the way it's changed now is that it used to be we'd go from 15 modern era finalists to 10 and then vote that down to 5. And then we just vote up or down on those 5. And as long as any of those 5 or all those 5s got 80%, which they almost always did, then those would be the 5 modern era finalists or the 5 modern era players, individuals inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. This year, it's different. This year, we're going to reduce it to 7 individuals, and then each of us vote for our 5. And only those with 80% of the vote among the 7, when you vote for 5, only those get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So it's possible that three modern era people will be voted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So all we'll know for sure is that the individuals who were inducted got at least 80% of the vote.
Can we ask about, if you're comfortable sharing, what your personal, like how you think about it, your criteria for voting? Like when you lay it out, I mean, it's a modern era, so you've seen a lot of these guys play. Are you comparing to other guys in their era? I've seen, like, when it comes to quarterbacks, players, and some guys who are Hall of Famers themselves will say, well, was he the best at his position for a period of X number of years? Can you tell the story of football without him? Like, there's so many different points that people can hit on. Do you have a general thought process, or is it just case by case for you?
It is. I mean, it's so difficult because you're comparing, this year, for instance, Eli Manning against Willie Anderson, the right tackle for the Bengals, and it's, Darren Woodson, the safety for the Cowboys against, Luke Kuechly or Torrey Holt or Steve Smith Sr. So it is really difficult, and it is a very difficult bar to clear to get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but there's no right or wrong answer. There'll be, I guarantee you, the fan bases of, 10 players up in arms. How those idiots, why couldn't, this guy should have been in the Hall of Fame. And, generally I'd probably agree and go, you're right, that person is a Hall of Famer, but we could only vote for 5 of, the 15 finalists. So it is very difficult, and it really is just a case-by-case basis. I mean, there's not, under the right circumstances, I would vote for all 15 of those guys to get in, but you just can't do it. And so it really is just kind of it's a delicate situation. And, like Eli Manning, there are those who will say, absolutely, he's not a Hall of Famer. And there are others who say quarterback's job is to win, and his team, won 2 Super Bowls. So I don't know. I mean, I kind of make it a more difficult bar to clear when it's a first-time eligible guy. So, Eli Manning, is he going to get in this year? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to vote him all the way through this year. I'll reconsider it next year. Maybe he gets in this year. Who knows? But it's just really difficult when it's not just an apples to apples comparison. When you're, like I mentioned, Willie Anderson. There's also Marshall Yonda and Jari Evans. I mean, how do you compare guys who don't have stats, to guys who put up huge numbers like Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne? So it's really a fun process. I really do enjoy it, but there's no perfect solution to getting the best guys in, because football is so subjective when it comes to who is the better player and who helped his team more, who's the Hall of Famer, who's the near Hall of Famer.
Where do we stand right now with the other coordinator searches for the 49ers right now, Matt? I saw that Mike Silver believes that Nick Sorensen is not going to get the special teams coordinator job. Has he been, I'm sure, has he said yes, or is it a whole evaluation of he needs to interview and then we can actually see if he's going to get the job or not?
You're talking about Sorensen?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that they haven't already had those discussions. In fact, the night that I found out that Sorensen wasn't going to be back as defensive coordinator, the idea was, for Kyle Shanahan would like to keep him on staff. What role? Don't know. Potentially special teams coordinator. The guy who I think is, not that any of these guys aren't legitimate options, but I do think for the 49ers, for defensive coordinator and for special teams coordinator, I think they need guys who have done it before. They just can't. They need that track record. And so Jet Modkins and Chris Banjo are individuals who are in assistant special teams roles right now. I just don't think that they would be the guys that Kyle Shanahan would pinpoint. Maybe they crushed it in the interview. I don't know. But to me, when I look at that list, it's Chris Tabor, who's done it for a long time, who knows what he's doing, was highly thought of enough with the Carolina Panthers that he became the interim head coach when Frank Reich was fired in the 2023 season. And then, Sorensen's done it for 1 year. He did it with the Jaguars, and he played a long time in the NFL as a special teamer, a core special teamer. So, that's kind of where his roots are. So we'll see where it goes. But, as of right now, where there's just been so little action when it comes to the interviews for those spots, I would think that ultimately it would have come down to Chris Tabor or Nick Sorensen. But until they can make a hire there any time. They've satisfied the Rooney Rule, and if something could happen at any time. I'm actually kind of surprised that it hasn't happened yet with its special teams coordinator. But as far as the defensive coordinator, I'm not surprised it hasn't happened, because Robert Saleh is still alive for a couple of head coaching jobs.
And as far as offensive coordinator, we all expect Clay Kubiak to get that job. But have the 49ers satisfied everything with the Rooney Rule there?
Not to my knowledge. They did interview an assistant coach at Iowa State.
Yeah.
And so I think they still have to interview another external minority candidate. But yeah, like you said, I mean, it's not even a job opening.
Yeah.
They've only had a quote unquote offensive coordinator for one time under Kyle Shanahan. And so this was kind of like they're creating this position, or they're creating that title specifically for Clay Kubiak, which obviously, runs into some issues because Kyle Shanahan was, a little bit too eager to say that at his press conference. But they wouldn't have an offensive coordinator in title if it weren't for Clay Kubiak and the job that he's done the last couple of years in that very similar role. So I would assume that once they satisfy that and they check with the league and just make sure, they're checking all the boxes there, that that move will be made.
That's Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers Insider. We do it every week. Matt, thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good deal there, Matt Mayoko. You missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And it's like, it kind of looks like it's not Saleh or bust per se, but there's a couple other guys out there, and they have made it clear Robert Saleh is their focal point and their first and main and really kind of only choice, it looks like, for defensive coordinator, considering they haven't interviewed a whole lot of other candidates, and they're just waiting to find out what happens with him in some of these head coaching openings.
It would be kind of rough, and Mike Silver believes that Nick Sorensen is not going to get the special teams coordinator job.
Oof.
So that would be kind of rough to be like, hey, we're demoting you from defensive coordinator to special teams coordinator, and you don't even get that job. And I wonder if there'll be another spot for him on the staff.
We do have a sound story coming up for you, but we got a breaking news update here as Mike Holler, KNBR program director, has texted in, as did the 707, to check in on the Sharks pool here at KNBR, where Derek has got 103 now consecutive games. There's 102 entering play today without winning the Sharks pool here at KNBR. He just needs to pick the guy who scores the first goal for the Sharks in the game. Sharks up 1-0 now on the Preds, and Derek had the first pick in today's draft. He did not take Macklin Celebrini. He's actually had
I did before.
He's actually
many times.
He's actually had the first pick in the draft 6 of the last 11 games, and you didn't pick Celebrini today. You took Zetterlund. Celebrini scored the first goal.
Okay, people that are in the Sharks pool need to claim still. You're ruining this.
It's not my fault, dude. I'm not in the Sharks pool. What do you care? You lost anyway. It's not like you're gonna get anything out of it if they don't claim.
I am the worst GM of all time.
Who had Celebrini? Tim, who had Celebrini today?
Probably the second pick.
Yeah, probably the second pick. They were probably thrilled to see you pick Zetterlund. There's Setterlund, there's Granlund, there's Eklund, there's John Lund. Yeah, there's all the Lunds. You got to get them in.
I heard you.
Yeah, nobody else did though. So I had to get
Mandy Holler.
Oh, dude, tough deal. She's always listening.
Collusion.
She's well. That's why Mike Holler knows.
Yeah,
dude, definitely, dude. It's always shady when Mike.
She's still got a claim though.
It's always
She's
shady.
still got a claim.
They're probably sitting together on bar, dude. She probably claimed with Mike sitting right there. You think Mike's going to let Mandy not claim? The
next time I get the first overall pick, I'll take Macklin Celebrini.
I love that, dude. Keep that one around, Tim.
Oh, man.
That's it for Derek. He's on to 103, which also, by the way, means that Paul Tonelli, his streak now of winless games is Derek's only the second longest drought. He's up to 117.
Oh, man.
You guys want to know where that soundbite came from? We can play it in the Sounds Already. I don't want to blow it for you at all, but Mike Holler did some play-by-play, and that's what it's from.
Is that Mike Holler doing play-by-play at a San Jose Giants game?
And it is an incredible story as well.
Let me hear that.
Oh, man.
Is that Holler?
Is that all we got?
No, I have the full play-by-play.
Again, dude, this is beautiful.
That might be our full crap section today.
We got to yeah, we'll get to Mike Holler's play-by-play in the crap section.
Yeah, that's where you get Mike.
That's where it belongs.
Calling me out for 103 straight losses.
Oh, man.
We're playing your crappy play-by-play at 5:30. How you like that?
Oh, man. We'll do that at 5:30 in the crap section. Some crap at 5:30 with Mike Holler's play-by-play. Also, they asked Kristaps Porzingis yesterday, the Boston Celtics, about MLK Day, and I'm like, this guy's from Latvia. It's not supposed to know about any of this stuff. We'll get into some of that as well as some other great stuff in our Sound Soiree, which is next on the Sports Leader.
Myself.
The Ohio State University is your college football playoff champion, outlasting Notre Dame 34-23 last night. What would you do to tweak the playoff system? Tell us on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place where Bay Area fans can scheme to keep Alabama out forever.
I want to dedicate.
We all know these people in their mid-40s. They got to go back about 25 years to figure out. And they always refer to each other by their last name. Hey, Schmitty, remember college? Beer bong, pissing in the yard. You know, that's the type of guys that fantasy football. That's all they do. How's your receivers? Oh, my receivers are really good this year.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work rolling on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, wherever the hell he is, and Tim Webb hanging out with you. Tim, where's Derek?
He's taking a winner for our contest. I played the wrong cue to call, so that's my own fault. That's why he is delayed. I will play the drum.
There we go.
Now it's the Thin Tim mistake of the day.
Yeah, I was loading up some biscuit sound because of so much biscuit chat today on the YouTube.
What do you mean there's so much biscuit? Like Limp Biscuit chat?
Yeah, people were talking biscuit.
I thought we were talking biscuits, like biscuits and gravy. We're coming out on a biscuit, Tim.
I want to dedicate this song to the lead singer of Creed. That guy's an egomaniac.
Now, sometimes we'll load up sound just hoping that it comes around, just to pay off the big laugh. Never came around today, but we would do the cue to call, and I played that instead of
the actual cue to call. Well,
that was a mistake.
I think our winner is our guy Pat H from the YouTube chat. And apparently he's keeping Derek on the horn for so long that Pat H is now, he's eating into our show.
Well, we could also do the off-air riff on the air. To qualify to win a contest, you got to give your information, including your last name. But I don't want to know what Pat H's last name. It's just H.
Just H. He's Pat H on the YouTube chat. We should also point out to anybody who's won in the past, you got to have a period of time, I think, before you can win again.
It can't be a week.
We had 2 callers win. It'd be caller 10, or I guess it was the first caller 10. They're like, no, I won Metallica Limp Bizkit last week. We're like, no, you can't do it. So they're going to hang up. Next one again. More Limp Bizkit and Metallica winners from last week. So anyway, we will be giving away more Sebastian Maniscalco tickets tomorrow to caller 10 when you hear the cue to call. But I guess Derek's still giving them away right now. Oh, there we go. There's Derek. What, did Pat H keep you on the horn for too long, Derek?
I don't want to know what Pat H's last name is. Don't tell me.
I got to tell you, it's satisfying for me to be the one sitting here and have Derek not be in his chair when the segment starts.
Dude, Pat H has the most convoluted email address ever. And not only that, guys, if you won Metallica tickets last week.
I've been through it already. Okay, you're late. We've been through this already. Right. Why don't we just open up the sound soiree?
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, into the sound soiree.
I mean, there's a 60-day window. Anyway, sorry.
We got it. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. This one got me yesterday. I cracked up at this.
Oh, this is really good.
This is a clip. Kristaps Porzingis, the center for the Boston Celtics. They're over at Chase Center, soundly kicking the crap out of the Dubs in celebration of MLK Day, presumably. Little day tilt.
What?
They get their asses beat. Yeah. Shout out MLK is what the Dubs did yesterday. Losing by 40, worst loss in 40 years at home.
Yeah.
Anyway, interesting interview decision here to ask a guy not from America about his thoughts. Dennis Scott, about, he asked Kristaps Porzingis about MLK. And listen to this answer here. You guys tell me if you think Kristaps Porzingis knows who Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was. Here you go.
Big is to play on MLK Day.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. A lot of celebration today. Good that we had some police escort to get to the arena. And it's always nice to play on a holiday.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Special connection.
Dude, I watched that. I didn't watch it live, but I watched the game back last night, and Brian Anderson going, man, it's obvious that some players have a special connection to Martin Luther King Jr.
And it's obvious that some don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nice to have a police escort here today. I was like,
he has no idea who the man was.
The best comment on that was tweeted out yesterday, that clip, and there was a comment that said, dude, this isn't cool. Like, you can't be asking him about MLK. Were they asking Stephon Marbury about Chinese history when he was playing in China for all those years? I thought that was a pretty good line on Twitter. Here's another one here. Danny Godwin inside the NBA. Well, okay, this guy Danny Godwin is a comedian,
based in Austin.
Impressionist. He's based out of Austin, and he does impressions. And it's pretty funny. He does bits as though he's all the cast of the Inside the NBA.
Yes.
And he does a great Ernie Johnson, but he pretends they're doing like Inside the NBA after major moments in history.
Yes.
So he's done like, I think
Bill Simmons.
He did Bill Simmons, pretended to do the Bill Simmons podcast the day after the JFK assassination.
Well, not only that, but he did a fantastic one where it's Bill Simmons and Peter Schrager. And his Peter Schrager is amazing. Where he was saying something along the line of, Yeah, I know. I mean, I met Adolf Hitler. Big Goodfellas fan.
Yeah, dude, it's incredible riffs. Anyway, Danny Godwin is his name. He's doing a sketch of Inside the NBA as if it's taking place the day after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. I believe that's, April 14th? Anyway, here you go.
Welcome to Inside the NBA on TNT. I'm your host, Ernie Johnson. It is April 14th. 1865, and while attending the play Our American Cousin, President Abraham Lincoln was murdered by John Wilkes Booth. Should we look at the highlights
Of the assassination we just watched?
Yep.
All right.
Here comes Booth driving down the lane.
And that's wide open.
Direct shot of the chicken, Ernie. And there he goes off the balcony.
Oh, he's got hops, Chuck. I feel for you, Abe. No one wants to be shot by the Pringles man.
Chuckster, did you know the president was 6'4"?
Come on, man. The Wizards could have used him.
He ain't scoring on me. I know that.
Oh!
Six Semper Tyrannis.
That last line's incredible.
Dude, that's incredible.
Dude, it comes at the end.
Dude, how about he says, here comes Booth down the lane, and you hear in the backpack, pop, pop.
Dude,
the Wizards could have used him today.
Dude, Danny Godwin, fellow UT alum, the guy is hilarious.
Incredible content.
Huge sports fan,
Incredible.
and really sports media fan. He's the only guy that does like a good Bill Simmons.
He ain't scoring on me.
Ryan Russillo
of the assassination we
Peter
just watched.
Schrager.
Oh, that's good.
He's pretty good, man.
Oh, that's so funny, dude. I mean, that's it. The content within it is, and you hear the ba 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 ba. The music behind it is so good. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree, another guy who we like to hear impressions from, Joey Molinaro. There's a lot of good ones.
This guy's extremely talented.
Here he is. And by the way, this is maybe going to put a rest to my Sean McVay impression.
I think so.
Because this is him pretending to be Chris Collinsworth, interviewing Sean McVay. And the content in the Sean McVay impression is damn good. Here's Joey Molinaro.
Sean McVay. Hey, Chris, do you remember the first time that you coached in Philadelphia? 2010 with Washington. Remember getting in on Saturday night, having a Philly cheesesteak. Really didn't do me well on Sunday morning. Affected how I was coming prepared to the stadium. Not going to do that again. But Santana Moss on a wheel route, 3rd and 10 from the 42-yard line. We weren't able to connect with 3:40 to go in the third quarter, man. That memory of yours reminds me a lot of the other coach in Los Angeles, Jim Harbaugh. He says he remembers the day he was born. Do you? January 24th, 1986, and then 2 days later, the 85 Bears beat the Patriots in Super Bowl 20 down in New Orleans. I remember looking up, seeing Refrigerator Perry get the handoff, 1st and goal from the 1-yard line, 3:48 to go in the third quarter, right? He scores the touchdown. I remember thinking, man, that puts the defense in quite a bind. Short yardage situations, you get the guy, the ball to the biggest guy you have, right? Wow.
It's pretty good.
Dude, his Collinsworth.
Do you remember the day you were born?
There's a guy Jim Harbaugh remembers the day he was born.
January 26, 1985. It's pretty good.
The face he makes when he does the Collinsworth too is just like, whoa, there's Sean. Here's a guy who remembers dates.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. More here in the Sound Soiree. Pat McAfee. They got Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach, national championship last night.
Well, there's a theme in the soiree. It's a lot of guys that do really good impressions.
So Pat McAfee with Ryan Day and Marcus Freeman wraps up an interview with a Lou Holtz impersonator.
So the backstory here is that one of his producers, I forget his name, but he does a great Lou Holtz. And do you remember when Ryan Day went after Lou Holtz a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is them having fun with that.
Well, here you go.
There's somebody that has a question, though.
I'm sure I know what this is happening. These guys are going to set me up right here. You guys ain't getting me with this again.
Coach, no. Come on over here.
You've already got me with this a couple times.
Coach, come here.
Listen, Coach Jay, I'm going to start with you, okay? Do we need to take this to a back alley or something?
You are gone.
Listen,
you guys realize that, right? You guys are out of your minds.
It was an honor catching up with that. That was a mandated press event. Ain't that right, Coach?
That's exactly right, and he never answered, Pat. The offer still stands. Listen, I may be old, but I can still get after your ass now, okay? So if Ryan Day wants to finish this thing in a back alley somewhere, we can do that. Okay. But tonight, we're just focused on the Irish, and what a start. What a start.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's name's Ty Schmidt. He's a producer on Pat McAfee. By far the most talented guy on that show. I mean, he does good impersonations.
More impressions,
yeah.
And more of that's about the history with Ryan Day and Lou Holtz, too. By the way, 408 Jackson says the only thing missing from that Lincoln assassination was injuries. The bit on the Lincoln assassination was injury speculation about whether or not Booth broke his leg jumping off the balcony. It's pretty good. It's pretty good presidential assassination knowledge from the 408. All right, let's jump into one more here. Actually, we got two more in the Sound Soiree. This is Field Pass with Pat McAfee show.
It's that same thing you heard at the end there where they were doing a live, like an alternate broadcast during the national championship game.
And they're doing it with Lou Holtz?
No, this time around,
pretending to be Lou Holtz?
Another person has a Lou Holtz impression. It's Scott Van Pelt, and his is not that bad either.
Do we need to be doing that many Lou Holtzes? Is it that? Is he that? Like, I don't know.
Let's find out for ourselves.
Here you go. Here's more Lou Holtz impersonators.
So I was just going to listen, it's very difficult to play against the University of Ohio State. Everybody knows that. It's like going up against a tsunami, and if you stay up and watch, that's fantastic. And if you don't, you fall asleep and the TV's on, we still get the rating. So I don't really give a do whatever you want to do. We don't care. I get paid the first of the week. It'll be good.
Riley Leonard, I think both of you Lou Holtzes have to like how tough he has been, even though they haven't been as successful, Coach Holtz.
It's all good. We're very excited to be here. A tsunami is bad because the bathing suit gets knocked off and then your ass cheeks are just hanging out on the beach. It's a disaster.
Boy, they're really struggling to fill these extra broadcasts. I'll tell you what, dude. I don't know who they're for or what they're doing, but they're really pressing to fill this crap.
If it's a game of that magnitude, I'm not watching the alternative broadcast. However,
but they only do that really on big time games like this. They're not doing alternative broadcasts like they're doing it on CFP games or doing it on.
Yeah, they throw McAfee out there quite a bit, but probably not as many regular season games. But I will say Scott Van Pelt's Lou Holtz was pretty good.
Was that Van Pelt?
Yeah,
that was him. That was pretty good. Anyway, moving on.
Dropping an S on cable TV.
Yeah, 415 says, Copes, I agree, less Lou Holtz, but those impressions were pretty good. Yeah, they were good. All right, this last one made me laugh yesterday. So the inauguration was yesterday, and C-SPAN, I don't know when networks do this. It's so funny. C-SPAN has decided they're going to take live phone calls on air, I guess. They do this.
They've been doing that for years, haven't they?
I was going to say, C-SPAN does this. They're going to take some calls during the inauguration coverage, and there's a caller who calls in, and he's reacting to Trump being inaugurated, but he's also got a couple other gripes he wants to get off his chest. Here you go.
Graham in Jersey City, New Jersey, Democrats line.
Hi, I want to wish everyone a happy MLK Day. I hope everyone's staying warm. A bit disappointed how the election turned out. I think it would have been great to see a female president inaugurated today. While I'm disappointed in the American people and their desire to see another 4 years of Trump, I'm a bit more disappointed in the selection committee for not picking Alabama for the college football playoff finals, and instead picking inferior teams like SMU and Indiana. Truly dark times in America.
Okay. Graham there. We've got pictures of more of the president's hopeful cabinet.
It was the guy let him go for a minute before I think somebody in his ear was like, dude, this guy's like riffing on college football right now. Like, you got to get him off the air.
Truly dark times indeed. How could you allow Alabama to come?
Not putting in teams like Alabama and instead going with lesser talent teams like SMU. It's a pretty good dig.
Somebody's got to get rid of Graham.
Dude, Graham on the Democrats line. That was pretty funny, dude. It's like, I'm not happy about the presidential election, but I'm even less happy about the selection committee leaving Alabama out of the CFP.
I agree with Graham on one take, but the CFP take is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Well, anyway, that's why we play the games. That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. When we come on back, the crap section, a big old pile of crap featuring Mike Holler as a broadcaster. Tim, for the San Jose Giants?
For the San Jose Giants.
And Joe Rizzo said, thanks for keeping the chair warm for me. I got stuff I got to do. We'll hear some Mike Holler next on the Sports Leader. Ooh.
What's going on, everybody? Derek Papa, and I'm here to tell you about the largest RV show on the West Coast. It's the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. What are the details? Well, calm down, I'm about to tell you. 500 square feet of new and used RVs at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 24th through February 2nd. Over 40 different RV manufacturers will be on display. Get a special RV show-only deal on a motorhome, travel trailer, van conversion, fifth wheel, toy hauler, or truck camper. Come on down and check it out. Browse around and find out what's going to make you and your family happy. Look, we all love family vacations, and we all love RVs. So what are you doing this weekend? Probably nothing. So show up to the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton for the 36th Annual Manufacturers RV Show. The Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 24th through February 2nd. Check out rvshows.net, ask about the deals they got going on during the shows, and we'll see you at the RV Show.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday. We got a crab section for you.
Oh, yeah.
Formerly the soup du jour, and it's now the crab section.
Today, the Pat H. crap section, of course.
Pat H. crap section. Shout out Pat H. for winning some Sebastian Maniscalco tickets.
His email address is ridiculous.
Derek's still twisted into a pretzel over Pat H's email.
Just a bunch of letters. There's nothing to it.
Okay. Anyway, we got an open for the crap section.
They should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. They ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
All right, so Tim was telling us he's been playing this soundbite today of Mike Holler, our program director. You know him from KNBR 1050, of course.
Oh, man.
I didn't know what that was. Mike, who is, by the way, the official scorer for the San Jose Giants. Apparently, at one point, Tim, tell us the story. He had to fill in on air.
Oh, man. So this goes back this is a little bit deep in the KNBR history, but Mike used to do play-by-play for the San Jose Giants occasionally, once or twice a week.
Wow.
Depending on what the homestands were and whatnot. And so we're going to go back to 2010, and Mike was doing some play-by-play, and there was a catcher, and his name was Johnny Manel. I believe the date was November 9th, 2010, maybe November 8th.
November 9th, 2010? He was calling a San Jose Giants game in November?
Yes.
That can't be correct. The season was over.
Well, then I must have saved it on November 9th. I don't know where it
sounds
came
more
from.
accurate, Tim. That sounds much more accurate, yeah. Seems like they wouldn't have been playing.
No, come on now.
You never let details get in the way of a good
come
story.
on now. You can't question the labeling here at KNBR.
We'll finish the San Jose Giants single-A second half of their season after the Giants World Series parade is what we'll do. That's exactly how it went down. So Tim saved it November 9th, 2010.
Yeah, somehow somebody that we knew had heard this, and what's happening here is the Giants have a catcher. His name is Johnny Manel. He ends up coming up and gets DFA. Doesn't really have anything going on in his career. Goes to the KBO afterwards. Not important for this, but Mike's doing play-by-play, and he drops this gem on us. This is Mike Holler, 2010.
And Manel swings. There's a drive. Right field, headed for my car, and gone. Boy, I hope that one got past my car. Oh, man. That might have cost me some money, but Johnny Manel, he got a hold of that one, and the Giants get that run back, and it is now 4-2 High Desert.
Now, here's the deal.
Not bad call. Not
his
bad.
car.
Wait, the ball did hit it. It actually did.
It hit his car and broke his rearview mirror, or rearview window.
I thought it was like his go-to call. Like it's like every home run was like, I hope it doesn't hit my car. I'm not even parked out there.
That's his adios pelota.
Yes.
And this one is headed for the water. Hope it doesn't hit my car.
This one's headed for my car. And
That's
gone.
not bad.
Now, don't forget, Dave Fleming had his car hit.
Matt Latos.
Hit a home run that broke. Was it Latos hit it?
I believe
Or was it
Latos
Will
hit
Myers?
Ooh, let's look it up. But now
Somebody
you know
who had
the
three
context
letters
of
as their
this.
first name. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I thought it was Will Myers hit a home run that broke the back windshield of like Dave Fleming's car, or the back window of Dave Fleming's car.
Did he say it on the call?
I don't think he knew it hit his car, but I think after the fact, we found out
went to the
about
parking lot. I was like,
well, because it was like in the little tunnel there, and I think they had his car like in the tunnel or something beyond.
I
the
hate
can't
kids, and I hate Will Myers now.
I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids. Yeah, I don't know if it was Latos. I think it was Will Myers. I know it was a Padre. Anyway, Matt Latos, M-A-T, Will Myers, W-I-L. So, wow.
So now in the context of it, listen to it again. Mike doing play-by-play of his own window getting shattered.
And Manel swings. There's a drive. Right field, headed for my car, and gone.
Sounds
Boy,
pissed.
I hope that one got past my car. Oh, man.
Thus, this is where this comes from.
Oh, man.
That might be my new favorite piece of audio.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's pretty good.
That's gonna hit my car, son of a.
Let's keep going here. Tim, you got any more crap for us?
I got a little bit of crap here.
Dude, it was Matt Latos. 2010, same season, dude.
Same day?
May 18th, 2010. Well, no, it wasn't in November. Matt Latos apologized for hitting the sunlight or the sky roof, I think, in Dave. And that's why Dave rides his bike to the ball games.
call,
now.
Dave.
I thought it was Matt Latos.
Here's what Matt Latos told Andy Baggerly, then of the San Jose Mercury News in San Diego. Quote, I've heard people saying I threw it over the Coke bottle in left field. It's not even close to true. Look, people are going to believe whatever they want to believe. Send me the bill. I'll pay for it. I'm sorry for what happened. I'll be responsible for it. But I didn't know there was a parking lot back there. I wasn't trying to throw it out of the stadium. I guess Matt Latos was standing in the outfield, like heaved a ball over the Coke bottle or something like that. And he's kind of a tool anyway, I think, as Giants fans know, and he hates the Giants. Anyway, he threw it over. There was a parking lot back there, the player's lot, and it hit Dave Fleming's like sky.
Oh, so it wasn't even a home run?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, that's a D move.
Man.
D move.
When you throw the ball into the stands, throw it into the first row is what people are saying.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Right. More crap, Tim?
We got a little bit of crap.
right.
Houston. They're having some problems in Houston. Headline got my attention.
Used to live there.
Drug-addicted rats are destroying evidence in Houston police lockers. Would you like to shed some light?
Derek said,
I
like
know.
he knows about it.
I lived in Houston for a long time, and there's always drug-infested rats.
Is it really?
No.
Quote from Mayor John Whitmire, we've got 400,000 pounds of marijuana in storage, and the rats are the only ones enjoying it.
That's not a common thing in Houston.
By the way, like if the rats got to get into some narcotic, I'm going with marijuana. They're just going to get happy, hungry, and sleepy. They're not doing anything else, right?
Yeah, I guess. So, yeah, I love taking my word for him. It's like, yeah, that's a problem in Houston for years now. Rats love weed.
A number of times.
Tim, do you have a lot of rat clientele?
No, not a lot of rat clientele. We have Peter Stout, the head of the Houston Forensic Science Center. He said, quote, the drugs are edible, they're tasty, they're all kind of things. You can't store large quantities of drugs without expecting some of these things to happen.
He's not wrong, but also I love the fact that he categorized it as tasty.
What a tasty narcotic.
He went on to say, they're drug-addicted rats. They're tough to deal with.
That's a great quote. That's a great quote.
That rat always gets the cheese that's on the mousetrap, too. You know what I mean? So he's just stoner eating the cheese. Yeah. What else you got, Tim?
Maybe we'll go headline only here because I feel like it could be dangerous. Surgeon and father of 3 performs vasectomy on himself as a gift to his wife. Quote, I'm very brave.
Jesus.
Dude, as a gift to his wife.
He did it on camera.
What? What kind of sick wife is into that?
As a gift to... This is like when Homer gave Marge the bowling ball that said Homer on it. You know what I mean? As a gift to his wife, huh? Is that what this is about?
I know, but you could splurge a little bit on an actual, doctor.
By the way,
You're a doctor.
Yeah.
Don't you have like a buddy?
Yeah. Also,
oh wait, sorry. He was a doctor himself.
He's a surgeon himself, but also it didn't cost him a dime. He just did it himself.
Well, how about the self?
You got to be smarter than that, man.
Let's
a
quote
dumb
our buddy.
doctor.
They didn't say he botched it.
Let's quote. No, he didn't. Let's quote our buddy Jim Rome. Talk about the self gloss there. I am really brave. Nice.
Let me tell you how brave I am. This is how brave I did it myself.
That is pretty brave.
Didn't even use the correct amount of anesthetic, I heard, either. Anything else, Tim?
We'll do one more quick one.
All right.
Let's go to Coconut Grove, Florida. This is close to Del Boca Vista.
Know it well. See, I know all these stories pretty well.
Do you know Coconut Grove?
No, not at all.
So you don't know anything about any of the stuff he's saying?
No, not really.
All right, what do you got, Tim?
There was a guy walking around in a Jesus Saves Lives t-shirt.
Okay.
Jesus Saves Lives t-shirt. He was going door to door and robbing people of their packages. And the headline is, quote, thou shalt not steal.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Jesus saves lives, but also rip you off.
He wasn't dressed like Christ himself, though.
Oh, man.
He was just wearing a shirt.
Just rocking the shirt.
That's a pretty good disguise. Nobody sees it coming. You're rocking a Jesus Saves Lives shirt. That's going to do it for your crap section.
Pat H. crap section.
Pat H. crap section.
Oh, man.
Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly from 6 until 7 tonight. And when we come on back, we'll put the show to bed. Only here on The Sports Leader.